Brought to you by Bundesliga, Intersport, Renault, Aker Biom.
Good morning, here in Norway to bring you the Norseman Xtreme Triathlon here. My name is Philip with Dog Oliver here to us out in the field. The action and all happens out there. 1,000 years ago, stage nature started. 15 years triathlon put the finishing touch. 246 currently on a fair fjord, and we're get underway. We see all our lining up at the back of the best there. We can see our. Where are they and what are they up?
They're just getting ready. This is the epic Norseman. So ferry, and then they for the start, which was 5 a.m. this morning.
Now we are talking 14 minutes to 5. Wherever you are, wherever you're joining us, if relative take race, we're going in. You can see the athletes perhaps getting ready for a few of our volunteers. So what we're looking at here, part of probably the face of planet Earth, is and out in the field.
The athletes very earlier was really excited. Now intense. Athletes are scared to jump in the fjord because it's in ice fjord. Leave the ferry and get to the swim start. Maybe to talk to me.
No.
Why not?
I'm from Slovakia.
You do? Okay. What do you expect?
Expect great race. After, just good. Let's see where we come at the field.
Do you?
Yeah, I have a plan. Basically, strategy. Before basically come to go on.
You don't get freaked out. The dark.
Oh no, I've been swimming here. I don't get too scared. So no edge.
Yeah. Leg.
Probably.
So we are.
Let's say.
Back.
Thank you.
40 females only.
There we
Let's
go.
see.
That is much from the back. We're up very, very early. Just before we went over the boat, 46 athletes. Doug, I believe they've had some shower this morning to get them. They hit the water.
Athletes for the actual water entry, we do shower on board the ferry, on board, and want to get temperature in.
So this is not do this. It's leave in the air and water there as we go back to our camera. I think he's on dry land. Looking at here is the 8-kilometer swim, our 200-kilometer race. So they'll be doing soon enough. 24 seconds to the start of the swim. They'll all start at exactly swim of kilometers. We believe it's going to help our athletes. Very seldom you get that. Going to have a After the 3.8 to what is called transition at the one, they change in, they get up on their bike, what can only be described 180 for that part of. We will get into this a little bit later on about that first transition onto dry land, body to
yeah. By the way, now we have.
Oh, now we have the up against the water there. One major priority here. 150 volunteers in various different responsibilities around the coast. The course, the volunteers helping on just braking here, but still like there we have very, very there, so they'll be able to see them just safety boats around the middle of Eidfjord point. So the athletes have started there. You were saying the of time to adjust.
So they slight shock from when they go in here, but it's good for Norse. You asked about transition, getting out of it after having been swimming for 1.5 hours. Takes some getting you into transition. So the athletes handle this.
We are talking on. You're not going to have any today. Most of the athletes are very experienced. Amateur athletes doing this would have plenty, so to speak. So
they all take this.
It's until yesterday to the finish line. And we're out training. Runs around. We had social swim. If you drive, you will have seen a few hundred meters. They buoy there, and then came. Seem to take this very, very serious. Operation goes into it. Here at Norseman, from the athletes themselves. Can we talk a little bit? 246 starting this morning. We'll be dealing with people who do. We'll be dealing with people who. How does the season look? Would you say?
Triathlon being depending on, of course, but this will happen between October. If you're in northern mid May until mid, but triathlon about it, they do try to have a very or they do it with, but it takes. But it gives you the in a pool. You're running, you can do everything at once. Throughout the year,
it's going to keep you busy, I'm sure. The pool and on the boat, we can see everybody into the water. Much of a hurry to jump in. Morning, just 1.5 minutes to go. We're trying to get everybody. Marit was saying on the boat, but it seems to be very most our female about to join the starting field in the one of the courses we drove the length of it. It's absolutely a lot about the course. The physical beauty of the future is absolutely incredible. The athletes have some time the course of the 200 day, as you can see there, but not very much at all. It's hopefully going to benefit. We might get a slightly. Dog mentioned a little bit there, expecting to spend to 1.5 hours in the water than that for weaker swimmers, but then they get 180 kilometers on in for a very, very. Again, like to take this, no matter where you are watching YouTube, a.no, the Norway, and you enjoy the coverage of environments. Out in the field, the ferry that we were looking at close by, so we're getting in cars during the day, running, and then Doug, take to put a race organization goes into
Norseman or all year. We have a team of working on the project, and then, as you mentioned, during the event, volunteers, 20% position, the rest be Norway and places around the world.
See the level of dedication. We the water there, so obviously they're happy. Hour of the morning. I think it was yesterday. The athletes themselves, one triathlon, it almost addiction. You know, that they really do and they want to do it more. You worked with an organisation here in Norway. That's your experience of it. By the bug, then they're here for.
I think, as many other, easily to triathlon also appeal historically at a audience, so spare time, resources, join the triathlon. Entertaining and with it for sure.
A bit harsh maybe to describe. Now we have most water at this point in time. Regulars there getting in just over getting brighter and brighter. Our ferry in 6 kilometers in finish line is not a strange where the race will finish commentary position here.
And we'll add nutrition as the day moves along.
Yeah, of course it's going to be very, very difficult to add any nutrition. They are now in the water for pretty much the next hour or so. The pictures, as I say, the images we are bringing you getting brighter and brighter as dawn breaks here over Eidfjord in Norway. Safety boats out in the water. An enormous effort made both by the volunteers and by the local communities here in Norway, the municipalities and the communes, all helping out in various different ways. As I mentioned earlier on, safety is the absolute priority for these athletes, and all along the course they're pretty much never out of sight. There's somebody keeping an eye on them at all times, medical teams on hand, ambulances, police there to guarantee their safety as they get to the cycling a little bit later on. But there you can see our 246 athletes in the water on the first part of the swim. How many entries would you have, Dog, for this race every year?
So we have a max capacity of 250 athletes.
Yep.
Year over year, the interest has been increasing. So for this year we had 3,650 athletes applying for a slot, and then we have a lottery where we draw the 250 out from there.
3,600 entries. So that's basically dwarfs the amount of people that are in the start field. So it's a very coveted spot to start in this particular triathlon.
These are the lucky winners who got their bucket list race dream filled.
I'm wondering how many of them are feeling lucky at the moment as they swim through this water at 14 degrees. I can't imagine it'll be too bad. You can see the mountain there off to the right hand side in the fjord. The field thinning out a little bit already. The fact that you have the mountain there on the right hand side, or the cliffs there on the right hand side, makes it quite easy to navigate. You just keep that on your right hand side pretty much all the way through. So it's in one way it's open water swimming, they're out there all right, but it's still quite close to the shoreline as we see the sun beginning to rise here, it beginning to get a little bit brighter in the sky. I suppose it's just a case of tag onto the person in front of you and hope that they don't go in the wrong direction. They don't carry any sort of compass with them or any sort of map. There's no element of orienteering in this race at all. It's just a case of follow the course and you'll get there. If we have a look at some of the rules, of course, one of the rules that we have here in the race, Dog, is that they have a support team that follows them. Obviously, the support teams are nowhere near them in the water. That kind of happens a little bit later on when they get onto their bicycles and start the cycling part of the race. Could you describe a little bit about those rules? How many people do they have in the car, and what sort of thing are they allowed to do for the athletes?
every athlete needs to have a support vehicle and one dedicated support person. A lot of them will also have then a driver for the car, so they can pay attention to the athletes. Really pay attention.
Yeah.
The support car can, when they stop and meet the athletes at certain points, they'll help them with nutrition, clothing, and basically just cheering them on.
Yeah.
They're not allowed to interfere in the race in any way.
Okay, so they're not allowed to do any slipstreaming, any drafting, or anything like that. So.
None whatsoever.
I believe there are penalties in place if the support cars either behave badly in traffic or if they try to help the athletes in any way. I believe there's a time penalty that's imposed.
Our marshals can issue time penalties or even disqualifications, even for behavior from the support. So it's not just the athlete being responsible for his own race, but this is a team. This is the team activity between the support and the athlete.
Of course, those of you who have been in Norway, indeed if you're from Norway, have been here as a tourist, you'll know that the roads around this part of Norway going from east to west or from west to east as we are today, they're quite, well, I wouldn't say they're narrow, but they certainly wouldn't be sort of 4-lane or 6-lane highways. So it's very important that the support cars and those driving them, that they act in the correct manner out in the traffic. So there we go. We just had a quick wide shot there just to give you an idea of the stunning natural beauty of the environment in which our 246 athletes are competing today. We'll be able to bring you a leaderboard as time goes on and the field thins out just a little bit. At the moment, all the athletes are bunched together, but they all have GPS trackers. I think it's located down around the ankle on each of the athletes, and that helps us tell where they are. As you can see, the field already stretching out a little bit. It's already into pretty much a straight line there of strong swimmers out in front, swimming down towards Eidfjord there, where they will surface. They'll come out of the water just behind one of the hotels, I think it is, in the village. The village of Eidfjord, of course, it has a population of around about 1,000 people, and that was probably doubled overnight if you had the volunteers from Norseman, the athletes and their support team. So it's a big weekend for the tourist village of Eidfjord there. What would they normally do in Eidfjord? Is this part of Norway, is it known for the outdoor life? Is that what they concentrate on in terms of tourism?
Eidfjord is of course in the middle of some of the most beautiful countryside you have in Norway. It's right on the edge of the Hardangervidda National Park. It's got Norway's highest waterfall. Eidfjord is nature. Yeah. In the surest sense. So tourists come there to hike in the mountains, to travel the fjords. They have cruise ships coming in basically every day. So it's a central place for experiencing the true beauty of nature in Norway.
It certainly is a great place to experience the true beauty of Norway. I mentioned a little bit earlier on there that we drove the 226 kilometres of the course yesterday, and it's absolutely staggering. You can go from forests to waterfalls just appearing on either side. These wonderful mountains, sheer rock climbing up hundreds of metres up in the air. It really is an incredible sight. As I say, I hope the athletes get some chance to experience that whilst they're out there today. I think we mentioned on some of the flatter parts of the cycle course, and indeed on the run a little bit later on, they will be able to see it. So it's tremendous scenery to be had there. And of course, we'll have plenty of spectators lining the course today. It's a very, very popular race in Norway, Dag. So we'll have people out in their deck chairs cheering our athletes on.
We're not actually really a spectator race. This is why we're doing the live productions.
Yeah.
We want people from all over the world to experience Norseman. But we have a 226-kilometer long course. So along the bike course, there will be certain spots where you'll find a lot of spectators. But for sure, up towards the finish line at the Gaustatoppen, there will be a lot of people meeting the athletes.
Brilliant. We have these wonderful images. You can see the safety kayak there off to the left-hand side. The field, I can tell you from what we're looking at here on our leaderboard, the field is already thinning out. So we're seeing there's a sort of a top group of maybe 10 or 15 elite competitors out there who are setting a cracking pace in the swim. As Dag mentioned a little bit earlier on, we have a current that is going to benefit them slightly. I'm sure there's going to be some spectators down around Transition 1 when they get out of the water in about an hour's time, we would expect. You can see the clouds there, the low clouds over the fjord. The weather here is also an element. The weather forecast that we have at the moment, it's a light breeze that's out there this morning, so it's nothing too strong. 14 degrees in the air, 14 degrees in the water. I was going to say there's a little bit of rain forecast during the day, but I think there's always rain forecast in Norway at some point during the day. We'll see if that materialises or not, because of course one of the things that the Norseman is quite famous for is the fact that the weather can change at pretty much any given moment, Doug. Is that correct?
Eidfjord, the area of Eidfjord is on the western part of Norway, and you get the weather systems coming in from the Atlantic Ocean on like trains running in there, hitting the mountains, and then the weather we've had the last couple of days, it's been very unstable, so you can have a forecast for rain one moment, and then it can completely change, and you'll have the sun, you'll have the wind. It's interesting weather on the west coast.
Interesting weather is the way we've chosen to describe it here, and I'd have to concur. We drove up on Wednesday to Eidfjord, which is what you're watching now, and when we did drive up here, the weather was lovely. It was pretty dry, but then at some point on, I think it was Thursday there was torrential downpours. So it wasn't just the fact that it rained; it really rained hard for maybe an hour or so, and that happened a couple of times during the day. So the athletes are going to have to be prepared for pretty much everything a triathlon course can throw at them in terms of gradient, in terms of weather, in terms of temperature. So it's a hugely challenging, yet I'm sure hugely enjoyable course. It's getting more and more interesting to be able to see. We can see more and more as dawn breaks here in Norway of how the athletes are getting on there. Numbered swim caps. We're at a bit of a distance here, so we can't pick out any particular athletes at the moment. But wherever you're watching in the world, we hope that you can catch a glimpse of your favourite somewhere along the course today. It's amazing to see the skill level of an awful lot of people think with triathlon it's just a case of getting in there and getting it done, but of course you need to have proper techniques in terms of your swimming, your cycling and your running. How much would athletes sort of train those things, or do they just use their natural stride, their natural swimming stroke, or would they go and get coaching for these specific skills?
Most triathletes, unless you come from a swimming background, you'll need some kind of coaching if you want to become good and have a high pace and high speed in the water. So it basically depends on what background you come from when you go into triathlon.
Yeah. I'm just looking at the images here, you can see with many of the athletes a very methodical swimming stroke there, rolling the shoulders, trying to get the maximum power they can out of every stroke that they take in the water there. So the field there almost turning into a straight line there, sticking together. Very little communication, of course, between the athletes out there. As I mentioned a little bit earlier on, we have our reporters out in the field, Marit and Anders. I think it's probably Marit that we're going to have a word with right about now. Marit, where are you? I think you're out on a boat there. Should be with us any second now, I hope.
We are now about 12 minutes into the race, and there's already 3 contestants that are getting a bit of a lead here over about 10 other athletes, and already the field is spreading out about 200-300 meters. So there's already huge time margins building up in the swim. It's the latest water report is that it's 14 degrees. It's calm. It's nice. It's actually perfect for a swim now, and everyone seems okay in the water. It's been a really good start so far.
The start of the race. As I mentioned, we have our camera teams out in the field, and we'll be dropping in on them throughout the day, where they'll bring you right into the heart of the action. Now, we were just talking there about the leaderboard and that. We have no timings at the moment. It's when they get up on the bikes at transition 1 that we'll be able to work out who's who and where they are on the course. Of course, a little bit difficult to see the numbers on the swim caps there. So we're just going to enjoy the swimming first, and then when they come out of the water, we'll have the excitement of finding out who is leading the race and what they're doing. But as Anders was saying there, there's 3 athletes out in front. Already the course is, or the field is starting to stretch out a little bit like an accordion there. We mentioned that the race record, or the course record at the moment, is 10 hours and 24 minutes, Dog. But for certain athletes, it can take a whole lot longer than that.
Yeah. We have a stretched field for Norsemen. So for the swim, we have a cut-off time of 2 hours and 15 minutes. So we expect the first athletes to leave the water in about somewhere between 50 and 60 minutes. But again, if you're slower than 2 hours and 15, you will actually be taken out of the race. Throughout the day, this expands even more. So by the time everyone is finished, we expect it would be after midnight with a race time of close to 20 hours.
That is a tough day's work, out on the course for 20 hours. But that also means that you have to leave your infrastructure in place for the most part. I know every time the last athlete goes by, then you can change that and you can sort of, take away whatever gates and that kind of thing. But there's still a lot of work to be done for the volunteers as well if people are going to be out on the course for 20 hours or more.
They are up way before the athletes and they're in bed way after the athletes. So it's a long day for our 150 volunteers.
A long day for the 150 volunteers indeed. If we go back to triathlon as a sport, there are standard distances in triathlon. For those who wouldn't be familiar with the sport as such, who may be watching their first triathlon today because somebody they know is competing, what distances do we have? We have sprint distances.
You have a sprint distance. You have actually these days you even have a super sprint distance. But if we sprint distance, 750 meters swimming, 20 kilometers cycling, and a 5 kilometer run. The standard distance or Olympic distance, which they then use for the Olympic Games, which is 1500 meter swimming, 40 kilometer bike, and then a 10k run. And then you move on to the longer distances with the long distance or Ironman distance, as it's named from the original Ironman race in Hawaii, which is the distance we use for our race. There's also a lot of races with a half Ironman. So a full Ironman is 140.6 miles, 146 miles, and half Ironman is 70.3. So.
And amazingly, I spoke earlier on about how nature started to carve this course out of the Norwegian landscape 13,000 years ago at the end of the Ice Age. But the distance from Eidfjord, when this course was originally mapped out to here at Gaustablikk, it's pretty much exactly the Ironman distance. Am I correct in saying that? It's 226 kilometers.
Yeah, I think Norseman's founder, Hårek, when he sat down with a map looking for somewhere to organize a long-distance triathlon in Norway, he had this eureka feeling when he actually realized that Eidfjord to our transition 2 is 180 kilometers, and from transition 2 to the top of the mountain here is exactly a full marathon.
Yeah, it's incredible because there are plenty of places. As I said, we drove the course yesterday, and you could put at any arbitrary point, you could say, okay, this is transition 2 and this is 180 kilometers, at 175 or 100, but it's bang on 180 kilometers, which is perfect. We might just cut back to the studio here very, very briefly because we want to show you what it is that everybody is aiming for. At the moment, they're about 226 kilometers away, but what they're aiming to do is finish at the peak of this mountain, lost in the clouds here behind us. There's a big mast up there that you'll be able to see a little bit later on in the day, but that's what they're aiming for, the top of Gaustablikk, and the first 160 finishers will make the long trek up the mountain to finish there. And as Dag was saying, 10.5 hours last year. We might get a course record this year, but we can cut back there to our swimmers in the water and follow the beautiful images that we are being brought there by our camera teams in the field. 160 finishers will finish up the top of the mountain. The rest will be diverted to where we are here at the hotel where our commentary position is. And one of the things, again, that we've spoken about is the difference between finishers, Dog. We have the black T-shirt and the white T-shirt. Could you explain maybe for the viewers what those T-shirts represent?
yeah, because of the mountain we have behind us, we have certain safety limitations on the race, and we've had this since the race started filling up, and we maxed out in 250 athletes. We don't have the capacity to, in an emergency situation, handle 250 athletes on the actual mountain. So that's why we started the 160 limit of athletes getting to go to the mountain top, and the remainders, they finish still the full race distance, but just at 1,000 meters of elevation. The mountain top is at around 1,800 meters. So we have a cut-off point at 32 kilometers on the run, where you need to be either as one of the first 160 or at the latest 14 hours and 30 minutes, but it's usually when we hit 160 that we have the cutoff.
So we would have 160 athletes inside that cutoff time. Now, they're also accompanied by a member of their support team. Is it for the last 10K of the race that they have to be accompanied by someone?
Basically, the last 5K, you're off-road on the actual mountain. Then you leave the paved road, then you're on gravel and rocks. So the last 5K, you need to have your backpack, and you need to have your support person with his or her backpack with safety gear for the final stretch. Because as you see, the mountain is often hidden in a cloud of fog.
Exactly. And there has indeed been 1 year, I think, where only one athlete made it to the very top. Is that correct?
Some years ago now, but we had a year when the Swedish athlete Björn Andersson, he was quite a ways ahead of the next athlete, and by the time the second athlete came to the gate entering the mountain, it had started snowing at the top. So Björn finished at the top in snow, but the rest was turned around and had a finish at a lower point of the course.
There you go. Snow in August here in the Norwegian fjords. That is the kind of weather that you can get. We're not expecting that today. Our weather forecast is pretty good, but that is what can happen here. The weather can change very, very quickly. We see our front three swimmers now. We can't see the numbers on the swim caps. We'll try to grab a start list and see if we can identify who is out in front at the moment. The GPS trackers will start working as soon as they get out of the water. So as soon as they get out of the water, we'll be able to bring you a little bit of information about the leaderboard. And of course, Dag would have a vast and broad knowledge of the field here, so he'll be able to tell us a little bit more about the athletes. You can see the low cloud there around the fjord as well. A fairly regular occurrence to have low clouds floating around there. It seems to be very, very stable pace there. Nobody's making any breaks. Just taking it easy as they make their way through the water. We are now, let me see, 21 minutes through the race. As we said a little bit earlier on, we would expect the swimming to take anything between 50 minutes, and then the cut-off time is 2.25 hours afterwards. Is it how many athletes would you expect to lose at the first cut-off? Would you lose any athletes at all, or can most of them make it in the 2 hours and 15?
It's actually interesting because about 5 years ago, we decreased the cut-off time from 2:30 to 2:15, and we have less athletes not finishing the swim now than we had when we had a 2 hour and 30-minute cut-off. So the athletes take it more seriously now. They prepare better. They come and they come prepared. Yeah, they're ready to go. It's some challenge, all right, to start a race like this with a 2 hour, 15-minute swim and trying to get in there. There is a light breeze blowing here. Of course, we're some distance away still in Gaustablikk. With the pictures that we are looking at are coming to you from Eidfjord. Looks like a beautiful morning there this morning. Very calm in the water. The only real action happening in the water is the 246 competitors at the 2017 Norseman Xtreme Triathlon. The 15th year that this race has been held. What's the interest like in Norway, both for the sport of triathlon and for Norseman? Are people proud of this race here, Dag? Norseman, for a lot of people, I think it's almost synonymous with triathlon. So we have spent a lot of time in the triathlon community explaining that you can also do shorter, faster, speedier triathlons than what we do here today. Yeah. But of course, it's a scenic and spectacular race, so it's easily communicated that this is something special. Yeah.
It certainly is a very spectacular race. As we can see there, we have the support boat in the background. I'm not sure if that's the boat that has our camera team on it, but that is our leading three athletes there by the looks of things. Very, very close together here. So being very sociable there in the water this morning. We're about 24 minutes into the race now. They're being very, very closely followed by the boat there. As I say, the safety and security teams, there's plenty of boats out on the water. They were out on the water before 4 o'clock this morning. Before anybody ever entered the water at all, we had our safety teams out there. It's a very, very long day for them. Many of them will be out for maybe upwards of 20 hours or more, making sure that our athletes are safe enough. We have our race director, Thoril. She'll be following everything very, very closely from the race office there, and she has a staff with her as well that are I think they're travelling by car, are they? The race office is mobile and will travel by car. Anybody who wants to quit the race, or if they have any problems whatsoever, they need to contact the race office. Is that correct? So if they get a puncture on the cycle, or if they decide just to quit after the swim, their responsibility is then that the support team or the athlete has to contact Thoril and tell them.
Yeah, if you're pulling out of the race, for sure, they contact our race office. We have a mobile office with the race director and her team, and then we have a command center here at Gaustablikk, which is our main hub for communication.
Yeah, and indeed we are sitting in at that main hub for communication. We have our studio built up here to bring you the action throughout the day. Now, I'm wondering where we're sitting. Yeah, that's from a boat there in Eidfjord, so we can see how spread out the field is already. As our boat with our camera team speeds past. Of course, again, we're also very, very careful about the safety of our athletes there. These images, I think, coming from dry land here. But if you want to get involved in this broadcast today, we are broadcasting on Facebook, we are broadcasting on YouTube, and you can also use the hashtag NXTRI2017. So that's Norseman Xtreme Triathlon, NXTRI 2017. So if you use that on Twitter, we'll try to keep an eye on it here. We can't guarantee that we'll get to every question or every request that's sent in to us, but we'll do our best to keep our eye on it throughout the day and to interact with you. So live on YouTube, live on nrk.no, and you can contact us using the NXTRI 2017 hashtag, and we'll do our best to get to your queries throughout the day. So there we seem to have, is it 4 or 5 athletes there tied together at the front of the field. In terms of the athletes who are here today, Dog, the profile of them, would we have people who do this for a living? Do we have professional triathletes who are taking part today?
At least semi-professionals.
Yeah.
I don't think we have anyone in the race now that does this 100% full-time, but we have some that definitely spend a lot of their time doing triathlons and have adapted their work life accordingly.
Yeah. And when you say semi-professionally, where would that part, the triathlon part of their income, would that be made up of money from sponsors or from prize money, or how would they make a living, so to speak?
It wouldn't be prize money for Norseman, that's for sure, as we have no prize money. Again, the semi-professionals, I think it would be from their main jobs, and of course some from sponsors, but a lot of the sponsors would in this case supply gear, travel, etc. Yeah.
So you're not talking about a sort of a cash money investment by sponsors, rather
in the field today. You'll of course have some athletes with cash sponsors, but it's a lot about gear. It's a lot about assistance in making your triathlon career easier.
Yeah. So you can see there's still quite a lot of athletes there setting a fairly cracking pace in the water. We have a current that is going to benefit them a little bit. 27 minutes into the race, going to help them out. And of course, they could use all the help they can get with this 226-kilometre course ahead of them. The weather, as we mentioned a little bit earlier on, it's pretty clear. It's pretty bright there now as the sun comes up over Norway. We have a little bit of rain forecast, but not much. 14 degrees in the water, 14 degrees in the air at the moment. Slight little breeze. I'm sure it'll chill them a little bit when they get out of the water, but once they get up on the bicycle and start pedaling the 180 kilometres towards the second transition, they'll probably be glad of that little bit of a breeze. As one of our safety boats paddles straight through our picture there. As I say, there's 246 athletes in the water, but a large apparatus around them to make sure that this race happens in the safest way possible. Beautiful scenery there. the rock shoreline. We were down at the social swim yesterday, which is in Eidfjord, in the centre of the small village that is Eidfjord. Tremendous surroundings. It's incredible to be just passing by somewhere and a waterfall appears. Usually snow melting and ice melting at the very, very top of the mountains, flowing downhill. Some very, very big and powerful waters, some much smaller ones as you drive along the course here. So if you ever do get the chance to come here to Norway and find yourself between Eidfjord and Gaustablikk, it's definitely well worth doing. Very, very beautiful part of the world indeed. Looks pretty beautiful in the water now. When we talk about the regulations or the rules concerning the equipment that they have, Dog, a wetsuit is mandatory, but I believe that the swimmers are not allowed to wear gloves in the water. Is that correct?
Wetsuits are mandatory. You're allowed to wear booties, so something to keep your feet warm if you like swimming with that, but no gloves are allowed.
Okay. The reason for the wetsuits, I mean, when you say that the wetsuit will keep you warm, what sort of difference does it make in terms of your body temperature? And does it just maintain the temperature you have? I'm sure you're not going to be feeling snug and cozy in the water there this morning.
If you have a good wetsuit, it will keep you. It will keep you pleasantly warm, and you'll have a minimal drop of body temperature during this swim.
Yeah. The field's spread out a little bit there. Obviously, we have our leaders way out in front who will be able to tell you a little bit more about them when they get onto dry land and the GPS trackers kick in, and we'll be able to tell you who is doing what out there. But there's a few, maybe 60, 70 metres out from the shoreline there to the right-hand side. So it's quite broad now as the swimmers separate just a little bit on their way towards Eidfjord and the first transition point. Half an hour into the race here, all very calm. It's a long day out there. The excitement that will happen will come a little bit later on when we're onto dry land and into the cycling, and then onto the run a little bit later on. Talking about the last part of the course here, there is an incredible gradient as we go up the hill towards Gaustablikk here. It must be very, very challenging for the athletes with all these miles on their clock on the day to make it up the mountain for one last time. We are waiting we have one of our reporters over in one of the boats over there. I'm not sure which of our reporters we're going to talk to, but we're going to be talking to them reasonably soon just to get a feel for what's happening out there at the moment. They're on the shoreline now, so in about sometime within the next half an hour we would expect the first swimmers to exit the water in Eidfjord. And from there then, of course, the 180-kilometre cycle begins. Sorry, Doug, go ahead.
Yeah, at the far back of this shot here, you can see there is actually a fire on the shore. This is where the athletes are pointing right now. Just outside that fire, there is a yellow buoy where they'll make a left turn and then they do the final stretch towards the swim exit.
So they come up through the swim exit and they have 246 bicycles waiting on them there. So still a little bit to go before they get to that point. Again, we'd like to welcome you from wherever you're watching around the world. We know that we have competitors here from as far afield as Australia. I think we have from South Africa, from Chile, from Vietnam. I think I saw one name on the start list there. So we have competitors from all over the world. Plenty of Norwegian athletes taking part as well. In terms of the winners over the years, Dog, has it been mostly Norwegian athletes that have won the race, or how is it spread out?
The last couple of years it's been all Norwegians, but over the years I'd say half and half between foreign and Norwegian winners. Okay,
so the international element is making itself known, but the Norwegians are striking back in recent years. I suppose it probably helps an awful lot to be familiar with the course here, to know what it is you're getting yourself into when you set off on the Norseman.
Norseman is a course where you have a great advantage from being able to train on the course. There is a lot of technical, especially downhills, going on, and also knowing what it takes to actually run up Zombie Hill, and actually running on the mountain will give you a good advantage. So over the years now, we've seen more and more athletes coming to Norway earlier in the season to train on the course.
I was going to ask you about that because Zombie Hill, the last few kilometres has become known as Zombie Hill. Indeed, there's even a sign down there now put up that says Zombie Hill as you come to Gaustablikk, and you would get athletes who specifically come here to train on that part of the course.
Yeah.
Wow. And in terms of that training, like, you know, would they just get up in the morning and go, okay, now I'm going to do the last 20k of Norseman and give it a go, or how would they go about doing that?
I don't think they'd come here just do the final 20k. I think they'd come here to test the course in various parts, but then maybe do the full distance over 3 or 4 days, just to get acquainted with the full course.
Yep. A lot of local knowledge is necessary, as mentioned a little bit earlier on this course, especially when it comes to the downhill parts. Some of them, there were some fairly wicked hairpin turns on parts of the cycling course, because of course with the 5 climbs there, once you go up the mountain, you've got to come down the mountain in most cases, if it's not the very last mountain on the course. And coming down that in a controlled manner, of course, you can win a lot of time coming down the mountain, but you can also put yourself in a certain amount of danger, especially if it's wet out there. A little bit of rain forecast, Norway, of course, and the further west you go in Norway, the more chance you have of being hit by a little bit of rain. But so far, clear, bright, fine conditions out there. 14 degrees in the air, 14 degrees in the water for our competitors. So a very, very pleasant start to the day here in Norway, if albeit slightly early. 34 minutes into the race now. The 3.8 kilometre swim is well underway. At 5 o'clock this morning, or just before 5 o'clock this morning, the athletes jumped from the ferry into the water, one performing a fairly spectacular backflip into the water. Where they all lined up behind the safety boats, and then at exactly 5 a.m. the race got underway. Quite quickly after that, there is a sort of a bunch of maybe a dozen elite athletes there who will be vying for the title here, for the winner of Norseman 2017. They set off at a fairly cracking pace in the water, but of course the other 200 and odd athletes following closely behind. So setting what looks like quite a comfortable pace in the swimming here. Nice roll of the shoulders here from this athlete, breathing to both sides, maximising the power output, trying to get the most out of every little bit of energy that they leave out on the course here this morning. Again, if you would like to contact us, probably the best way to do it is using the NXTRI 2017 hashtag. Get something going there on Twitter and send your questions. As I say, the oracle of the Norseman, Dog Oliver, is sitting here, right here beside me in the studio, and we'll do our best to answer your questions throughout the day. I'm not sure if that's just the boats bouncing, but there doesn't seem to be very much in the way of waves. Of course, this is fjord water, so we're not dealing with tides or anything else like that. But it looks quite calm out there, quite pleasant conditions for swimming. When they get out of the water, the athletes will be getting up on their bikes, and then the support cars kick in, and the 240 odd cars will follow them for the rest of the race. Very, very calm out there, fairly low cloud around as well there. You can just see the tops of the mountains are obscured there. On the left of your picture here, you can see the safety boats there, the kayaks, all they're just keeping an eye there. Now, as Dog mentioned, there is a big bonfire lit on the strand there to where they're coming up. So at the moment, the athletes are navigating towards that. There's a yellow buoy in the water. They're going to head for that, and then they're going to take a left. We're going to have a chat. No, we were going to go to the field. We're not going to go to it just yet. We do, as I say, have some reporters out in the field. And one of the beauties of doing this kind of extreme sports in this kind of extreme environment is the fact that not everything happens the way you planned it. We have a great 4G signal out there, so we have our camera crews out there being able to bring you these tremendous images, and our reporters to give you a flavour of what's happening out in the field. We have Marit out there and we have Anders out there. I'm not sure which one of them we're going to speak to, but very, very shortly indeed, we're going to go to them on one of the boats out there and see what it is that they can see and hear out in the 3.8 kilometre swim that is kicking off the Norseman 2017. Should be getting them any second there now. Yep. We will be going to the reporter any second now. A little bit of a communications slide there. It's
So it's more light now here in Eidfjord. The athletes are soon arriving at the beach. They have been swimming for 3.8 kilometers in pretty warm water. They have swimsuits, so they shouldn't be that cold. Yes. En, to, checking. Skal jeg bare snakke?
There we go. That was Marit there on the strand. I'm not sure she was aware that she was live there. That is the joys of live television, ladies and gentlemen. So we will enjoy showing that to Marit a little bit later on after dinner this evening. So Marit was there at the beach where they exit the water, Dog. When the athletes come up out of the water, we can see that there's quite a few of them bunched. There's quite a few bunches of swimmers in the water here. Is it kind of like rush hour then? Is there a lot of traffic there? Or is it... is there? Hold on a sec. We'll probably take that discussion a little bit later. I think we're going back out to our reporter out in the field. It's probably Marit again, hopefully. Marit, where are you there and what can you tell us? That is Marit out in the field. I'm not sure she can hear us there at the moment. She is looking out towards the swimmers who are still a little bit of a distance from her, maybe 10 or 15 minutes from where she is standing there at the beach.
So when they arrive at the beach, they have done the first leg, and they will go through the rest of the day a roller coaster with the emotions. Most of them are prepared for that, but you never know. They will have ups and downs, and sometimes look and feel like a zombie. But they have a great support team. They are also heroes. They will do everything for their athlete, maybe except wipe their asses, but they do everything, even when they cry like a baby. Maybe up and in Zombie Hill. Before they reach Gausatoppen. There are 40 females and about 5 male athletes, and we will soon see them here on the beach.
Thank you very much indeed, Marit. That is Marit on the beach there at the swim exit. Our 246 athletes are in the water. We cut to a different image now. We're hoping to see if we can see how far away they are. We are 41 minutes into the race at this point in time, and we can already see how the leading athletes have opened up a bit of a gap to the rest of the field. We will know when they get out of the water and when they get up onto their bicycles. It looks like these 3 or 4 athletes are going to be very, very tight together. There's going to be very little to separate them after the 3.8 kilometre swim. So the drama's kicking in already. It's going to be interesting to see how the field thins out when they do get out and onto the cycle. The cycle, of course, 180 kilometres. An awful lot can happen there. 5 different climbs. An elevation of thousands of meters. The climbs yesterday, in particular the very last climb, Dog, I have to say it looked very, very punishing indeed. I think the gradient there was about 9 degrees, but we'll be talking a good bit more about that. I seem to, by the looks of the car park there, they cannot be too far from the strand at the moment where Marit was standing. So sometime in the next 10 or 15 minutes, we would expect the first swimmers to be exiting the water, and then hopefully we will have the... we will be able to bring you a little bit more information about who the lead group of swimmers are and where they are in the field. When we spoke to them yesterday, or indeed over the course of the last 2 days, Dog, one of the words that came up as we look at the picture there, actually, just before we talk about that, there's the yellow buoy. So the swimmers are going to swim around that now and take a left turn towards the beach. This is all part of ensuring that they swim the 3.8 kilometres, that they don't take any shortcuts whatsoever. They swim around there. You can see the quite sharp left turn, and now they're making their way over the final distance towards the strand. How far is that buoy away from the strand where they exit the water, Dog? Do you know off the top of your head?
Now they have approximately 500 meters left to swim.
So there's 500 meters left, so that's 3.3 kilometers down. So we'd have to say that that's a fairly good pace right there. 43 minutes into the race for 3.3 kilometers, 500 meters left. So anytime in the next few minutes, our first bunch of swimmers are going to be leaving the water They'll strip off their wetsuits, they'll get into their cycling gear, and then they will be up on the bike and cracking on for the 180-kilometre cycle. So a fairly good pace being set so far by the athletes who are out in front. Going back to our previous discussion there, Dog, one of the things that the athletes mentioned a lot in the interviews that we did over the last couple of days was the word suffering came up a lot. You reckon they're suffering at the moment, or how do they deal with that suffering mentally out on the course?
I'm not sure suffering is the right word, but of course, being in action for this long, there will be some amount of pain coming to you. But that's part of triathlon, and especially long distance triathlon is managing your own pain and suffering. So most of them will have ways of entertaining themselves along the course. I know for a fact that right now, with everything becoming light, you're in a fjord with 1,200 meters high mountains around you. It's at parts 1,000 meters deep below you. You'll enjoy the scenery. You'll have actually time to take a glimpse up every time you go to breathe. So it's partly suffering, but it's also partly managing this in a way that will keep you going to the end.
Yep. As we can see from the pictures we just saw as Dog was speaking there's a gap of about a minute from the leading group down to the second group that's coming behind them. They're just arriving at the buoy just about now. We're keeping our eyes on the leading group here at the moment, who are setting a fairly consistent pace. Incredible long distance swimming technique there. You can see no energy being wasted whatsoever. This group has been tight together pretty much since the very start of the race. They set off at a fair pace and they've maintained that. Very stable. It doesn't appear that there's a huge amount of splashing. There's not a huge amount of energy being expended there. And then we see one of the safety boats coming in the background there, one of the kayaks there. We have plenty of people out. Plenty of volunteers out there. There's the buoy there now as they make a sharp left turn. And in the distance there, you can see the hotel in Eidfjord. And that is where they're headed. And it's just there that they exit the water and get onto their bicycles, change from the wetsuit into the cycling gear and make their way along. At the point at which they do that, at the moment on the maps that we have here in our studio, all the GPS trackers are all gathered together because they're all with the bikes that are waiting on our competitors. Once they get up on the bikes and start to separate themselves and cycle up behind the Quality Hotel in Eidfjord there, they'll start to separate just a little bit there, and then we'll be able to tell you a little bit more about the leaderboard, and we'll be able to bring you that throughout the day. As we mentioned earlier on, the village or the town of Eidfjord is usually populated by about 1,000 people. That population would have been doubled yesterday when the athletes and their support teams and their families arrived. There was a huge buzz about the town yesterday. We left there at about 11 o'clock, around about lunchtime yesterday, to make our way here to Gaustablik and Gaustatoppen, where the race will finish in around about 9, 10, 11, 12 hours time, and maybe even more for some of those towards the back of the field. But when we left Eidfjord yesterday, there was a tremendous atmosphere. The preparations were underway. The race organisers were making their final preparations. Things were being nailed up and camera crews were being readied, etc., etc. The athletes themselves were out on the roads testing out the bikes. There was a lot of wrenches and spanners and bicycle pumps out there as they made their final preparations for the bikes. Some of them would have tested the Friday morning social swim, which I have to say was a tremendous event in Eidfjord yesterday. A really sort of a friendly atmosphere yesterday as the triathletes came down, tested out the water. A lot of the support teams as well, they brought their wetsuits and jumped into the 14-degree water here at Eidfjord as a sort of a solidarity kind of a thing, where they got in and tested it out with their athlete, and a way of saying that, yeah, we're going to be with you throughout the day here. So in terms of the support crews, of course, each team or each athlete will have a support car with them, Dog. What's the profile of the people there? Is it just friends or family members? Is it fellow triathletes? Maybe people who train together in the same club?
This will be all kinds of support. A lot of people, of course, bring if you travel from abroad, you're very likely to bring family or even close friends. If you're in the lead pack with serious ambitions, you'll most likely to bring somebody who knows triathlon well and can keep up with you up the mountain, where you need the support to stay with you for safety reasons. I think you'll find all kinds of support. But as for the morning swim yesterday, for sure, a lot of triathletes being supported and then using the chance to get in the water. After we left yesterday in the late afternoon, they actually had a mini triathlon organized locally, where you'd also see a lot of the support people participating.
So they would have taken part in the mini triathlon. I would assume that the distance was a whole lot shorter than what we have here today.
Close to a sprint distance triathlon.
Close to a sprint distance triathlon. If you yourself are taking part in this, what would you say the most important characteristics for the support people would be here? Do you need somebody who's calm, somebody who's going to encourage you, or would you prefer somebody who just sits in the background?
No, you'll want somebody that can. Athlete will have some ups and downs along the day, so having a support that stays calm whatever you as an athlete do towards them, you become really dependent on your support throughout the day. And I know for a fact that most athletes are utterly dedicated and in love with their support people by the time they finish, because supporting is at times even a harder job than actually participating in the race. So you want somebody that's they're there with you and can encourage you whatever state of mind you are in as an athlete.
It does seem on the surface to be an individual sport, triathlon, but kind of like professional cycling, there is that element of team about it. You do need this support network to get you through the 226 kilometres of the Norseman 2017. If you're in Europe, we'll say good morning to you. It is 10 minutes to 6 Central European time. We are bringing you the Norseman 2017 Xtreme Triathlon live from Norway. You are looking at our swimmers in Eidfjord at the moment. They've been in the water for 50 minutes at this point, according to the clock I have in front of me. And the first athletes are about to leave the water anytime in the next few minutes. So there we have our leading group of 1, 2, 3, 4 athletes at the front there. They set out at 5 o'clock this morning. Just before 5 o'clock they hit the water. The race started from behind the line of safety boats, and this group of 4 have been out in front pretty much ever since. When they exit the water very, very shortly, the GPS, they'll jump up on their bikes, the GPS will kick in, and we'll be able to tell you who is who and who is leading the 2017 Norseman, the 15th Norseman Xtreme Triathlon, the ultimate triathlon on the face of the earth. And we will be bringing you the action here throughout the day. It can't be. They're only really a few meters from the shore here now. So this is where the excitement starts to ratchet up a notch as they leave the water and make their transition, the first transition there. Of course, very important to the athletes out in front, to the elite athletes, not to waste any seconds whatsoever. There we go now. We can see how close the athletes are to the first transition point. We did mention a little bit earlier on, Doug was saying that's not really a spectator sport, and indeed that is true. It's a 226 metre course, but a 226 kilometre course, but we have plenty of them there now, and we have a reporter down here. There he is, Marit, yeah.
You guys in the studio now. Woohoo! They don't look that drunk this year. A little bit drunk, maybe? A little bit dizzy? Yes? Toril? The race manager, how was it to welcome the 3 first athletes?
Excellent, and it's exciting as well, you know. 3 at the same time, so it's great. Yeah, everything good so far.
Do you know who they are?
No, the second one, Rikard something. No, I don't know. No. I didn't even see them.
No,
you know,
it doesn't matter. It was the 3 first.
Lars Christian? Yeah, Lars Christian, okay. They say here. Yeah. He was the first one.
Do you know the time? Like 50 minutes?
Yeah, let's check. Yeah, just about 51, 52.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay,
so that's a great swim. Yeah. Good conditions.
Yes, and when can you expect the first female?
Not very far away, I think. No, but... Because the best for you, I'm not sure actually, because I don't know how they're doing today. But normally the females could be as good swimmers as the males.
So how is it to finally welcome the first athletes here on the beach?
Excellent. It's excellent. We've been working hard now, and the crew is amazing. They've been up all night, and now we're going.
And I'm sure you are excited for the whole day. It's a long journey for everybody and for you as well.
Of course, of course. So this would be excellent. This would be great.
And if you should say one thing about Norseman, what should it be? Like one sentence or one word, except of the ultimate triathlon.
Basic, true, and unique.
Have a nice day.
You too.
Det var Toril, that was Toril, the race manager today for Norseman here in Eidfjord. And now they are in transition one. The three first swimmers, they are changing to the bike leg. They will have narrow and steep hills up to Hardangervidda. And of course, a very long journey ahead of them. And then they will change to run leg. But we are waiting for 238 more athletes, actually. And we can see them under a bridge there, yes. And all the people there, they are supporters, the real heroes. They are helping the athletes through the day.
Thank you very much indeed, Marit. Marit out in the field at transition one, where the swimmers are exiting the water there. It was Lars Christian Wold, number 3 on his swim cap, who exited the water first. He is our leader for the time being. At the moment, he will be stripping off his wetsuit as fast as he can, getting into his cycling kit and getting up on his bike for the start of the 180-kilometre bike ride as we watch our second group leaving the water. There we go, and he is already up on his bike, and we have our car out in front of him. I think that's Lars Christian that we're looking at now. We're out ahead of him. You can see the day starting to brighten up there, a little bit ahead of Lars Christian. Very quickly, we want to refer to a question that has been asked on Twitter on the NXTRI 2017 hashtag. Keith Brown wondering about the current in the water. The current favours the athletes at the moment, Keith. So the little bit of a current that we have is favouring the athletes, enable them to get through the 3.8 kilometre swim in around about 53, 54 minutes. And you can see our leading cyclist there is out on the road. They have their lamps on. They need to have their lights on at all times, of course, on this course. So that's one of the rules that they have. And he set off at a fairly cracking pace. No sign of the other two athletes who left the water at the same time as him there. But we're just trying to catch up and see who we've got now. We know that there are, is it 2 or 3 cyclists on the road already, if not more. So we're already into the second phase of this triathlon. This is the one that is going to take plenty of time. It was 180 kilometers of a cycle, and you can see right behind, I think that's Lars Christian there, right behind him, he has his support team coming up behind him in the van where they'll have his nutrition, everything else like that. Doug, apparently the support team is not allowed to have a whole lot to do with him right at this moment in time. Is that correct?
At this point, you're not allowed to have any support until you reach the top of the waterfall, Vøringsfossen. Now for the next 30 minutes, he'll be completely on his own. They can meet up there and help him, but most likely these guys will just check that he's okay and then continue. Yep. So no support vehicles are allowed to track their athletes or even be in front of them. So these cars you see here are just race related, and we'll move on as soon as our camera car is out of the way.
Okay, so they'll just drive past him there. So he looks like he's setting off there. There's a small minor adjustment there. He has his left arm up in the air, adjusting his kit as he goes along. The transition was very, very quick there. Out of the wetsuit, get rid of the swim cap, get into the cycling kit, get the helmet on, and off they go. So that is our leader, Lars Christian, by the looks of things. We are going back down to the water now, where our swimmers are still... some of our swimmers are still making their way towards. I see a swim cap number 14. Maybe we can find out who that is there as they exit the water there. The water looks quite calm there. Our volunteers on hand to help them out of the water and give them just a little bit of encouragement there. Marit, when we spoke to her there, she mentioned that they didn't look that drunk. Now, I can guarantee you that none of these athletes has been doing any form of drinking whatsoever. I'd imagine most of them haven't had a drink for about 3 months after the preparations that they put into that. What, of course, Marit is referring to is the fact that they've just been in the water for the guts of an hour. The water's 14 degrees, so whilst it's not extremely cold, it's not that hot either. And, of course, there is an enormous amount of physical effort required to take take them through the 3.8 kilometers of the swim. So what can happen there, and this is why we have our volunteers right down there, is that they're getting helped out of the water because they can feel slightly unbalanced. They haven't been walking for an hour or more, so they've exerted a lot of energy, so they can be stumbling a little bit. They can be a little bit dizzy. As you can see, very, very quick transition there. They're handing over the swim caps, trotting up there to where the bicycles are. If we have a look at the leaderboard, we are going to bring you the first look at the leaderboard, and our leader is indeed our Norwegian friend Lars Christian Wold, who came out in a time of 53 minutes and 37 seconds for the swim. Richard Rozok there in second place. He came out just slightly behind, 4 seconds behind. And Lars Petter Stormo from Norway as well. So we have, let me see, 1, 2, 3 Norwegians in the top 4. And the Swede Henrik Wahlberg came out a little bit after that again. So still quite tight at the top there. But we can see that there are plenty of swimmers who have already made it onto dry land and who are making their way up towards their bicycles now and setting off for the 180 kilometres. It's a huge distance, essentially. I mean, that's pretty much a stage of the Tour de France or a similar sort of a professional race. So that's what they're facing into after the 3.8 kilometre swim here. You can see an awful lot of well-wishers and onlookers gathered. This is one of those strategic points on the course, Dog, where it's quite easy to gather and have a look. But I'd imagine that this will mostly be sort of friends and families and locals in Eidfjord.
This is the community of Eidfjord showing up, getting up early on a Saturday morning. This is the supporters, other friends and family.
Yes, so they're out there early in the morning now. I would imagine they wouldn't be up as early as the athletes themselves, but certainly they'd make their way down there to cheer on their friends and their loved ones. As we see, still quite tight together. So the field hasn't spread out maybe as much as one might have expected. There's certainly a difference of several minutes between the top of the field and the bottom, and indeed it's going to take some of the athletes out there a long time to get to this point. But they seem to be in good spirits as they go along. Bit of a fist bump there, so it's very interesting to see people coming out there. Is that our first woman competitor that we've noticed? Carla Schubiger of Switzerland came out of the water in a time of 58 minutes and 57 seconds. So she is currently leading the women's race here at the Norseman 2017. So we have our men's leader out there and we have our women's leader out there, and they are now heading towards, and we indeed in second place there we have Meredith Hill. Is that an Australian flag there? But those things it seems to be. And then we have Becky Ford there as well. So some of our as we look at Mohammed there, our triathlete from Morocco via the USA. Mohammed, of course, is a bronze medal winner at the Paralympics in Rio de Janeiro a few years back. And we've spoken to Mohammed about his ambitions for this race. Mohammed has actually competed once before. As you notice there, he was making his way up towards the transition on a pair of crutches. He was born with one leg shorter than the other, and he's previously won the white T-shirt. The white T-shirt is the prize that goes to those who finish the race here at the hotel at Gaustablik. The black T-shirt, the coveted black T-shirt, is the prize for those who finish the race here behind us at the summit of Gaustatoppen. That is what they are heading for. That is 226 kilometres from the start line, and they are on their way and well underway towards us. Dog, your impressions of the race so far? Is this the fast race that you expected, or are we pretty much on time?
I think we're pretty much on time for now. Yeah, we've got some fast athletes out there, so it's going to be very interesting to see now. My biggest surprise currently is the swim time with Jordan Rapp.
Yes.
But we'll see how he manages when the bike starts. Okay,
Jordan Rapp, of course, one of the athletes that we interviewed when we did our little meeting at the hotel in Eidfjord the other day. Jordan comes from America. Do you think his time is a little bit slow, a little bit quick? Is it where you expected? Just under the hour there. Jordan exited the water in 59 minutes and 38 seconds. So he is approximately 6 minutes behind the leaders. So, Jordan will be up on his bike. He's probably up on his bike already, it has to be said. There'll be a quick transition there. We are 1 hour and 2 minutes into the race, and it's all starting to get very, very exciting indeed. Jordan, of course, from California. We spoke about the fact that he has been in Norway for a few days training. He's been out having a look around the course. Beautiful images of the low cloud there hanging just over the fjord. A most enchanting place here, most enchanting surroundings to have a triathlon. Just a quick reminder to those of you watching around the world, feel free to pose your questions on the NXTRI 2017 hashtag. You can also leave comments on the Norseman's Facebook page. and we are live with you on YouTube and on nrk.no. We are going to have a look at some of our cyclists and see where they are along the road. Yeah, there you go. You can see the support cars, and indeed, this is a regularly trafficked road, so you will get people who are sort of out early on Saturday morning looking after their errands. But at the moment, we have support cars behind two of the leading group who are out on the road now. Let me see. As I say, an hour and 3 minutes into the race, they're just starting off the 180-kilometre cycle there. Could you describe this part of the course for us a little bit, Dog? Is this is it a climb straight away? Is it relatively flat?
Now they're on a flat section, which is basically the first 6-7 kilometers. What we see here is the athletes just leaving the main road, going on to the old road, which is outside the main road tunnels. A couple of kilometers, they will get back on the main road for a kilometre or two, and then leave and up through the Moba Valley, go on the old road. Okay,
so at the moment they're kind of separated from the regular traffic. We just saw them swing off the road there between the two road cones, and they're now separated from the traffic, so it's pretty clear for them for the first 5 or 6 or 7 kilometres for the most part.
Yes.
Yeah. The conditions that we saw there doesn't appear to have been any rain overnight, so the conditions appear to be quite dry for the cycling. That's quite important because it can be very, very treacherous, especially on the newly laid asphalt in some parts of the course that we saw yesterday, especially on the downhill parts of the course. There's some very, very serious hairpin bends there. Of course, you're going to have this kind of structure to the road as you go up the gradient here. We're talking about what some of the peaks here are sort of 1,200 metres, 1,300 metres, 1,400 metres above sea level, right?
So when they finish the first major climb now, they'll be at approximately 1,300 metres, which is the highest point of the bike course.
The highest part of the bike course. That's a fairly considerable height to be getting up to. And the gradient at the beginning, if I remember correctly, it's around about 7% or so. So it's tough, but it's not that tough. But the hardest part of the gradient comes a little bit later on in the race, where it gets up to as much as 9%. A steady stream of athletes exiting the water here in Eidfjord, just by the Quality Hotel there. We can see the names and numbers ticking in all the time. Becky Hoare there, Norwegian athlete, she came in at 1 hour, 5 minutes and 24 seconds, 11 minutes and 46 seconds behind the leaders there. So plenty of them exiting the water. It's quite a quick pace. The athletes having been helped along by a very, very slight current that was in their favour. I'm sure they'll be hoping to get a little bit of wind at their backs, but there are no guarantees with the Norwegian weather. They would like a little bit of a wind. Yeah, if we could talk just a little bit, Dog, about when we get from the water here to the cycling part of it. This is not your standard bike that you'll just pick up in a regular sports shop somewhere. These are quite expensive machines that our athletes are using. Is that correct?
Yeah, these are on the course today. You'll basically find two kinds of bikes. You'll find the specific triathlon bikes, and you'll find a lot of road race bikes adapted for triathlon. Okay. The nature of the course makes it a personal decision on, as a tri bike is more towards flat terrain. Some athletes would actually prefer having an adapted road bike for this race. Okay. But you'll find both kinds, and but not the really cheap ones, to put it that way.
So you wouldn't be getting your standard mountain bike and just popping off there. These bikes would be very, very light as well. What would you be talking about in terms of weight for those bikes?
You'll find bikes from 7 kilos to 10 kilos, but I don't think you'll find a lot that weighs more than 10 kilos.
Not a whole lot more than 10 kilos. A fairly spectacular image there as we wait on some of our cyclists. I think at that point there they'll be coming out from the mountain there. You can see the very low cloud there hanging over the road. That is our camera crew in a car there. We have our cameraman lying flat in the back of the car and following the drama out there on the course this morning. Really, really spectacular images, it has to be said, of a tremendously beautiful part of the world. Again, I'd encourage you, if you ever have the chance to make your way to Eidfjord or to get to Norway, it's well worth a look along this beautiful road there. Can we see a number there? We have two riders very, very close together. We can't see who is who at the moment, but we might be able to see if we can check on the GPS tracking system who is who. It was Lars Christovold who was the first athlete out of the water there. And we can see already that himself and Rosok are out in front of the field. So there's a little bit of a difference there. Not much between the two of them. As you can see, maybe 20, 25, 30 metres there between the two of them at the moment. There is an awful lot of racing left to do here today. This is the map of the course. This is our GPS tracking system taken directly from Dag Oliver's computer there. So if we zoom in a little bit and we can maybe hover over, there we have Lars Christovold. He's our leader at the moment. And if we go back to our next competitor there, you can see the name and the number comes up. So if you go onto the website of the Norseman Xtreme Triathlon, you can follow pretty much any athlete. As soon as they get out of the water, the GPS system starts to track them, and we can keep an eye on them live throughout the day there and see how far they have come and how they are doing. As I say, our cameraman lying flat in the back of the car here is going to be spending a good 7 or 8 or 10 hours there, bringing us this very, very dramatic and beautiful race. Just looking at the cycling technique there, of course, there is 180 kilometres to cycle, but there's a difference between this and normal bicycle racing. For those who've been watching the Giro d'Italia or the Tour de France recently, this is not team racing, so you don't have the benefit of 5 other riders helping you out, Dog. Does that change things somewhat, I suppose?
Long distance triathlon is an individual sport, so when you're on the bike, you're on your own. They call it a non-drafting race, which means that you need to be at minimum 12 meters from the athlete in front of you. So if you're passed by another athlete, you need to drop down and leave a space of minimum 12 meters. So you're not in the draft win of anyone else.
Okay, so the athlete in second place here now, he can't just cycle up and behind our leader and just sort of sit in his slipstream and benefit from that. He has to keep a distance of 12 meters.
Yes, unless you want to risk a chat with one of our marshals on motorbikes on the course and risk a time penalty.
Indeed, our marshals and our volunteers out on the course, they are lovely people, but they are also there to make sure that the rules are followed. And you can get some idea of the gradient there from our car that is following our leader, Lars Kiste. You can see that it's started to get a little bit tougher there. As I mentioned, the gradient is about 7 to 8% in this part of the course there. So it's not particularly violent. There are worse gradients a little bit further along. But at the moment, they're into the first climb here, and I think it's the first of 5 climbs all told in this 180 meters or 180 kilometers of cycling. If it was 180 meters, it wouldn't be much of a cycle at all. But as Dag was saying there are time penalties. So if the athlete themselves, if the triathlete or their support team, and this is very, very important, if they misbehave in any way, if they were to engage in drafting, as Dag said, or anything like that, there is a 5-minute penalty. So basically, when they get to the next transition, they'll be told you have broken one of the rules, or your support team has broken one of the rules. So have a seat there and you'll be ready to go in another 5 minutes. I'm sure it must be very, very difficult, especially for the athletes at the top of the field, or for those hoping to win the black t-shirt here, to be told you've got to sit and wait for 5 minutes, Dog.
Yeah, for sure. But again, this is part of the game. So you know the rules, you know what to expect, and this is why with the top athletes we seldom experience having to penalise them.
Yeah, I wonder, is there any sort of appeals process to our race director Thoril out on the course? Can an athlete say, "Oh no, I didn't do it," or "I didn't mean it," or that kind of thing, or is it a fairly quick judgment and punishment?
You get issued a penalty, but you can always dispute that when the race is finished. You have a couple of hours where you can hand in a protest. You pay a fee and then you protest, and if then our jury goes to work and will come to a decision. But under drafting penalty, very often it's there is usually a reason that you get the penalty.
Yeah. As you can see here, our second place competitor keeping his distance from the car in front. Of course, they're not allowed to use anything in their surroundings there to gain any benefit from that at all there. So as Dag was saying, they very deliberately stay away from any car that passes them by. We have to remember that these roads are open to the general public. We don't shut down half of Norway to bring you this race, as we race across these 226 kilometres. So at points they're going to be passed out by by cars, etc. But they're not allowed to just sort of hop into their slipstream and gain the benefit of that from a second or two. Otherwise, they will, of course, be having a chat with the marshals, and they will be sat down and put to one side for 5 minutes, of course. And 5 minutes, it doesn't sound like a whole lot of the course of a race, that the course record is 10 hours and 34 minutes, but it can be absolutely crippling for an athlete who is hoping to get onto the podium, or is hoping to make a top 10 or indeed a top 160 finish. Again, we haven't, if we look into the background here, we cannot yet see the top of the mountain, but I can assure you it's there. There's a big mast there behind it. The first time I saw it myself yesterday, of course I've seen the images of it, but I compared it to seeing the Lord of the Rings there. This is the destination. This is where everybody wants to get to, and all the athletes that you have out in the field there, that's what they're thinking of. They want to make this black t-shirt. They want to be among the 160 who get to Gaustatoppen and who complete their race up there. The other 90 athletes or 86 athletes, they will complete it here at our commentary position, or a short distance from our commentary position. One of the things that we will be doing, of course, a lot later on in the day, is we'll be bringing you interviews both from out in the field, but also with the winners and with the athletes who make it here to the finish line. We have been on the air broadcasting live for the last hour and 14 minutes. We can tell you that many of the athletes have already completed the 3.8 kilometre swim, and here are our leaders. I think it's Lars Christovold who is out in front there, and they're getting close together now. So there appears to be second place. Rostov in second place there is making a bit of a play for the lead there, just cruising past. So we have him taking the lead there. Rostov, I think we'll have to check the background there, but he's just overtaken Lars Kistler there now.
I don't think this is actually the leaders. I think this is down to Hovda Stormo.
Okay, yes, we're sort of slightly further down the field. Yeah, so our car has slowed down a little bit. So we're still among the leading group, so to speak, certainly among the top 10 or 12 athletes out there. But a very, very quick pass there. And you can see, as Dog was saying, the riders passed out immediately, just slacks off a little bit in order to get this 12-metre gap that there has to be. Number 24, Meredith Hill, I don't think that's quite correct. A few little teething problems with our graphic system, but we'll get that sorted out as we go along. It's a huge operation here to bring together the GPS system, the leaderboard, and indeed our reporters out in the field with their cameras and with their reporters. What we have seen so far here this morning, since we came on air at 4:45 Central European time, we have seen the 246 athletes make their way out on the ferry into Eidfjord. We see them drop into the water and line up behind the safety boats. Then at exactly 5 o'clock Central European time, the race got underway. We had a small bunch of 3 to 4 swimmers who took off at a cracking pace ahead of everybody else, opened up a gap of about a minute when they got to transition 1 as they left the water. We are now into the cycling stage of the race, the 180 kilometre cycle, which has started for many of the athletes. For those who've already exited the water, they have a series of 5 climbs to get through. And excuse me, as Dog was saying, this is an individual race, so they don't have any help from teams here. They have their support cars with them, but they're not allowed to offer any support for the time being. The only thing they can offer along the way is they can offer nutrition, they can offer warm clothing, they can offer hydration. The athletes aren't allowed to hold on to the support cars. They are not allowed to drive or cycle in the slipstream of the support cars. And there we see a couple of cars just choosing to take this opportunity to pass people out. The narrow or relatively narrow winding roads here in Norway, you don't get too many opportunities to pass out an athlete. And lovely to see the local traffic there giving our cyclists a wide berth there, because of course if you're to cycle by at high speed and they'll be buffeted a little bit by the breeze of your passing there. We can see a car there in the background with a box on top. Wouldn't surprise me if that maybe was one of the support cars, or indeed the support car for this particular athlete. So it can be hard enough. It's going to be a little bit jammed out there on the road today, Dog, with 246 athletes, their support cars. You wouldn't want to get caught behind the field as you go out to do your Saturday morning shopping. How difficult is it to negotiate with the local authorities, with the police, with the local council to get a race like this to happen?
Both road authorities, police, and local councils are very positive and open to us running Norseman. We have a very good safety crew.
Yep.
We have very good plans for the whole race, which with this in place and with our race manuals and the rules and regulations for the athletes and support vehicles, makes it easy to get approvals for running the race.
We're going to have a quick look. If we can bring up the map there. Yeah, Dog has the map here, and this is part of the GPS tracking system here. So you can see how the field is quite spread out at the moment. We have our leaders there. There is Moba.
Basically, Lars Christian has now entered the old road. This is a spectacular section, which we hopefully may see a little bit of later. But where they go through a massive rock slide. Just up, very steep now for a kilometer, and then they enter into one of the tunnels, the only tunnel on the main road where they will go inside. Here they will go alongside with traffic, so going through the tunnel and then back onto the old road.
Yeah, as you can see here, of course, I think the white line that you see on the map here is highway number 7. And if you look at this, this basically looks like a child has designed it, right? It looks like a series of squiggles. But what we're seeing here is the tunnel that's inside the mountain there. So this is what the cyclists have to deal with. The gradient there is quite steep. You're talking about going up several hundred meters in altitude in this very, very severe hairpin. The dark line there that you see is the path that the cyclists take, and the white line is essentially the path that the support cars will take. So you can see that's very, very tight, an awful lot of hairpin bends there going uphill for the cyclists as they go along. And the Våring Foss Cafeteria and Souvenir, is that where the waterfall is? That's the first place that they can receive support?
That's where the waterfall is, and this is the first place that they can actually receive support.
Okay, so at the moment there's a little bit of a sort of a deviation, so to speak. They're on the old road and they go into the tunnel there, and they're pretty much on their own until they get to the waterfall. And that's the first point that, on our course today, that they can receive any sort of nutrition. Would they have eaten or taken anything to drink when they came out of the water there at the swim at Transition 1?
Yes, they would probably take a gel or some kind of bar, because you have a fairly flat section to start off on a bike. So this is where you have time to actually get some food before you start the climb, and your heart rate increases to a level where it's no fun to eat any longer.
Yeah, of course, the important thing is to make the most of those times when they do have a chance to rehydrate or a chance to eat. You'll see an awful lot of this movement as they sit on the bikes or with their arms out in front. You'll see an awful lot of this. There'll be arms going back into the pockets of their cycling shirts there, and that's where they'll store these gels and bars and that kind of thing. As Dog was saying, of course, it's no fun to be eating these when your pulse is up very, very high. So when they're on the climbs and that kind of thing, they won't bother. What, on average, how many calories would you burn? I think somebody mentioned to me you need to be eating about 300 calories an hour. Is that correct, or should they be eating more or less? Or is that a very individual thing, would you say?
I think it's a very individual thing, but I don't have the exact numbers on this, but I expect throughout a Norseman day it would vary from 5,000 to 10,000 calories being burnt by the average athlete. Okay,
5,000 to 10,000 calories being burned by the average athlete. Now, I seem to remember reading in some Swedish newspaper recently that the average person eats between 2 and 2. I think the recommendation is that you would eat between 2 and 2,500 calories. So a triathlete taking part in the Norseman, the ultimate triathlon on planet Earth, is going to basically get through the same amount of energy as 4 normal people in a day. I think that tells you or gives you some idea of the scale of the challenge and the physical effort that's required here today. As I mentioned, we start with a 3.8 kilometre swim. Then there is the 180 kilometres on the bike, which our leader, Lars Christian, and the rest of the field are undertaking at the moment. After that, there will be the 42.2 kilometre run, which for our winners will finish up behind us at Gaustlatoppen. We can see there in the background that the sun is out, the clouds are beginning to burn off, and the Norseman 2017, the 15th edition of the Norseman Ultimate Triathlon, is well underway. already. We've had a little bit of a look at the leaderboard there. At the very, very start of the race, we had everybody quite bunched together in the water there. Then a small group started to increase their lead a little bit. But now, when they get out on the road, it seems to me that the distances are increasing quite quickly, so to speak. I think with the distance between first and second there, it looks like maybe it's not a whole lot. Maybe it's 50, 60 metres. But of course, they came out of the water. Everybody came out of the water together there. So if we just have a quick look there, maybe...
Looks like Lars Christian now has well over a kilometre lead on Mr. Rosok. And then we have Allan Hovda coming close behind, and then Lars Petter Stormo coming up just behind Allan. We'll now lose track of Lars Christian Woll as he is now in the tunnel where we'll have no GPS tracking.
Okay, but we know he's gone into the tunnel and we would expect him to come out the other side in a very, very short time. That means that 3 of the top 4 at the moment are Norwegian athletes. This is the Norseman. We're not going to say that they have any benefit of it, but right now the sort of home knowledge, the knowledge of the course seems to be paying off just a little bit, but there is a long, long way to go here at the Norseman. We're just into the cycling for most of it. There will still be some athletes in the water, so even though we haven't talked to our reporters there for a little while, we know some athletes will still be in the water. The first cut-off in this race is at 2 hours and 15 minutes. 2 hours and 15 minutes. So they have, a little under an hour to go before the first cut-off will kick in there at 7:15 Central European time. It is now 24 minutes past 6 in the morning here in Norway. We'd like to welcome you once again to this live broadcast of the 2017 Norseman Ultimate Triathlon here in Norway from Eidfjord to where the finish line here in Gaustatoppen in a good few hours' time. Make sure to drop your questions into the NXTRI 2017 hashtag there. If you have any questions, any greetings you'd like to send, pass them on to us here in the studio and we shall do our best to deal with them. I see Peter is watching there. Peter, we hope you're enjoying the broadcast here this morning and that you'll stay with us throughout the day here. We'll be taking 1 or 2 little breaks as we go along, but for the most part, we will be with you all day and long into the night here as our 246 athletes make their way around the course. As Dog was just mentioning, at the moment we don't have any pictures because we're on the old road for the cyclists. So our leading group of cyclists is now in a tunnel there where our cars can't drive. So our coverage cars can't drive, the support cars can't drive either. So at the moment we are a little bit blind. I think if we can bring up the map there again, we can see that Lars Christian Wold has gone into the tunnel there, and that's where the signal stops. So the next time that his marker will move on our GPS tracking system will be when he comes out the other side. Was it Lars Christian that won last year's race?
No. Lars Petter Stormo won last year. Lars Christian finished 3rd. Okay.
Lars Petter, of course, he won last year's race. He's in 4th position at the moment. So 3 of the top 4 are Norwegians. So we can see now that Lars Petter is just behind Lars Christian. It's getting very, very hard to keep up with these Norwegian names, Dog. I'm going to have to get you to help me out
during
the day.
You're excused.
So we may get the odd mix-up, but we can see the top 3 seem to have come into the tunnel there on the old road. Highway 7 here in Norway that leads from west to east, and it is going to deliver our athletes to us during the day here. 246 of them out on the course, some still in the water. Plenty of them have already made it onto their bicycles and are hot-footing it towards the next part of the race, which is going to be a good 6 or 7. How long will it take? 6 or 7 hours for the 180 kilometres cycling? What would be a good time for that?
Anything below 6 hours is a very good time.
That'd be extremely good, yes.
But we're in that area.
We're in that area. So about 6 or 7 hours for our elite competitors. And then, of course, they have the small matter of a marathon to finish off this extreme triathlon, the ultimate triathlon known to man. We're going to see maybe if we can bring up the leaderboard. We haven't got it just yet. But as I say, the race started there at 5 o'clock this morning. Very, very pleasant weather conditions so far this morning. No rain so far. 14 degrees in the air, 14 degrees in the water. Dry under the wheels of the bicycles as they kick off there. We're going to have a quick look here at, I think this is just from the first timing point, yeah? So yeah, the bike, the first timing point at Øvre Eidfjord. Lars Christian Wold in first position there. Richard Rosok in second position, slightly behind, 1 minute and 33 seconds behind. Alan Hovda in third, 3 minutes and 13 seconds. And hot on his heels, the 2016 winner Lars Petter Stormo, 3 minutes and 22 seconds behind our leader. We have Lasse Alexander from Finstad coming after that, 4 minutes and 51 seconds. And Frederick Schaffner of France, 5 minutes and 8 seconds behind. Then in seventh position, we have our American competitor Jordan Rapp, 6 minutes and 8 seconds behind the leader, and Henrik Wahlberg slightly further back there. Let me see, maybe a minute and a half further back there, the Swede in eighth position. Hans Christian Tungesvik in ninth position there, 8 minutes and 27 seconds behind the leader, and Marius Elvedal. A lot of Norwegian flags there on the leaderboard, so the local knowledge seemed to be paying off there for the Norwegian athletes. Of course, the vast majority of the athletes here taking part in the race seem to be Norwegians. And our leading lady at this point in time, Meredith Hill, is 14 minutes and 8 seconds behind the men's leader, but she is out of the water and she is on her bike there. And second place in the women's race there, Becky Hoare of Norway, a little bit further back. She's a minute behind Meredith Hill there. So for my own part, I'm looking at Ty Cowhig there, the Irish competitor. He is in 25th position. For all of you watching back home in Ireland, 16 minutes and 5 seconds behind the leaders. So there are plenty of people out of the water already. They are up on the bicycle. They are making their way through the 180 kilometres. The first climb, does the first climb finish at the waterfall?
No.
No. So there's still a little bit to go once they get to the waterfall.
Yeah, the first... At the top of the waterfall, you're about 12, 13 kilometers, and the first climb finishes at about 30 kilometers at Dyranut.
Okay.
That's when you're at 1,300 meters of elevation, and that's when you'll hit the top of the Hardangervidda plateau.
Yeah. And that's the highest point of the cycling, I believe.
That's the highest point of the cycling course.
Okay, that's pretty tough. But then again, of course, everybody thinks that, once you get to the top of the mountain, the only way to go is down, that this is going to be great, you can go as fast as you like. But that's not really the case. You have to make your descent in a very controlled manner.
Yeah, and from Dyranut, you have 30 kilometers of Northern Europe's largest highland plateau.
Okay.
So you have a spectacular ride through some of the most flat elements. Okay,
so that's actually a reasonably forgiving part of the race. If you're going to get support there, if you're going to eat, that kind of thing, that'll be the next power point.
If conditions are good, it's a truly spectacular section.
But if conditions are bad...
it can be very rough. This is alpine environments.
Yeah, I think when we drove the course there yesterday, Dog, we actually mentioned that fact because the weather wasn't that great yesterday on Friday as we drove here to Gaustatoppen. And I wonder, does the wind play a factor there as well, depending on which direction it comes from?
For sure. The wind will very much affect you up there because it will hit you straight on. If you have it in front, it'll take time to cross there. If you have it in back, you get some fantastic speeds crossing the plateau, and side wind can hit you very hard because these are wide open spaces.
Yep. I just wondered as well, in terms of the air temperature here this morning, it's a beautiful morning where we are. It was a little bit chilly when we got to our commentary position here this morning, but it's starting to warm up nicely now. As you can see the sun on Gaustatoppen there behind us, so we're hoping that it warms up throughout the day, that we'll be standing here in our t-shirts and getting a little bit of a sunburn on the back of our necks here as we bring you this tremendous race. But you mentioned as well that in the support cars they have clothing, so if a rider gets cold, or indeed if he gets too hot, they can sort of strip off and they can change things as they go along. Is this the standard Scandinavian thing of the more layers you have, the warmer you're going to be, and vice versa? Or do they have specific jackets or whatever that they'll wear for rain?
I think you'll see when they hit the top of the first climb now.
Yep.
A lot of athletes will actually either get handed just a piece of clothing. The fastest ones will get a jacket or something like that.
Yep.
Or they'll stop to pull on loose arms, loose legs, because the climb keeps you warm. But now your speed will increase to 30, 40 kilometers an hour, and you'll need something to keep you warm, which is not the climbing. Yeah,
of course, even if there's not a very strong wind there, where they're out on the bike in this sort of open plateau, there's still going to be an effect there. And if the air is not that warm, they're going to have some sort of protection against it.
Yeah.
One of the things that I wondered about yesterday was the sun. Is this the kind of race where, I mean, people might be used to watching, say, the Ironman from Hawaii, where the temperatures are entirely different, but of course you can still get sunburned even in the winter here in the Norwegian peaks and in the skiing villages around here. Is that something that happens during Norseman, or is that not a factor at all?
We've seen some spectacular sunburns here over the years, but usually that's not our biggest issue, to put it that way.
That's not the biggest issue there. It's usually the rain and the chill from that. So we'll expect maybe if the weather is to continue like this, with this beautiful sunny weather out on the mountains behind us, we might have the odd farmer's tan crossing the line. But it will be some hours before the racers cross the line. They have been on the course now for 1 hour and 32 minutes. The leaders are currently cycling there a good bit. Well, I wouldn't say a good bit, but they certainly come on to the cycling course there. And it looks like our leader has exited the old road. We spoke a little bit earlier on about how Highway 7 splits off a little bit. Our cyclists go along what's called the old road here, so they go through separate tunnels, so we can't see them. They're in there. The GPS tracking system doesn't work until they come out the other side, but it looks from the map that Lars Kiste is out the other side, and indeed the second and third places, Rikard Rosok is out there, and our friend Mr. Hovda is out as well. Neck and neck there between second and third place, according to the GPS system. Hopefully we will have video of them reasonably soon. But we have our top three there, and they seem to be some distance out in front, Dog.
Yeah, now we have no idea what's going on in the tunnel, of course, but looks like Lars Christian is keeping his distance to the others. This is a very steep and windy section where they're on a road that was built 150 years ago.
Yeah, so it wasn't exactly built for triathlon cycling, but that's the challenge that they have to overcome today.
This is the most spectacular bike riding you can have.
And would you, like, when they're setting up the tactics for this race, because race planning is very, very, in terms of nutrition and everything else like that, but would they sort of, we talked about the suffering earlier on, and, you know, this is going to have the buildup of lactic acid in the muscles. It's, you know, they've been swimming for 3.8 kilometers, so there's a lot of energy already being expended. Do you think they have certain points that they want to get to? Is that how you map out the course in your own mind in terms of dealing with the pain, or is it something that you just deal with as it occurs as you go along?
I think this is very individual. It depends on what strategy you as an athlete have. I haven't discussed this with neither of these guys, so I wouldn't want to guess how they plan their mental strategy for the race. Yeah,
it's certainly a question that we'll be asking them as they make it to the finish line here at Gaustatoppen a little bit later on in the day. We mentioned Jordan Rapp, our Californian athlete who's here today. Mohammed is also based in Sacramento in California. How do they acclimatise? Is there a difference for somebody coming from, say, a Californian background or an Australian background and coming here to, you know, slightly lower temperatures, slightly different altitudes and that kind of thing? Is that an advantage that the Norwegian athletes or the Scandinavian athletes maybe have over their competitors here?
Maybe. That said, Californian waters aren't that warm, so getting some cold water swimming there shouldn't be an issue. But preparing for temperatures, I know for a fact that Mohammed, even being from Morocco, really loves rain.
Okay.
So he was actually hoping for rain today.
Yeah.
But it does make sense to prepare for the colder weather.
That's true enough. So well, I suppose I was going to say temperature is probably the least of the worries of these athletes as we go back out to the course, and we are indeed looking at the old road there that race expert Dog Oliver just mentioned. A bit of a thumbs up there, and we have one of our cyclists seem to be stopping. I'm not sure if that's a leisure cyclist.
That was a leisure cyclist.
Yeah, because what we're looking at is on the other side of the road there, over that black railing. You can see the trail there, just like a green line there. And that is where we expect to see the cyclists coming along there. That is the old road built 150 years ago that Dog Oliver just mentioned. Can we see in the distance? Yeah, we're just zooming in there and we can see two of the cyclists there. And this is probably the best illustration yet, apart from jumping off the ferry this morning, of the spectacular views that you can expect from this race here throughout the day. Live on YouTube and live on nrk.no. We're just going to see if we can get our cyclists back in shot there. It looked to be two cyclists very, very close together.
So this is from the section below the Moorbu Tunnel.
Okay.
So this is the rock slide I mentioned earlier.
Yeah. So that's just before they enter the tunnel where they disappear off our GPS system. So we should have a fairly tight bunch of riders coming in together. As we mentioned earlier on, they have to keep a distance of 12 metres between them. If they fail to do so, and if they're seen to be drafting or trying to ride in the slipstream of another rider, there will be a 5-minute penalty at the next transition.
That said, we do make an exception from the official rules of triathlon. When they're on uphills during Norseman, you're allowed to ride side by side.
Okay.
So going uphill, you can actually find a fellow athlete and chat while you're doing your uphills.
I suppose it's nice to have somebody to share the pain with on these 7 to 9 degree gradients, but that's some tremendous images there. You can see the light on the front of the bicycle there. The lights are mandatory. You can see how much power is being exerted there just to keep them going up this particular hill there. Still quite smooth for the most part. With a lot of these endurance races and that kind of thing, you don't want to see jerky movements from swimmers. You don't want to see jerky movements from cyclists. You also don't want to be standing up too much in the saddle at this early stage in the race. But that athlete doing so, you can see now that they're coming thick and fast, the cyclists. The quickest time, I think it was just over 53 minutes when our first athlete left the swim this morning. So less than an hour's swimming done, and now into what is a very, very long cycling stage of 180 kilometres, which is expected to take anything from just under 6 hours and upwards. We can see plenty of athletes here standing up out of the saddle. They'll be choosing a low gear here and getting stuck in as they go along. We are going to catch up with our leaders now, and there we are out on the road. As you can see, the tarmac there looks a little bit on the slick side, so there seems to have been some sort of a shower of rain there overnight, or certainly early this morning. But that is Lars Christevold who is out in front there. Looking very comfortable. We just refer to the fact that we don't like, or you don't like to see jerky movements or anything else like that. But his cycling style, and he still is going uphill at the moment. It's a fairly punishing 7 to 8 degree uphill gradient that Lars Kiste is dealing with at the moment, and indeed all the cyclists will have to deal with that at some point on their way here to Gaustatoppen. But he seems to be quite comfortable. There's not really a whole lot of rocking going on. He's taking a very, very solid line. He's about 10% of the way through the race, or this part of it, 18 kilometres into his race at the moment. So well out in front there at the moment by the looks of things. There doesn't seem to be anybody that we can see anywhere near him at the moment. It's going to be another little while before he has a chance to eat or drink something. He's going to get to the waterfall first, then his support car will be able to help him out a little bit, see if he needs anything.
He's actually been through the waterfall now.
He's been through the waterfall already, yeah.
He's probably been helped a little bit there, and then back on the main road towards Gilo.
Yeah, and he has the long sleeves on there. It looks quite comfortable there. Still a little bit of low cloud there around the place, but he's very much hugging the right-hand lane here, not wasting any energy whatsoever, taking the racing line through all these twists and turns as he goes up there. And you can see there it gets a little bit tighter, a little bit more effort required as the gradient bites there a little bit. Now, one of the interesting things about racing on public roads, Dog, is the fact that our cyclists, and indeed our motorcyclists, as there's one coming up behind here, and our support cars, they all have to follow the rules of the road, right? There are no exceptions here today.
No. These are public roads. Traffic rule applies.
Yep. We are going to go over to one of our reporters out in the field. There's Marit.
Climbing up and up and up to Dyranut, and from there they will reach the wide plateau of Hardangervidda, and provided they avoid the fog, they will bike in a beautiful scenery. As you can see, it's foggy here in Morbudalen, a bit rainy and a bit chilly, but it's okay though. As long as they have enough clothes, they shouldn't be freezing on the bike, especially not up here. And we can see the athletes are coming up here. Some of them take it easy, some of them love climbing. Let's see if we can have a word with this guy. How is it going? You have a good plan for today? He was in a good mood, so far so good for him. How about this guy? How is it going?
I'm fine.
Looking good. Tired or not?
Yeah. Yeah.
He was tired. So far, so good?
So far, so good.
Is it okay?
Lovely.
So what do you think about Måbudalen?
It's brilliant. Come on, the Irish. There we go. There is Marit out in the field talking to the cyclists there. A great atmosphere out on the road. People seem to be very positive, seem to be very much enjoying themselves out there. One of the things I noticed there, Dog, was on the climb that, as you said there a little bit earlier on, no sleeves for the time being. So they're burning up a lot of energy. They're getting very, very warm there as they go along and making their way up that first climb. With overall responsibility for this race so far, we're now 1 hour and 43 minutes into the race. Are you happy with the way things have developed so far this morning?
So far, it looks really, really well. The stuff is progressing as we would hope and expect.
Brilliant. Marit mentioned a little bit about the mist out there in the course. Of course, that is one of the, I wouldn't say it's a risk, but the weather is, of course, always a factor out here. So you get low-hanging clouds and that kind of thing. That can make things a little bit chilly for the riders, right?
The clouds will add humidity, and humidity and speed will cool you down. So dressing accordingly is key to success.
Mm-hmm. And I'm just thinking that certainly on the early part of this climb here, where there's, they can't talk to the support car. Indeed, the support car can't even drive all that close to them because the cyclists go along what's known as the old road, whereas the cars have to take highway number 7. So if you make the wrong decision about your clothing or about your nutrition, you're kind of stuck with that for a few kilometers, right?
This is part of racing. You need to have a plan. So this we do expect from our athletes that they prepare for this and get ready to face it.
Yeah. Of course, the famous military saying that all plans are great until the first contact with the enemy, and sometimes that's when everything goes a little bit wrong. We can see a few spectators out there on the side of the road. We have a motorcyclist out there as well. We have people out there proudly waving the Norwegian flag here at the 15th Norseman, the ultimate triathlon on planet Earth. They are out there good and early. Wherever you're watching around the world, I can tell you that it is 16 minutes to 7 here, Central European time. Our racers, led by Lars Kistevold, our leader there, who just flew past. They've been out on the track now, or on the course, for 1 hour and 44 minutes. Lars Kiste was the first out of the swim in about 53 minutes, a very fast time. They had the benefit of a little bit of a current that helped our swimmers here this morning, and now he's out and well into the cycling portion of the course. When he's done with that, he has the minor matter of a marathon and the final climb up here to Gaustatoppen behind us, where we would expect the course record is 10 hours and 24 minutes. It's very, very early. We can't say whether he's going to make that or not yet, but we're just going to go and have a quick look at the leaderboard if we can there, because at the moment it looks to us like there's a vast amount of racers who have all made it out of the water now. So the first cut-off for the swimming started at 5 o'clock. The athletes made it into the water first, lined up behind the support boats, and then off they went. But the first cut-off is in a half an hour's time. So if you as a triathlete competing in the 2017 Norseman have not made it out of the water at 7:15, your race is over. What have we here?
We have 196 athletes that have now exited the water.
Okay, so 196 athletes out of the water. That leaves us with about 50 athletes still in the water. So those 50 athletes have 30 more minutes or 29 more minutes to make it out of the water. Otherwise, their day is over. Dog, is it not pretty harsh to finish somebody's race at 7:15 in the morning?
Well, again, as we talked about earlier, they know of this when they enter the race, and it's part of the game.
That's part of it. I'm just wondering though, if you look at sort of internationally, if you look at other triathlons and that kind of thing, is that cut-off of 2 hours and 15 minutes, would you feel that's generous, or are you being strict here just to make sure that these people really are at the top of their physical form and that they can manage this race correctly?
I think this is well within the generous limits for what a 3.8 swim should take.
Yep, we shall see if any of our competitors agree with you. If they do not reach that cutoff in 2 hours and 15 minutes time. There are several cutoffs throughout the race, not least the one before the end of the race here. We'll inform you a little bit more about those as they crop up throughout the day. But as Dog was saying, 196 competitors have already completed that 3.8 kilometre swim. They're now up on their bikes and making their way across the 180 kilometre bike ride at the moment. And if we go back, we'll just run down through the leaderboard very, very quickly. Lars Christian Wold is leading the race at this point in time. He is followed by Alan Hovda in second place. Lars Petter Stormo, the 2016 winner, is in third place. And Richard Rosok, who was in second place there for a while, seems to have fallen down to fourth place. Jordan Rapp, our Californian, has made his way up from eighth place. He's now in fifth. Fredrik Schaffner of France is in sixth place, and Lasse Alexander Finstad, the Norwegian athlete, 8 minutes and 29 seconds behind in seventh place at the moment. So they have passed Vöringsfossen, which is the waterfall there. Am I correct?
Yes.
That is what we have passed. And we are back in the studio here now. So we have various timing points along the course. So that's where we work out the split times, the distances between athletes at any given time. Some of it we'll be able to see on the screen. More of it we'll be able to tell you from the leaderboard here. As we mentioned, a lot of the athletes now are going through the first climb here. It's over quite some distance. It's actually the highest point in the course is where that climb ends up. There are a total of 5 climbs along the cycling part of the course before the marathon. We are going back out to the field to hear what our reporters have to say.
Is it okay up Mobidal?
I think it's all right. Yeah.
That was number 96. Hello. How is it going?
Yay!
Number 259.
Whoa.
Number 248.
Super.
Beautiful views of the water, of the mountains. We have Marit out there in the field trying to grab a very, very, very quick word with the cyclists as they fly past her. They seem to be very, very positive. I'm not sure, can't quite see from the images there, Dog, but it looks a little bit damp there. It looks to be a little bit wet on the ground there, so I'm not sure if they've had a quick shower of rain. Indeed, Marit is out there. I think she has her hood up at the moment. I'm not sure if that's to protect her from the wind or if there has been a little bit of rain there.
I'm sure there has most likely been a little bit of rain, but this is so close to the waterfalls and the river, and the gorge here is so narrow, so it basically continues wet and humid down there.
It's continuously damp there. There's Marit, our reporter, out in the field.
Number 254. How is it going?
Really good.
Yes.
There we go. Really good seems to be the answer from most of the competitors who are passing by.
181. How is it going with you? Tired. Yes, tired.
There you go. Competitor 181, a little bit out of breath there as he turned the corner there, putting the effort into climbing. That was Marit there out in the field, giving us some of the atmosphere. As Dog was saying, a little bit damp in that part of the course. There's a gorge there. There's a lot of splashing water and that kind of thing. And of course, like everywhere on the western coast or Norway, or you were saying yesterday, Dog, that the weather out west tends to be more rain. So as they make their way east towards us here at Gaustatoppen, we hope that the weather will be just as fine and that this beautiful bright sunshine will be what welcomes them here later on in the evening. We have a comment there from Bianca. Bianca is giving us great credit for our coverage here. She's been on the hashtag NXTRI2017. Thank you very much for your kind words, Bianca. It's an absolute privilege to be able to bring you this race. And if you have any questions or any comments throughout the day, feel free to put them in under that hashtag. NXTRI 2017. We are, of course, broadcasting live on YouTube and are partnering up today with Norwegian state broadcaster NRK.no. We're delighted to be able to bring you this race today. 196 athletes at the last count had left the water. That's their day of swimming over. They've made the change from the wetsuit. They're up on their bikes. Pleasant enough temperatures out there. I think it's about 14 degrees. Maybe it's going to climb there throughout the day. Certainly in this part of Norway, we have the sun beaming down there behind us on the mountains. So we are going to go back out into the field and see what we can bring. I think we are still with the leaders, or certainly up around the top of the field there. We're not with the leaders right now, but we're certainly having a look at some of the cyclists. And you can see there from the pictures that we're bringing you that these are public roads and that they are, here we go as one of the cars tries to overtake our competitor there. We'll just see if we can find out who this is. We know that that's number 14 who's there. We'll see if we can find out just further down the field. It is Schaffner, Friedrich Schaffner, our French competitor there. He is around about 6th place at the moment. So Friedrich was there in the top 10 coming out of the water, and there seems to be been a little bit of a change. I can tell you that Jordan Rapp is making a bit of a spurt there. He's up to around about 5th place as far as we know. So still tight at the top there. Our leader is still Lars Christian Wold. He's still, I wouldn't say quite a distance out in front, but he certainly has probably a gap of a kilometre down. It's very, very early days to be calling this race, ladies and gentlemen. It is 8 minutes to 7 Central European time. We're coming up on 2 hours of a broadcast here, 2 hours of a race here, but there is still an awful lot of racing left. If we look at last year's course record, which was 10 hours and 24 minutes, well then we're probably about 20% through the race. So now we are into this long, hard, arduous cycle. The first climb, of course, is going to reach the highest point on the cycling course, with 1,400 metres above sea level. It's very, very long, it has to be said, and it's there's very, very little plateauing at all on this part of the course. So it's basically a constant climb for these cyclists over the course of quite a long time. Indeed, when I drove up here yesterday with our race general manager, Doug Oliver, I was struck by exactly how long these climbs are. So there's no real respite at any point along the road. As you can see, the traffic pulling out now to pass Friedrich on the course. Public roads, so they have to obey all the rules of the road as they go along. No exceptions made for the cyclists, no exceptions made for their support teams either. They've been able to receive a little bit of nutrition, maybe put on a jacket to deal with this damp weather this morning. As you can see from the sheen coming off the road, there has been a little bit of rain on that part of the course. As far as we know, the athletes themselves weren't exposed to it, but it's going to make the conditions a little bit more treacherous under the wheels of their very, very light racing bikes. 7 to 10 kilos, as Dog was telling us a little bit earlier on. A lot of these bikes would be made out of carbon fibre, state-of-the-art machines. So not the kind of thing you'd be taking to the shops to get your pint of milk on a Saturday morning. So very much more sort of high-tech than that. Using the lower gears to make their way up there as another car passes out there. And we have our camera car right in front, following Friedrich's progress as he goes. A little bit of a flatter part of the course now. And you can see the car behind him, what looks like a spare bike on top of it. So I'm not sure if anything was to go wrong, if Lars Friedrich was able to use that. We might have a quick look at the leaderboard now just to see where we are on the course. There we go. There we see it. There's Lars Christian Wold at the top of the table at the moment. 1 hour, 48 minutes and 59 seconds into his race. Alan Hovda there in 2nd place, Lars Petter Stormo in 3rd, and Richard Rozok. So a difference of about 5 minutes between the top 4 competitors at the moment. After that, then we go to the bike at Vöringfossen. Jordan Rapp in 5th, Friedrich Schaffner that we were just following there in 6th, and Lasse Alexander Finstad in 7th, Kjell Magnus Antonsson in 8th, Marius Elvedal in 9th, and Hans Christian Tungesvik in 10th position. So most of the top 10 there are Norwegian athletes. If we look further down, we can see that Meredith Hill is leading the women's race just ahead of Becky Hoare there. That lead has increased. That lead is still about the same there. Still about 1 minute between those there. And Kristen Lee, a previous winner of the race, is in 3rd place. She's about maybe 4 minutes behind the women's race leader, Meredith Hill. So still quite tight at the top. Still an awful lot of racing left in this day. We can see they will have been able to take on some nutrition, some hydration. They will have been able to get themselves a change of clothes if necessary. As we go down there, we can see the Irish flag in 25th position there, Tig Cowhig there. We can see that there are plenty of Norwegian flags, but also the Swedish flag there representing Fredrik Ljungström of Sweden. We have Benjamin Sult of Germany there as well. And let me see. We have Reto Scheiss of Switzerland. So a fair spread of athletes from around the world there. We have a Spanish flag there. Jose Manuel Rodriguez Sanchez there, 19 minutes and 57 seconds behind the leaders. Now that just goes to illustrate how quickly the field can become spread out. We've been racing for 1 hour and 57 minutes, and already, as you can see from the leaderboard there is a difference of some 20, 21, 22 minutes just between position 1, which is Lars Christian Wold, and position 50. So it's quite a big distance already. The last one on the leaderboard there, Daniel Prendergast. I see a South African flag there. That's for Daniel, and we hope that anybody who is following the broadcast in South Africa, that they're up early and following us here at the Norseman 2017. We are going to go back out into the field now. Live pictures from the old road as we see our brave cyclists struggling manfully and womanfully, pumping their legs there, the watts of power carrying them around the corner there, around the railing, getting a few words of encouragement there from the volunteers, from the stewards that are dotted around the course. Some 150 people giving their time freely to make sure that this race happens safely today, helping out the athletes, helping out the support teams, helping out the spectators along the way. As you can see there, just at the bottom left of your picture, you can see the water flowing there, adding to the dampness in the air. There we go. There's a little bunch of cyclists, a little knot of cyclists cycling together there. As Dag was saying earlier on in the broadcast, they are not allowed to draft, so you can't use the person in front of you and just ride in their slipstream. You can't allow them to protect you from the wind. This is individual cycling. It's not team cycling. In the Tour de France, you will often see a phalanx of riders protecting their team principal. That, of course, is not allowed here. And you can see the amount of power being exerted there. And these cyclists in quite a low gear there, making a fair few revolutions per minute there, just to make very, very hard meters up this gradient, Dog. Have you cycled any parts of this course yourself? Have you ever taken your bike out on a Saturday morning like these guys are doing, and just to sample the delights of the Norseman course?
I've sampled parts of the Norseman course, but I've actually never completed the race myself.
You never completed the whole course?
Nope.
Well, I mean, in fairness, you can take credit from many, many others completing the case, because without your efforts and the efforts of your team, I don't think any of us would be here. Is there anything in particular that stands out about this part of the course? Is it a very, very difficult climb, this one?
It's a steep climb. It's mentioned an old road, but most of all, it's just spectacular.
Yeah. And but I suppose on the climbs, maybe when you get to the plateau, the biggest plateau in Northern Europe, the biggest mountain plateau in Northern Europe there, you can probably enjoy it more. But during the climb, can you look around you at all on the climb, or are you just more concerned about making it to the very top there?
No, that's when you really can enjoy it, because you have low speeds. You don't need to be as focused on the road. You can look around and
entertain yourself with the beautiful scenery here in Norway. We started out this morning with a swim. It's exactly 2 hours ago since this race started in Eidfjord in Norway. They are making their way from west to east to Gaustatoppen here in Norway. The Norseman 2017, the 15th edition of this race. I think we are back. Are we back with the leaders there? Is that Lars Christian there at the very front of the race? Lars Christian Wold is our leader there. He is a lead of about a little over 3 minutes there, out in front, and a fair distance between him and Hovda in second place. After that, we have let me see. After that, we have third and fourth, Sormo and Richard Rosok are there quite close together, but the starting to thin out at the front of the field there. It's going to be interesting to see what way the tactics work on this. I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with Lars Christian as he seeks to fish up something out of one of his pockets there. I'm not familiar with his tactics. Even when we asked some of the riders questions about their tactics for the race, they weren't really forthcoming. They don't like to share too much publicly before the race. So I'm just wondering if Lars Christian, if he's trying to build up a big lead and then let the others sort of reel him in a little bit, or is he just sort of, cycling within himself now and sort of taking this at his own pace?
I think Lars Christian knows pretty well the capabilities of especially the Norwegian guys when it comes to the run. So That said, I know that Lars Christian has had a spectacular season. He is supposed to be in very, very good shape, so that his run pace may have increased, and he knows that he can limit the distance he needs to the rest of the guys to manage this. But basically, on the bike, you need to want to make the gap. You would need to make the win on the run, because if guys come up from behind you on the run and catch you anyway,
yep,
you're gone.
I'm just imagining how soul-destroying it must be. We talked a little bit earlier on about Zombie Hill, the final part of the race here, and somebody passing you out there must be very hard to deal with emotionally. We're going to go to some of the comments that we have had so far on the NXTRI 2017 hashtag. We have Sander there saying that they are watching the Norseman Xtreme Triathlon. Great coverage. Thank you very much indeed. And they're saying go Rap Star, and I'm wondering if that is not... It is indeed Jordan Rap from California there. So plenty of people following Jordan's rap around the world. Jordan's race around the world. We also have some more credit for our coverage. We are delighted to be able to bring it to you here, both on YouTube and on nrk.no. The climb still ongoing there for Lodge by the looks of things. And right behind him, we can see somebody heading off for their Saturday morning paddle. At the moment, they are stuck behind the leader of the Norseman 2017 race. They, like the rest of the field, are going to have to wait for an opportunity to pass him out. But unlike the rest of the field, it looks like this car is going to have an opportunity to pass the leader long before anybody else in the field will. We are 2 hours and 3 minutes into the race here. In terms of tactics and in terms of the disciplines needed here, we've seen some excellent swimming performances there. Richard Rostov, for example, was out there Richard Rosok was out there reasonably quickly out of the water, now in 4th place on the cycle. I'm sure that would these athletes have one particular element that they are better at than others? Some might be lethal marathon runners, but maybe not that good on the bike, or are they sort of equally good at all elements of the triathlon?
Well, with these guys at the top, to win Norseman, you need to be good at all 3 disciplines.
Across the board, yeah.
If you go back 10 years, being a good cyclist would give you the win, because the cycle part is so long and so steep that being a strong cyclist would give you the win. You could maybe catch up a half an hour from behind if you were a slow swimmer and still win the race. Yeah. But these days, with triathletes being so much more all-rounders in all disciplines, you will need to manage all 3 disciplines very well to do the win. Yeah. If you're doing the race for fun, most likely you do have a discipline where you're stronger and that you enjoy more. You could come from a running background, you could come from a cycling background, you come from a swimming background, or neither of them at all.
This seems to be, I'm looking at Lars Christian, it's very, very hard to tell what his strong suit is at the moment. He was our leader coming out of the water after the 3.8k swim. He is our leader now, maybe 20 or 30 kilometres into the cycle as well, still making his way up. And this is a very, very punishing climb here at the start of the race, the first of 5 climbs as well. You have to start to wonder about the sanity of people taking. You have to be just a little bit crazy to take part in this, the ultimate triathlon on the face of the earth. It is the Norseman Xtreme Triathlon 2017. You can see him standing up on the pedals now, out of the saddle, so you get some idea of the massive physical effort required to take himself up this first climb there. A little bit of an adjustment now, going for the centre handlebars. Can't really seem to get comfortable there, trying to find the best position, the optimal position here on the bike to generate the most power possible, to retain this sort of aerodynamic shape. You can see the elbows tucked in there, so no wind resistance whatsoever. Every little margin is being sought here. Every second counts on this cycle here. They're trying to build up as much of a lead as possible. Dag, you've been involved in triathlon in Norway for a long time. How has it changed over the years? Do you see more elite athletes now, more people spending more time and more money practicing, or is it a different kind of athlete who's getting involved in the sport now?
Triathlon in Norway has been evolving massively over the last 7-8 years. It's been completely changing from being a sport for middle-aged men.
Yep.
Now 50-50 men, women in the sport in general.
Yep.
And the Norwegian Triathlon Federation have actively been recruiting younger triathletes. So currently we have Christian Blumenfeldt, who's ranked number 8 in the world in the ITU triathlon circuit. And he's been ahead of a massive group of young, fantastic kids that are evolving the sport in Norway.
This is the interesting thing, because when we looked at the profile of the athletes that we had a lot from sort of 35 to 40, both male and female, but it seems that this is sort of dropping down now. The average age is coming down somewhat. That's a conscious decision on the part of the sport, so to speak?
So there are two aspects to this. Long distance triathlon, like marathon, everything else, tends to be more popular with older people. But when you go down to the sprint distances, Olympic distance racing, you'll find a younger group of people actually doing these sports. So Norseman, the average age is close to 40. While as in the Olympics, the average age would be 25, 26.
Okay, we're looking at Lars Alexander Finstad here in 8th position there, number 17. We have had a comment from Ellen Bayena there, who's telling us that we weren't actually looking at Lars Christian, that the person in the shot was wearing a Team Merida suit, so it's possibly Marius Elves. So we shall keep our eye on that. As I say, a little bit difficult for us to see on our monitors here who it is there, as we have a supporter out on the road. He might want to move to one side there and get out of the way there. Is there a little bit of filming going on there? Oh no, that is actually the support team there, so they're handing over something. So that might be one of the energy gels that are so popular in endurance sports nowadays. So the athletes will take them on board and they'll just pop them in there and off they go. So there's the support car now, just trotting alongside, having a little bit of a chat, a little bit of a discussion about race tactics, seeing what the rider needs, filling the pockets now, so the gels will go in there. And then very, very soon it's going to be 2 hands back on the handlebars and hell for leather again. 2 hours and 8 minutes into the race. We have a team out in the field and they are ready to bring us a little bit of news from out there in the middle of Norseman.
Vill du att vi ska börja? Jag har så riktig paraply. Ja, börja kör du.
Gir du meg tommel opp når vi er live?
Det vet jag inte, utan det sköter de.
Men hvordan begynner jeg bare å prate?
Just wondered if Dag Oliver, as we wait to go to our reporters in the field.
We are here at Dyranytt turisthytte, 1245 meters above sea level. It's just started raining here now, and we are waiting for the athletes to arrive from down here. The lucky ones are inside the cabin, having a warm cup of coffee on what the Norwegians call a traditional svele dish. The athletes will have a slight tailwind and 9 degrees trip across the Hardangervidda plateau. And this is the end of the first climb, so there will now be maybe a good time for someone to get some more clothes on and prepare for the more flatter part of the stage.
Thank you very much indeed, Anders, as we look over your shoulder now and see the cyclists coming in towards you there. This is the top, as Anders was saying, this is the very top of the first climb here. What kind of terrain are we talking about here, Dag, at this particular spot? He mentioned a particular dish as well, a Norwegian dish. I don't know if you heard that, a traditional dish that's served up here. I wouldn't imagine that our competitors would be eating that. I'd imagine it's more for the spectators.
Yeah, Dyranytt is... they have fantastic breakfast.
Okay.
So support vehicles and also our crew will stop there, go in, grab a bite to eat and move on. The svele dish you mentioned, basically Norwegian pancakes.
Norwegian pancakes, excellent.
And the terrain here, this is just where the course goes flat. And the first climb is over. You're at 1,300 meters and then you get a tailwind and then you can just fly over the plateau.
Yep. the tailwind now is going to be quite an important factor, of course, because any advantage that the athletes can get, they had a little current that helped them out on the swim this morning. 14-degree water with a little bit of a current seemed to be very pleasant. And now, even with even with the rain up there seems to be a small shower of rain. But the tailwind, if they just get dressed correctly, they can win an awful lot of time with the wind across that plateau there.
Yeah, for sure.
Is there any danger, Dog, that wind changes through the day? If you have a tailwind, are you going to have a tailwind as long as it exists, or can it change to a crosswind or indeed a headwind during the day?
That will change the whole time. So this is
there you go. That is the weather
outside sports.
Yeah, that is the weather in Norway, and in particular in this part of the world, the weather is very, very changeable. As we mentioned earlier this morning, we can probably still see. Actually, no, the sun has now gone now, so we can see the low clouds coming in over Gaustatoppen, where the finish line is behind us there. So this can change. This changed in the course of maybe 10 minutes. 10 minutes ago, we had lovely bright sunshine on the finish line up there on Gaustatoppen, and now the whole thing is starting to get shrouded in cloud. So I'm not sure if Dog is starting to get nervous now about shifting the finish line, but that won't be an issue for quite some hours just yet. So a traditional Norwegian breakfast being enjoyed by the support crews up there. They'll stop off very, very briefly for some Norwegian pancakes. Is this similar to the Scandinavian thing where they're eating with jam and cream, or is it more no maple syrup for our American competitors like Jordan Rapp up there now?
There will be no maple syrup.
No maple syrup. We're going to go strictly traditional, strictly Norwegian today at Norseman 2017. We're going to see if we have some pictures from back out in the field. Maybe we can just go back and have a look and see what's happening out there. The cyclists, I'm not sure if we have anybody left in the water there. If we might have a quick look at the map here and scroll back over it and see where we are. We have 242. Is it 240? No.
204 have exited the water.
204 have exited, and we seem to have a DNF there. Did not finish. Is that Michael Callison from Denmark? Or is that Denmark? Yeah. Yes. Did not finish there. So we have one competitor who has left. So we have 240 odd. Almost all of our athletes are out of the race. Or sorry, out of the race, out of the water. There we go. We can see the conditions. There's Marius Elvedal there now, number 10. In 10th position there. 28 kilometers in. 13 seconds behind. Or sorry, 13 minutes behind the leader there. So 13 minutes behind Lars Christian. We see the conditions there. It's we're kind of at the mercy of the broadband gods out there on the roads and on the trails today. In some places there's an excellent signal. In some places, like some of the tunnels, there is no signal at all. So we can see there that there is a little bit of the weather conditions are getting a little bit misty there. I'm just wondering, Dog, in that mist, is that going to be pretty cold if the athletes are sort of cycling through the clouds there when the mist descends? So it's important maybe to keep warm in that situation. Yeah.
It'll be humid, so when they reach Dyranut in a couple of minutes, you'll see that they will probably put on some protection for wind or weather.
Yep. Actually, we can see it here in the picture that we're looking at. The rider in front there has gloves and a jacket on, whereas the rider behind at the moment still bare hands, bare forearms, bare legs. There may very well be a call to the support car to see if we can pick up a little bit of extra clothing there, because again with the tailwind as well, when they do get to the plateau a little bit further up, that they'll need that little bit of protection from the elements as they try to make the most of that tailwind. Excuse me. Remember that you can take part in this broadcast. Leave your comments and your questions on the NXTRI 2017 hashtag. You'll find that on Twitter. You will see us broadcasting live here on YouTube and indeed on nrk.no from wherever you are in the world. Let us know if there's a particular athlete that you're interested in, and of course we'll be trying our best to talk to some of them throughout the day. A little bit of a traffic hold up there. I see a Volvo car just behind our participants there. They'll be waiting for an opportunity to pass them by, but for the time being they're going to have to obey the rules of the road and take it easy. Hans Christian Tungesvik is up from 10th position to number 9, so he's making a little bit of headway on the cycle here, and still of course climbing as well. So you wouldn't expect too many passes on the climb. You wouldn't expect too many to be overtaking on the climb, but Hans Christian has made up one position at least. I think he was 10th the last time we looked at the leaderboard. Now he is in 9th position. And you can see the windscreen wipers on the car going behind. That's telling you that there's a little bit of precipitation there, a little bit of rain, a little bit of fog, causing things to cloud up a little bit for that car right behind them there. This is the first of 5 climbs, Dog. When the route for the Norseman was chosen, was this deliberate in order to get sort of, you know, tough conditions, to make it very much an extreme triathlon? Because you could have chosen to make this flat as a pancake and make it easy on everybody, right?
This was a very conscious decision. But then again, helped by the natural environment that gave us the 180k bike course.
It is almost delivered by nature. 180k of a bike course. We mentioned a little bit earlier on that from Eidfjord, where the swim started this morning at 5 o'clock, to where we are sitting here at Gaustadvik and Gaustatoppen, it is exactly 226 kilometres, exactly 180 kilometres, the perfect distance for a cycle element in an extreme triathlon, and 42.2 kilometres of running. And indeed, when we see Transition 2, it's almost tailor-made for that. We visited that particular point on the course yesterday, and this is where the cyclists the competitors will leave their bikes aside, they will change into their running gear, and they will start out on the marathon that will take them here to the finish line. We can see there are plenty of traffic on the roads here this morning. You can tell by the lights and by the windscreen wipers that it's not quite clear there. There's a little bit of mist there as a few cars go to overtake our competitors there. Quite close together, quite tight there at the front in the top 10. These are the athletes that we would be expecting to battle it out for the podium positions a little bit later on in the day. But there's plenty of riding left to go. And the interesting thing is going to be to see how the positions shuffle across the top 10 with these 5 different climbs, with this long plateau, with plenty of kilometres of cycling to go, to see if anybody can actually sort of make up the distance, close the distance somewhat to the leaders, and indeed maybe overtake them and put themselves in with a shout of winning the Norseman 2017 race. You can see there now, when we pan back just a little bit, how the mist, the low mist, is hanging over the hills and the foothills and the mountains here in Norway. So it's going to be difficult conditions, of course, but there's plenty more to be faced in terms of discomfort for these riders. We're talking about maybe 6 hours in the saddle for the elite competitors, maybe a whole lot more for those who are towards the back of the field. Very, very dramatic pictures here from a tremendous environment here, and we can see some of the support staff along the side of the road talking to their riders, a few words of encouragement, maybe a quick energy gel. You can see there they've found a little place to park along the side of the road. I can tell you the wind is picking up a little bit here at our commentary position as well. It was quite pleasant, quite warm when we started at 5 o'clock this morning. Getting a little bit of a chillier breeze now here, so we'll see how this weather pans out throughout the day. We're going to talk to one of the support teams out in the field. Not quite sure where they are, but we'll hand over to our reporter out now in the field and see what the support teams can tell us about conditions on the course.
Team for Jordan Rapp. How does it feel?
He looks great, but this is Norseman, this is the weather, it's raining, it's windy, so now we just need to keep him warm and cozy to Gilo, and it's a race.
You think he's happy with the swim now and ready for the bike challenge?
Yeah, he's a strong biker. The swim, he did okay. The transition, I should maybe done a better job myself and get him out there a little bit quicker, but the bike leg is definitely what he loves.
Did you get any words from him when he changed?
Just clear instruction that if it's raining, I need a rain jacket.
Okay, thank you. Good luck.
Very much indeed to Anders out there talking to Jordan Rapp's support team. You can see there that the rapport between the team and the rider is very, very important. There's no waste of words here. There's very, very quick communication. If it's raining, I'm going to need a rain jacket. Jordan, of course, from California. We're not going to say that he's not used to these conditions. Very, very experienced. And he will be hoping to make the most of the cycling part of it there. There's a lot of time, as Dog was saying a little bit earlier on, can be made up along this part of the course. Maybe even a half an hour if you have a good cyclist with a good tailwind. But of course, we're talking about everybody else at the top of the leaderboard here is going to be a good cyclist capable of making the most of the tailwind as well. When we talk about the plateau on the course, Dog, is that the kind of place where cyclists might make a spurt to try to sort of catch up on some of the time maybe that they've lost?
you're going so fast across the plateau that you go the speed you can.
Yeah.
So I think it's more about conserving energy and preparing for the climbs that are to come.
Yeah, so it's very, very hard to pick out a point on the course where they can just sort of crack on and go, right, well, now I'm going to aim for Lars Christian Wold, who is our leader at the moment. I'm going to try to reel him in a little bit. That's not the case. You're just going as quickly as you can.
I think you need to stay on your own plan, and because impulse riding at this point doesn't really make sense.
But at some point, I know we've spoken about the distance of the race. We've referred to it a lot of times this morning, 226 kilometres. At some point, if you're 3, 4, 5 minutes behind and you still have a chance in this race, you have to make a move. What factors affect that decision? Does it, I'm sure you can do it during the running phase, but is there a point in the cycle race when you can say, right, this might be the time, or is it, like you say, just try to be as consistent as possible?
My guess is that consistency will let you win with this field here.
So you have a better chance with consistency when you're up on the bike out there. 180 kilometres, of course, it's a very, very long time. But there we see one of the riders making the change there, the support team coming in there with the rain jacket. The protection being offered. We can see the fingerless gloves there. That is competitor number 2. That is Alan Hovda from Norway. He was in second place there. He's just at Dyranut, and he is making a few changes there. You can see they're popping the vest over his head there. These transitions here, of course, valuable time there. He was 3 minutes and 19 seconds behind Lars Hovda when he arrived at this point. Lars Christian Wold. He was 3 minutes and 19 seconds behind, but obviously going to lose a few seconds here as they get everything straightened out. The jacket is on, trying to get that zipped up, trying to get the bib on, and now he's going to be powering away here. Getting a quick... There we go. Fairly low gear. Pumping the legs and getting back out on the course now. That's Alan Hovda going off into the distance there. So what we would have seen there was we would have seen Lars Hovda would have passed through there, and Lars Christian would have passed through there, and Alan Hovda arriving there now. Quick word of the support team. The rain jacket goes on. I think that's going to be sort of important there throughout the day. Now, one of the problems, of course, is that we mentioned earlier on that the weather can change very, very quickly, and I think we assumed that was for the worst. But, of course, the rain can disappear just as quickly. So does that mean then that they're going to want to take off the rain jacket, or will they just stick with whatever they have now?
At some point, if the rain goes away, they will drop off the rain jacket with their support team.
There you go. So the support team, critical throughout the day, need to be close to their rider and very attentive to their needs. We're going to head back out into the field now to our reporters and see what's going on out there.
I'm here with Chris and Phil, and your support for
Richard Stabler.
Richard Stabler. He was 17th out of the water, was he?
17th out of the water, looking strong. Found it a tough swim, but he was going well.
So you enjoy the Norwegian weather here? It's just started raining. You think?
I think you've tried to equal our English weather, haven't you? So we're quite used to it.
So you guys are from London, right? So yeah.
Yes, I live in London. Phil lives in Newcastle.
Yeah.
So all three of us are northeastern born kind of thing.
Did you get any words when he was in the change zone?
Not really. Not really. Just go kind of thing. So
yeah, he's quite happy, I think. Yeah. He's a decent swim for him.
Yeah,
so he was worried slightly about the cold water, but it was fine. So
he said it was tough, but apart from that, it was just like he's quiet and he just wants to get into the zone.
Good. And we're expecting him in about 5 minutes. 5 to 10 minutes, I think. Yeah.
hopefully.
Okay.
No hills like this in England, so we'll see.
Okay, guys, thanks. Enjoy the Norwegian weather.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
That report from the field. Anders, of course, is out there. Dog has just taken a short little break there. We will bring you up to date with some of the things that are happening on the leaderboard. Lars Christian Wold is still in the lead at the moment. 3 minutes and 19 seconds ahead of his Norwegian compatriot, Alan Hovda. Right after that is Jordan Rapp. He is 5 minutes and 45 seconds behind the leader. When we spoke to Jordan Rapp's team, they mentioned the fact that he is a strong cyclist, so he's going to enjoy that part of the course, as we see one of the other cyclists leaving that support point there now. So Jordan seems to be making up a little bit of time. I think he was a little bit further behind there, so he's pulling it together there. Now we will see. Yeah, there we go. No time being wasted there, of course. Just flying by, grabbing a quick drink, and off they go. The support cars parked on the far side of the road there. So this is one of those points in the race where the racers will take on a little bit of nutrition. They might take on a little bit of hydration. One of the interesting things as well about this race is that the athletes are not allowed to litter, okay? So if they happen to take an energy gel and they might stuff it inside their pocket and sit up on the bike, they are not allowed to throw the gel container or the gel wrapper away. Everything that goes out with them must be disposed of correctly. So that means that they're not allowed. We saw one of the athletes being handed a bottle there. He's not allowed to just throw that away, because we're not going to go around the place on the Norseman Xtreme Triathlon littering the countryside. That's not what we do here. So that would have to be handed back to the support team. Let us go back to the leaderboard there, and we will see that I think the two athletes that we saw there going through the last timing point at Dyranet were Lars Petter Stormo, who is 7 minutes and 38 seconds behind the leader, and Richard Rozok is 8 minutes and 4 seconds behind. So still 10 minutes pretty much between the top athletes on the men's side there. That's the top 5 there. If we scroll down a little bit through the leaderboard, we can see that Meredith Hill is still leading the women's race. She is 24 minutes and 9 seconds behind. Kristen Lee, previous winner of this race, she is now up to second place, 29 minutes and 55 seconds behind the leader. And Becky Hoare has gone down from second place to third place in the women's race. She's a half an hour, 30 minutes and 26 seconds behind the leaders. We are going to go back out to the field. We're doing our best to bring you everything we can from out in the field. We are going to be talking to support teams. We're going to be talking to fans out there, to spectators out there, and when we can, we'll be talking to the athletes. Very difficult to talk to the athletes at the moment. They're passing by our reporters pretty quickly, so we're just getting a very, very quick comment on occasion from them. Most of them so far seem to be enjoying their Norseman 2017 experience. We are going back to the field.
The place where the support team meet their athlete for the first time in the course. And here we have a Norwegian team, so we speak Norwegian. Ok, der dro atleten deres, Andreas Aaberg. Hvordan stod det til med han? Vi fikk ikke med oss han nå.
Det var veldig bra. Han følte seg fin og god og varm, som du blir opp hit. Så det så bra ut. Vi fikk av litt tungt utstyr, så nå det 1 kilo lettere på vei opp til toppen.
For det en av oppgavene til supportteamet. Lette på vekta og kanskje fylle på litt med...
Fylte på med næring, det viktig, og et par ekstra gel. Så sørger vi for at han har minst mulig på sykkelen til enhver tid. Lettest mulig, og tenke minst mulig.
Men du, det ingen lett oppgave å være support. Hvor stressende det egentlig?
Foreløpig så har det jo dette vært på en måte første stoppen, så det jo... Men det blir nok litt mer stressende etter hvert, tenker jeg. Jeg vet jeg var med i fjor selv, og... Jeg vet at supportteamet mitt var ganske slitne når vi var ferdige de også, så det tar på. Det gjør det. Det blir en lang dag for oss også.
Kan det hende at dere får kjeft hvis dere gjør noe galt, eller atleten da grei og tilgir alt, eller han så ego?
Jeg vil tro... Det kommer nok litt an på situasjonen. Hvis det blir veldig kaldt og fælt og ting bytter, så kan det godt hende at vi får noen bjeff, men vi må bare... sa det, og vi må være blide, vi. Vi støtter og backer og heier, for det kan jo skje så mye rart. Mye følelser.
Ikke minst mange følelser som han skal gjennom hele dagen. Det skal sikkert dere også. Dere må passe på blodsukkeret dere også. Team Bunnegruppen laget.
Det laget.
Ja. Og det skal bli svart trøye i dag, da, eller?
Svart trøye skal det bli.
God kjøretur, og kjør pent, og pass godt på Andreas.
Ha det bra.
Back to studio.
Thank you
from
Thank you very much indeed for that, Merit. Talking to one of the support teams out in the field. One of the interesting things that we said, I'm not going to translate the whole interview in Norwegian, but what the gentleman was saying there, I didn't hear which athlete it is he's there to support, but he said one of the things they were able to help the athlete with was take some of the equipment off them. So this is the first point on the course where they're allowed to help the athlete a little bit. So they got some containers and that kind of thing, and they helped them with a change of clothes. And he reckons that in total it was 1 kilo. So 1 kilo less race over 180 kilometers, that's losing an awful lot of weight. It's going to allow the athlete to do an awful lot more with the power that they are generating in their legs on the bike there. And he was saying there that it's very, very important to support the athlete, to back them up, to make sure that they're feeling positive and that they're feeling happy out there. And they also provide a little bit of nutrition, a little bit of refreshment out there. So that was the first point as we go and have a quick look at Johof Nordskar in 11th position now. 21 minutes and 24 seconds behind our leader. There's Johof. Spectacular background to this particular image here now. If you're not used to living in Scandinavia or travelling in Scandinavia, you'll see the poles on the side of the road there. They're actually to indicate to snow plows where the edge of the road is so they don't drive into them. As you can imagine, it snows fairly heavily in the mountains here in Norway during the winter. So these are a guide for the snow plows that they shouldn't drive outside them or indeed plough anything outside them, because they may very well plough into a barrier or plough into a stone. So not the wisest of moves. We can tell you that the first cutoff on the swimming happened 17 minutes ago, and unfortunately 2 athletes did not make it through that. But as Dag Oliver said to us earlier this morning, that is the nature of the beast. That is what happens in these extreme races. The cutoffs are there for the reason. Whereas it's unfortunate to lose a couple of competitors along the way, it's probably for their own good, for their own safety that they do so. So everybody has passed by Eidfjord, and the second part of it, Øvre Eidfjord, we have one competitor who's just making their way towards the timing point there. All the rest are now up on their bicycles, and plenty of distance between them and the swim that they undertook at 5 o'clock this morning. We can see there that it's still quite misty, still quite slick on the roads. That's not really going to be much of a problem on the way uphill as they make the ascent up the first climb there. It may very well be a problem on the way downhill, because that's where they have to get into their brakes and that kind of thing. There are several hairpin bends on the way down each of these descents that they'll have to be very, very careful about. The temptation is always on the way downhill to try to maximize your speed and that kind of thing. But of course, it has to be done under controlled circumstances, otherwise you run the risk of coming off the road. We would remind you again, wherever you are viewing us in the world, you're very welcome along to this broadcast of the Norseman 2017, the ultimate triathlon on planet Earth. You can join us on the NXTRI 2017 hashtag. Put your comments in there, put your questions in there, put your greetings to the riders and the racers in there, and we will do our best to pick them up. Over to Mick out in the field.
And you're supporting?
I'm supporting Lasse Finstad.
I think Lasse is at 7th place, was it?
No. I think it's 8 now.
8th place.
Yes.
Have you talked to him?
Yeah, he's feeling fine and he's controlling. He's not pushing too hard. So he's saving some energy for the run.
Did he put on some clothes on the top of here, or did he just continue straight through?
No, he put on sleeves on top of Vøringsfossen, and now he got some gloves. And he threw his visor. He didn't want it. Too much fog.
Did you talk to him after the swim? Was he happy?
Yeah, I followed him up from the water. Yeah, he was happy. He had his game face on, so you couldn't actually see if he was satisfied or so. But yeah,
and
he looked satisfied, I think. Yeah.
And what are his expectations for today?
Top 5.
Okay. Good luck.
Thanks.
Thank you very much indeed. Anders out reporting in the field there, talking to the support teams, gathering some of the reactions. Of course, it's very difficult for us to have a chance to interview the athletes while they're out cycling past us, but when we talk to the support teams, we can get a little feel for what it is that they are doing out there. They seem to be quite positive. That gentleman mentioned that his rider is going to be conserving his energy now for the run, so the 42.2 kilometres that comes after the 180 kilometre bike ride is of equal importance. And it's not just any marathon here. We have the treat that is Zombie Hill coming at the end of it, Dog, and you need plenty of energy to be getting up that gradient towards the very end of the race. Quick run through the leaderboard. Lars Christian Volt still leading. Alan Hovda in 2nd place. Jordan Rapp, the Californian, in 3rd place. Lars Petter Stormo in 4th, and Richard Rosok in 5th. Richard was in 2nd there after the swim, and has slipped back just a little bit now. But They're onto the open landscape now. All 5 of them would be on the plateau at the moment. They would have made their way through the first climb now and are now going hell for leather across the top of the mountains there before a little bit of a descent and then the second climb. The descent after the plateau there, Doug, is that a fairly violent descent? Does it go down very, very quickly?
There are a couple of nasty curves there. So if conditions are wet, the athletes do need to pay attention. But it's easily planned and you can see the turns. So
yeah, well, of course we have to remind people watching at home that it is the rules of the road here. They are public roads, so you could even get cars coming up the other side. So it's not like you can just decide to take a racing line through one of the turns there. In some instances, it's probably impossible to take something of a racing line because of the fact that they are sort of hairpin turns that they go very, very quickly indeed. But the athletes, of course, will be doing their best to match that balance of getting the speed up there, but also having the control to get through these places well. As has been mentioned a little bit earlier on, it started to rain out on that part of the course about 20 minutes ago. That changes things. I wouldn't say changes things entirely, but it certainly changes things a great deal for the athletes. Now they'll have to deal with the damp and the cold a little bit more. But that is the way of the world here. That is the Norwegian climate at this time of the year. The weather can change. And indeed, Doug told us a little bit earlier on about one year when snow caused the top of of the mountain here behind us to be closed, and only one athlete finished up at the very, very top there. We're not expecting that today, but you can see that just over our shoulders here that the top of the mountain is currently Gaustatoppen is currently shrouded in cloud. We're hoping that will clear up a little bit later on. If it doesn't, we'll still have our camera crews up there to bring you the winners as they make their way up to the very, very top. We are, let me see, is it 2 hours and 37 minutes since the start of the race this morning? It is now forming itself reasonably well. We can see that, as I say, the first cutoff for the swimming has happened. It now looks like all the cyclists are have gone past Øvre Eidfjord, so they're a good bit into the race at the moment. You can see as Dog scans through them there that they're quite spread out along the course now at this point in time. All the athletes on their bikes. We have 2 athletes who didn't make it to the swim cutoff. The swim cutoff was a relatively generous 2 hours and 15 minutes, but of course, even with the current, it's still very, very demanding. I think it'll probably take me about 2 days to swim the 3.8 kilometers that our athletes have done this morning. 2 have missed the cutoff. That's unfortunate for them, but I'm sure they will be back again next year. We're looking at probably the top 4 or 5 athletes here. If we scroll out just a little bit, that's Hovda in second place, and if we can scroll out just a little bit more, we can maybe catch up with our leader there. He couldn't be that far ahead, could he, surely? Or is this here? Yeah, we seem to have lost the GPS tracker for the time being. Either that or there has been a change at the top of the leaderboard that we are unaware of just yet. We shall try to work out for you exactly what's happening there. Yeah, by the looks
we're most
of
likely
things,
missing the tracker.
Yeah, we're most likely missing a tracker here. We've lost contact.
We're in an area here with very limited cell coverage, so we have no live images either.
Yeah, so we have very few live images and very little GPS information at the moment. Over the 226 kilometer course, there are shadows. There are areas where there's no 3G, no 4G, so there's no way of getting us information. So at the moment, Lars Christian has dropped off our radar. Can you tell us a little bit about him as an athlete? Are you familiar with his career? He has competed in this race before.
Yeah, he's been. He's young, and this is his 5th or 6th Norseman. He just finished his studies. He's a psychologist and very, very ambitious triathlete.
As a psychologist, I think we'll be very interested in posing a few questions about his mental preparations to him a little bit later on in the day. How do people get into the sport of triathlon? Is it something that people are now deciding that triathlon is something specific, or do they start out as being good at cycling or good at running? Or
I think it all depends. It seems like a lot of people go into triathlon because it's so varied. So you injure yourself running or swimming or cycling, and just the variation of the 3 disciplines gives you options to keep on training but not pushing yourself too much in one discipline. But also recruiting from the other sports is a common way in.
Yep. As we look out on the field now, we are back at one of the points where the athletes can receive their support. A few words of encouragement. There goes a bottle there. They're not going to be carrying that for the next few miles. Johof Nordskadar. We can see there's a few cars coming in there. I'm not sure if there's any bikes coming in there behind them, but you can see there's quite a strong breeze there. It looks like a bit of a crosswind blowing from right to left across the athletes. We have the support cars pulling in there. What are the rules for the support cars on the road? We have the distance of 12 metres that has to be between the athlete and the bike. Do they have to maintain any specific distance between the athlete and their support car?
The triathlon rule says you cannot be closer to a car than 30 meters.
Okay.
So if you're on a bike and you're getting close to a car, you actually need to drop down. But then again, the cars in general need to proceed as they were driving normally on the road with cyclists on the road. So they should in no circumstance try to stay close to the athletes to pace them or draft them or anything.
Okay, that's another important thing. I think that's the first time we mentioned it in the course of this broadcast, that the pacing element. You don't want a car out in front and he's driving at a specific speed, 20, 30 kilometers an hour, to pace the rider, just so the rider knows. They have to work out their pacing for themselves.
That will get you into serious trouble.
That will get you into serious trouble. That will get you 5 minutes in one of the deck chairs. It might be lovely if we were on one of the lovely sandy beaches that you'll find around the coast of Norway. Not so lovely when you're competing in the Norseman 2017, the 15th time this race is being held, the ultimate triathlon on planet Earth, and it is well underway here. We are now 2 hours and 42 minutes into the race, shaping up very, very nicely. A little bit of a rain across the plateau at the moment, a very, very spread out field at the moment. So we've seen the leading group is currently passing through one of the support points. The field's beginning to spread out there, and after them is the sort of the great mass of the 244 athletes that we have left. There you can see a little bit of the distance there. Remember that this is not real time. This is not 100% live. We're doing the best we can with the GPS signals that we are receiving from out in the field. Again, we'd remind you that if you want to interact here with us here in the studio, you can do so on the NXTRI 2017 hashtag, and I believe some people are using the NXTRI live hashtag as well. But we shall do our best to follow those hashtags. So if you have any questions whatsoever, please feel free to drop them in there, and we will deal with them as quickly as we can. The cycling part, of course, is the longest part of the race, both in terms of distance and in terms of time. If we talk a little bit about the practice or the training that goes into cycling, is this the kind of cycling that you can do in the winter in a gym, or are you better off just to wait until the snow here melts and get out on the roads?
I think maintaining your cycle form during the winter makes a lot of sense. But a lot of these guys will have trainers at home, so they'll use their maybe a practice bike, but they'll be at home watching films or whatever, and just riding their cycle trainers at home. Yeah.
I suppose it's very difficult, and it's probably very, very individual. As we go back out to the field, we see Ørjan Kommendal now in 13th position, stepping up on the pedals now, generating a little bit of extra power. There's usually swimmers usually speak about how many meters they swim in a week, and that's their gauge of training. Would you do the same with cycling, or is it a very sort of individual kind of thing?
They'll be counting kilometers that they've been on the bike during the season. Not as much as a cyclist would, I guess, but still, it's for a race this long, you need some long rides to prepare. But the average 3-4 hour ride on weekends would easily get you through the race. No worries on that. But if you want to be the top 5 or top 10 here, you need to prepare well for the bike as well.
Yeah, it's an interesting one really, because if you look at marathon training, people very seldom run a full marathon until the marathon itself. So they'll get up to 30, 35k, and then they'll just sort of lay off. Now, if you look at combat sports, if you're going into a boxing match, you might want to be able to box 15 rounds if you're just going to box 12, so that you've overdone it really, so that you have something left in the tank. So if you're going to cycle 180k here, you might do sort of 150 kilometers, and maybe that might be enough.
Yeah, for sure. And but then you'll add the transition. So you may then get on your running shoes and you run a kilometer or two, just to get the whole transition phase into your body. Because getting off the bike after a long ride and then getting your running form, that takes practice. Your body needs to adjust.
I can imagine that anything between 6 and 10, 12 hours on the bike, it's going to be tough to make that transition from cycling to running there. We have a request from Aileen there, who is following the race on Twitter and on YouTube or on nrk.no, and she is asking us to update the women, and we are going to do that. This looks like we have our top 5 women here that we can tell you about. We can tell you that Meredith Hill is leading the race at the moment. She is about 5 minutes ahead of Kristen Lee. We have Becky Hoare there in 3rd place, through the Stormo in 4th. And in 5th place, we have Anne Nevin. So we have, 1, 2, 3 Norwegians there. We have Becky Hoare from Great Britain and Meredith Hill there. Looks to be an Australian flag right there. They are our top 5 in the ladies' race or the women's race at the moment, Aileen. I'm just wondering, is through the Stormo, we have Lars Petter Stormo. Is there any relationship there between the two that you're aware of?
Yes,
there is.
They are married.
They are married, so there you go. The family that trains together stays together by the looks of things. So we have, Trude is in 4th place, and her husband Lars Petter also in 4th place here at the 2017 Norseman, coming up on 3 hours into the race. Talk to me a little bit about the triathlon club in Oslo. This is was it in Oslo that that's the sort of the home club for this, or how does that work?
When Horek started Norseman or started the idea of Norseman in 2002, basically it was him and another good friend that is on our crew. Horek started Norseman. Bent Olav started Oslofjord Triathlon Club, which there's no relation to the race, but he is now a part of our crew. Norseman is organized by Hardangervidda Triathlon Club, which is a little club of 30 members, which are the base crew here.
Yep. And in terms of the club itself, I'm assuming this is not a team sport, it's kind of an individual sport, right? But people get together and they train together and they share nutritional tips and that kind of thing. Would they meet every week? Would they meet 3 times a week like you would maybe with an elite soccer team? Or how do they get together and train?
These days, social media.
That's what it's all about.
So not necessarily training on social media, but planning and discussing and talking and socializing, and then meeting up for rides, and even Strava, just comparing yourself to other people in your club or other people you know, to what they're doing. So it's not necessarily, it's social without necessarily training together, even though there are the club I mentioned, Oslofjord Triathlon Club, every other week they have a training triathlon in a lake in Oslo. 50, 60 athletes meet and just race. They take their own times, and very laid-back event.
So they they set the clock and off they go.
Exactly.
Is there a great rivalry between the various triathlon clubs, or is it more of a friendly thing?
This is a friendly thing, and triathlon is a friendly sport. So the whole image of triathlon, I think, not just Norway, but in general, it's an open and friendly sport.
An open and friendly sport it is indeed. We very much enjoyed our days leading up here to this Norseman, the ultimate triathlon on planet Earth. It started at 5 o'clock this morning, and we're going to bring you just maybe a minute of highlights now that you can have a look at what happened just before the race started and when it got underway and the various different transitions there. Roll the tape there, and we'll be back with you in 1 minute's time. Good morning and welcome to Gaustablikk here in Norway, where we are all set to bring you the 2017 Norseman Xtreme Triathlon, the ultimate triathlon here on the face of the earth. We're ready to bring you all the action and all the drama from what happens out there today. This is the start of the 2017 Norseman, the 15th year in a row that this race is being held. And there goes the horn, and they're off. You can see everybody hitting the crawl straight away. Nobody's going to be hanging around here. There are no breaststrokers here, no backstrokers here, and they're going hell for leather to begin with, getting into a smooth stroke as quickly as they can. The athletes are going to have to be prepared for pretty much everything a triathlon course can throw at them in terms of gradient, in terms of weather, in terms of temperature. So it's a hugely challenging, yet I'm sure hugely enjoyable course. There we go. There were the highlights from Eidfjord this morning. At just before 5 o'clock in the morning, 246 athletes entered the water from the ferry. We're just having a look at the leaderboard here. We have Meredith Hill has come past Dyranut. and she is leading the women's race at this point in time. We'll get a bit more information on the distance to Christine Lee in second place. She should be there any second now as well. So the various timing points are paying off for us. They're letting us know what's going on around the course. There has been an awful lot of it. As I mentioned, 244 athletes still left out on the course at the moment. They started with the swim this morning. It took about 53 minutes for the fastest swimmers to make it out of the water. They went to the first transition, took off the wetsuits, put on the cycling gear, got up on their bikes, and they are now in the midst of the 180-kilometre cycle that will lead them on to the marathon, that in turn will lead them on to the mountain here behind us much later on in the day. My name is Philip O'Connor. I'm sitting here with expert commentator and the oracle of the Norseman Ultimate Triathlon here, Doug Oliver, and we're bringing you this race throughout the day. Doug, we spoke a little bit yesterday about what you expected from the race. Has it been as you expected so far, or what can we look forward to later on in the day?
It looks to be a very exciting race. Both on the female and the male side, there's a fairly tight pack up front, so that's going to be fun. With only 2 people dropping out from the swim, we still have 244 athletes on the course, which is excellent. So I think we're looking at a good day. I just hope at some point we'll get to see the mountain.
Yep.
The previous 3 years, the actual finish has been in a cloud of fog. So getting the view for the finish, I cross my fingers.
That is one of those things, of course. Doug referred to it a little bit earlier in the day as being something of a bucket list race for many extreme sports fans. We had over 3,000 entries for this race. Only 246 made it to the starting line. So there's an awful lot of people want to get to the top of that mountain here behind us, Gaustatoppen, where the race will finish for 160 of them. They will get the coveted black T-shirt that says finisher. They will wear it to other triathlons around the world, and they will get the credit that they deserve for finishing this race. For those who don't get that and still manage to finish the race, they'll come up here to the hotel where we are currently sitting, and they'll get a white T-shirt instead. So, but most of them out there now would be focused on getting that black T-shirt. And as Doug says, you can see behind us here over our shoulder that there's shrouded in cloud at the moment at Gaustatoppen. We're hoping that that will lift during the day. We've made an awful lot of the weather here in Norway so far, and it is really changeable. When we started out this morning, the hills and mountains behind us were drenched in bright sunlight. It's still only 7 minutes to 8 in the morning, and that's disappeared already. It's considerably chillier here now, but the wind has gone away, so we're hoping maybe that the wind might come back and the sun might come back and burn off that cloud, and we can have a glorious finish to the race in a good few hours' time. We'll take you through the leaderboard again very, very quickly. Lars Christian Vold leading the men's race. Alan Hovda in second place, Jordan Rapp in third, Lars Petter Stormo is in fourth position, and Richard Rosok in fifth. We have in the women's race then Meredith Hill is leading, Kristin Lee in second, Becky Horan third, and through the Stormo, the wife of Lars Petter Stormo, she is in fourth position, and Anne Nevin in fifth position. A very, very international field there. Athletes from Vietnam, from Chile, from South Africa, from Australia, and of course from all over Scandinavia and Northern Europe here taking part in this triathlon. We are going to take a short break here. We'll be back with you in about a half an hour or so. As we mentioned, we have a little bit of a shadow out on the course at the moment, so we're waiting for the athletes to get back into our 4G coverage so that we can bring you more dramatic pictures from out in the field.
But our GPS tracking will still be up and running. So at live.nxtri.com, you can follow all the athletes and their trackers.
Yeah, so live.nxtri.com. You can follow all the athletes, you can follow all the trackers, and in a half an hour, you can follow all the dramatic images and all the commentary from here in our commentary position again. We'll talk to you again in about a half an hour's time, so don't go switching off YouTube just yet.
This broadcast is brought to you by Isklar, Windforce, Kongsberg, Bundegruppen, Intersport, Renault, and Aker Biomarine.
Good morning and welcome back to Gaustablikk in beautiful Norway, where we are bringing you live coverage of the Norseman Xtreme Triathlon for 2017. My name is Philip O'Connor, and together with Dag Oliver, we've been bringing you coverage all morning. Let's take a quick look back at how the race started here at 5 a.m. in Eidfjord. Back to the studio if you need to. Problem bringing you our recap from the start of the race this morning. We'll get that for you as soon as we can. But what we will do now is we will update you a little bit on the leaderboard. Since we last spoke to you a half an hour ago, we haven't had any change in terms of the positions. But what we do have is the fact that Lars Christian Wold, our leader in the men's race, and Alan Hovda, who is in second place, they have made it to Gilo. And we'll be talking a little bit more about that place and what happens all around that area very, very shortly. In third place, we have Californian Jordan Rapp. In fourth, we have Kjell Magnus Antonsson of Norway. And in fifth place, Lars Petter Stormo. So Lars and Kjell Magnus have changed places there. They've swapped them around. In the women's race, we have Meredith Hill is still leading by 6 minutes and 40 seconds from Christine Lee. We have Anne Nevin in third place, and Trude Stormo, and then Becky Hoare in fifth place. Now, as far as I know, we can have a little look about what's been happening out on the course on the cycling plateau out there. Most of the climbers have made it most of the climbers have made it to the top of the first climb, and now what we are looking at here is the long, flat 20-30 kilometre stretch before the downhill and then the next climb. As you can see there, around about an hour ago on this beautiful Saturday morning here in Norway, it started to rain just a little bit as the riders got to the top of the climb there. So they made a little bit of a change. The rain jackets went on. They took a little bit of sustenance, a little bit of nutrition, a little bit of hydration, and now they are out on the course. I'm not sure, can't see a number on the jersey of the competitor we're looking at now. It could well be that our race car is back out in front and that we're looking at Lars Christian Wold. It may not be. You can see the low-lying cloud there, the mist on the top of the fjell there, on the top of the mountain. So a little bit slippery underfoot. Looks like a bit of a gradient there, a little bit of a climb there going on again. There are 5 climbs in total in the cycling part of this race, which covers all of 180 kilometres. So from Gilo to close to where we're sitting here, it's probably, I think it's about 90 kilometres, but they'll be stopping off on the way and they will be leaving the bikes, and then they will be putting on the running gear, and they will be hitting the marathon here. That's number 16 there. We'll have to fish out which of our competitors that is that we're looking at the moment, but looking quite comfortable there. We have heard that some of the racers have removed their visors because their visors were fogging up, so it wouldn't be much use. There might be a lot of use there. That's Paul Burton by the looks of things. From Blackline London, the Optima racing team that we were looking at there. So, as I mentioned there, some of the racers are taking off their visors now because of the dampness in the air caused by the rain and the mist, that they've taken them off because they were fogging up just a little bit too much. The top 5, pretty much as you were there, just Kjell Magnus and Lars Petter exchanging places there between 4th and 5th. And the gap now, it was about 10 minutes between Lars Christian Wold, but now over the top 5, there's a gap of 12 minutes and 21 seconds. So Jordan Rapp still 8 minutes and 55 seconds behind the leader. We talked to his support team a little bit earlier on, and they told us that he's hoping to make up some of the time being a fairly strong cyclist. I have with me Dag Oliver as my expert commentator here, the oracle of all things Norseman. Dag, we see Alan Hovda there in second place. Is he a strong cyclist? Will he be looking to make a move on the cycling, or do you think he's going to wait until the marathon starts?
Alan is a very methodical athlete,
Yep.
so he has a plan and he's sticking to it. He will ride on a certain wattage,
Yep.
Knowing what he needs to do the perfect run. So basically he's set his mind up to where he wants to be, and he will ignore anything else happening on the course.
So he's not going to make it. If he sees Lars Christian in front of him, he's not going to change.
He's not going to care.
No deviation there whatsoever.
No.
You mentioned the wattage, the power output now that Alan will be using. How much does science play a part in this? How many of these guys will be looking at those readings and saying, okay, this is where I need to be at a certain time?
I'm not sure. It's very individual how they do this.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I might sort of rephrase that question then, because we're talking about, we do of course have elite athletes here today, but we also have sort of, guys who do this and girls who do this in their free time. How much access would they have to that kind of information? And how do you get it? Can you buy like a machine at your local sports store, or is it something that's quite specialised? You have to go to a lab to get these things.
That will tell you the wattage you leave on the
Yeah,
bike.
exactly. Yeah.
This is over-the-shelf equipment.
Yep.
Expensive, but it's there, so you can get it for. You put it on your bike and you follow. You use just a program on your laptop or your iPad or iPhone to track it.
And would you know, what would be a good sort of power outage in terms, power output, not outage, in terms of the amount of watts that you can generate?
I'm not going to go into,
that.
even guessing what these guys are doing today.
Yeah, I can tell you there's not a whole lot of watts coming out of my legs here in the commentary position. We've been here with you from 5 o'clock in the morning. We started broadcasting at 4:45, where we watched our athletes enter the water. 246 of them made it in. They all made it out. Unfortunately, 2 of them didn't make the cutoff, but this is an extreme triathlon. There are cutoffs along the way, and if you don't make them, your day is over. We're going to be coming up towards the second cutoff a little bit later on in the day, but at the moment we can tell you that the field at the front is quite spread out. So we have a top 10 or top 15 athletes who are sort of making their way through the field, and they're quite spread at the moment, from 1 down to about 6 or 7 or 8. After that, there's quite a bunch of athletes coming there together, making their way up the first climb there. Each team has, or each athlete has a support team with them, as we look at Heikko Sepp making the climb there. Heikko being a Finnish name, I'm guessing that may very well be where Heikko is from.
Heikko is from Estonia.
From Estonia, there you go.
He's living in Norway.
There you go. Heikko, Estonian and Finnish would be quite closely related as languages, but an Estonian living here in Norway. Is this Heikko's first time taking part?
No, he's been here multiple times. He's working and racing for one of our main sponsors.
Okay, so that's interesting to see that you get an awful lot of people coming back. We mentioned earlier on as well that we had over 3,000 applicants who wanted to take part in this race. Dag described it as something that is on the bucket list of many triathletes, that they really, really want to take part in this race. One of the best known races, one of the toughest races, probably the ultimate triathlon in the calendar for many racers. So if you want to get involved, I suggest you get out on your bike now, you get running now, you get swimming now, and you send an email to this man. Registration will be open again. I think you mentioned earlier on that you'll be fielding emails this evening asking when registration for next year opens.
We will not be reading any emails over the next 14 days, so we are opening for registration for the next year's event in November. So no worries, just stay tuned to our Facebook pages and webpage.
That's where you get it. Could I just ask, sorry Doug to interrupt you, just in this part of the course here, I'm not sure if you recognise it. I can't remember how to pronounce the term here, but this is the plateau that they're cycling across. You mentioned earlier on that this is one of the widest, or one of the biggest open plateaus.
This is Northern Europe's highest and biggest alpine mountain plateau. It's Hardangervidda. It's a national park. This is what the glaciers did to it some thousands and thousands of years ago. And it's just a breathtaking area. It's very much used for backcountry hiking, both winter and summer, fishing. There are wild reindeers, massive herds in the area.
Yeah. And the interesting thing about Scandinavia, of course, is that this is free for everybody to enjoy. You can drive your car through it, you can park your car and get out, and you can wander off into the wilderness, right?
Yes, if you're allowed to park, you can leave your car. As long as you're not close to anyone's private fence, you can set up your tent. But when in any national park or anywhere in nature, don't leave anything you didn't bring.
Yeah. So anything you take out.
Excuse me on that. Don't leave anything.
Don't leave exactly. Don't leave anything at all. And of course, that is a rule that applies to our 246 competitors here today. They are not allowed to leave anything behind them. So if they do take on board any nutrition, if they take on board any food or energy gels, and there are any waste products for them, they can't just throw them aside on the road, as you might see in some other competitions. They have to pass them off to the support team, and there are penalties in place up to and including disqualification.
Littering during Norseman is immediate disqualification.
There you go. So it's taken very, very seriously here. But it is as a result of rules like that, and indeed legislation like the Norwegian legislation that allows you to cross people's lands as long as you don't do any damage, that makes for such a beautiful environment for us to have this race in today. As Dag mentioned a little bit earlier on, this landscape was formed 13,000 years ago by the end of the Ice Age, when the fjords were ripped out of the landscape. We started off in Eidfjord this morning with a 3.8 kilometre swim. They came out of the water up onto the beach, made the transition onto their bikes. The 180 kilometre bike ride is currently underway. We expect that to take anywhere between 6 hours and upwards. The elite cyclists might make it in just under 6. And then after that, we will have the 42.2 kilometre run. We're going to make a little bit of a switch here in the studio. As you watch these dramatic images, you can see that it's raining out there on the course at the moment. We have somebody reaching back there, maybe for a gel, maybe for a little bit of food. The lights on the bikes at all time, of course. These are public roads, so these roads aren't closed for the Norseman race at all. So they will be meeting traffic. There will be traffic coming up behind them, trying to pass them out and that kind of thing. In the background there, you can see plenty of camper vans, and you can see caravans there. People still enjoying their summer vacation, despite the inclement weather here in Norway this weekend. Some wonderful images there of the rolling flat plateau there. The cyclists are enjoying this particular bit because the first climb is the most arduous of them all. It's about 7 or 8 degrees, but it's very, very long, and it brings them up to about 1,300 metres. And we can see now that 4 of our cyclists have passed the time station at Gilo. And here to talk to us a little bit more about Gilo, now we have Alexander in the studio. Alexander, could you just introduce yourself and tell us why you're here?
Yes. So my name is Alexander Gullesen. I lived in Gilo now for 17 years, and at the moment I'm a hotel manager at Vestlia Resort.
There you go. And he's not just here to talk about the hotel. We will get around to tourism and those things here as well, right? But you've actually taken part in this race before.
Yeah. I was so lucky in 2012. I have 2 friends who participated. So I supported them both Saturday and Sunday, and in 2013 I applied and won the lottery for a starting place.
Now, I have to ask you, you can't just support a guy one year and then the following year you're a triathlete. So I assume you had some interest in sport before this, right?
Yeah. I'm actually moved to Gilo to go to NTG, which is a college for athletes. So I did participate in biathlon competition, cross-country skiing, cycling when I was younger.
Okay.
And
what was that your sort of favourite sport? Was the biathlon your favourite sport at that time and that kind of thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's also a sport that's very much to do with endurance. It's very much to do with controlling the heart rate and the pulse and being able to shoot and ski and this kind of thing. Was it the fact that you saw your friends doing the Norseman that you went, yeah, I've got to do this? Or, would you have done it anyway?
I would never have done it if they hadn't did it first, because for me, Norseman, when I saw the participants cycling across Gilo and knowing that they were halfway on the bike and running a marathon afterwards, finishing at Gaustatoppen, I thought that was impossible for me to do. But when they did it, I couldn't do any less, so I had to try to get a ticket.
It's great to have that sort of encouragement, to get that kind of inspiration. And indeed, in the time that we spent in Eidfjord and here, it's been inspiring to come across athletes who, and you do think that, you go, right, well, at my age, I don't think I'll be doing it anytime soon. But certainly to have that inspiration to get out into nature. Can you tell me a little bit about the geography around Gilo? About, what does the land look like there? Is it very flat? Is it very mountainous?
It is just at the start of the Hardanger Plateau. It's located in the Hallingdal Valley, So you have mountains all around you.
Yep.
But if you go on top of the plateau, you have it's not flat, but it's more or less flat.
Okay, now we're going to dig into your experience here as an athlete who has taken part in the Norseman, right? You've made the first climb. It's up to 1,400 meters above sea level. How does it feel when you finally get to that plateau and you get to sort of cruise a little bit up there?
For most of the athletes, the Dyranut is the first small goal of the bike leg. So you kind of check it off and then you can relax a little bit, but you can also lose a lot of time from Dyranut. So you have to keep pushing and pushing the whole way.
Yeah, so you can relax, but you can't slow down at all. No. How would your legs be feeling after this first big climb?
I think if you're doing it well, you should be quite fresh in your legs because you still have 150 k's to go on the bike.
Yeah.
So you can't do it all on the first hill.
Yeah, you can't burn yourself out up there, yeah?
Then it's going to be a horrible ride for the rest of the day, that's for sure.
How did you prepare when you saw your friends doing this? Did you get your bike out at the end of the summer and go, right, I got to catch up with these guys?
The coming Monday after they did it, I went to the sports shop and bought some swimming glasses and started preparing for the swim because no normal person can swim 3.8 kilometers without a lot of practice. But I was still doing a lot of road cycling and competing in that.
Okay, yeah. So like the cycling wasn't a new thing for you, but the swimming was something that you needed to work at. Yeah. I might ask you a little bit about the bikes as well, because the bikes are very, very lightweight, between 7 and 10 kilos. Are these the carbon fiber bikes? What do the guys and girls out on the course use at the moment?
Yes, I would expect everyone to ride carbon fiber bikes. When 5-6 years ago, a lot of them did on normal road bike with tri-bars on it, but you see in the last couple of years that most of them are riding a triathlon bike, which is similar to the time trial bike they use in Tour de France, World Championships, time trial stages as the professionals.
We watched a little bit, we noted a little bit earlier on about the aerodynamics of the helmets, and of course the tri-handles where they bring their they bring their elbows in order to get that sort of aerodynamic thing. How important is it for somebody who just wants to get to the end of this race? There still seems to be a concentration on the technical details, on trying to win or gain as much of an advantage as possible. Are you conscious of that, or are you tempted to just sit up and sort of stretch out your back and go, I'm done here?
You are conscious about it, but the most important thing with the equipment is that it suits you.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't matter if you train 1,000 hours if you not have a good position on the bike, so you get your legs are hurting or anything. So the most important thing is that the equipment suits you.
Yeah. How long does it take to sort of tailor something to suit you? Like, I mean, you obviously had experience of racing in cycling before, but can you just sit in the bike and go, okay, I just need to hire the saddle and lower the handlebars and I'm good? Or does it take, you got to cycle 50 kilometers and then change things around?
Today on the internet you find a lot of tips and tricks how to set your bike, so you just have to try until you find the best solution if you don't want to go to a professional bike fitter. And also when you find a position that you're comfortable at, that you try it on long stretches as well, so you don't have any pain in anywhere.
As Alexander mentioned, you can find many great things on the internet, and possibly the greatest thing you can find today is right here live on YouTube and live on nrk.no. We are bringing you the Norseman 2017, the 15th ultimate triathlon here, the extreme triathlon that is Norseman, and we'll be bringing it to you throughout the day. Let's talk a little bit about where your hotel is in Gilo. You're the hotel manager there. You've lived there for 17 years. I was driving through yesterday with Dag Oliver, who's sitting here a little bit earlier, and I was amazed, but I couldn't help but think, what happens here in the winter? When the Norseman packs up and goes home after today, what do you guys do when we're not here?
We relax. We take the time off and do nothing.
I didn't know that happens, to be honest.
No, it doesn't. Gilo is a big tourist destination, and it's been really known for the skiing, both downhill skiing and especially cross-country skiing over the years. So we have that, and in the wintertime also you have a lot of ice fishing, you have dog sledging, you have reindeer safaris, so you do a lot of stuff in the winter as well.
Yeah. And would this be local people getting involved in this, coming from Oslo or coming from Bergen, or would it be foreign visitors that come to your hotel?
In the wintertime, in the tourist market, in the weekdays, we are around 50-50, I guess.
Okay.
With abroad people and people from Norway.
Another question I was going to ask you was that you can't sort of get around the idea of the cost of things here in Norway. Everybody has this idea that Scandinavia is quite expensive, and sometimes it is, especially here. But is that something that tourists, are they price-conscious tourists, or do they just not care? They're prepared to pay extra for the experience?
I think when you go on holiday to Norway, you know that you have to save up a little bit, but you get a lot of back from your money with your experience that you have. And we have a lot of people coming to Gilo, and when they've been there, they say, I'm coming again.
Yeah.
I'm coming in because they really like the experience. But Norway is a high price country,
Yeah, there's no getting away from that, but I can very, very strongly recommend a visit here. It is the most stunning place I've ever seen. I mean, I've done marathons, I've covered marathons in Reykjavik and this kind of thing, and it's another beautiful country in Iceland, but certainly over the 226 kilometres of this Norseman course this year, it's just incredible, the scenery that's here. What would be the most popular sport here? I know in Norway, cross-country skiing is massively popular amongst the local population, but is that the sport that they come to you? Do they come to you for alpine skiing and cross-country skiing?
Yeah.
That's mostly what it is.
Yeah, mostly of guests coming from alpine skiing, cross-country skiing. And then they do one day of husky safari and
Yeah, so you'll keep them busy. If they come to your hotel, you'll keep them busy.
No problem.
Do you ever get people, say, in May or June who come to you and say, right, I'm training for Norseman.
Yeah.
I've got my place.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what do they sort of come to you as a sort of personal trainer and go, okay, Alexander, where do I need to go? Or do you help them out on that front?
No, most of the people who are participating to Norseman is so well read up on the Norseman that they know a lot before they come to Gilo.
Yep.
And Gilo is very strategic since it's been in the middle of the bike course. So June, July, you have a lot of people that you can see this is a Norseman athlete.
You can tell them straight away.
Yeah.
What has the Norseman meant as a sort of a brand? Okay, the Norseman is obviously, you know, anytime I talk to anybody before coming to this race, people go, oh, the Norseman, this is the thing. What has it meant for tourism here and for sports tourism in Norway?
It's for sure put Norway on the map as a destination where you can do extreme stuff, because Norseman is extreme, it is unique, the surroundings here are spectacular. So you seen that Norseman was probably one of the first triathlons in Norway started up, who went abroad and international, and now you have several other following up, because you have a lot of spectacular sceneries around.
There most certainly is, and some of the most spectacular scenery is right behind us. It's still shrouded, the top of the mountain is still shrouded in clouds over there, but that is the goal. That is where the 246 participants that set out this morning were headed for, and we will be expecting them there in a few hours' time. We'll just go through a quick run through of the leaderboard again. It is still Lars Christian Wold in first place, Alan Hovda in second, Jordan Rapp is in third place, Kjell Magnus Antonsson in fourth, Lasse Alexander Finstad in fifth place. Over in the women's race, we have Meredith Hill of Australia is in first, Kristin Lee of Norway in second, Anne Nevin, another Norwegian, in third, yet another Norwegian through the Sormo is in fourth, and Becky Hoare of Great Britain is in fifth position. In the men's race there, we have 15 minutes separating the top five. In the women's race, there is 11 minutes separating the top five. Now, if you're not used to watching triathlons, you're going to think that that's a huge gap. Believe me, it's not. Because down here below us, we have a thing called Zombie Hill. And this is where you sort out the elite athletes from the rest. This is where you sort out the winners and the podium from everybody else who's just here to collect a black t-shirt or a white t-shirt. Alexander, what are your ambitions now for the future? Do you ever see yourself, will I see you running up that hill behind me this time next year?
I hope so.
What happened this year? Did you apply this year? Did you?
I applied this year, and I applied the last since I participated.
Okay.
But it's like winning the lottery.
That's how it is?
Yeah.
Yep.
So I will for sure apply next year and hope, cross my fingers.
You should probably have a word with the boss there on your way out a little bit later on, but it was over 3,000 applicants who applied to take part in this race. Only 246 were lucky enough to get there. Alexander, I'm not sure, are you sticking around today, or are you heading back to Gilo now to take care of your guests over there?
I'm sticking around to see the start of the run for sure.
The start of the run for sure. We may very well talk to Alexander before that again. Alexander, thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thanks.
We'll ask Doug Oliver to jump back in here now, and we'll grab that headset. Can we take that off you? That's brilliant. Superb. And we have we started the race at 5 o'clock this morning, and now we have a little edit of what has happened so far on this momentous day for the Norsemen. We are bringing you the Norseman 2017 Xtreme Triathlon live from Norway. You are looking at our swimmers in Eidfjord at the moment. They've been in the water for 50 minutes at this point, according to the clock I have in front of me. And the first athletes are about to leave the water. They set out at 5 o'clock this morning. Just before 5 o'clock they hit the water. And this group of 4 have been out in front pretty much ever since. And of course there is an enormous amount of physical effort required to take them through the 3.8 kilometers of the swim. And you can see our leading cyclist there is out on the road, and he set off at a fairly cracking pace. Really, really spectacular images, it has to be said, of a tremendously beautiful part of the world. So you can't use the person in front of you and just ride in their slipstream. You can't allow them to protect you from the wind. This is individual cycling, it's not team cycling. This is a very, very punishing climb here at the start of the race. The first of 5 climbs as well. You have to start to wonder about the sanity of people taking. You have to be just a little bit crazy to take part in this, the ultimate triathlon on the face of the earth. It is the Norseman Xtreme Triathlon 2017. There you go. If you're just joining us, that was a little taste of the action that we've seen from just before 5 o'clock this morning. My name is Philip O'Connor. This is Dog Oliver, and we are here bringing you the Norseman 2017, the ultimate triathlon on the face of planet Earth. Dog, I'd like to talk to you just a little bit about this timing gap, right? At the moment, we have 15 minutes between number 1 and number 5. So the top 5 is spread out over 15 minutes on the course in the men's race, and it's 14 minutes I see now in the women's race. Is that a big gap or a small gap, or would you expect people to be changing places a lot?
On the bike now, it really looks like it's increasing.
Yep.
So Alan Hovda is keeping up with Lars Christian.
Yep.
But even the time from Lars Christian down to Jordan Rapp, who is a really strong cyclist, is increasing.
Yep.
That may mean that the ride across the plateau was cold.
Okay.
And that's affecting some of the athletes, and that may change if the weather now gets a little bit warmer as it proceeds. But now I'm quite surprised at the time gap of 15 minutes among the top 5 men. And we see the same gap among the women.
Yep. I'm wondering if Lars Christian got there a little bit ahead of everybody else. Obviously, he's been in the lead pretty much since he left the water at Eidfjord this morning. And I'm wondering if he didn't benefit from that, because he seemed to get underway a little bit before most of the rain started there this morning. Would that be a benefit to him, or is it just...
I suspect he's in crazy good shape.
There may very well be that too. Of course, we spoke to Lars Christian on Thursday night at the hotel in Eidfjord, and we had a little discussion there, and he did seem to be very, very focused, very, very well prepared. I think he's coming here with the top step of the podium in mind.
Oh, for sure. He's been climbing up the result list year by year. So if anyone really deserves coming in first, and if I'm allowed to say that, Lars Christian really deserves it. But I want it to be a fair fight among all of the athletes.
Yeah. It's one of the things that's sort of interesting. Can people see this coming? Okay, Lars Christian hasn't sort of burst out of the pack. Are people aware of the fact that he's in good shape physically, that he's posting good results, that his training is going well?
He's been showing good results all season, and very consistently so. But as have others here. So Lars Petter has had a great season, and yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. How do people find out about that? Is it just from results, or is there a little bit of talk that goes on social media, or do people follow each other's results and that kind of thing?
Oh, big time. So lots of talk on social media, people scanning results. A lot of these guys and girls, they travel internationally, competing in Ironman competition, challenge competitions all over the world. So it's easy to keep track of your competition.
Yeah, it's easy to keep track of the competition. It's occasionally less easy to keep track of them out on the course. We hit the occasional shadow. So when we have our cyclists or our runners going through certain parts of this beautiful part of Norway, we lose coverage there. So we're just moving our camera teams through them at the moment, and we hope to bring you images from out in the field again very, very soon. I'm just looking over the course here. If we have this map of the course here, we might zoom out a little bit on that, and we'll just give people an idea of where the bulk of the athletes are at the moment. So as you can see there, right up the front, there is Lars Christian Volde, who is out in front. And then if we just go over a little bit here to the left of the picture, you can see where the vast bulk of the athletes are. So we have maybe an elite group of maybe 10 or 15 athletes who are really setting the pace for everybody else. And then you have the rest coming up behind them. We spoke a little bit earlier on about how experience is very, very important in this race. Both experience of triathlon itself as a sport, but also experience of the course. When you have somebody who's applied to you, one of the 3,000 people who's contacted you and said, "Dog, I want to be part of your race," do they have that level of knowledge, or do you have to help them find out about Norseman? Or do people, are they so sort of used to it? Has it become such a big thing that they know the course backwards before they even get here?
Every athlete, before they even sign up, or our first question is, have you read our athlete's guide? Which basically tells you what is what about Norseman. So we demand that they read our athlete's guide before they even try to register. So you need to confirm that you read that. And after that, it's up to you. We trust them to get in necessary shape to complete the race.
I think in the athlete's guide, I think the first instruction is to read the athlete's guide, and the second instruction is to read it again and to keep reading it until you know everything that is in it. Are there many differences in the rules between international regular triathlon rules and the local rules that you have to have for the Norseman competition?
No, we actually adhere to. We follow the rules of the Norwegian Triathlon Federation. Their rule set is based on ITU, which is the International Triathlon Federation. We have added a couple of additions and exceptions and had those approved from the Norwegian Federation, and that is in relation to support vehicles and also stuff like being able to penalize an athlete due to the behavior of their support vehicle and stuff like that. Described in 7 bullet points in our athlete's guide. So the base is the international triathlon rules and regulations.
Is that something that's unique here, that the fact that you can be penalised? We mentioned a little bit earlier on that if your support team car and if your support team personnel do not behave in the manner that they're supposed to, if they drive dangerously on the roads, then the athlete can be penalised, and the athlete can get a time penalty and spend 5 minutes sitting in a deck chair, which no athlete wants to do. Is that something that's unique for this race, or does it exist in other races around the world?
It does exist in races similar to ours. We have seen a lot of races using our template, growing around the world, and they think likewise. But the thing here is it's an individual race, but you have your support, so there is a team thing there going, and then we need to adjust for that in our rules.
You mentioned there the international aspect of it, and there has been talk of a Norseman World Series, that things are going to sort of move abroad. Can you tell us any more about that, or is that all still secret?
No, we have been working and helping a couple of events started over the years. We have a very close collaboration with a team in Scotland. They have a race called the Keltman. Likewise in Switzerland, the founders and runners of Norseman Xtreme Triathlon. The three of us have now gone ahead and established the Xtreme World Tour. What the details around that is yet to be announced, but this year we have added 3 prospect races. We have a race in Slovakia, we have a race in Canada, and we have a race in Alaska. That if they pass the test, which is being evaluated now, they will be part of the Xtreme World Tour starting next year.
Okay, so this is something that is growing and growing.
For sure.
And it's all based on the Norseman template and that kind of thing?
This is based on Norseman template, but we will now set a set of standards and core values from what is an extreme triathlon, alongside with the Keltman and Swissman team, which we'll run this together with.
I suppose the obvious next question that many triathletes who are watching this around the world today will want to ask you is, if you win a race in Canada or in Slovakia or anywhere else, is that going to entitle you to come here to the daddy of them all, to the Norseman race next year or the year after that?
It's not at all unlikely. I'm not going to say anything more than that.
That's a very diplomatic answer. So the chance is there, ladies and gentlemen, if you are a triathlete, an aspiring triathlete, and if you've been unsuccessful in the lottery, if you're one of the 3,000 or 4,000 who applied for a place in this race and you were unsuccessful, you may be able to find another way into the race next year. So keep an eye out for, what's the working title? Is it the Norseman World Series?
No, Xtreme World Tour.
The Xtreme World Tour. Okay, Xtreme World Tour. So we shall keep an eye out for that. We would also like to remind viewers at home and around the world that you can engage with us here on NXTRI 2017, Nextree 2017 on that hashtag. So if you have any questions for Dog, or if you have any observations that you'd like to make, please drop them in there and we shall deal with them as quickly as we can. I'm sure there is somebody monitoring the Norseman Facebook page there as well. So if you drop anything in there, I'm sure we'll be able to make that known to ourselves as well. Let's go back a little bit over the timings now. Now the race is, let me see, it is 4 hours and 5 minutes old. The course record here is 10 hours and 34 minutes. We can look a little bit at the map and just see exactly where some of the GPS timers are. There is Lars Christer, and is he being caught there by somebody?
No, he's being followed by Hovda.
He's being followed by Hovda, but there doesn't seem to be a huge distance between the two at the moment.
They're on their way up the third hill. So going up a little bit slower, so it just looks shorter, but I would guess there are 2 or 3 minutes there.
There's probably a couple of minutes in between there.
So just on the way down to Dagali.
Yeah. If you were to look at the top 5 that we've had so far, you know who's on the leaderboard now. Does any of them have a specific advantage, either in terms of the cycling or the running at this point in time? Would you expect... I'm just wondering if we can sort of not predict the outcome, but if we can say, right, well, if this guy's less than 5 minutes behind when the running starts, then he's in with a good chance.
Finstad and Antonsen, I don't know their running capabilities, but for sure Allan Hovda, Lars Christian Wold, Lars Petter Stormo, Jordan Rapp are all very strong runners. So this is wide open.
Yeah, that's. I was just going to say, this is no ordinary marathon after this. Like, there are parts of the course yesterday when we drove up here to Gustatoppen yesterday, and we had a look around. There's a lot of. It's actually not physically possible to run on some parts of this course because the incline is so steep that you're actually going to waste more energy trying to run. Instead, it's a brisk walk. That has to be the pace is sort of going up there. So I'm sure whoever has the sort of the greater stamina and the greater sort of mental strength at that point in time is going to have an advantage over maybe an elite runner on the flat, so to speak.
Yeah.
How far away would you say, just looking at, we looked at the map there very, very recently, how far would you say is left for them to cycle, the front runners at the moment, or the front cyclists at the moment?
They have about 70k.
There's about 70k left. So of the 180 kilometres that we have as part of the cycling here, you can see very, very tight together there at the top of your screen there. So they have about 70 kilometres left before transition point 2. At transition point 2, they will meet up again with their support teams. They'll dismount the bikes. They'll change from their cycling gear into their, I was going to say jogging gear, but it's not jogging gear at all, is it? Into their marathon running gear, and then they will be off for the 42.2 kilometres. I know it's very difficult to say from the map that we're looking at here, Dog, but would you say they're on course for in around sort of 10, 11 hours, that kind of thing? Is it still a fast race that we're watching here?
This is on schedule.
This is on schedule for 10 and a half, 11 hours kind of thing.
Yeah.
How does one recover from taking part in a race like this? I mean, I know this evening there's a sort of a banquet, there's a buffet planned, that we will have athletes arriving, until midnight, and after midnight we'll all need to eat and that kind of thing. But it must take days to get over an extreme triathlon like this.
It all depends, basically, what shape you are in. But I think it was our winner from 2011, Tim de Boom. Multiple Ironman Hawaii winner of Ironman World Championships. He had a rough race, and at the finish line he said, "I've never done anything this hard." Then we had a chat in the morning over a cup of coffee, and I said, "I've never felt this good after a race." And part of this is, since the marathon run is basically flat the first 25k, but then you start the steep uphill, so you don't get the hammering that you would on an ordinary full marathon run. So his conclusion was, I feel better than I've ever done after a full distance triathlon.
So the incline actually makes it easier because the impact of the joints is a little bit lower and maybe the pulse rate isn't as high. It's going to be interesting to see if any of our competitors who make it up to the very top would agree with that particular assessment. We have quite a ways to go. We have about 70 kilometres left on the cycling, as Dag was just saying. Then we have running, but now we're going to go back out into the field and see where our cyclists are. There we go. We are now following one of the cyclists there. We'll give him a wide berth as we pass him by there. But we are back in touch with our camera team in the field. So we're just going through the field here and seeing. I would imagine that our cameraman is a little bit stuck a little bit behind the cyclists at this point in time. They were in the 4G shadow there, so they didn't have any sort of connection to send us any images for a while. But now we are back with them. Of course, we have our two reporters, Anders and Marit, are out in the field. There's still a good few hours before they'll be joining us here at our commentary position. And as you can see from the pictures there, we lost the 4G signal almost as quickly as we acquired it there. So as the pictures come in, we'll show them to you. It's a beautiful landscape. It's a beautiful day. And things... It's still the top of the mountain behind us. It's still shrouded in cloud, but it feels like it's clearing up a little bit. We have a message coming in there on Twitter. Ja, heja på dig, Kuda. I'm cheering for you. Kuda is the message there from Hegshan, and that is on the hashtag NXTRI2017. And we're back out in the field again. There we saw one of the cyclists just briefly as we passed them by, reaching into one of the back pockets sewn onto the back of the cycling jacket there. That's a good place to keep your gels and to keep your energy bars and that kind of thing. These gels are a relatively new development in endurance sports. How long have they existed, these energy gels?
No idea, but I've seen them for the last 15 years.
Is it 15 years? Yeah.
But the offerings are exploding. So there seems to be all shapes and colors these days. So with various hot fixes for getting a better race.
Yeah, and would these be when you say energy gels? I think people would immediately think of sugar and this kind of thing. Do you have any idea about the contents of them?
The energy gels are usually some kind of carbohydrate base, of course, but then it's a science of making carbohydrates that would work for a race like this, where you really need them to stay in your body for quite some time.
Yep. We spoke a little bit earlier on about this morning. It was a very, very, very early start. Our racers had to be on the ferry at 4 o'clock. The ferry departed at 4 o'clock and they had to be signed in at 3 o'clock. So they were up very, very early. They all went to bed very early yesterday evening. There is Andy Good. Was that Andy Good we saw just there? And then they would have been up this morning for a very, very early breakfast, maybe about 2:30 in the morning. And then down there, we're in the middle of a fine bunch of cyclists now. We can see there's a jacket that looks to be a little bit open. It's blowing in the breeze there as they make it.
Here they are just on the final final section of Hardangervidda, so they're descending down into Hallingdal, and now they have about 25-30 kilometers left to Gilo.
Okay, 25-30 kilometers left to Gilo. So it's quite a pleasant run at the moment. As you can see, it's downhill. It's all very, very quick. You get some idea there now. You can also see that the road is dried up there as well. So it looks like the rain has stopped for the time being. The road is dried up, which makes life an awful lot easier, because if you can imagine coming into these bends, you're trying to maintain as much speed as you possibly can. You're trying to maximize everything you get from any energy you expend. And then you're coming down into this. Nobody wants to hit the brakes here, Dog. Everybody wants to try to go as fast as possible.
Yeah.
Is there any risk that riders might crash into one another, or do they maintain this 12-meter distance at all times? Are they good at maintaining that discipline?
Yeah, they are good at maintaining the distance. We have a lot of marshals on the course, so they are very well aware that they will be observed, and going at these speeds downhill, there's really, you wouldn't gain a lot of advantage of being in a field. It would just make it more scary.
I'm just thinking as well that we have a lot of support cars out there. We have a lot of marshals out there, but the marshals are pretty much stationary throughout the course. Or do you have cars that are sort of driving up and down the field and keeping an eye on people there?
No, the marshals are on motorbikes. We are tracking them as well. So with the GPS trackers on athletes and GPS trackers on our marshals will be redirecting them into areas where we see there potentially may be some congestions of cyclists in one area.
We spoke a little bit earlier on about this 12-metre rule. Basically, the cyclists have to maintain a distance of not less than 12 metres from one another. But then that begs the obvious question: how do you overtake in a triathlon?
As in any other, with a car or a bike, you overtake. But in the moment that your wheel is in front of the next guy, he needs to drop back down.
Brilliant. We are going back into the field.
At the beginning of a 6% 4-kilometer climb, we just passed the two leaders, Lars Christian Wold and Alan Hovda, and they were doing about 90 kilometers an hour down from Kikkut. Lars Christian Wold was averaging about 300 watts on the uphill up to Kikkut, and both Lars Christian Wold and Alan Hovda looks really strong at the moment, and they are talking, and looks like they're having a really, really good time.
Downhill again.
And we can actually see Lars Christian Wold coming up the hill right now.
There we go. We can see our leader, Lars Christian Wold. We have a comment here on Twitter from Frank Pedersen. The winner will be Lars. If LC Wold keeps the lead without falling off the bike, he will win it, says Frank Pedersen. He's rooting for Lars Petter Stormo, he says. But we can see Lars Christian Wold here. And just as Anders was talking to you there, we were looking at the map. And the gap between first and second appears to be pretty big at this moment in time, Doug.
Well, as we were discussing earlier, they've been on an uphill here, they've been on a long downhill, so the distance looks long, but again, I guess about 3 minutes.
Yeah.
But Lars Christian is looking really strong here, so
yeah,
it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, there he is there now. There he is, Lars Christian. We have a few fans there cheering him on there. Looking very, very comfortable on the bike at the moment. The head is moving around a little bit. I'm sure he'd like to be just a little bit more stable. But is he into another uphill climb there? He looks to be climbing just a little bit there, a bit of an incline there. I think Anders mentioned there was about 6% of a gradient there. I'm just looking at the bike there. Looks like a very sort of high-tech machine that these guys run. How many gears do those bikes have on average, do you know? Is it one of these sort of as many as possible, or would they be happy enough with just 10 or 12?
Most likely they'll have 2 discs in front and then 7 or 8 in back.
Yeah. Well, I was talking to Alexander earlier on there, and he mentioned that tailoring the bike to suit yourself is very, very important, because any sort of minor miscalculation in terms of where you put the saddle or the handlebars or the pedals, and you're going to be wasting energy. And of course, wasting energy is not something that anybody wants to be doing there. But again, Lars is looking very, very well there out the front of the field. We have our camera there, but of course there are so few people up at that point in time that will be a little while before we go back to that. We can tell you that Meredith Hill, the leader in the women's race, she has passed by Gilo now, and she's still ahead of Christine Lee and Nevin through the Stormo and Becky Hoare as well. Now we're going to go back out to on the field. I'm not sure who it is we are looking at in the field at the moment, but I know we have our cameraman in the car there. They're coming in tight behind. I can tell by the yellow sticker on the back of that Volvo that is one of the support cars.
This is the same, basically just below Hardangervidda. They passed Högastöl.
Just a little bit further down the field.
Yeah, this is back part of the pack.
And you can see there by the way the car passed out there, he gave the cyclist a very, very wide berth and then hit the gas. So there's no chance whatsoever for number 74 there. There was no chance whatsoever for the cyclist just to slip in behind him and ride in his slipstream for any amount of time. That's Everson Duda there. And now we have a little bit of overtaking being done here. That is indeed one of our race competitors. We can see the bib there on the back. And and now once that happens there, of course, Everson is going to have to slow down. You can see Everson not pedalling at all, and this is to allow that distance of 12 metres that has to be between the cyclists at all times. Now the 12 metres is there, Everson can start you can start pedaling again. So it's very, very disciplined here. The riders are well aware of what they're allowed to do and what they're not allowed to do. But in that situation, if Everson sees somebody coming over his shoulder, is he entitled to sort of push on there, or is that risking sort of breaking this 12-metre rule?
Yeah, this is sportsmanship.
Yeah.
If you get overtaken, you drop down until you're ready to overtake again.
Yeah.
You can't keep on pushing. That will again give you a penalty.
Yeah. It's as you mentioned a little bit earlier on, though, that planning is very, very important in these races, and you don't want to be reacting to something. You want to be acting rather than reacting. So if Everson is not ready to go there, he's kind of got to keep his powder dry and not sort of push on where he's not prepared to push on. But again, some more spectacular images from out on the roads here between Eidfjord and Gaustablik. We are up high in the Norwegian mountains here, waiting on the competitors from the Norseman, with Lars Christian Vold out in front. We will be expecting to see him, but not for some time yet. He has maybe 65, 70 kilometres to go, and then after that he has the 42.2 kilometre marathon, Zombie Hill, all that good stuff before he gets up to the very, very top at Gaustatoppen. And he also has the not small matter of a field of 5 or 6 who are chasing him and breathing down his neck and seeing if they can do all they can to close the distance. The fact that there are 5 climbs here and 5 descents here means that things can change very, very quickly. The slightest misjudgment by any of our riders is going to cost them dearly. So, you can lose 10, 15, 20 seconds here. You can lose minutes if you were to come off the bike at all. So, we're going to see there is the second place rider. That is Alan Hovda. And you can see how busy things are now. That the time is now 9:20 Central European time. Life in Norway goes on, even as the Norseman goes on around it. And Alan Hovda appears to be cutting the distance to Lars Christian. This may have to do with the descent that we just spoke about a short time ago. But Alan is now 4 minutes and 35 seconds behind Lars Christian. So he appears to be closing the gap there somewhat, Doug.
I actually think it was extended. 3 minutes when we looked at.
Was it only 3 minutes the last time? I had a feeling it was more that the gap was there. We'll have to go back and check that again. Still, at 4 minutes and 35 seconds, just thinking if he's going to close the gap here, Alan, and you were saying again that he has a plan that he's going to stick to. Would he expect to do so on the running later on? Is he just going to get through this cycling part of it and then sort of maybe try to close the gap on the running?
Yeah, he will do his bike race as planned, and then he'll go on the run, and that's he will keep his pace there as well. But then probably at some point, if he's not catching up enough, may adjust his plan. But until we see him down below Zombie Hill, I don't expect that he will do any active chasing outside of what he has already planned.
How aware are the athletes of what's happening around them? So, I mean, when he gets the next energy station or whatever, is he going to say how far ahead is Lars Christian? Where am I? How many minutes behind? Or does he not care?
His support when they meet him will most likely shout out. They're sitting tracking on the live tracking as well. So they will give him a heads up, most likely.
Yep. I see, is that a sleeve being removed there by one of the riders? We had a little shake of the arm there as the camera car passes them out there. Some very, very skillful driving done by our driver Erik out in the field today. He is catching up there. A little bit we've been following behind them and we've been driving in front of them. The problem is when we're trying to take pictures from the side here that we pretty much have to drive on the wrong side of the road there, so that's why we can't stay for very long at the side of each of the riders. The normal rules of the road apply. Well, there you see a very, very consistent pedaling style there, and we have to get into our lanes again. As I say, the rules of the road apply to us just as much as they do to everybody else in Norway here today. That was Kenneth Nordseth there, number 152. We're sort of down in the middle of the field here in this big group of riders who are out there now. As we mentioned a little bit earlier on, the first cut-off was after the swimming. The swimming cut-off time was 2 hours and 15 minutes. We had 246 starters this morning at 5 o'clock. 244 of them made that cut-off. So that means that 2 people, their race ended at the swimming cut-off. Where does the next cut-off come on the course, Doug?
That's in transition 2 on the bike.
Okay. And
I need to check the cutoff there.
you need to check what time the cutoff will be there. As we mentioned a little bit earlier on, the cutoff time there is fairly considerable, because you're talking about, the elite athletes are going to make it in a little under 6 hours, but for those who are cycling slightly slower, it's going to take an awful lot longer than that. They start out at 5 o'clock in the morning, and it is not unusual to have times of 15, 20 hours for people taking part in these triathlons. So there's quite a big time gap as it spreads out over the course of the day. So you will get sort of fairly big differentials there. At the moment, we can tell you that Lars Christian Wold is still out in front. A little bit of debate between myself and Dag as to whether that gap is increasing or decreasing, but we'll keep an eye on that now, that we know exactly where he is. We also mentioned that out on the cycle, it's a little bit difficult. We come into these 4G shadows every now and again, and we lose our coverage. There is a series of 5 climbs out here, and it's starting to get very, very stretched out there in the field. The group that's sort of out very much in front, they might have as much as 5 or 10 kilometres back to the rest of the field. We have 2 reporters also out in the field. We're going to be checking in with them very, very shortly as well. In the meantime, we're going to check the cut-off times and see. Have we found what that is there, Dag?
It's actually 12 hours in transition 2.
Okay, 12 hours in transition 2, which means that at 5 o'clock this evening, which gives them quite a considerable time, that's still 7.5 hours away. It's now 24 minutes past 9 Central European time, so they still have quite a long time to get there.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, though, in terms of pacing and that kind of thing. Okay, well, I think we're going to go. Are we going to go out into the field? We are indeed going to go out into the field where one of our reporters has somebody to speak to.
Over Hardangervidda to Gilo. The weather is much better here. We are in the middle of a roundabout, and we can see the cyclist passing us. And we are waiting for number 256. Yes, you are the support for Torjus.
Yeah, looking forward to see him pass here now any second.
Yes. How is it going with him?
Very good. He's a bit in front of schedule actually, so it's looking really good. He's going to get the black shirt, so we're going to support him and root for him here.
He's top 50, right?
Top 50, yeah. So this is really good, looking positive.
Okay. So is cycling his favorite leg, or?
No, that's his least favorite leg. So he just needs to survive this and just wait till he starts running. That's where he's going to pick up the pace.
Okay, so maybe he will climb to top 30 then.
Yeah, that's why we're rooting for the other ones. They need it. Just haul ass. He's coming for you.
3 minutes.
So he's a runner.
Yeah, he's a runner and a swimmer. So he was fast up off the water.
From Stavanger?
Randaberg.
Yes.
Important.
Okay. So how has your day been?
Well, it's been great, but up a bit early and a bit rainy, but now the sun is shining almost and everything's great, so we can't complain. Fun here.
Yes. Okay, so the bike leg is half through the course here in Gilo, and after that they will switch to run leg and have a nice journey up to Gaustatoppen. We will have a look at the cyclists passing through here now.
Thank you very much indeed for that, Marit. Talking to one of the support teams there, it seems that there's a very, very detailed plan for every athlete who's involved in this race. They seem to have decided exactly where they want to be at various different times. As we watch some of the cyclists coming through Gilo here, this is about halfway through the cycling leg, Dog. Is that correct?
This is exactly at the 90k point,
right,
and the first right-hand turn on our course.
So it takes that long.
This is actually the first turn.
the first turn at all on the course, 90 kilometres in Gilo. So it's quite a distance, the halfway point there. So, and there's not a whole lot of turns, if I remember rightly, on this course, no?
On the bike course, basically it's 2 right-hand turns.
2 right-hand turns over 180 kilometres. That's not bad going at all. We have a little...
And we have a left one on the run course.
There's
a left one.
And that is the left turn just that brings you onto Zombie Hill, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
There you go. We will be getting to that in a few hours' time. In the meantime, we're going to have a quick look at the leaderboard, where we have a little bit of news about our Californian competitor, Jordan Rapp. And Doug, you were looking at the leaderboard there. He is now 13 minutes and 33 seconds behind the leader, Lars Christian Wold. So he's lost a certain amount of time there.
Looks like he's been dropping down another 3 minutes.
Okay, 3 minutes is fairly considerable.
Yeah, so that means he's losing both to Allan and Lars Christian. So it looks like both Allan and Lars Christian's riding really well.
There you go. We have Lars Christian Vold and Alan Hovda opening up a gap there at the front. I would love to be a fly on the wall there and see what Alan Hovda is being told by his support team. You had something to point out there on the ladies' side as well, the women's race.
It also looks like Christine Lee is catching slightly up to Meredith Hill.
Yep.
So there are some movement on the women's side as well.
Yeah, on the women's leaderboard there we can see that the distance between Meredith Hill, or the time between Meredith Hill and Kristen Lee, is down to 2 minutes and 47 seconds, which is not a whole lot, and that is at Gilo. That's halfway through the cycling stage, so there's still 90 kilometres left for the women to do that. Now that would have been, those timings would have been taken a few minutes ago, anything up to maybe 10 or 15 minutes ago, I'd say. So that they will be out on the course there and battling there for first place. A great battle for first place going on between Meredith Hill and Christine Lee. It's very, very close. Can you remember a very, very close finish in this race, or does it usually spread out towards the end? You never have somebody being overtaken on the last bend, I would assume.
No, we've had some quite exciting fights, but they basically, if it comes to that, it happens on Zombie Hill and the final part of Zombie Hill.
Yeah.
That's where they entering the mountain. We seldom see any big shifts going up the mountain.
But that's the thing. I mean, the fact that the race is still alive after 200 odd kilometres and it's still going on there, there's still positions to be battled for, even on the podium and at the top there. Now, it might be a different thing to actually manage to overtake somebody at that point, but at that point you're pretty much running on empty. There's not a whole lot of energy left.
And then, of course, in addition, we have kind of the race within the race with the cutoff for the 160 that gets to go to the mountaintop versus the ones that finish at 1,000 meters of elevation.
Yep.
There you will see a lot of shifting between transition 2 and the cutoff at 32k.
Yeah, I'm sure that when that point comes up now, because we've spoken a lot about the difference between the black t-shirt and the white t-shirt. The black t-shirt is what the finishers at the top of this mountain behind us get. The white t-shirt is what the finishers who finish here at the hotel or in this region get here. And the difference between that seems to be fairly considerable in terms of the prestige and that kind of thing, because a lot of athletes have said to me this week, I've done this before, I've already got the white t-shirt, now I want the black t-shirt. So that seems to be quite a prestigious garment to win here.
There is a misunderstanding that there is actually a difference between the two shirts.
Mm-hmm.
If you finish Norseman, you're a hero.
Regardless, I think if you even started,
whether
you're a
that
hero.
shirt is black or white, it doesn't really make a difference.
Mm-hmm.
So the whole clue is battling yourself and get to the finish line. Norseman, it's not a race, it's just an experience. So yes, we have a fight with the top 5 females, top 5 males, but the rest is all about the experience and whether you get a black or white shirt. Yes, you may not get the view from the top, but again, you may not get it anyway because you land in the cloud.
Indeed. As we're now back out on the road now, following the racers as they go along. Plenty of traffic now on this early, still relatively early Saturday morning here in Norway. You can see a little bit of blue sky ahead of the racers there, but still plenty of clouds in the sky. As we've already seen this moment, the weather can turn at any given time. It looked beautiful here this morning when we sat down, the sun drenching the mountains here behind us. It looked like it was going to be a lovely day. Slightly more overcast now. When the racers exited the water at Eidfjord this morning, it was looking pretty good for them. But then shortly afterwards, the rain started to come down. And the rain showers here can be pretty violent. I'm not sure exactly how it was for them, but that certainly influenced a part of the race there, making the cycling course very, very slick. Which of course is going to cause its own problems on the downhill. They have to manage their clothing, they have to manage their nutrition, and they have to manage their course. But it's interesting there, of course, what Dog was saying. But this not necessarily being a race, but being more of an experience. I think the further down the field you go, people there have no sort of intention of winning the race, but they're just here to complete it, and they're here to sort of take part in the experience. But I mean, in one sense, the race is against the rest of the competitors. It's also against the course, but it's mostly against yourself. We've spoken very much about the mental aspect of this as we have a look at John French there of Great Britain. John is good. What the time differential there is an hour and 20 odd minutes behind the leaders. He's been out there for 4 hours and 32 minutes at this stage, and it looks like John will be out there for a considerable time to come. But I'm sure John's not that worried about where Losh Kister or where Alan are at the moment. He's more worried about getting himself through this day.
This is his experience. This is his dream in a bucket list race.
Yeah. Is that what people say to you about this? When you evaluate the race each year, what do you use for the criteria? What represents success for you every year you run this race, Dag?
Best criteria of success is the feedback we get from the athletes tomorrow morning when they pick up their T-shirts and we take the group photo, and the atmosphere we get then is, it's truly year over year. It's just the experience is fantastic.
Yeah. As we go back here, we can see a little bunch of cyclists running together here. I'm not sure there's exactly 12 metres between them, but I'm sure somebody is going to put on a spurt now reasonably soon. But this is uphill, of course, so they're allowed to draft just a little bit going uphill. Now we have a little bit of overtaking going on. We're just about to reach the crest of this hill here. Sitting fairly straight on the bike there at the moment. I'm sure there's a few backs that are getting quite painful there. It's getting quite stiff in the saddle. Our athletes have been out on the course now for 4.5 hours, a little over 4.5 hours there, reaching back into the pocket there. You can actually see the pocket of the athlete's pocket there, the lower back. It's fairly stuffed with gels and bars and anything that they might need when their support team is not within sight. And now you can see the pace being picked up, and indeed flying away from the car here as they go downhill, and the car trying to pick up and keep pace with them. But it truly is beautiful if you look at the water out to the right hand side. But it's amazing how quickly they build up the speed as well, Dag. Once the opportunity is given now, and they're hammering away there to make as much of the decline as they possibly can. We can remind our viewers at home and our viewers around the world that you can take part by using the hashtag NXTRI2017, Nordic Extreme Triathlon or Norseman Xtreme Triathlon 2017, NXTRI 2017 on Twitter, and we shall try to answer your questions and everything else as they come in. A lovely Saturday morning here in Norway. The traffic is picking up, the weather is getting a little bit better, the timings are pretty good. We're looking at a very, very quick race so far. They are making their way, especially the leaders certainly are making their way through the course fairly smart. They're already past the halfway point and on their way towards the finish of the cycle race. We reckon around about 5.5 to 6 hours. As we look at Theo Miltenberg, Theo's also about an hour and 21 minutes there behind the leaders. 78k in. It's an incredible distance to cover in one day. I know a lot of it is on the bike, but it's still, when you put it all together, being a marathon and 180k on the bike, it's incredible that the physical effort that goes into getting them all the way from Eidfjord to here.
Trust a couple of Americans living in Hawaii to figure this one out back in the 80s.
Yeah, I can understand. I can almost understand why you would do it in Hawaii, you know, given the difference in climate and temperature, that kind of thing. But what I'm still finding it hard to come to grips with about this great event is that we're doing it in Norway. It wouldn't have jumped out at me as being the kind of place where a triathlon would be perfect. It just seems to be the weather and the climate and this kind of thing, and of course the hills that are involved there. It seems to make it much more arduous than anything else the world has to offer.
Yeah, and then it takes a person like Horek who founded Norseman. He's very much an entrepreneur, but he's also a very creative a creative entrepreneur, to put it that way, and he sees no limits in anything.
He also must have a little bit of a streak of evil in him as we look at Christopher Syse, another hour and 20 minutes behind the leaders. But there seems to be, when you look at other places, like we mentioned new races coming up in Canada and in Slovakia and that kind of thing, do you look for something that mirrors the geography that you have here, the kind of inclines and the kind of plateaus and the kind of declines that you have here? Or is it just, okay, let's find somewhere that has, just enough, just the right distance? Is that enough?
No. If you want to be part of our little family of races, you need to find something unique about the course. And there needs to be an element of, not necessarily extreme, but it needs to be tough. It could be elevation, it could be heat, it could be, So, but the landscapes, of course, are important, and it's important with positive and open local communities.
I suppose, given the landscape issue, that you spend so much time out in nature for the most of the field, they'll spend that much time out there today that you have to have something nice to look at. You have to have a pleasant environment to be in. Otherwise, there's not much point in being there. Well, you mentioned a little bit about elevation as well. Does that ever become a problem? I mean, 2,000 meters above sea level or 1,500 meters above sea level, you're not going to get sort of, thin air or anything like that. No. That's never a problem for them. Another one of the questions that comes up regularly about these extreme sports, Dag, is how do you cope with medical emergencies in that here? Do you have doctors out around the pitch, or are you just going to rely on the local medical services?
No, we have a quite extensive safety and medical team. So we have 3 medical cars on the course as part of a crew. We have ambulances stationed at various points along the course, which are stationary.
Yep.
And then we have, when you get to the 32K on the run here, we have a sanity check of the athletes, that they can tell us their name and where they're going, to see if they're actually prepared to complete on the mountaintop.
I think you might have to have one of those sanity checks on the ferry if what I saw at 5 o'clock this morning is anything to go by. But it is interesting that with 32 kilometres to go, the medical team meets with each athlete as they come along, and they check to see that everything is okay, that they're still with their full senses.
It's not a deep check, but it's we need to know that people are still coherent and aware of what they're doing.
Yep. And they start off then on the last 32K, and they're joined for the final. Is it the final 5K that they're joined by a member of their support team?
Yes.
Yep. I'm just wondering if you've got to have a fairly decent support team. You've got to have somebody who's quite fit. You've got to have somebody who's able to make this, because it's a pretty arduous journey up to the top of this mountain here behind us.
For sure.
Yeah. Do people usually bring somebody from their triathlon club with them, or do they,
This could be family, friends, club, other club members. It all depends on your ambition level and who you want to hang around with for a day of extreme racing.
For the last, in particular, the last 5K. I'm just wondering though as well, how much of the last 5K is running and how much of it is fast walking? Is there still a very, very steep incline up there?
The last 5K, you need to be one of the top finishers or a mountain runner to actually manage to run. It's a lot of, you will be down on your hands at parts just climbing up.
Scrabbling your way through.
So most will have a fairly brisk walk up there.
Yeah. The conditions underfoot you mentioned just there, there's no sort of, nicely tarmacked pavement or tarmacked roads up there. Are there any plans in the future? Have you ever spoken to the local council about maybe getting that, or are you happy with things the way they are up there?
Organising an extreme triathlon, we are not the one that ones that are going to pave the road to go Stadhoppen. That said, over the last 3 years, there is a section at the very top where they have now had the Sherpas from Nepal building steps. So the last 200 meters to the top, you have beautiful rock steps up to the finish line.
It's lovely conditions underfoot for the athletes who do make it up the top to the finish line. Of course, only 160 athletes get that chance to finish all the way up there. But I find that if you wanted to know how extreme this particular triathlon is, the fact that we have Sherpas building steps up there, I think that says an awful lot about it. We are going back out to the field, I think, to see what's going on out there. We have contact with our teams out there just as the clouds behind us start to part over the mountain where the finish line is. We will be going back out to the field. We are in the middle of the cycling part of the race here, around about Gilo time. Yeah, we are receiving a little bit of contact from our teams out there. I'm not sure who they're going to talk to or what they're going to talk about, but we'll get back out there as soon as we can and see what is going on in the field.
Depending on who you ask, finally we have some summer weather. At least it's not raining. Glimpse of the sun is here in Gilo. And I'm sitting here resting on the world's largest kick sled. Actually, it's 5.4 meters high and 12 meters long. And it was built by some guys in Sandefjord in 2011. And I have a nice view here in Gilo, one of the largest ski resorts town in Norway. And actually over here we have the tourists, the head of tourism in Gilo.
Hello,
Can you introduce yourself?
my name is Paul, and I'm a local dude.
And I'm kind of liking me sitting here looking down at you. Yes.
This is good. This is the second biggest kick sledge in the world.
Shame on me. I said it was the largest.
I heard that, and in respect of the people at Tynset, we have to adjust that a little bit, so it's the second biggest kick sledge, but okay.
Please forgive me. Yeah.
I'll forgive you.
So how is Norseman, how important is Norseman for Gilo?
So Norseman just shows our good neighbors for sure. Rjukan and Eidfjord is both our neighbors, and in between is Gilo. And if you ask the athletes competing today, I guess they all have a strong connection to nature, training, uphill, downhill, and Gilo is suited with all kind of uphills and downhills. So it's perfect to show other people in the world that this is a perfect place to stay for training or just for leisure.
And maybe Gilo is also symbolic for the athletes. It's the bike leg is half through here.
Yeah, I think, talking to some of the athletes, coming to Gilo is is a good thing. You just pass the biggest national park in Norway, Hardangervidda, and then you're going to climb some of these valleys on the way to Rjukan. So I think they're happy. And a fun thing is that we also have two athletes competing in Norseman, Alexander Gullesen and Tom Remman. They now both live in Gilo, so we have strong connection to Norseman.
But Gilo is one of the largest ski resort towns in Norway. But you also have summer activities?
Well, the fact is that it is more people here now in the summer than in the winter. We are very well known for the alpine and the cross country. In the summertime, we have Rallervegen, which is the most popular biking route in Norway. And we have white river rafting, horseback riding. We have all kind of downhill biking. We have lots of activities for children. And this summer, we just opened the longest zip line in Northern Europe. 1,100 meter long. So if you spot the top of the ski center over there, you can zip line and slide down 1,100 meters. So it's a place year round, I think.
Have you done it?
I have, for sure. And
how was it?
Quite fun, I'll say. As you can see, I'm born for speed and have been gaining weight all my life. So me down there, that means speed.
So you shouldn't be on the bike uphill though?
No, I prefer downhill.
Okay, so you're having a good time today in Gilo with Norseman and everything?
Yes, you know, we had the first athlete here early this year, and also some of the crew visited us at the tourist information early this morning, so we're happy, and we're happy to have Norseman visiting again this year.
Thank you so much. I need to get down from this kick sled, so maybe you can take this microphone. Thank you. Thank you.
I'll help you. So.
1, 2, 3. Oh.
There we go. A little bit of valuable tourist information from Gilo there. A little bit of valuable information about the Norseman 2017 race and the leaderboard at the moment, Dog. What are we looking at here? We have Lars Christian is out in front. And is he increasing his lead, or is it just maintaining it as he goes along there?
As it looks now, he's maintaining it.
Yeah.
He's just started the final massive climb. This is 7 to 8 kilometer, 7 to 9 degree uphill up to Imingfjell.
Yep. This is a pretty ugly climb. If you look at this here, there's hairpin bends here. So it's a very, very... I know we've reached the highest point on the cycling a little bit earlier on, but this here is pretty evil, right?
This is very noticeable when you ride it.
Yep.
And Alan is just right behind. And and then Jordan has a long downhill to go, but this is fast. They'll go 60, 70, 80 kilometers an hour down here.
Okay. So you'd expect Jordan is going to catch up a little bit there. The two boys who are out in front, they're going to get slowed down just a little bit by the fact that they've got this. So the field may very well bunch up just a little bit more now, temporarily at least.
It will look like they're bunching up, but
Yep.
the hill is so steep that I don't think time-wise that it will matter.
Yep. We drove up that hill yesterday and it was amazing. This is the last of 5 hills that the cyclists have to make their way up on this 180 kilometre cycle today. And even in the car we were looking at this thinking, oh, this is pretty tough altogether. Now, we got to say that if you look behind us there, the weather behind us is pretty clear at the moment. The way the race works is that they drive or they cycle first from west to east, and now they're heading a little bit sort of southeast at the moment towards where we're sitting here in Gaustablik. And just that last climb seemed to me to be one of those make or break points on the course, that if you can get up that 7 or 8 kilometers, because it's quite persistent. Sometimes when you go to climb a mountain, you'll find that, you know, the local engineers, or, you know, when they build the roads, they go, okay, we put a flat bit out here. There's none of that, right? This is all pretty much straight up climbing the whole way up, 7 or 8 kilometers. Even the most elite of cyclists is going to have a little bit of difficulty going along here. So it's going to be interesting to see mentally who manages to hold it together as they go up there to the very, very top. Am I correct in saying that the dam, the local dam, is at the top of this particular climb? Is that where we saw that?
That's where you see the dam just opened. You actually cross the power station dam, so it's quite a spectacular ride just crossing the river here. It's
a tremendous feat of human engineering, the dam that we saw there. I'd imagine a lot of that will be used for electricity generation, that kind of thing?
This is for hydroelectric generation.
Yeah, and the great thing about having such a wonderful hydroelectric dam near to us is the fact that we can bring you this live broadcast of the Norseman 2017. We'll be here with you until about 7 o'clock this evening, but we'll definitely be here until the first, when our winners go up this mountain here behind us at the end of this 226-kilometre extreme triathlon race. We started out at just before 5 o'clock this morning. And we had plenty of swimmers in the water, 246 of them to be precise. Here's what it looked like just before dawn in Norway at the start of the Norseman. Good morning and welcome to Gaustablik here in Norway, where we are all set to bring you the 2017 Norseman Xtreme Triathlon, the ultimate triathlon here on the face of the earth. We're ready to bring you all the action and all the drama from what happens out there today. This is the start of the 2017 Norseman, the 15th year in a row that this race is being held. And there goes the horn, and they're off. You can see everybody hitting the crawl straight away. Nobody's going to be hanging around here. There are no breaststrokers here, no backstrokers here, and they're going hell for leather to begin with, getting into a smooth stroke as quickly as they can. The athletes are going to have to be prepared for pretty much everything a triathlon course can throw at them in terms of gradient, in terms of weather, in terms of temperature. So it's a hugely challenging, yet I'm sure hugely enjoyable course. We are bringing you the Norseman 2017 Xtreme Triathlon live from Norway. You are looking at our swimmers in Eidfjord at the moment. They've been in the water for 50 minutes at this point, according to the clock I have in front of me. And the first athletes are about to leave the water. They set out at 5 o'clock this morning. Just before 5 o'clock they hit the water. And this group of 4 have been out in front pretty much ever since. And of course there is an enormous amount of physical effort required to take them through the 3.8 kilometres of the swim. And you can see our leading cyclist there is out on the road, and he set off at a fairly cracking pace. Really, really spectacular images, it has to be said, of a tremendously beautiful part of the world. So you can't use the person in front of you and just ride in their slipstream. You can't allow them to protect you from the wind. This is individual cycling, it's not team cycling. This is a very, very punishing climb here at the start of the race. The first of 5 climbs as well. You have to start to wonder about the sanity of people taking. You have to be just a little bit crazy to take part in this, the ultimate triathlon on the face of the earth. It is the Norseman Xtreme Triathlon 2017. There you go, a little taste of what happened here this morning from 5 o'clock onwards. We have had 3.8 kilometres of swimming. We are in the middle of 180 kilometres of cycling. And after that, we just have the minor matter of a marathon that will finish at the top of this mountain here behind us. My name is Philip O'Connor. With me, I have expert commentator and the oracle of the Norseman Xtreme Triathlon. We're going to have a quick look at the leaderboard now just to tell you what's going on out in the field. Lars Christian Wold is leading in a time of 4 hours, 12 minutes and 10 seconds. He has been leading since he left the water at Eidfjord this morning. Hot on his heels is Alan Hovda, who is now 4 minutes and 35 seconds behind him. So he's dropped back approximately a minute or so over the last little while. After him is Californian Jordan Rapp, a further 13 minutes and 33 seconds behind Lars Christian. Kjell Magnus Antonsson of Norway is 15 minutes and 55 seconds behind Lasse Alexander Finstad. So we have, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4 Norwegians in the top 5, plus our friend from California. In the women's section, we have the biking at Gilo, where they passed by reasonably recently. Meredith Hill from Australia is leading the race, a time of 4 hours, 15 minutes and 46 seconds when she passed by there. 2 minutes and 40 seconds behind her. As good as hot on her heels is a former winner, Christine Lee. I think she won in 2015, if I'm correct.
Correct.
And then Anne Nevin is right behind her, also from Norway. We have Trude Stormo. She is the wife of Lasse Alexander now. Lars Petter Stormo, but he has dropped out of the top 5 there on the men's side. And then after that, we have Becky Hoare. It's all happening very, very quickly. The great British athlete Becky Hoare there in 5th place in the women's class. We are back in the studio here. As I said, my name is Philip O'Connor. This is Dog Oliver. I was going to say we're halfway through. We're not even near. Are we near halfway through yet? We have 5 hours, almost 5 hours of racing done. The course record is time of 10 hours and 24 minutes. So we're getting close to the halfway point here, Doug.
We've got about 5.5 hours to when we see the finisher, first finisher on the top.
About 5.5 hours to when we see the first finisher on the top. Can we see the top of the mountain from here? It's just about becoming visible, okay? We've had clouds on the top of the mountain here behind us. Gauslatoppen, that is what everybody is heading for. Everybody wants the black t-shirt. Everybody wants to finish their race up on this mountain here behind it. So far this morning, we've been barely able to see it, but you can see just above my head here, you can see, let me see if we go over this way. No, it's over this way. We can just see that the mist is starting to clear up there. We've had very, very good weather today by Norwegian standards in the summer, it has to be said. We've had a little bit of rain on the early part of the cycling course, but now it seems to have cleared up nicely, and they seem to have just a little bit of a tailwind on the 180 kilometre cycle. We've concentrated a little bit on those who are leading the race at the moment, but we have to remember we have about 230 other competitors slightly further down the field. Their intention is not to make the podium. Their intention is to win that black t-shirt, or at least to finish the race here and to make it here by midnight tonight. We spoke a little bit earlier on about the cut-offs. We have lost 2 athletes so far to the cut-off on the swimming. That was after 2 hours and 15 minutes. The next cut-off comes at Transition 2. Transition 2 is where the athletes leave their bikes, they swap them for their running kit, and they make their way into the marathon section of the race. That cut-off comes at 12 hours, I believe. So that will be at 5 o'clock this evening that cut-off comes. We still have almost 7 hours until then, so they have plenty of time in the saddle. They have plenty of time to make up there. If we have a little look at the map, maybe we might have a look just down towards the back of the field and see how far they have come. So over to the left hand side of your screen there, you will see the fjord. We'll just run the cursor over here. That's where they got out of the water here. So some of the cyclists there, we can see there's 1 or 2 of them over towards just as they drive east there. They'll be cycling east, and we can see that the field is starting to spread out as time goes on. There are bunches of cyclists on this road east towards us here. Big bunch of stuff, but quite spread out now. So we have plenty of people still out on the course. We have plenty of our marshals still out on the course as well to look after them all. Doug, your impression of the race so far? So far, I think it's safe to say it's been a pretty quick race, a pretty fast pace out there this morning.
It's moving quickly, but we still need to see if we are looking at record times, but it does look fast, yes.
Yep. Can you remember when the course record, was it set last year, 10 hours and 24 minutes?
The men's course record was set last year, yes.
Okay. Can you remember your feeling at that point? When did you sort of think, well, maybe the course record is going to be broken?
basically, you don't. Last year we were standing at the top, fog. You knew Lars Petter Stormo was on the mountain, but you had no idea where he was. We had the trackers, of course, but you don't. I think he beat the old record with a couple of minutes.
Okay.
So you don't really know what's happening until you actually see him coming out of the fog.
Yeah, a couple of minutes, of course, is nothing in the sport of extreme triathlons. That's, a couple of minutes is the equivalent of a couple of seconds over a normal long-distance race. So it's not a whole lot at all, and it's probably not about the records either. I think it's more to see who gets up there, who's the first to the top of the mountain. Of course, one thing that we've been stressing all morning here, as we bring you this live broadcast of the Norseman 2017, is that things can change at the drop of a very small hat here. The weather can turn against them, and indeed, in recent years, only one athlete made it to the top of the mountain because it started to snow and the race couldn't be finished up there. Could I talk to you just a little bit, Doug, about the contingency plans here? Now, luckily we were able to start the race as normal. Everybody jumped off the ferry this morning at about 10 minutes to 5. The race started at 5 o'clock. Say the water is 9 degrees. What do you do? What does your race director do in that situation? Is there a plan for that?
Yes. We never had to do it, but with 9 degrees water, we would have to cancel the swim.
The swim would be cancelled?
The swim would be cancelled, and we would start this with a run.
Yep.
So the athletes would have I think the plans is a 10K run.
Yep.
Before they get on the bikes. So we get a spread in the field, so we don't send 250 cyclists off on the road at the same time.
Yeah, a mass start with 250 cyclists is something to be avoided.
We're not doing that. So for practical purposes, we would turn Norseman into a duathlon.
Yep.
So that's the scenario with 9 degrees. If the water is cold, but higher than 9 degrees, we would, together with our safety team, evaluate whether to shorten the swim. 3 years ago, we shortened it down to 1900 meters, which was okay. So we have various scenarios for that.
Those decisions have to be taken very, very quickly. So who makes those decisions? You're sitting here with me today. I know you're in contact with the race office all the way through, but who makes those decisions?
I'm not involved in the race operationally at all. I'm just the general manager for this. So Toril, our race director, she has a safety team alongside with her. And if those decisions need to be made, it could also be bad conditions at the mountain. It could be wind, snow, thunder. And then she would get her team together on a phone conference and discuss the various alternatives that we have scoped out and make a decision.
Have you ever had a situation where, say, the snow on the mountain, the possibility of snow on the mountain, where the authorities here in Norway come to you and say, Dog, or to Toril and say, maybe you shouldn't do this? Or do they sort of keep out of your way? Do they let you run your race as you see fit?
They let us run our race as we see fit, but I think we've proven that we take that responsibility very seriously in the way we've set up both our race organization and not at least the safety team.
Of course, this is the 15th year of the Norseman Xtreme Triathlon. This is nothing new to anybody involved. The authorities, as Dag said, are very well acquainted with how the race is run. And I have to say, having covered many of these races, it's a very, very well run operation indeed, and all credit to Toril and the team for it. We've had a fascinating day of racing so far. And I think what has been most interesting about it is the fact that Lars Christian Wold, he took the lead and has pretty much hung in there all the way through. We've been speaking a lot about the tactics and about the mental preparations for these races, and the fact that the athletes are coming in behind Lars Christian are trying to keep at a certain distance and then trying to hit him maybe a little bit later on, trying to catch up with them. But as we say, anything can happen in these races. Alan Hovda is 4.5 minutes behind him at the moment. Jordan Rapp slightly behind him there. But if we turn our attention to Meredith Hill in the women's race, Christine Lee is probably expected. She won the race in 2017. She's well acquainted. She's from Norway. She knows what's happening here. Did you look at Meredith's name on the start list and think, yeah, there's a girl who could be at the top of the list a little later on?
She's on our elite quota. So she has results previously that qualifies her as a Norseman elite athlete. So for sure, we know that she has something to prove. So we've been aware of her, to put it that way.
It's one thing, I suppose, being aware of somebody, but it's another thing to say, the top step of the podium here is not easy to reach. The top of this mountain is not easy to climb. So I'm wondering, a lot of people come here. Is this Meredith's first time taking part in this race?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Yeah, and at the moment she holds a lead of 2 minutes and 47 seconds over the 2015 winner Christine Lee. It's going to be interesting to see. They've just they came through Gilo about maybe a half an hour ago, I think, on the bicycle part of the race, and it's going to be interesting to see exactly where they turn up after that. The race times as well. There doesn't seem to be a whole lot of difference in the race times between men and women at the moment. Although that may be that I'm looking at the wrong part.
You're looking at the wrong part.
Yeah, I thought I might be right enough. Yeah, so we shall see. We'll see if we can get some sort of comparative information a little bit later on and see how it goes. We have, as we mentioned earlier on, Gilo's about the halfway point for the cycling. So you're talking about 90 kilometres to get there, and then a further 90 kilometres to get to Transition 2. Transition 2 is where the switch is made, the bike is left, the support team picks it up, throws it in the back of the truck, and they hand over the running kit to the athletes. And the running kit here is, you might think that it's a marathon, you might think it's like the London Marathon or the Reykjavik Marathon. It's nothing like any of those marathons at all, because the last portion of this, it's Zombie Hill, it's uphill, it's very, very tough, and it's trail running. In terms of triathlons around the world, is that kind of trail running, is it mostly on sort of flat asphalted surfaces, or do you have elements of trail running in other triathlons? I'm just wondering if the athletes meet these challenges anywhere else, or is it just here at Norseman?
You have various kinds of triathlons. You have the Xterra kind, where you ride an off-road cycling, off-road run, where you would get trail running all the way through. And then you have the triathlons like we do them, where you have special parts where you may run or climb or whatever. And then you see a lot of the local triathlons. You adapt to environment where you organize. So organizing a triathlon is a technical operation. So you're dependent on using what nature gave you to play around with.
Yep. And nature certainly gave us something very, very beautiful and very, very challenging to play around with here. Norway's coast, of course, formed by the end of the Ice Age about 13,000 years ago, and then further formed by Dag Oliver and his team as they staked out the course here for this 2017 Norseman race. You can join us, you can follow the race, you can interact with us here in the studio on the hashtag NXTRI2017. That stands for Norseman Xtreme Triathlon 2017, NXTRI, and we've had some messages from Elin Bergena there, and she's telling us that Anne Nevin from Trondheim, she won the Trondheim first full distance, and she's a current Norwegian half marathon champion. But again, when you look at that and you go, half marathon champion, it's a great achievement of that. But when you have to look at what's underfoot and the kind of terrain and the kind of incline that we'd be dealing with here, do you ever have athletes that say to you, Dog, I love your race, but I hate the last bit because it's trail running? Or do they just go, I don't mind, it doesn't matter, it's extreme running, this is what I do?
We try. Our slogan is true, basic and unique, and we try to be very open and clear with what we deliver. And so we expect the athletes signing up to this race to understand what they've actually signed up for. So we've had athletes complaining about the weather, but there are not many.
Yeah.
So as likewise, the mountain is the mountains. It's part of the race, so they need to face it.
Yeah, I think coming to Norway and complaining about the weather is like going to the desert and complaining about the sun. It's just one of those things that you have to deal with out there, One of the questions that I had for you was to do with equipment, Dog, because the kind of shoes that you would use on flat, pleasant asphalt are a lot different from the ones that you might use for trail running. I'm assuming the athletes, once they change into their running shoes, they don't change when they get to Zombie Hill, and they don't change when they get towards Gaustatoppen.
It depends on where you're in the race, basically. Some people will change and put on some more sturdy shoes when they go up the mountain. It takes you 30 seconds to change a pair of shoes, and if that gives you an advantage on the surface you're moving, you should do that.
Sounds fairly clever.
Likewise, putting on a jacket if it's cold.
Yep.
So.
I'm just thinking as well, you mentioned a little bit earlier on there, of course, the last 5K of the race, a member of your support team has to go with you if you're going up to the top of the mountain there. And you mentioned there earlier on that you have to have a backpack with you. Could you just tell me what the contents of that backpack? I'm sure it's not a camera to take a picture from the top, or is it?
Well, we demand that you have a cell phone in there, so that would give you a camera, I hope. Warm clothing, so that means usually something in wool and something windproof, a hat, gloves, water. That's the basics.
That's the basics of it. Yeah. But is there any restrictions on what can be brought in that backpack? I mean, can they bring whatever they like?
They can bring whatever they like in addition to that, but the main thing is this is for safety.
Yep.
So you stay together with your support person, and you both have this equipment, and you'll be okay if we have a change in weather and need to evacuate the mountain.
Of course, we spoke a little bit to one of the support teams earlier on, and they mentioned to us that they were trying to relieve the athlete of all the weight that they had on the bike, and they were delighted the fact that they got sort of 1 kilo of baggage. I think it was a water bottle and this kind of thing. So that anything that the athlete doesn't have to carry, of course, makes life an awful lot easier for them. But I suppose the next question is then, how do they get off the mountain here? They've just come 226 kilometres. They've taken themselves to the very top of this beautiful mountain here behind us. I'm sure they're exhausted. I'm sure they're just looking for helicopters to bring them down. But I haven't heard any helicopters buzzing around here this morning.
No. Inside the mountain here, there is an old military installation which has been modernized. So there is a funicular that will take you down inside the mountain.
Okay.
And then there is a small tram where at the end station of the funicular, which takes you out of the mountain. So all our athletes get to take the funicular back down. While their support teams has to hike back down the way that they came. Because we have limited capacity on the funicular.
Yeah, I'm starting to understand why Alexander, who was sitting here shortly before you, he said that the first year he was part of the support team and the second year he decided to run it himself. I wouldn't be surprised if he decided he wanted to get the lift back down the mountain. Aileen Bayana is helping us out there on the commentary. She is telling us that this is Anne Nevin's first full distance extreme triathlon, and I think Anne was in, what position was she in? 4th or 5th position there? Could even be 3rd position. Anne Nevin is in 3rd position at this point in time. The ladies race is still, they have passed the top 5, have passed Gilo, but they haven't come to the next timing station yet. Is it at Dogali or is it further along there?
Still Dogali.
Yeah, so that'll be the next one. So we're looking to see where the ladies made it past the next timing station. At the moment we can't, we have nothing else to update you on in terms of the leaderboard. We may be able to have a quick look at the map there. We can see maybe if we hover a little bit over that arrow there. That arrow is our leader. That arrow is Lars Christian Wold. And Lars Christian Wold is very, very close to the top of that cruel, punishing, arduous climb. Right at the top there is the dam. He'll take a sort of a slightly left swing and follow the road across there. And Hovda is right behind Alam. Hovda is right behind him. We might be able to see as well. We are now back live. That looks like Gilo to me. Is that Gilo I'm looking at there?
Yes,
my Norwegian geography is improving with every second.
This is the roundabout.
This is the roundabout there, and we can see one of the motorbikes there behind. That's another question. Can you be a support team on a motorbike, or do you have to be in a car?
You have to be in a car.
You have to be in a car. This is it. We're learning all the rules of extreme triathlons, all the rules of the Norseman this year and every other year. There we see very, very relaxed there. One of the marshals, one of the stewards out there waving people around the corner. It's probably useful to have these guys there, because otherwise if you went straight in that roundabout you'd wind up
in Oslo.
In Oslo, yeah. Nobody wants to wind up there this evening. We'll take that tomorrow evening when the race is all done and dusted. So when Lars Christian gets up to the top of that, is that the end of the climbing section? That after that is pretty much downhill for him, is it?
At the top of Iming, this climb he's been through now, there is a 15k section where he it looks flat, but depending on the wind, it's actually a quite rough stretch of mountain. So he's still got 15 kilometers until he can start the downhill descent into transition 2.
So he'll be exposed to the elements up there as well, because he's still, even if it's not the highest point of the course, he's still sort of quite exposed up there.
It's very exposed.
Yeah. I think actually when we drove that course yesterday, as we look at the riders coming around the roundabout there in Gilo, we seem to have quite a bunch of riders here now, slightly further down the field. But up at the dam, as we passed by there yesterday, it did seem to be sort of a very slight incline. It's not the 9% that they've dealt with earlier, but there's still quite a slight incline. And it's almost a little bit treacherous, because you get to the dam and you think, right, now I'm at the highest point, and yet it continues a little bit more. So you're still expending energy, you're still expending watts and power trying to get up to the top before you get to the decline then.
Correct.
The other thing is, in terms of the decline that's coming, okay, they're going to go downhill reasonably soon afterwards. Does it take a lot of physical power to retain control over the bicycle coming down? Because I'd assume you go into a sort of a dipped aerodynamic position to make the most of the speed. So that's not a resting position as such. It's still quite physically demanding.
If the road surface is good, you can rest there.
Yeah.
But parts of going down from Imingfjell, it's definitely not good.
Yep.
So you really need to pay attention, and you cannot go down in the aero bars. You need to keep your arms on the handles and control the descent until you're down on the valley floor, where you can speed up again.
Yeah, it's interesting that the level of concentration that's required, you never think of it. You think maybe 226 kilometers, okay, go out there and swim and bike and run and you'll be fine. And that. But there is, especially on the faster parts of the cycling course, you've got to be with it. You can't switch off for a second, because there are some reasonably considerable potholes out there that haven't been filled in yet. So they'll have to keep an eye out for that. Lars Christian will be tracking that very, very soon. He'll be heading towards that downhill point there. We have a little bit of a distance again, so as we said a little bit earlier on, opened up between the elite athletes and the back of the field. We might go out into the field now and have a look. Yeah, we can see plenty of cyclists coming in here now. I wouldn't say it's a leisurely pace as such. I mean, people are out there, they're giving it all they can. One of the races that they're going to do, they're doing it against the clock. They have made them, some of the athletes might have a time in mind, but I suppose it's probably difficult given the weather conditions and the fact that they can vary so much. You can't sort of say, like with a marathon, that I want to do it in under 3 hours, or I want to do it in under 4 hours. This is one of those things where you just have to go out and take whatever the gods throw at you.
Yeah, and again, many of these athletes have a plan, which they do just according to the weather conditions, but others will they do this race for fun. They come prepared, they're in good shape and good health, and take the time they need.
Yeah. If we go back to your previous job as the boss of the Triathlon Association here, what does the average triathlete look like? You know, what do they work with? Are they, like, what leads them into this life of triathlon?
As we discussed earlier this morning, they come in all shapes and colors, basically. Mm-hmm. Triathlon is very inclusive, both because it's varied sports, and it's good if you're injured. It's good if you're looking for variation. Used to be a lot of middle-aged men. Now you'll find equal amounts of men and women. And in Norway, we're very focused on recruiting young triathletes.
It seems to me that if you're going to spend 15 or 20 hours out in the field at a triathlon like this, you need a lot of time to train. Would that be fair to say, or can you manage to do it on sort of a couple of hours a day, 2-3 hours a day, maybe?
Our in-house physiologist says you'll easily manage this with 9 hours a week.
With only 9 hours training a week?
But you won't win.
Survival, I think, is the new winning in that case. But sort of 9 hours training a week, I would have expected it just, when you look at the distance of 226 kilometres, that it would be a lot more. Are there any secrets to how you should train to cover yourself in 9 hours a week?
I think Johnny will stop by later on this afternoon. And
we'll keep these questions for Johnny. We'll look forward to that. These and all the other questions that we can pose to Johnny, you can get your questions to us on NXTRI 2017 on that hashtag. We have Ronny Haldén, who's telling us that Alan Hovda beat Lars Christian Wold by 15 and 17 minutes on the run in 2017 and 2014. Lars Christian Wold, a better runner this year, he's asking. So it seems that Alan Hovda would have a slight time advantage. And if the statistics that Ronnie gives us are correct there, and I've no reason to doubt Ronnie, the lead of 4 minutes may not be all that it's cracked up to be there. That Lars Christian might need to increase his lead a little bit more. There we have Dan Runyon, we're just looking at in the picture there. We've lost him there just behind the trees. And we're going back there. Yeah, as we mentioned there, the lead that Lars Christian has just come in through Imingfjell, 5 hours, 8 minutes and 58 seconds after starting off this morning. So for the next 4 or 5 minutes, it's going to be fairly interesting to see what the time difference is between himself and Alan Hovda. But it's an interesting one that if Alan can catch up to Lars Christian 15 minutes and 17 minutes over the course of a marathon, it sounds like a lot, and it certainly would be enough to eat up that lead that Lars Christian has built up. The interesting thing, of course, will be to see Jordan Rapp, who is making his debut in this particular competition, to see what he can do when he gets off the bike and onto the road. He has lost a little bit of time, but of course, over the next 10 or 15 minutes now, the leaderboard is going to be very, very interesting to watch. It's going to tell us a lot about how this race is going to pan out over the final few kilometres of the bicycle part of it, and then into the running. We have seen the course yesterday in terms of the running and that kind of thing. We can see the weather here now. I know it's 40 kilometres away where they start and that kind of thing, but it's very, very calm here at the moment. The conditions for running seem to be pretty good here today, Doug.
Yeah, this will be a good run. It's temperatures are nice. They won't get too hot. There's no scorching sun or anything, so we'll have a fast run.
Yeah, so we should have a pretty fast run there. So once they do get to the end of the bicycle part of the triathlon, that we should see them getting off the bikes, getting into the running gears. You can see no gloves on that rider right there, so it must be reasonably comfortable temperature out there. Anything between 10 and 15 degrees, I suppose, would be pretty okay. No biting wind. Juan Camilo Echeverri from the USA. Who knows, they might be up early or very, very late at night over in the US, depending on what coast he's from. There we go. And we have a little bit of news from the leaderboard. We can stay with these images, but Alan Hovda is now apparently 8 minutes behind Lars Christianvold. So 8 minutes of a gap has opened up on the cycle. So it's all to play for there now. If Alan can close it up on the run, maybe that has been the tactic all along, is just to survive through the cycling for Alan, keep him within about 10 minutes or so, and then try to reel in Lars Christian over the course of the marathon that's coming up a little bit later on. I can see the support cars there behind. And there we have coming down towards, is that coming down towards the roundabout? Gilo?
This is Gilo.
This is Gilo, yeah. So a lovely town. As Alexander was telling us a little bit earlier on there, very much at the heart of sports tourism in this part of the world. A huge palette of sports to choose from in terms of winter sports and summer sports. There's hill walking, cycling, running, there's ice fishing. I think you can hire pretty much any equipment you need. There are several spots around the place that we noticed that were renting out everything from boats to skis to alpine skis and boots and everything else like that. This is a cyclist looking to make the absolute most of the course there, hugging the corners that came around there to the right hand side, keeping as close to the side of the road as possible, keeping the racing line as much as possible. We have Geir Egil Bolstad. Could Doug comment on what or who that has impressed him most over the years? It's a very loaded question, Doug. Which athletes have impressed you most over the 15 years of the Norseman?
Geir Egil Bolstad was one of them.
Ah, I see.
So,
Geir Egil is fishing for compliments there this morning.
Yeah. We'll get back to that, Geir Egil. Meredith Hill and Kristin Lie has passed Dagali. It looks like Kristin has dropped the minute down. But she's still keeping pace with Meredith, so that looks good.
So that's not a considerable gap there between Meredith and Kristin Lie. Kristin has dropped a minute there. We see one of the bicyclists stopping there. That's Jing Hu from China, one of two Chinese athletes in the race, pairing up with the support team, deciding that it's warm enough, time to lose the gloves. If we can get that SUV out of the way, we'll see. No, we have Jacopo Del Prete from Italy. That's who we have, number 228. There we go. Drying off the hands on the jacket there. We'll be wanting to get back out on the road as soon as possible. The aerodynamic helmets, of course, all the rage. Anything that gives you a marginal gain, especially in terms of cycling. Jacopo trying to get the gloves back on there. I'd say it must be a bit chilly around the fingers now, right enough, if you're out cycling in that weather. And if you got a little bit damp or a little bit wet earlier on there, Jacopo almost a couple of hours behind our leading bunch here now. So you're starting to see why it is that we get some racers who compete until midnight, trying to make their way back here to Gaustatoppen. Fixing the second glove there. Seems to be happy enough to take their time there. But this is the importance of the support teams. It's being able to answer the requests. As we see the other member of the support team coming back. What's the average? Is the average sort of two people in a support team, one person driving and the other person helping out?
Yeah, we do recommend that they have one person focused on being the support, and then you should have a driver so you can share, keep each other entertained. It's a long day for the support team as well.
I'm thinking that as well, yeah. And it might be good to have some sort of a discussion in the support car as to what the best thing to do for the athlete might be as well, you know?
For sure.
One of the people in the support team will be keeping an eye on the leaderboard in the same way that we are keeping an eye on the leaderboard here, and letting the athletes know where they are in relation to everybody else, where they are in relation to their plan and to their own goals. Is that Swedish athlete Robin Berlin just flew through there. Now we are back out on the road. You can see a bit of a traffic jam there starting to form behind the two cyclists. The car beginning to pull away there now, and just to make a little bit of space. And as you can see there, the camper van driving towards the Range Rover that was overtaking there. We need to stick. There's Jacopo hitting the road again, getting back out. So we got a little bit of an insight there into what was happening. The vest wide open, flapping in the breeze there. So that was Jacopo stopping to consult with the team there. We're back on the road with our camera team in the car. A little bit tight there. As I say, overtaking the athletes, you need to give them plenty of space. You don't want to, like, I suppose pretty much like any cyclist that you meet on the road, even when you're driving in everyday life, you want to give them that little bit of space. You don't want to buffet them with the speed of your passing there. So there seems to be a little bit of space to pass by here, and indeed to pass by the camera car. A lot of camper vans in Norway. I've seen camper vans from the Netherlands and from Germany and from Sweden. So camping holidays seem to be a popular pastime here. That's Jan Gustav Thranestein from Norway. What percentage of the athletes that we're seeing here today would be Norwegian, Dog? Will it be?
About a third of the athletes are Norwegian, and then 2/3 from other countries.
Okay, it actually feels like a lot more. Maybe that's because they're populated. They're quite close to the top of the leaderboard, the elite athletes. But there are athletes from as far afoot here as Vietnam, 2 athletes from China, Australia, South Africa, Chile is represented as well, the United States of America, Great Britain. There is, of course, a great tradition of endurance sports in Great Britain, and in Scotland in particular. There's a lot of triathletes and extreme athletes that come out of these places here now. We can see, getting some sense from these pictures of the efforts that's involved here. It's a consistent effort. There's no slacking off by any of the athletes here. They keep up the power output. They keep putting one foot in front of the other when they get to the running. There's some lovely stripy stockings or socks, or I don't know if they're leggings or what they are. It's an easy one to pick out of the crowd if you're watching at home. A quick reminder that like Geir Egil and Ronny and Elin, you too can join in the conversation about the Norseman 2017 by using the hashtag NXTRI2017 as you watch Joan Anton Mire from Spain making their way through Gilo. And that to me looks like a Volvo support car. There looks to be a couple of bikes up on top of that. Of course, everybody will be staying here in Gaustablik this evening. What's the party like after this race, Dog? Does everybody let their hair down, or is everybody too tired to do anything?
I wouldn't call it a party, but it's
slightly more subdued than that.
It's a mellow gathering of people reloading on nutrition or good food.
Yeah.
So the buffet at the Gaustablik Høyfjellshotel, where we have our base, is it opens at 8 and closes at 2 a.m. So,
at 2 a.m. That's remarkable, considering Norway's not a country that's usually open very, very late at all. Certainly not out.
This is for us.
This is very, very special.
People coming in.
Yeah, I suppose you can't just sort of close the kitchen and expect people to come in after 226 kilometres of an extreme triathlon and then not feed them at all. You know, send them eating hot dogs. So I got to say, we ate at the buffet here at the hotel last night, and it really is fantastic. But I was talking to a mixed martial artist recently about weight cutting. You know, when these guys they go down in weight to make it into different weight classes, and he was telling me about the fact that when you're finished weight cutting and you've weighed in, and then you have to eat, but he said you have to be very, very careful about how you put the weight back on, about how you sort of take in electrolytes and this kind of thing. So when the athletes get here to the buffet tonight, will they go straight for the bread basket and the lasagna and the pasta, or will they take their time over the buffet and just sort of build it up slowly again? Is there any danger there to them in your experience?
I haven't actually looked at that, but it seems like people are eating very well when they get here.
They eat very, very well, and very, very quickly, I would imagine, as we see another of a whole slew of caravans and camper vans as people enjoy their holidays. Behind Johanna Håland from Norway there. Plenty of people out on the Norwegian roads this morning. I think are we still on Highway 7 there, or have we turned off Highway 7?
No, we're off Highway 7.
We've turned off Highway 7 here now at Gilo, and making their way up towards this last... how many climbs is there after Gilo? Is it 2?
4.
There's 4 climbs after Gilo, so there's plenty of climbing to be done by the rest of the field here. You can see 1 hour and 24 minutes, Johanna is behind the leaders there. It's getting quite congested out there on the roads. Of course, we are contributing to that from the Norseman side by putting out 250 support cars, plus our cameraman in this car here now. And you can see the inside. This is the cables that are holding our camera car together. So we have a cameraman lying in the back of that car for a good 10 hours today.
He's actually not lying in the car.
Is he not lying in the car?
No. The camera is rigged in the back of the car.
I preferred it when we made him to lie in the back of the car. That way he had to work for his money.
We're not allowing him to lay in the car.
We're not allowing him to lay in the back of the car. We're going soft in our old age here, dog. It's all computer controlled. Of course, technology is of a huge help to us in bringing you this race here today. Yeah, the use of 4G technology, the use of these wonderful cameras, and the fantastic crew that we have out there, and indeed the production crew we have here at the hotel have all been doing a tremendous job, and they're helping us to make it all look very, very easy. I can tell you who it's not easy for. It's not easy for these cyclists on the 9-degree climb. We are back, I think, in Galo here, but the 9% gradient that they're facing into a little bit further on there. This is an athlete that's not going to be missed in traffic with the day glow booties there. Very, very useful if you're trying to keep yourself safe on your bike here in a place like Norway. Maciej Lasik from Poland there, another one of our international representatives, of which there are very, very many. What's the buzz like about Norseman? Because this was pretty much the original extreme triathlon outside of Ironman and all these kinds of things, right? So, when you talk to athletes from Poland, from the US, from Australia, what do they tell you about Norseman?
Do you mean athletes that have participated? Or
No, before they've been here at all. Are they very excited to be here? Are they really out after that sort of winning lottery ticket, like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory?
Yeah, very much so. Twice in a row now we've been awarded the prize for the Triathlon Business International has given us the prize for the ultimate bucket list race 2 years in a row, and that's been voted by triathletes from all over the world.
Okay, so this is not just some magazine choosing you. This is people who know.
That's an actual vote.
That's a tremendous accolade, all the same, to get people saying that, you know, we love what you do, we love how you do it, we'd like to come and compete. You know. But you'll never have any worries in terms of not filling the quota of athletes. Actually, another question that's probably worth asking for those who are watching a triathlon for the first time, or who maybe aren't familiar with the Norseman: why are there only 250 athletes allowed to take part?
This is primarily a safety and logistics limitation. Eidfjord, the community where the race starts, is a very small community. We need to have capacity to, and even with 250 athletes, we're really pushing the limits for athletes and their crews staying there. Traffic on the roads. We're racing on open roads. We have a 180-kilometer long course. We do affect traffic where we pass, and not the least when it comes to entering the mountain and stuff like that. We need to keep people safe and have plans so we can evacuate. So 250 is where we've landed, and until I don't know when, that's where we'll stay.
I suppose that kind of built-in exclusivity is what makes it a bucket list race for a lot of racers. But here's a curveball for you. Have you ever considered moving this to some other part of Norway? Because there are mountains and there are fjords pretty much everywhere you look here.
We haven't considered that. We are utterly in love with our course. Both Eidfjord, the community of Eidfjord, the community of Tinn, and the city of Rjukan, and not the least our mountain here, gives us what we need. That said, there are other long-distance triathlons in Norway that are in other spectacular places. Not as well known as us, but they offer nice races.
I just wonder if it was possible to get some sort of a season ticket to all these races, because I'd be fascinated to see how a few of them are run in the kind of environments that they are in. One of the environments that we are in today is somewhere between Gilo and Gaustablik here. You can see plenty of traffic out on the roads now this morning. It is 10:30 Central European time. We are 5 hours and 31 minutes in there, and we can tell you that on the leaderboard, Lars Christian Wold is leading the men's race. He's 8 minutes and 12 seconds ahead of Alan Hovda, and he is 18 minutes and 20 seconds ahead of California's Jordan Rapp. And just behind Jordan Rapp is Kjell Magnus Antonsson, who has broken into the top 5 now, 22 minutes and 26 seconds behind the leader, Lars Christian Wold. Lars Christian has led ever since he left the water in Eidfjord. We did have Marcus Riedel there now. Now we have one of our female competitors making her way down to make this right swing. Number 37 we got there. We'll pull up her name now very, very soon on the graphic. There we go. It's Carla Keek Gillingham from ZA. Could that be Zambia? Could that be Zaire? I'm not sure. I'm not going to wager a call on that one, but I'm sure our crew will be able to tell us very, very soon. She is 90 kilometres into her race there, and she seems to be going pretty well there. So between the top 3 now, earlier on about a couple of hours ago, we had a distance of 15 minutes between the top 5. Now we have 20 minutes between the top 3. So the field is starting to spread out now. I think we may very well be looking at our eventual winners being either Lars Christian Wold, Alan Hovda or Jordan Rapp, but very, very powerful athletes, all 3, elite athletes, all capable of cutting into one another's lead over the last of the cycling and indeed on the marathon. We did have contact with one person who told us that Alan Hovda was capable of running 15 to 17 minutes quicker than Lars Christian Wold, or at least that he has done so in previous years. We will see if Lars has learned the lessons of previous years and improved his running, his pacemaking and that kind of thing over the last leg of the race, which is indeed a marathon, 42.2 kilometres. Dare I say that it's brightening up slightly? I'm looking around me here at the Gaustatoppen, the ski lifts, which obviously aren't in use at this time of the year, but we're having a look around here. Things are getting a little bit brighter. It's turning into a very, very pleasant morning. The cold breeze that existed a little bit earlier on is now gone. We're not having that anymore. So very, very pleasant here behind me. But still, it persists. The fog is still hanging over the top. But if you look very, very closely, and I'm not sure we can see it in our image, but the mast at the very, very top there is visible to the naked eye here, but maybe not to the camera's eye. You've been up there at the top, Doug, when the winners have crossed the finish line up there. What are the emotions like when they get across the finish line?
It even makes the spectators cry. So it's very emotional. For the athletes, for the support. They've been through a rough day, and that's when they let everything out. So it's very emotional, actually. Yeah, I'd say it's a humbling experience to be up there. As somebody who has spent the year putting this race together, and then you're up at the top when these people have laid down, 10 and a half, 11, 12, 13, 14 hours, and then they cross the finish line, and they've got this thing. They've either finished on the podium or they've won the coveted black T-shirt. So it must be very emotional for you as well to see all of your work come together here. It's the fulfillment of a long year's work, and it makes it interesting. Brilliant. We are looking out at the course now again. We have, let me see, I'm not sure if that's a sport car or not. Certainly looks like one, but there's a little bit of traffic congestion out there. Yeah, we have a cyclist in the middle of it, so I'm guessing that there's a support car there somewhere. There is a cyclist out in the middle of it, and you can see the amount of cars now, the amount of well-wishers, the amount of spectators who are turning up along the route here between Gilo and everywhere else. I'm being joined again by Alexander, who has participated in this race in, was it 2012 you said? No, 2013. 13 for me, yeah. 2012 you were the support team. From what you've seen this morning, how typical is this weather? It seems to be very, very calm here today, apart from that rain shower earlier on.
It looks very calm, and it is extremely calm to what you can have.
Compared to what you can have.
Yeah,
there's a saying in Sweden, Alexander, I wonder if it's shared here in Norway, that there's no such thing as bad weather, there's only bad clothing. Is that something one would say here in Norway as well?
Definitely.
You're looking very well dressed this morning. I see you're following our style here very closely. We have pictures from out on the course there. I'm not sure, do you recognise this part? This is part of the downhill part, is it? Let me see.
could be. It's probably from one of the descents after Gilo.
Yeah.
So here they have quite a high speed, and all of these climbing and descents are coming in quite a short time. So they have. It's challenging because it's very hot when you're climbing, and then you come on top, and probably no more than 12-13 degrees out there, I guess, today, and a little bit of wet and high humidity out. So.
And of course, coming down here now, you're going to get the breeze in your face because you're travelling so quickly. Is it hard? I spoke to Dog a little bit earlier on about the concentration, because there are potholes there. The surface is not very even.
No.
Is it hard to concentrate going at that speed?
Yeah.
And what do you do when you see a pothole pop up?
You try to avoid it for sure. That's the only thing, and you have to stay 100% focused because you have a lot of potholes, you have a lot of corners, and when you have the tarmac wet, it also gets quite slippery.
Yeah.
And as you said, all the caravans and everything. So you have to stay 100% focused to get through it.
The thing about an extreme triathlon like this is that everybody wants to go hell for leather. They want to go as fast as they can. They want to do the best time that they can. They want to get here as soon as they can. They want to get the black t-shirt if they can. But again, if the roads are wet, you got to slow down. At what point does the competitor in you sort of switch off a little and the common sense kick in, or does that happen?
It does for sure happen, and a lot of people are, of course, the top 20, top 30 are really about the time and being as fast and aerodynamic, and everything has to go bam, bam, bam. But for a lot of these people out there today, it's about getting the black t-shirt. For a lot of people, if you come number 60 or 65 or 85, it's all about getting the black t-shirt today for most of the competitors.
Did you get a black t-shirt when you competed, or was it white? You got the black t-shirt.
I got the black one.
Now tell me, do you wear that when you go out among triathletes? Do you put this on and go, okay, now I am taking my place among the elite who have finished the Norseman? Or do you kind of, is it framed and hung up on the wall?
It's not framed, but it is hung up on the wall, yeah.
There you go.
And it's a lot of motivation.
Yeah, I can imagine. But the other thing is, Alexander, that when you've done it once, I know you've applied several times to do it again. But if you came back here, would you be disappointed if you didn't win another black t-shirt?
For sure.
You would be.
Yeah.
This is
definitely.
We're dealing with a true competitor here. Actually, one of the questions I meant to ask you was when you were doing the biathlon in school here, you moved up here as part of your education. There's elite athletes programs here. Was your plan to become a professional biathlete or that kind of thing, or just to compete at the high level?
I was hoping to go professional, but I had some problem with my knees, and the motivation wasn't where it should be. So then I decided when I finished with school that time to do something else.
I find that amazing that the motivation wasn't what it should be, so you went and did the Norseman Xtreme Triathlon instead. We are going to transition number 2. This is the end of the bicycle race, and we are looking at the sustenance that is on offer there. This is quick energy. I think we're looking at crisps there. We're looking at dried fruits. We're looking at chocolate. We're looking at that looks like licorice to me. Is that
salt licorice?
Salt licorice. For those of you who are not from Scandinavia, there's a perverse tendency to have salty licorice here. I absolutely despise it. In all my 20 years in Scandinavia, I've never gotten used to it. There are some bananas there. I'd be going for the bananas. I have a feeling Alexander would be going for the salty licorice there. This is a sort of a little car park here beside a little beach. If we can look around a little bit to the right there's some toilets there as well. I'm not sure that any of the elite competitors at Transition 2 are going to bother with the bathroom there, but there's a short little beach there. They'll be coming down from sort of the middle third of this picture into the little car park there, and they'll make their transition here. Here is where they hand over the bike to their support team and they change into their running gear. There are, of course, the penalty box is there with a blanket as well. So anybody who has accrued a penalty, and that can be done by the athlete themselves or their support team. So if their support team has behaved badly out in the field, the athlete is going to get a tap on the shoulder and say, hey, you're coming over here and you're going to sit down for 5 minutes. I note that they have 2 chairs there with blankets, which is very kind of them. They've also pointed the blankets away from the race and out towards the water, so they won't even be allowed to sit and look at the race pass by, which I think is, I suppose that's pretty fair. You won't see who's passing you by there, but you can check online. Maybe you can take out your smartphone in your 5 minutes in the sin bin and work out what's happening from there. Alexander, can you tell me a little bit about the transitions in terms of going from taking off the wetsuit? That's got to be a process, right? Because those things, they sit pretty tight, especially on fat guys like me. So it's going to take you a couple of minutes. Is that factored into your preparations? Do you practice taking off the wetsuit?
For me, it wasn't And for a lot of athletes, the goal is to get the black t-shirt. And many of these are going to compete now for 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 hours during the day. So if you spend a minute or two extra in the transition zone, that's not what matters.
Yeah.
Because you have such a long course time today.
Yeah.
But it's more important to train on the switch between bike and to the run.
Okay. Yeah. And is this very complicated switch between? I mean, are you changing all your clothes here, or are you just changing your shirt and your shoes then?
It's quite different. The top athletes do everything in one set of clothing, so they don't change. But as you go behind on time, you find people changing everything. Because then you have proper biking clothes, and especially with the padding in the trousers it's a long day, and get the real running shorts on. It's really good.
There you go. The padding around the groin area, I'd say, is very, very useful. Of course, the elite cyclists will spend maybe 6 hours in the saddle today. Those who are slightly further back. Can you remember how long you spent on the bike when you did the race?
I know the total time mine was 14 hours and 4 minutes.
Okay.
So I guess around 8 hours on the bike.
8 hours on a bike, yeah. You're going to need a certain amount of padding in your shorts to be able to do that. I'm just looking at the sin bin there, the penalty box, okay? Any transgression is going to land you in there. So if you haven't managed to keep a distance of 12 metres between you and the next guy or the next person on a bike there, that's going to get you 5 minutes. If you've thrown away anything, you're going to get disqualified immediately. But if you have to sit down for 5 minutes, surely you're just going to get stiff straight away. You're going to have an awful hard time breaking into a run after that, especially after maybe 8 hours on the bike, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Did you suffer any penalties in the race? See, he's a good boy. He is a good boy. Just look at him. But if you did, I'm just wondering how you get going at all after 8 hours on the bike.
You just and going into the transition zone is, for me and many athletes, one of the highlights, because you've been swimming, you've been freezing, it's been cold, so you're just looking forward to getting on the bike, getting your warm back. And after you've been biking for 8 hours, you're kind of tired of it, sitting there pumping on, so you're just really looking forward to getting into your running shoes and start running.
It's interesting. At that point, any sort of a change is welcome, so if you can just change in the exercise, especially biking for 8 hours or for 180 kilometers, whether it takes you 6 hours or 12 hours, it's still a tough thing to do. We are hearing that we have some athletes approaching the transition. They're not quite there yet. I would expect that Lars Christian Wold and Alan Hovda cannot be too far away from the transition. Incredible, really. It feels like we only just sat down here, but the race did in fact start at 5 o'clock this morning. It is now 17 minutes to 11 Central European time, 16 minutes to 11 Central European time. So they have been out there for quite a long time already, almost 6 hours out on the course, and they've done that would be an incredible time for the cycling. That'll be well under 5 hours, or around about 5 hours or so. So 53 minutes for the swim, about 5 hours or so on the bike, and now they're starting into the half marathon. So I don't have Dag Oliver, the oracle of all things Norseman, with me at the moment, but I would wager that we may be on course for a course record. So don't go to your bookmakers just yet, but that may very well be what's happening here today. Alexander, how do you keep fit at the moment? You work in what is a very, very busy hotel year round. What do you do? How do you manage to get out and train?
One of the best things for me about Gilo and a lot of people living there is that everything is just outside the door. If you want to go biking, running, swimming, everything, you just get on your gear and go out, and you are getting started at once.
I spoke to Dag yesterday on the drive over here. He was telling us about what are called fjellstuger, these small little cabins that are sort of located around the place. Would you be the kind of guy who'd go walking on a Sunday and sit there and have a cup of coffee in one of those places?
I'd probably run into them.
You'd probably run into them, yeah.
But I would definitely go there.
Yeah. And in terms of your training, again, something we spoke to Dag about, he was saying maybe 9 hours a week might be enough for training. When you were training for the Norseman, how many hours a week would you have trained?
At the maximum, at the best weeks, I had 18 perhaps, but I get the average was 8, 9 something.
8 or 9 hours. I'll tell you something, the next video that we do right here on YouTube or indeed on nrk.no is the training secrets of elite athletes like Alexander, who have taken part in the Norseman, completed it and won the black t-shirt, because at times I feel I train an awful lot more than that and I don't get half as much out of it. Alexander, thank you very much again. We're going to bring Dag back in now because we're just going to the next transition. I shall take that headset off you and maybe we can bring up the leaderboard and tell you why we are bringing Dag back in, because we're about to get to transition number 2. 42. And if we bring up the leaderboard there, we can see that Lars Christian Vold is still in the lead there. Alan Hovda in second place, 8 minutes and 12 seconds behind him. Jordan Rapp from California, 18 minutes and 20 seconds behind the leader. Kjell Magnus Antonsson, who broke his way into the top 5 there, he's in 4th position. And Lasse Alexander Finstad is there in 5th position. Now 25 minutes differentiating the top 5 there, or separating the top 5 there is what I meant to say. Meredith Hill still leading the women's competition. Kristen Lee there in 2nd place, only 3 minutes and 42 seconds behind. So that's pretty much neck and neck when you're talking about a 226 kilometre race. After that is Anne Nevin through the Stormo and Becky Hoare. Have you been able to find out anything? We have a comment from Elin Baina here who's saying that Lars Christa is approaching some steep downhill turns. Stay safe, no doubt he will. He seems to have ridden a very controlled race so far. But the key here is the transition, I suppose.
And a very fast race. We have a timeline for the race with the best possible, the pack, the last. He is actually 20 minutes ahead of best possible right now. 20 minutes ahead. So what happened was, before the race, Dog and the team would have sat down and worked out, okay, the best possible time, what the pack were going to do, and where the last athlete is going to come in. And that is the basis for all the planning that's done here, both in terms of this broadcast and in terms of the logistics out on the field. And you're telling me that Lars Christa, he's 20 minutes ahead of schedule. He'll hit transition 2 20 minutes ahead of our plan. Okay, so Lars Christa is going to hit transition 2 20 minutes ahead of our plan. So if you're at transition 2 and you're watching, put the kettle on. He's going to be there very, very shortly indeed, and he may, like me, not want any of that salty licorice business there at all. Would the likes of Lars Christian or Jordan or Alan, would they be likely to stop and take food there, or will they just deal with their support? No way. There's a quick shake of the head. They will be through there in less than a minute. In less than a minute. So they'll just get in there. Alexander mentioned that they would that they wouldn't even change clothes there. He'll just put on his running shoes and he's gone. And that's out of there. Yep. It's most incredible to see how the marginal gains that we speak of often in sport, where, you know, if you can win 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds here and there, that you'll do anything to do that, because these can be crucial seconds at the end of the race. Again, we'll go back and we'll tell you that the hashtag NXTRI2017 is turning out to be very, very important to us here, because you, the viewer at home, are providing us with some tremendous information and things to discuss here, such as the fact that Ronnie Hallien sent us telling us that Alan Hovda had beat Lars Christian by 15 and 17 minutes respectively in 2015 and 2014. So I don't know, there'll be an awful lot said by the next transition time. The next split time that we get for Lars Christian Vold and for Alan Hovda is going to give us a fairly good idea of who it is that is going to cross the line behind us up at the very, very top of the mountain, still shrouded in mist up there. Are you surprised by the fact that Lars Christian is so far ahead of the prognosis that you had? He said he was in good shape, but I'm impressed. Very, very impressed. Could I ask you what you base that best guess on, so to speak? This has been numbers we've been having over the years, and we've seen that the times have been getting better. So we've been doing small adjustments every year, but we didn't take this into consideration. No, I mean, small adjustments. This is 20 minutes is a pretty large adjustment as we go back to the pictures out on the course now. Not exactly sure where this is. I think we're somewhere around the middle of the pack there. I don't think we're quite up with the leaders just yet. We will be catching up with them a little bit later on. And of course, we will be at the top of the mountain when the winners, whoever they may be, get there. The women's race also turning out to be a fascinating prospect. We will bring you up to date with that as soon as they cross the next timing point. We don't have any further information just yet. I'm just wondering if Lars Christian is going to get us all out of here early today by finishing so early. But I don't think there'll be any changes to the schedule yet. I can absolutely 100% guarantee you that we will be here no matter what time he crosses the finish line at. There we see one of the support cars just sneaking by. Of course, they have to be careful not to provide a slipstream for their athletes, so they keep their distance there. They don't want to be shielding them from the wind at all. They don't want to do anything that might incur a 5-minute penalty where the rider has to sit in the penalty box. We got a nice view there of one of the helmets. I think that's one of the female athletes there, but we got a nice view of the helmet as she just dipped her head down there. There you go. You can see the aerodynamic style of it, used now both in road racing and indeed in indoor track racing for cyclists. Again, we speak a lot about marginal gains in sport and how to win 1 or maybe 2 or maybe 3 seconds.
So we are not too far off from having our first competitor. Lars is probably only a few minutes as we look at Solveig Magnus Skogland from Norway there. Let me see. Is it number 62? Yeah, number 62, 239th position. Then we must be quite far at the back of the pack. It may very well be the other way round, that he is in 62nd position and wearing 239. 1 hour and 28 minutes behind the leader at the last checkpoint, the last split time that they had there. Lars Christian will very, very soon be off his bike and onto his feet and starting off on his marathon journey, and can only be described as a marathon journey to get here. 42.2 kilometers of running, so the last bit of that on a trail, but also some very, very steep inclines, some very fast walking to be done there as well. We have the top 10 are all past Imming Fjell there. Richard Rosuk in 10th position now. Started very, very well there on the swim, but has fallen away there. Lars Petter Stormo is in 6th position now. Lars Petter won last year, if I'm right in saying that, am I? Or was it? Yeah, so Lars Petter was last year's winner, down to 6th position. Almost a half an hour behind Lars Christian Vold now, who is fairly well out in front. Hans Christian Tungesvik was also in 5th position, now down to 9th. Fredrik Schaffner, one of our international competitors, he is down to 8th position now. So we have 7 of the top 10 in the men's competition at the moment are Norwegians. A very, very proud day for the Norseman, I'm sure. Dog's Norwegian heart will be beating his eye there, but he's not going to be partial. He's not going to be waving the flag up here, I would imagine. Great scenes there from the road race. It's one of those things that is underrated almost about the sport of cycling and the sport of triathlon in general, is the environments that people tend to cycle in. They don't tend to be ugly places. Thankfully, we don't tend to cycle too much through cities or industrial areas, but they get out on the open road, such as you're seeing here in beautiful Norway, and they get to pin their ears back and put their helmet on and hit the road as hard as they can. Plenty of traffic out there now on this Saturday morning, 7 minutes to 11 Central European time. You are very, very welcome wherever you are in the world. We are watching some of the cars overtaking there, so they probably wouldn't be the support cars. If they are, they're trying to make their way ahead to the next stop. Not necessarily the next transition, but certainly the next place that the cyclists can stop and confer with them, get a little bit of advice, maybe review their clothing needs at the moment, and certainly their nutritional needs are always being thought of and thought about and discussed by the members of the support team in each car. Now we have a car kind of getting a little bit in our way there, but as I say, it's normal traffic rules here. We're on public roads here, and they're out and pulling around. Quite a steep incline there as well, but the looks of things. A little bit of work to get up there. The consistent, there's one of our is that one of our Norseman cars? I think it might have been, judging by some of the stickers there. Yeah, there's certainly some variety of branded car there. One cyclist passing out the other. As we mentioned previously, the cyclist who is being passed out has to allow the gap of 12 metres. We are going back to T2. This is transition 2. This will be our leader, Lars Christian Vold, we expect, who is coming down here. He will dump his bike and make his way on to the marathon part of the course. I wonder if he's going to come down all the way down to the grass there.
He will come down to the grass. He will leave his bike on the grass, get on his running shoes, and go out from there.
That's pretty much it. So he'll be taking a couple of seconds to tie his laces, but no more than that. Dag Oliver telling us a little bit earlier on there that he would expect them to spend no more than 1 minute, the top athletes here, as they make the transition from the bike to the running. I'm sure
he is still a couple of minutes out.
He's still a couple of minutes out. We're just having a quick look at the GPS map here whilst you're looking at these images from transition point 2. Yeah, if we bring up dog screen there, that's there we see Lars Christian. He is a little bit out there, but is that a downhill part of the course?
It's still a decline, and then make a left turn, and it's the final half kilometre is flat into T2.
So he should roll in there reasonably soon, and still a good bit ahead of schedule. As Dag was telling us a little bit earlier on there, there's a prognosis done every year about when the athletes will reach a certain part of the course. The best case scenario for the likes of Lars Christian was about 15-20 minutes from now. So we're going to go back to T2 now because we certainly don't want to miss him coming in here. One of the key points of the race here, and as Alexander was telling us, for all the athletes, this is one of the senses of achievement comes today when you've completed each part of the race. So already they will have completed the 3.8 kilometres of the swimming, and now Lars is just about to complete the 180 kilometres cycle race. I don't know if it's just me, Dog, and I don't know if your experience from previous years was that it seems to have gone very, very quickly. I know he's 20 minutes ahead of schedule as well, but it just we're 6 hours into the race now and it feels like it only started 20 minutes ago.
Yeah,
there seems to be an awful lot happening out there.
Time flies when we have fun.
Exactly, and I haven't had this much fun in a long time. A tremendous race out there today in tremendous surroundings, and a tremendous production being put together both by the race organisers and by the team here. Wherever you are watching us in the world today, you are very, very welcome. Be sure to drop your let me see your comments in the hashtag here, NXTRI2017, and we have somebody say there, loving that Meredith Hill is leading the women's race. We are too. It's fascinating to see a first-time competitor out there in front. It's going to be interesting to see if she can hold off the challenge of Christine Lee. We will see soon enough. They will also be arriving here at T2. Ronnie Hallian is telling us that the swim has been fast this year. Lars Christian was about 9 minutes faster in 2016, 14 minutes faster than the course record for Stormo. Indeed, he has been, Ronnie, and that is probably down to the fact that they had a helpful current there this morning, so it was very, very quick. Let me see, we have Don Jürgen Solheim there. Comment on athlete bib 203, James Lawrence, AKI, the Iron Cowboy, a 3-time world record holder and finished at both Celtman and Swissman 2017. Are you familiar with James Lawrence at all, Doug?
James Lawrence is I think the only man in the world who has completed 50 Ironmans in 50 days in 50 different US states.
Consecutive days?
Consecutive days.
Oh, my word.
Includes a lot of logistics and flying.
Oh, my word. That's pretty tough going. I would imagine, though, that James is the kind of elite athlete who doesn't spend a whole lot of time on the course. In other words, he gets his Ironman done in 12 hours and then gets on to the next place and that kind of thing.
Exactly.
50 Ironmans in 50 US states in 50 days.
Yes.
We've got to get back to that. That's a story we'll need to talk to James about a little bit later on, if indeed we can manage to get him to the studio here. Keep your comments coming in. Feel free to comment there on YouTube and on Facebook. We'll find some way of dealing with them. For now, we have Twitter right in front of us here. And here comes Lars Christian. 10:58, so it's 2 minutes or whatever. There we go. And you can see him jogging. There is no time being wasted here at all. He has passed over straight away. He's passed over the bike. The shoes will be there waiting for him. He's pulling on the shoes. The helmet's coming off. The jacket's coming off. We can see he has some sort of GPS device on himself. And he's gone. He's gone. He can't have been more than about 45 seconds in there. That is an incredible transition. My word, he took off out of there like a bat out of hell. He wasn't waiting for no man or woman there. And that's it. And he is off at a cracking pace as well. Off across the grass. He'll be back on the tarmac road very, very soon. That was absolutely amazing, Dog, how quickly they managed to do that transition.
It is,
He seems to have an enormous amount of energy left as well. I mean, he left the bike, he passed the bike onto the support team, and then he almost sprinted down, pulled on his shoes, took off the jacket, and that was him. He was just gone out of there. That's what we can expect from the elite athletes. There is Lars Christian's bike. We are finished with that for the day. It's been passed on to the support team. It would be great if we could get a chance to, maybe the support team are going to be pulled out of here reasonably quickly as well. If we could get a chance to speak to them, that would be absolutely magic, but they may not have time to speak to the likes of us. We'll have plenty of time to speak to Lars Christian. If you arrive here 20 minutes ahead of schedule, we could talk to him for the rest of the evening if we so wish. Now, what is going to be interesting now, and maybe we might have a look at the map that Dog has on his computer at the moment, is to see what the distance looks like to the next athlete, because it looks like he's pretty much out on his own at the moment. The next athlete, Hovda, is a good bit back, so we're talking maybe, what could there be, 10 minutes there?
I would guess by the time transition to at least 10 minutes.
At least 10 minutes then before Alan Hovda catches up there. What does this mean for the marathon leg? I mean, 10 minutes is an awful lot of time. I know anything can happen here in terms of weather, in terms of injury, in terms of everything else, but he looks to have a pretty commanding lead at the moment.
Yeah, he does, and if his run is as good as people say it is this year. It's going to be tough for Alan, but Alan has done tougher things before, so
they don't call it extreme triathlons for nothing. Nothing short of miracles are expected on the marathon section of it. Can we talk a little bit about the gossip, about the things that you hear out and about in the Facebook groups and in the chat forums when people send you emails and that kind of thing? What was the general feeling towards this year's race? Was there an idea that this was going to be bigger, it was going to be better, it was going to be faster, or are there so many variables here that you just can't say those things in advance?
I think there was a general with 4 Norwegians as strong as they were on top, there was an expectation that this was going to be a tough race, and then Jordan Rapp came along fairly late, adding more excitement to the lead field. So the race is evolving very much as people have been discussing.
You mentioned a little bit earlier on when we talked about the difference between semi-professional and amateur athletes, and indeed professional athletes, and there's no prize money here today. There's literally, you know, like the top 3 get a little present, and then everybody gets a black t-shirt, and that's what people are going for. Do you ever see a time in the future when that might be a thing, when there might be prize money on offer for the Norseman, or are we going to stick to the amateur ethos here? Are we going back out to the field? We might have to park that question for now.
T2 with the leader's wife, Mari. Have you talked to Lars Christian last couple of hours?
Yeah, we've talked to him several times. He's in good shape. He's asking about the guys coming up behind him. We have about an 8-minute lead. And it's going good. As long as he'll keep it up on the run, it's looking good.
You're probably the best to know him in the whole world. So what do you think?
About the odds today?
Yeah.
I think it's looking good. It's a little above what we expected, so we're right on schedule.
I've had a look at his face a couple of times already, and he looks pretty confident.
Yeah, he looks pretty confident. He always looks a little bit iffy, but that's the way he looks. So, yeah.
Okay, so now it's the run. What's the plan?
The plan is to keep the lead and keep the distance to the guys coming up, because that's been his weak spot previously. They've caught up with him on the run, so we'll try to keep the lead this time. It will be the first time he's leading into the mountain, if we can do that this year.
Great, thanks, Mari. You got things to do. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for that, Anders. Great to get some insight from the support team around our leader there. Interesting there that we got a little insight into the tactics. So the tactic obviously was to create as much of a lead as possible, because Lars Christian's a little bit worried that he's going to be reeled in on the run. As yet, he is the only one of our 246 starters who has started his marathon, but the rest will be hot on his heels. We've mentioned Hovda, we've mentioned Jordan Rapp is on coming in there as well. It's going to be very, very interesting to see how quickly they can get to T2, and then how quickly they can start to reel him in. Let me see, how far behind was Jordan? Jordan Rapp was about 20 minutes behind the last time we checked. So yeah, he's about 18 minutes and 27 seconds behind, and Alan Hovda was 8 minutes and 12 seconds behind. That gap looked to be a little bit bigger when we had a look at the GPS map a little bit more recently. Of course, we're keeping a very, very close eye on the women's race as well, and we'll let you know as soon as they get close to one of the timing points, and if we get any split times for them. Meredith Hill leading, as far as we know, from 2015 winner Christine Lee. So it's going to be fascinating to follow their race as well, and maybe get some insight into what their tactics are. But for the time being, Lars Christian Vold is out in front. 5 hours, 58 minutes and 40 seconds. When we spoke earlier on this morning, we kind of talked about anything under 6 hours as being good for the cycle. But he's gotten the cycle and the swim sorted out in under 6 hours with a minute and 20 seconds to spare. Can you ever remember anybody being a T2 that fast, or is that a particularly fast time, Dog?
I need to check the numbers.
We'll have to check the numbers.
But it is fast.
Yeah, we're hearing that it's about 2 to 3 minutes before Alan Hovda is going to be down at T2. So he's still in there with a shout, 10 or 11 minutes behind. The marathon times that have been run here, I mean, it's very, very hard to compare to just a normal flat track marathon kind of a thing. But what would you expect, like an elite runner? How long should the 42K take an elite runner like a Jordan Rapp or like Lars Christian Bold?
3.5 to 4 hours.
You reckon 3.5 to 4 hours? Yeah. This is no normal marathon, right?
Nope.
We really hope that a little bit later on in the day. At the moment, our camera crews are out here in the field. They're bringing you the cycle race at the moment. Of course, they will be coming closer and closer and closer to us all day. And we hope to be able to bring you some of the gradients, some of the tough physical conditions that are out there. And not only that, but some of the fatigue and the exhaustion that will be suffered by the athletes as they make it here. We are back at T2 and we are waiting for one of the men of the moment. We're waiting to see the kind of split times between first place and second place and see if we can work out over the course of a 3.5 to 4 hour marathon who can do what. So it's going to be fascinating to see what the difference is going to be there. It's 3.5 to 4 hours. It's touch and go, really. You would have thought that with the distance that Lars Christian opened up to Hovda, that maybe he had it in the bag, but that's probably not the case. If it's only 10 or 12 minutes, he still has a lot of work to do out there on the track, right? It's will be interesting to see. As I say, not a normal marathon. It's not the kind of thing where you just put on your running shoes and run away. There's going to be a lot of gradients. There's going to be a lot of fast walking, especially when we get to Zombie Hill. And then, of course, the last 5 kilometres, which is essentially trail running, as Dog was saying, almost climbing on your hands and knees to get yourself up the mountain here behind our commentary position, which, of course, is still shrouded. Even more cloud has dropped in there now behind us. It's a fantastic privilege to be able to bring you this race today, this comprehensive coverage, and really bring you into the heart of this. We'll be with you for several hours yet. There's probably another 8 hours of broadcasting left to go, and if they're anything like the first 6 hours, it's been tremendously exciting with tremendous environment and superb sporting endeavour out there on the course. Plenty of locals coming down in their local towns, coming in to see. Here he comes in second place. We're going to have a quick look now at the split time and see what we get. Alan Hovda's coming in there. The time for Lars Christian Vold was 5 hours, 58 minutes and 40 seconds. And you can see that Alan is not wasting any time. The jacket is off. The bike is dumped.
9:25 behind.
9 minutes and 25 seconds. 9 minutes and 25 seconds. Getting on a quick pair of socks there. So the cycling shoes are gone. In a short sleeve cycling top at the moment. They're trying to take the helmet off. Anything that will save him a few seconds is going to help him out here. It's important to get these things right, because if you screw up your shoes in a marathon, you're only going to find yourself having to stop a little bit later on. And he's gone. Off he goes. A remarkably quick transition there for Alan Hovda as well. 9 minutes and 25 seconds, and the race is on. There is 42.2 kilometres left from this point. There is one man in front of him, only one man in front of him, and he's about 10 minutes away. And now it is up to Alan Hovda to get his skates on and see if he can reel him in. So the race really starts here over the marathon that is left. We've had some stunning sport so far over the last 6 hours, but there's nothing to the drama which is just about to unfold here as the marathon gets underway. Now we have a little look at the map here, and we're looking at it in the studio. We can tell you that Jordan Rapp is probably about 5 minutes, 10 minutes back there again. So there are 3 men out in front now, and it seems to me that the rest of the pack seems to be reeling Jordan Rapp in a little bit. So the rest of the pack is catching up. So whereas Lars Christian had it all his own way for the middle part of the race there, certainly the middle part of the cycling race, he was able to open up a considerable gap over the rest of the field. There is no doubt at this point in time that he is being reeled in. So the key part of this race, the key component for him, is to try to maintain the distance at all costs, to keep that comfortable lead that he built up, which in the end was only about 10 minutes over Alan, and we shall now see what's going to happen out there. In terms of the kind of running that he has to do now, we've spoken earlier on about pace setting, and the cars aren't allowed to set the pace for the cyclists and that kind of thing. I'm sure it's the same thing now. He can't receive any external assistance whatsoever in terms of setting the pace for his marathon run now.
No, he's still on his own on the run. He's allowed to run with other athletes, but nobody else.
Yeah, and the 12-metre rule is now out the window. If Alan catches up,
that's okay.
They can cross the line hand in hand if they so wish.
They cannot cross hand in hand, but they can follow each other on the run if they want to.
Brilliant. We are about to go back out on the course just as it's all hotting up here. I'm not sure where we're going. I'm guessing it's going to be T2. We'll have a little chat with them, whoever's down there.
We're here with Alan's wife, Jenny, today. Tell us a little bit about your tasks for the race.
This is the first year that I'm not the support crew of Alan. So this year I'm just looking after our son, who's 2 years old, and he's quite active. So that's a full-time job in itself.
And where's the kid now?
Luckily he's sleeping in the car, so I have 5 minutes to stand here and watch Alan in T2.
So everything seems well planned for today.
Everything is well planned, and Alan is doing well, so it will be a great pleasure seeing him race up Zombie Hill now.
Looking at him now, what are your expectations for the running?
He looks very fresh, so I don't think there should be any problems today.
Yeah.
And you hope to see him first on top of Mount Gasta, of course?
Of course, if it would be great for him to be first. He's put a lot of effort into it this year, a lot of training all year actually, and especially since last year he couldn't finish. I think he's really eager to finish first this year.
Okay, thank you very much. Good luck.
Thanks.
There we go, a little bit more insight now, and now we are back out on the course. We can see the rain has started to come down again here. Important to let you know exactly what's going on out there. There are plenty of very dedicated looking cyclists there, very concentrated as they try to make their way around this course. But the raindrops hitting our camera now. You can see the conditions. You can also hear it in the camera microphone. There's a bit of a wind blowing out there as well. So it's a pretty tough course at the moment. As we mentioned earlier on, the weather conditions can change at any second here, and now we have the rain coming down again. So the decent conditions that allowed the leaders to build up something of a fairly considerable lead, it has to be said, over the rest of the field, they've now changed again. The weather can also be quite local here. So if you have showers in the middle of the cycling course there, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to have rain where the marathon runners are. So they're pretty much in the clear for the time being as far as we know. We've had no reports of rain from T2. We just heard from Alan's wife there. Did you think he looked as fresh as she said?
He looked very fresh, and he's going to fight.
Yeah.
So.
I thought it was very funny the way she sort of expressed it. I'm looking forward to seeing him on Zombie Hill. It's as if she wants to see him suffer there, which I'm sure there'll be a little bit of suffering to be done a little bit later on in the day. We have our two leaders out there. Lars Christian Wold, he was followed about 10 minutes after the Lars Christian into T2 came Alan Hovda, and he came in. He went flying out of there again, and the two of them are now off on the marathon stretch. The rest of the field is coming up behind us. Maybe 10, maybe a dozen athletes coming up behind, led by Californian Jordan Rapp. He's making his way into T2 now. He should be there reasonably soon. I think actually, let me see. Well, yeah, the two guys have left there already. So Jordan is on his way in there. Should be there in the next few minutes. So we can see the line of arrows there. They're leading down there. And these are our two leaders there. So we can see the gap maybe beginning to close there. It's going to be a thrilling race along the marathon course, because you get the feeling there that Alan is looking to reel him in.
There he is. He was off the map for a while, and
yep,
back on.
Jordan Rapp was off the map, and now we have found him again. So he's not too far away there. Let me see, probably 6 or 7 minutes away there, and it remains to be seen. One of the interesting things here now, Dag, is going to be, let's say Lars Christian is passed at some point by Alan. How is that going to affect Lars Christian mentally? Is it very difficult after leading a race from the exit at the first swim to see somebody go past you?
Lars Christian has been runner-up and third place and several times before.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem to have affected him. He's very strong and focused. Of course, it's not fun giving it all and coming in as a runner-up, but I don't think it will affect his performance. He will keep on pushing.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll keep on pushing. I'm just hoping that at some point, you know, that if he does sort of get passed out, at least sort of make a race of it. You know, 'cause sometimes it can be, if you're in a bicycle race or if you're in a road race or whatever, and you see somebody come by over your shoulder when you've held the lead for so long, because he did express to his wife, he was asking about where the field was behind him. So he's obviously conscious of the fact that he wants to build up this lead, that maybe they might have a little bit of an advantage over him when it comes to the running. So you'd wonder if the mental wheels aren't starting to spin a little bit here, and he's starting to think, okay, I've got to put as much distance between me and the rest of them as possible. We talked a little bit earlier on about the consistency. We talked about suffering. We talked about mental strength. All of those things are coming into play now more than ever as the marathon begins. Jordan Rapp on his way down towards that. Are we going back out on the road there? We are indeed back out on the road, joining our cyclists. Of course, the vast majority of the athletes are still out cycling. We have only 2 who are on the marathon, and you can see on this wonderful Norwegian overcast morning that there's plenty of traffic out on the road. Part of that is caused by our camera crew, who are overtaking everybody in sight as they try to catch up with the athletes and bring you the drama of this race. Right now we're a little bit down the field. Of course, we can't see any of the race numbers there. He just flew by one of the competitors there. I think that looks to be one of the support cars in front. Do you recognise this part of the road at all, Dog? Would you know where this is? Or
looks like we're in the area of DagAli or something like that.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing too well on the screen right now.
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult to tell. Of course, there's an awful lot of forest here in Norway, and one tree looks quite like the next after a little while. That could be a support car. It could also be a children's bike there. It's hard to tell what it is we're seeing here. But we certainly have a cyclist there in the luminous vest there. That'll keep them visible to the cars passing by them in all weathers. Great determination there in the cycling. And great technique, it has to be said as well. Managing to keep balance. The head isn't rolling around. The shoulders aren't rolling. All of these things use up extra energy. It appears we're coming into one of those 4G black spots now where it's difficult to get a signal. You can see our pictures becoming just a little bit pixelated there. We are at the mercy of the 4G signal that is out there, stretching all the way from Eidfjord to Gaustablikk. These wonderful surroundings here. It's quite incredible, really, the technology that and what it enables us to do. The fact that it's spread all over the country here. I suppose you do have a variety of Scandinavian firms, among them Telenor, who are at the forefront of these technologies. So you never know. We might need to pop out another few base stations there.
Well, we're working with Com4 is a supplier of data and 4G nets, and it seems to be working very well. We knew of the areas where we would have issues. So I think Jordan is closing in on T2 now. So I guess a minute or so we'll have him there.
Yeah, in a minute or so we expect to have Jordan Rapp at T2. One thing we definitely know that we have at T2 is we have a camera crew down there, and we will hopefully get the chance to see Jordan Rapp make his transition where he abandons the bike after 180 kilometres and gets his running shoes on and gets off in hot pursuit of our first and second place athletes. Let me see. We are going to go over to the comments that we've got here. We have Stuart McLeod is out there and he's commenting. I know he's filming for us today. Ronnie Hallian is giving us some comment there as well as we look at T2 and we await Jordan Rapp. I can tell you Lars Kistenvold did the bike leg in 5:05 according to Ronnie Hallian, 17 minutes faster than Stormo's course record leg in 2016. This is amazing riding, Ronnie. That it is. This is amazing sport that we're seeing here. You got to say that in terms of split times of that, we don't have 100% accurate split times, but he's got to be well inside the time for the course record at the moment. Now again, anything can happen here. It can start to rain on the hill behind us. Everything can start to go wrong, so we don't know, but it does look like he's on time for the course record. And let me see if the second placed athlete is 10 minutes behind him, then he has also done it pretty quick. That means that he would have done it in about 5:15, and that he's also on course to break last year's course record. Now it's just a case of which one of them gets here first. Jordan Rapp should be coming into your picture very, very soon indeed. We might hear a little bit of applause from the spectators who are around the course there. Hearing a few shouts there from the microphone, and the support team for Jordan Rapp is waving him in there. They're waving him into the transition. Stand there waiting. They're telling him where to go. They've got the bike, they've got the water bottle, they've got the whole lot. Jordan not wasting any time getting the helmet sorted out there. I'd say most of this will probably just get dumped on the deck. We might have a quick look here in the studio at the time. They have a seat out for Jordan to change his shoes. A very, very experienced triathlete here. You can tell this is not the first time he's done it. It's been done many times before. 6 hours 19, 15 seconds. So that would put him about 20 minutes behind our leaders at the moment. Getting off the cycling shoes, pulling off the cycling socks. We have calf supports there as well. New, fresh, dry socks and running shoes. Yeah, 21 minutes behind. Exactly 21 minutes behind the leader, Lars Christian Wold, which will put him, let me see, about 12 minutes behind the second place, Alan Hovda. There we go. Running shoes are on. Jordan seems to be taking just a little bit more time over the transition here. There is, as I say, change of socks, and we're pulling off these calf supports, the compression supports that he has on there to keep the blood flowing during the cycling. Most important not to cramp up there. Must be great to get a pair of dry socks on after driving in that rain. The second shoe coming on now. No time wasted tying laces or anything else like that. A little bit of nutrition or hydration certainly on offer there. We'll see if he accepts that offer. We got the running cap on there. Stop him losing too much heat. There we go. And he's off. Slightly slower transition there from Jordan Rapp. I believe we're hearing from some of our people out in the field that there's a little drop of rain starting to fall there out at T2. We'll try to confirm that for you as we go along. The weather conditions training. Jordan pulling on the cap there to keep the water out of his eyes if it is indeed raining. They're still in their shirt sleeves down there though, so it may not be that serious just yet. Personally, I'd love to see a little bit of sunshine break through the clouds there now and give us some nice light to work in as Jordan takes off back towards the Tarmacadam Road, up the hill here, and turning left as he gets to the top there and making his way further on there. Let me see if we have, we're back out on the road and a nice bunch of cyclists out here, so you can see that we are out here on public roads, plenty of cars passing them by as we go along. Beautiful conditions out there. I think we have a chance to speak to Jordan Rapp's support team there. They've just made the transition there. We saw Jordan taking his time, changing his shoes and that kind of thing, and setting off, looking very determined as he set off there. He righted his cap on his head and took off there. Yeah, we are back in the studio for the time being, but we will hopefully have a chance to talk to Jordan's team and to get their feel for what's going on out there on the course at the moment. I know he has... From his support team there, we have one Norwegian in his support team. Maybe he's providing the local intel, a gentleman who lives in Seattle, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll hopefully be able to catch up with them and see. Yeah, we're going to go over to them very, very shortly and see what happened with Jordan's transition there. He seemed to be happy enough, 21 minutes behind. Let's go over to T2 and see what they have to say for themselves.
We're here with John from Colorado supporting Jordan today, former coach of the American Nordic skiing team. What are your expectations for the running part for Jordan?
Well, it's a long run. It's a hard run. Zombie Hill, as we all know, is very, very difficult. And we have an American expression when you're out playing golf with your buddies, you can be 5 or 6 strokes ahead when you make the turn or even with 4 or 5 holes. And the expression is there's a lot of golf left to be played. And Jordan's a good runner, so the guys in front look very, very strong. But there's a lot of golf left to be played today. So there's, there's an adage in Ironman. Ironman are one on the run. So we'll see. I mean, he has his work cut out for him for sure. But Jordan's a good runner. Should be an exciting race.
You've been following him the whole day. Have you been talking to him?
Yes. Yeah, I've been primarily doing most of the feeds. And, he is, I think, in a good place mentally. Jordan was an engineer at university, so he's very methodical. He's very smart. So he's really stayed on his wattage very, very well. So I think he's positioned to have a good run. But, anyone could have a bad run. Weather's not too bad, but, I'm sure it'll be cold up high. So I think how well people respond. And then, as is always the case, nutrition, hydration. So hopefully he will do a good job with nutrition.
But he's going as planned.
He's going as planned. I mean, obviously we'd like to be in first, but he's doing well. I think it'll be a good race.
Okay, thanks, John. Good luck.
Tusen tack.
There we go. We have Kjell Magnus Antonsson. Whilst we were doing that interview, he has also come to T2. He is our fourth man out on the marathon course. I'd imagine he is probably making the changes now, changing into his running shoes now. Interesting to hear there from the team of Jordan Rapp. They were quite confident there, it seems. They seem to be, the time is obviously an issue. It's 21 minutes, but they seem to be thinking, you know, as the coach said there, it's won on the run. That's why the running is the last element in the triathlon, that this is where races are won and lost. Your own personal gut feeling, Dog, what do you think? Do you think he can make up the 21 minutes, or is he going to come up just short?
It's gonna be tough.
It will be tough to make that, yeah. It's I suppose maybe if it was a flat track it might be a little bit easier, but
we'll see. I'm not going to forecast anything on this.
Dag Oliver playing his cards very, very close to his chest. As I say, the oracle of all things Norseman, the fountain of knowledge when it comes to these things. And when even he won't hazard a guess, then you know how close it is. We have Kjell Magnus Antonsson about to join the fray there. He is 25 minutes and 20 seconds behind the leaders. And then the last man in now reasonably soon will be Lasse Alexander. The women's race, they haven't passed by another timing station just yet, so we have no updates to bring you from there. We might scroll back through it a little bit later on, but for the moment we're going to concentrate on the men's race. It's going to be interesting to see. Now we are back at T2. Yeah, we have one of the support crew there, and I can see our reporter Anders off to the left. I'm not sure if he's going to be popping the mic under the nose of somebody here. No, he's not going to be doing that just yet, so we're going to come back to the studio here. We might bring up the map there, if you possibly could, Dog, and see if we can scroll back and see where our female competitors are. If we go back and see if we can find where Meredith Hill is, and maybe the GPS can tell us if we've had any change in the women's race at the moment. Would you expect them to be very far back in the crowd at this point in time, or will they have been?
Should have started the climb up towards Imingfjell. But I'll have a dig down and I'll get back to you on that.
Yeah, we'll have a dig down and get back to us on that. In the meantime, we may be able to talk to somebody over at T2. Are we going to go over there? Maybe we're not. Yeah, we certainly have the pictures from T2. I'm not sure if we're going to talk to anybody over there. Our reporter Anders has been down here. We can see somebody in one of the support teams there. We're apparently awaiting one of the athletes who's going to be down there reasonably soon. So it's getting very, very tight at the front there. We're keeping an eye on the GPS as well to see if we can find where Meredith Hill is, the leader of the women's race. We're going to be taking a short break in a very short time indeed. After the excitement of seeing the men's leaders coming in there, there's going to be a whole slew of them coming in there in the very near future. We're going to be taking a short break very, very soon, but hopefully we will see one more athlete make it to T2 and maybe have one more interview before we do that. I'm just looking to see, there's one hood up there and one hood down, so it's hard to tell if it's raining or not there. I'm seeing maybe not too many umbrellas or anything around there either, so a little bit hard to tell if it's raining or not. We've found Meredith Hill, and I can tell you that if we can cut back to our map here, we can see that Meredith Hill has a very small lead over Christine Lee, and is it Anna Nevin?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the top three are very, very tight together. Our coach for Jordan Rapp was just telling us it's one on the run, and I can tell you that the women's race is probably likely to be decided there as well. It's very, very tight there between the top three. Meredith Hill, of course, making her debut here at Norseman. It's going to be fascinating to see if she can hold off the challenge. Sometimes, we talked a little bit earlier on in the day about drafting and how the cyclists are not allowed to cycle behind one another. They have to keep a distance of 12 metres between them. But in terms of the running, if you can let somebody else set the pace and you can run on their shoulder, Dag, you will have a bit of an advantage then when you come to the later stages of it. Again, we're not dealing with a flat track marathon here. We're dealing with some very, very steep climbs. We're dealing with some shale and some trail running towards the end. But certainly in the early part of it there, while you're still on the asphalt, you can let somebody else set the pace and then just try to blow by them a little bit later on.
Yeah.
If we look at previous years, how often does a leader get caught? Is it possible to compare year on year and say, okay, there's an ideal position to be in now? Obviously, the ideal position to be in is in an hour ahead. As we watch one more of our riders coming in there. There we go. We have dumped our bicycle. The bicycle has been dumped. We are looking at, is it Lasse Alexander Finstad, who is coming in to make the change there. No chair for Lasse Alexander, so we're going to go for probably a fairly sharp change here now between the running shoes and the cycling shoes. The team helping very, very quickly there. Yeah, taking a seat on the mat there just to get the running socks on. Everything nice and dry, one would hope. You can see the plastic box there off to one side, containing everything that the athlete needs to make this transition. Looks very relaxed. Fascinating to see how much time and how much effort and how much preparation goes into doing all these things as quickly as possible. The marginal gains again, a few seconds to be won and lost there. I think there's even a few smiles there from Lasse Alexander Finstad. Now, have we got another shoe on? Yeah. And we have our sunglasses on, and Lasse Alexander Finstad is ready to go. We have our top five. Our top five in the men's race are now on the marathon course. These are the five that are going to battle it out for the victory. Lasse Alexander Finstad is going to want to hit the jets now if he's going to catch up with the rest of the field. But you have to feel that it will be among these five, barring some sort of a catastrophic injury there. We've got our five leaders onto the course now in a very, very, very quick time. It is 11:30 Central European time. You are watching the Norseman 2017. This is a race that started only 6.5 hours ago, and already 5 of our competitors are on the marathon. This is a very, very quick race indeed, Dog.
This is a quick race.
You must be very pleased that you have the caliber of athlete who's capable of doing this.
I'm pleased, and I hope the logistics are ready to catch them when they get to the finish line.
Yeah, exactly. We do have a whole bunch of logistics there. We'll have to get a camera up to the finish line and that kind of thing. Very shortly, we will be taking a break here. I'm not quite sure what we're being told here, but we'll be very, very shortly. We'll be taking a short lunch break here. Keep it here. Keep it going on Twitter. We are on the NXTRI 2017 hashtag. If you have any questions, if you have any comments, any observations, pump them in there. We will try to deal with them as we have done all morning. We will try to continue to deal with them all day. It's an absolute pleasure to bring you this wonderful race from this wonderful place. The mountain behind us still shrouded, the finish line still shrouded in clouds there, and the outcome of this race is also still shrouded in clouds. We don't know who's going to win it. We have a fairly tight group in the women's race among the top 3, and we have the top 5 all within about a half an hour of each other there. Anything can happen, and anything will happen over the course of the 42.2 kilometres. We're looking a little bit here. What are we seeing here, Doug, on the map?
While we're on break, everything is still being tracked.
Yes.
So live.nxtri.com.
Yep.
You can find all the athletes and track them there.
Yeah, live.nxtri.com. That's where you can keep following this race. We're going to take a short break now for a little bit of lunch. We're going to go through some of our numbers, and we'll be back with you in about an hour's time for the conclusion, for the climax of the Norseman 2017. Good morning and welcome back to Gaustablikk in beautiful Norway, where we are bringing you live coverage of the Norseman Xtreme Triathlon for 2017. Most of the climbers have made it to the top of the first climb, and now what we are looking at here is the long, flat 20-30 kilometre stretch before the downhill and then the next climb. Around about an hour ago on this beautiful Saturday morning here in Norway, it started to rain just a little bit as the riders got to the top of the climb there. So they made a little bit of a change. The rain jackets went on. They took a little bit of sustenance, a little bit of nutrition, a little bit of hydration, and now they are out on the course. Every little margin is being sought here. Every second counts on this cycle here. They're trying to build up as much of a lead as possible.
This broadcast is brought to you by Isklar, Windforce, Kongsberg, Bundegruppen, Intersport, Renault, and Aker Biomarine.
Good afternoon and welcome back to our live coverage from the Norseman 2017 Xtreme Triathlon, the ultimate triathlon on planet Earth. We've had a fascinating morning's racing. Things were just getting interesting there. We've had a little bit of a break for lunch. We hope you've been following it online, which you can do at live.nxtri.com. We're going to go over now to transition 2 there, and we should be seeing our women's competitors. These are the leading competitors in the women's race who have come to T2 there, and they're just making the change here. I'm not sure if that's Meredith Hill we're looking at there, the American who has made this is her first race here at Norseman, and as you can see, there has been a lot of action there. There's an awful lot more action now than what there was a little bit earlier on when we left you there. So there's Meredith now. She's currently leading the women's race, but it was very, very, very tight. So we're going to see who else is going to arrive there very, very soon. We're expecting Kristen Lee of Norway to be with us very, very shortly as well there. I'm not sure, is that Meredith putting on a rucksack already there? I wouldn't imagine it is. It might be a little bit early in the day for rucksacks because that's usually waiting until we got up the hill, but she seems to have something on her back all right. Meredith has been leading the women's race for quite some time now, but it was a very, very short lead. I think it was about 2 or 3 minutes there before we came in, and no doubt Kristen Lee is going to be hot on her heels. Yeah, she certainly has something on her back there that she's adjusting there. So filling her pockets there with the various different gels and sustenance and everything else she needs, and now she's getting pointed off in the right direction, and she's off on her marathon. Another 42.2 kilometres left, so the hard yards left, and as Jordan Rapp's coach told us a little bit earlier on, it's one on the run, especially here at the Norseman Challenge. So we'll get to the women's leaderboard. They should be coming thick and fast now down towards transition 2. 180 kilometres of bicycle riding and a 3.8 kilometre swim behind them already. Now all that remains, and it's a big all, is a 42.2 kilometre marathon run there. So now that we're back to you, we can tell you that the weather seems to have cleared up just a little bit here. It's a little bit brighter, but again, we can't take out anything here. Anything could happen here. We could get a little dose of rain. Anything could happen here. But for the moment, it looks quite clear there. The women's race is very tight at the top. We can tell you that Alan Hovda, who was in second place there just before we broke for lunch, that he has taken in about a minute. So he's catching up on Lars Christian Wold, who has led pretty much since the swimmers left the water this morning at around about 6 o'clock or so. He's led the race since then, but now the gap is closing. Alan Hovda is closing in on him, and slightly behind them is Jordan Rapp as well. Do we have our second place? Is that Christine Lee from Norway who's coming in there to T2? We have plenty of athletes coming in there at the moment, but Christine Lee of Norway is someone that we're very interested in. She was in second place there, and about 2 or 3 minutes behind Meredith Lee, so that would be about it. Now we're looking at Marcus Larsson from Sweden coming in there to make the change. So we're in the thick of it now. We have plenty of athletes making their way to the final transition for today. There are plenty of athletes, as I say, making their way down there. This is the final transition from the bike to the run. There are several other timing stations along the way, and indeed there are cut-offs. There's still plenty of time left. For those cyclists who are out on the course, they have until 5 o'clock this evening. 5 o'clock this evening is the cut-off here at T2. At the cut-off at T1 from the swimming, we lost 2 athletes, and we went from 246 competitors down to 244. We may have a couple of athletes who've had to abandon the race since then. We're not sure about that, but we'll bring you to that very, very shortly. But both the women's races and the men's races tightening up very, very quickly here. Earlier on, I spoken to the man to my right here, Dag Oliver, who is our expert commentator and the oracle of the Norseman, the man who knows all there is to know about this race. And he reckoned about 3.5 to 4 hours is what this marathon is going to take for the elite runners. I would imagine the women would be close enough to that time as well, Dog. Around about 4 hours there, you'd expect them to be taking here. Remember, for those of you watching at home, this is not any ordinary marathon. This is very steep inclines, And the final 5 kilometres, the very steep inclines are up what we call Zombie Hill. And the final climb, or the final 5 kilometres is up. It's almost climbing on your hands and knees as we look at Lars Hannestad of Norway making his transition there from his biking kit to his running kit. Getting a little bit dried off there. Always nice to get a change of socks and get into your running shoes. What happens here then is the support car. Everybody taking part in the race has a support car with them, and their bike and their cycling kit will be taken off them, and then they get brought. All that gets brought to the car, and the car takes off and supports them the rest of the way. Of course, the support car and the support team is very, very vital there. We have a change at the top of the leaderboard. Meredith Hill is still leading the women's race, but now into second place is Anne Nevin. Anne Nevin has come into second place. She is 6 minutes and 30 seconds behind Meredith Hill, which means that Christine Lee drops down to third place. So Anne Nevin there, I think this is her first full-length triathlon. Is that correct, Doug?
Yeah, that's what I've been told.
Yeah, and she apparently is, but she's not exactly new to this particular sport, right? She's done an awful lot of half marathons, marathons, and that kind of thing before.
Yep.
In her first extreme triathlon, and up into second place now, 6 minutes and 20 seconds, which over the course of a 42.2 kilometre run, that's not very much at all, right? There's a very, very little gap there. So it's even closer than the men's race was, so it's going to be well worth following these things. I'm not sure who it is we're looking at there. We have a little bit of sound there as well, so you never know. Like, very gingerly putting the calf supports on, compression socks going on. You can see slightly further down the field, the athletes aren't as concerned with getting out there as quickly as possible. That's number 246 there. They're not as concerned with getting out as quickly as possible. They just want to get in there and get everything done and sort themselves out. Jordan Rapp is also up there, still about 20 minutes behind the leader, Lars Christian Wold. So right now, number one in the men's race, leading the men's race, is Lars Christian Wold. Behind him is Alan Hovda. Alan Hovda is 7 minutes and 22 seconds behind. So he's gone from about 10 minutes behind. I mean, he's got probably 2.5 minutes now that he's sort of caught up on.
Yep.
So if you remember, before the break, we were talking to various different people from the support teams, and Lars Christian's team said that the idea was to open up a gap as big as possible before getting into the run, but that lead is now being eaten into. And now Christine Lee is also at time 2, or transition 2. So Christine Lee, Meredith Hill and Anne Nevin all making the transition from the bicycle to the running. Meredith Hill in first place. And then Anne Nevin is 6 minutes and 30 seconds behind her, and Christine Lee another couple of minutes further back. So that race is very, very tight at the front. Again, it's worth repeating, it's one on the run, and that's what's happening here. Dag, this seems to be a very, very close field, especially on the women's side. There's only, after, let me see now, 184 kilometres of the race have gone, so we've 42 left. That seems to be very tight. Is this regular at the top of the field that it would be this tight?
Yeah, we see this. 3 girls this even. Kind of unusual, but it's really cool. I love it with this much excitement. So it's going to be fun to follow the next couple of hours.
It most certainly is. These races tend to go over a very, very long time, and sometimes people will say to you, well, if somebody wins by 2 minutes or 10 minutes, as we look at the girls making the change there, that is Christine Lee. That is the 2015 winner. We spoke to her the night before last. She was quietly confident. She spoke about the preparations that she had made. She's making the transition here from her cycling kit into her running kit. It looks like she has full-length trousers on there. She's getting them off and getting her jogging kit on. As you can see from the timestamp on the screen there, 7 hours, 38 minutes and 29 seconds after the horn went to start this race at 5 o'clock. She has arrived at transition 2 and probably has another 4 hours of running ahead of her. So you're talking about a pretty long time out on the course. Even for the elite athletes, you're talking about 11 plus hours to get around this track. Off goes the cycling jacket. I'm wondering how the temperature is out there, if it's going to be... she's not going to take a whole lot more on. She has her running sleeves on her instead. That'll allow her a little bit of adaptability, and she is off in third place as she makes her way towards the start of the marathon. Mohamed Lahna, our bronze medal winner from the Paralympics in Rio de Janeiro in 2016. Where is he? We're looking at him.
number 53 at Imingfjell.
In 53rd place at Imingfjell. And the reason that's important, ladies and gentlemen, is because Mohammed has been here once before, and we've spoken a lot about the difference between the black t-shirt and the white t-shirt. The black t-shirt goes to the finishers who finish up on the mountain over here, and the white t-shirt goes to the finishers who finish here at the hotel. Now, Mohammed has his heart set on adding to his bronze medal for the Paralympics with a black t-shirt from here. He has the white t-shirt previously. He's delighted with that, but he wants that. We're going over to our reporters out in the field.
I'm here with the support guy for Kristin Lee, Henning.
Yeah.
What are your feelings?
The feeling is good. The problem is, and all the signals from Kristin is good, but she had problems with the tempo bars all the way from Gilo. She's telling us that she's losing power on the bike, and she's very prepared for the run. So it's exciting to see what happened now.
She looked pretty satisfied when she got off the bike and started running.
Yeah, she talked about that because it's not a good feeling when you have a lot of energy but cannot use it on the bike because it doesn't work. So it will be interesting now. So the next kilometers will give us a lot of information.
So you got good hopes?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
She's a previous winner as well, so she knows what she's getting into.
She knows all about this, so she's well prepared. Yeah.
And your expectations?
We will see, but she will come back in the race now, so yeah.
Okay, thanks very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
There we go. That is the team supporting Kristin Lee, talking about a few little problems that she had on the bike there. Very disappointed to be putting the power into the cycling and it not really translating then through the wheels into the time. So she's dropped one place there, and Nevin managed to pass her by. But you can see there now in T2, from the pictures that we saw just there, how busy it is down there. We have 246 athletes that started. After the first transition, we had 244 left. Two athletes missed the cut-off there, and now we're seeing those 244 athletes, or certainly the bulk of them down there now at transition number 2. We've been talking all day about the weather and about the conditions out here on the course. We may be having a change of weather here. The wind is picking up just a little bit, and it's starting to rain a little bit behind us, so who knows, we may even have to move our studio a little bit, but we're used to doing these kinds of things, and if we have to do it on the fly, we will do so. We will get back to talking about Mohammed there. We mentioned just before that we went to the interview there that Mohammed Lambda is a bronze medalist from the Paralympics, and essentially he is in 53rd position, okay, of the 246 athletes that started. He is in 53rd position, and it was born basically with only one functioning leg. One leg is much shorter than the other. He can't generate any power with that in the cycling or anything else like that. And yet he has managed. It is a tremendous, an absolutely momentous achievement to be in that position, position number 53. At what point was that in the race, Dog? That was pretty much over halfway through the cycling, right?
Oh yeah, this is, he's got about 40 kilometers left on the bike course at that point. So
okay.
He's been riding very, very well.
He's been riding very, very well, and it was one of the discussions we had with him in the hotel. We spent about 2 or 3 days here in Norway talking to the athletes, discussing their different needs and their different tactics and that kind of thing. Most of them don't tell us a whole lot about it, as we watch Sylvain Magnus Skogland here making the change, another Norwegian athlete there. But Mohammed was a little more forthcoming than maybe most people was. He was talking about the fact that he has a blade that he's going to attach to his right leg and to help him running. But because of the fact that so much of the running is uphill, the blade this year is a little bit longer, I think.
It's adjustable, so the blade he's using, he can shorten it when it starts the uphill, so it doesn't get in the way when he needs to swing it around.
Okay, yeah, because that's anything that sort of makes the stride a little bit more effective is going to help him out, is going to save him a few seconds. So yeah, he was delighted to finish the race the last time, but a little bit disappointed only to get the white t-shirt. Many people would be happy with that, but Mohammed is a great competitor, a great athlete, and a great inspiration, and he's going to be going for that black t-shirt today. And in 53rd position at the moment, you're going to have to back him to make it, one would hope. The process here now is that we are watching the athletes change. They're making the switch from the cycling to the running. We've had plenty of them coming through there, and there's an awful lot more of them coming down towards that transition there. Very, very fast road in there. Then there's a flat road sort of into the T2 position there, which is down by a little beach there. We have Lars Petter Stormo is back up into the top 5. He's 27 minutes and 50 seconds behind the leader, but now he's back in 4th place. He was in the top 5, then he dropped out, and you can see now that the rain is coming thundering down there. 177 Soteris Nicolo from Cyprus, running along the rain there, completely bare arms, making his way down there and getting a little bit of a spray from the car there. So I wouldn't say there's a whole lot of problem with the temperature. It's probably a case of trying to keep a little bit dry and warm rather than trying to cool down there. Slightly different temperatures probably than what Soteris is used to in Cyprus. But like many of the triathletes who are here, they're used to competing in all sorts of conditions, in the warmth of California to the slightly chillier climes here in Norway. Plenty of athletes flying through there now. You'd always be worried at these bike stations that all 246 athletes or 244 are going to arrive at once, so there's nowhere to put everything. But thankfully the field is quite staggered, so there's plenty of time to get in there. The support teams don't have a whole lot of time. The idea is that they get in there, they take the bike, they take the equipment, and they get out of there as quick as possible. As we watch Vegard Kristiansson of Norway making his way back up the hill there through the traffic cones towards the road. We're still a little bit wary of our own position here as the rain begins to blow in a little bit, but it's not that heavy. Lars Christian is now on Zombie Hill. Our winner, our leader, Lars Christian Vold, is now on Zombie Hill. So he has passed the next timing point now. So now we know where Lars Christian is, onto Zombie Hill, the hardest part of the course. Basically, we've done 3.8 kilometres swimming, 180 kilometres of bike riding with an incredible climb there towards the last hill. The 5th climb on that hill is absolutely excruciating. Now Lars Christian is onto Zombie Hill, and this is where this race will probably be won or lost. Depending on how Lars Christian manages this hill, Alan Hovde is going to be hot on his heels. He's going to be doing his best to bring him in there. Lars Christian has previously expressed an interest in where everybody is and what they're doing. What happens with the support team on Zombie Hill? Are they close to him? Are they able to give him information?
On Zombie Hill, your support team is allowed to run alongside you if they want to.
Yep.
To cheer you on.
Yep.
So a lot of teams will do that, while others will just meet up with their athlete at certain points on Zombie Hill.
So it'd be quite individual in terms of the support and the encouragement that the athlete needs. There we go. Sølve Magnus Skogland, 2:39. There's one of the support teams working as quickly as they can to get things ready for their athlete. They know when they're expected. They know what's expected of them when they get down there. The athletes come in there onto that little patch of grass there. They can put the bike down. They have somewhere to sit. They can just sit on the edge of that then, change their shoes out of their cycling shoes. Of course, the cycling shoes attached to the pedals, so there's no way you can run in them, so they have to switch to normal running shoes. There may be another change of shoes a little bit further along the way as they change from regular running shoes to trail running shoes, but we'll see how that pans out and we'll see what happens with them. Another cyclist. That looks like some German colours there, but it is indeed a Norwegian athlete, Geir Olav Loras.
Det andre er vått allikevel, så det spiller ingen rolle. Er det vått? Ja. Det er jo familie, da. Det er moro.
Very happy athletes there.
Det er moro å handle en som er så god. De får vente til det blir varmt.
Can't hear what they're saying in Norwegian there, dog, but they seem to be very, very happy. A thumbs up for the camera from Geir Olav. Don't forget that you can contribute to the discussion all the way along on the NXTRI 2017 hashtag that we got here. Any updates on Miracle Man Reidar Heldehaugen, number 215? We might have a quick look and see if we can find out where Reidar is there. Driving.
Last time I checked, he was number 87.
Last time we checked, number 87. So that was who was looking for that? I'm looking. There's something from Stade Francais Triathlon Club. My French is not good enough to be able to work that out. Yeah, that's basically a link that they have there. I think that is a link to our live broadcast, and we can see very, very damp conditions there. All right, very, very slick on the road, and there is a truck passing down by there. We have another message from Ronny Hallian. Alan Hovde is pushing hard on the run, under 8 minutes behind now after about 10k running, almost 2 minutes faster than Lars Christian Vold. That came to us about 54 minutes ago. And we're getting great credit from Stuart McLeod, who's out there filming in the field for our beards. Thank you very much indeed, Stuart. That looks, is that Meredith Hall and Christine Lee? Is that Christine is closing the gap on Meredith? So she's closed the gap of, was it 6 minutes when it was 7:14, and Christine has already managed to close the gap to Meredith. Yeah, Meredith Hill, number 24, there in the lead, as she has been for quite some distance now. Christine Lee was behind her there. Christine Lee actually slipped to third or even fourth place at one point, and now she is hot on the heels of the leader, of course, the 2015 winner, Christine Lee. So she's hot on the heels there. If we could maybe stick with Meredith and Christine, we might actually get to see something very unusual here. At this late stage of the race, we might see Meredith getting passed out. We have somebody there asking for footage of the front runners, and that's what we're trying to bring you, is footage from the front runners from the women's race. We will be catching up with the front runners in the men's race very, very shortly. Our camera team is on the way to the front of the field there, and we'll be catching them as they go along. And needless to say, we will be at the finish line as they come up the end. Let me see there. I think we've lost the footage there of our two front runners in the women's race there, but that must have been to do with the transition. There's no way you could imagine that she would have caught up 7 minutes just running. I mean, they've only been running for 2 or 3K at this point in time. Meredith just left.
It all depends on the running form.
Yeah.
It could be that running is not Meredith's strong feet. So.
It just seemed to me.
Sorry, not Meredith, and Nevin there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Anne Nevin that's I think was it Anne Nevin that was in second place there? Yeah. So Christina's gone ahead of her now.
Yeah. It's Anne and Christine we saw in the.
That was Anne and Christine we saw. Yeah, they're quite close together there. Yeah, it's. There we go. So there it goes. It looks like Christine has gone ahead of her there now, by the looks of things. So Christine has taken back second place and is now increasing the gap and catching up on Meredith Hill. So still a bit of a gap there to go, but again, beautiful surroundings. I don't think that graphic is correct. No, Jacqueline is not up there just yet.
68.
She's in spot number 68. I think we have athlete number 68 there, but however, it does look like Christine Lee, and she is out there trying to avoid the traffic, and there is plenty of traffic now between all the support cars and everything else like that. So we have two very, very exciting races underway, both the women's and the men's. There we go. Anne Nevin, of course, in third place, a little bit further back in your picture. And it is Christine Lee that I think we see in the picture now. Number 22, I think, is Christine Lee there. And you can see our camera car obviously holding up a vast amount of the traffic on the road there. The runners running towards them, meeting the traffic as they come. And now our cameraman pulling in just to let both Christine Lee and Anne Nevin and a whole bunch of other cars pass them by there. So can't keep holding up the traffic forever. Of course, we are on public roads here today. Nothing closed off for the Norseman or anything like it. So we have to accommodate them, and to a certain extent they have to accommodate us. I think that's Anne Nevin. She has her support team running behind her there to pick up after her. Neither the support team nor the athletes are allowed to litter the course, which is, as you saw Anne dropping something there. It might have been a water bottle, it might have been a gel. She dropped that there, and her support team was there to pick it up, thus avoiding disqualification. Very strict rules about that in terms of littering the course there. The rain that we saw coming down on that part of the course there, Doug, is this something that, obviously it rains a lot in this part of Norway, but is this something that affects the athletes positively, negatively, or does it depend on the person?
It depends on the person, and it depends on the temperature.
Yeah.
But down there, the temperature, my guess, it would be 17, 18, 90 degrees, so that should be fine.
Yeah. Of course, we're up in Gaustablikk here. It's a little bit cooler up here because we're 1,000 metres or more above sea level. And indeed, the finish line, which is behind us here, still shrouded in cloud, in mist and in mystery. And there we see Meredith Hill, who's the leader in the women's race at the moment, number 24. And a smile on her face and a few words for the crowd. Lovely economical running style there, not flailing with the arms, head very steady, running towards the oncoming traffic, of course, on the same side, avoiding the chance of getting clipped by anybody trying to pass her by there. Looks very relaxed altogether, very low step there. She's not charging away, not getting overly excited, but a very steady pace now altogether. And as you can see, the beautiful environment in which she is running. A few cars there blotting the landscape every now and again, but other than that, a beautiful country setting for this race. We go ahead and we're getting ahead of some of the men's competitors there as well. So that must have been Anne Nevin there. That wasn't Meredith at all. That was Anne Nevin. That looks like Christine Lee to me. Yeah, I think the graphics are... I think we got them slightly the wrong way around there. Is that Christine? Yeah.
No, Anne.
Oh, that's Anne. Okay, that is Anne Nevin. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Oh, she has the number around her waist there. Now I can see it, yeah. So does that put Anne up into second place or third place? We'll have to go back to the leaderboard eventually. And she's back in second. So there's several changes taking place there at the top of the leaderboard in the women's race. So and this, let me see, she's 3.2 kilometres into the run. So she has just the 39 kilometres to go, Doug, before she joins us up at the top of the mountain behind us here. And then maybe another half an hour before they manage to bring us up back over here. The logistics we described a little bit earlier on about getting the athletes from the top of the mountain over here and that kind of thing. Is that why there's only 160 athletes allowed to make it to the top? It's because we have to get everybody down safely?
Yes. Yeah. It's down to capacity for us on servicing the mountain and getting them out of there in case anything should happen.
Yeah. So it's basically a sort of a... If we were to leave them up there and say the weather turns bad and it starts to snow or whatever, that's 160 is the number that we can evacuate safely in a short space of time and get them down here.
In our safety plans, yes.
Yeah. Is it possible to drive up there for any kind of a vehicle to drive up there, like a 4x4? No. So it's all on foot or else by this funicular?
Yes.
Wow. Yeah, I don't think I'll be running up there today. I think I'll stay in the comfort of my nice, warm, and once again, dry studio. The little bit of rain that threatened there, I put on the jacket because we were having a little bit of rain here, but I can probably take that off again in the very near future. It's starting to brighten up there now behind me again. We are desperate for a glimpse of the top of the mountain here behind us. I think that's one of the main things for some of the athletes is the fact that they want to get up there and they want to see the view from the top when they do get up there is one of the 160. Now the question is who's going to get up there first in the men's race, and we can tell you Lars Christian Wold is still in the lead, but that Alan Hovda is closing the gap. It is now down to 6 minutes and 24 seconds. So when they started the marathon part of the race at T2, where we've just been looking at the images for, the gap was around about 9.5 minutes. That is now cut to less than 6.5. So a third of that is already gone. And you'd have to say it's advantage Alan at this point in time. He seems to be closing the gap reasonably steadily there over the last two timing points. So Lars Christian is going to need to get some word from a support team now and start putting a bit of a spurt on if he's to keep his lead there, Doug.
The race is definitely still on, so nothing is decided yet.
Very much so. Jordan Rapp is also closing in on Lars Christian. It was a little bit over 20 minutes when he got to the transition there. It's now down to 19 minutes and 19 seconds. So he's making up time, but the question is he making up time fast enough to threaten Alan Hovda or Lars Christian there at the front of the field? Then after Jordan Rapp, we have Lars Petter Stormo, who has broken back into the top 5, and Lasse Alexander Finstad after that. Then we have another 5 male competitors there: Kjell Magnus Antonsson, Marius Elvedal, Fredrik Schaffner of France, Hans Christian Tungesvik, and Richard Rosok. Richard, of course, who had the great start there on the swim and then fell away slightly after that. So it's an intriguing race that we have there at the moment. And you can follow everything on the online here on YouTube on nrk.no and on the hashtag NXTRI2017. Footage from the front runners, as I say, we've had that requested. We will be catching up with them as soon as we can get our camera into position. And number 89, Kyrie, soon to start running. Go team Kyrre, I think it says there, rather than Kyrie. And that comes from Heggen in northern Norway there. So it's probably dark up there already, is it? Nah, it's not that time of the year yet.
Summer, it's midnight.
24 hour daylight up there. So we know that our leader at the moment, Lars Christian, is on Zombie Hill. And I think our second place athlete is not too far behind him on Zombie Hill. If we can go to our map here, we'll be able to show you the approximate positions of Lars Christian there. You can see Vold number 3. That is our leader. And right behind him is Alan Hovda. And slightly further down before the bridge crossing, there you can see the little arrow that signifies Jordan Rapp on this course. So am I right in saying that from where Jordan is there to the church, is that reasonably flat there? That's before the incline starts. So Jordan might make up, a few seconds there and that kind of thing. But as soon as he goes across the bridge at the Dalkirke, at the church there, that's where it starts to get interesting.
That's where it starts going up.
There you go. And I think, if I remember rightly, that's where we saw the sign for Zombie Hill that has been erected in honour of this wonderful competition that has been going on and is now in its 15th year. This is the 15th Norseman that we are looking at here today, and we're bringing it to you live from Gaustablik, and it's so far it's been a tremendous day of racing. This weather's not really working out what it's trying to do, because it's now starting to rain again, so we're a little bit stuck as to what we're going to do there. We had an interesting graphic, actually. Maybe we can go back to that. We can see where the race elevation profile is. So at the very beginning of the race there, you're looking at 0, which obviously is when they come out of the water, and then it sort of climbs up and down across the various different peaks during the cycling. As you can see, there's a number of climbs up and down there, including the very, very steep one towards the end. It's just after 69 miles there. We've been talking in kilometres up to now, but here we are in 69 miles. And now there's the downhill selection there. And then on to the last 26 odd miles, which is going to be the marathon. I think I can't even remember what the imperial measurements for marathons are. It's been so long ago. But here we'll be running 42.2 kilometres. I'm just wondering again about the background of the athletes that we have here today in terms of marathon running. I'm not sure that that marathon running is going to be a huge benefit to you here today because of the fact that the track is so different, or the course is so different.
We've had some spectacular finishing times with orienteering runners that are used to jump around, because then when you get to the mountain you really have an advantage. But 25k is flat, so a good marathon runner will definitely have an advantage there.
Over the first 25k.
Then again, it's what you're used to when it comes to going uphill.
The later in the day things get, Dog, does the nutrition change, would you say? I mean, I'd imagine it's just energy the whole time, but they always talk about managing the nutrition and having the right things at the right time. I'm wondering if it changes anything when they come into the marathon section of the race.
I guess a lot of people would start adding some kind of salts into the nutrition now, because sweating for 6, 7, 8 hours does drain you from that. So more of that stuff. But again, you've been moving for so long that nutrition is getting tough to manage.
Yeah, I suppose we did speak a little bit earlier on, anything between 8,000 and 10,000 calories getting burned by the body throughout the day. Now, obviously, when you jump into the water at 10 to 5 in the morning, you can't manage to squeeze in 8,000 or 10,000 calories during the day after that. So it's difficult to sort of to replenish that energy. So it's going down. It's pretty much like the fuel tank in a car, where it's going down through the whole day. So it's just a case of topping up as you go along there. I mean, I remember the days when marathon runners would stop and they'd have a cup of water, but those days are long gone. In fact, we've barely seen anybody drinking. There's been a couple of water bottles on bikes and that kind of thing, but very little regular water. Now it's all sort of sports drinks and isotonic fluids and this kind of thing. So it's going to be important with the nutrition management a little later on here on the course. We're trying to find out exactly how far behind Jordan Rapp is at this point in time, and if he can pose any sort of a threat to the Norwegian pairing of Lars Christian Wold and Alan Holda. We're getting one comment there. The elevation on Zombie Hill, it is very, very extreme indeed. I think as we looked at it yesterday, at times it feels like it's pretty much like walking straight up, but that kind of pales into insignificance as you get up the mountain here behind us, and climb, and like that sort of climb, which is almost sort of scrabbling up on your hands and knees. But what we might do for now is we've had a nice long morning of sport here. Started just before 10 to 5. So we might just show you a couple of the edits of the recaps that we've done, starting maybe this morning, just as the athletes got into the water, and then moving on through the day from there. Good morning and welcome to Gaustablik here in Norway, where we are all set to bring you the 2017 Norseman Xtreme Triathlon, the ultimate triathlon here on the face of the earth. We're ready to bring you all the action and all the drama from what happens out there today. This is the start of the 2017 Norseman, the 15th year in a row that this race is being held. And there goes the horn, and they're off. You can see everybody hitting the crawl straight away. Nobody's going to be hanging around here. There are no breaststrokers here, no backstrokers here, and they're going hell for leather to begin with, getting into a smooth stroke as quickly as they can. The athletes are going to have to be prepared for pretty much everything a triathlon course can throw at them, in terms of gradient, in terms of weather, in terms of temperature. So it's a hugely challenging, yet I'm sure hugely enjoyable course. We are bringing you the Norseman 2017 Xtreme Triathlon live from Norway. You are looking at our swimmers in Eidfjord at the moment. They've been in the water for 50 minutes at this point, according to the clock I have in front of me. And the first athletes are about to leave the water. They set out at 5 o'clock this morning. Just before 5 o'clock they hit the water. And this group of 4 have been out in front pretty much ever since. And of course there is an enormous amount of physical effort required to take them through the 3.8 kilometers of the swim. And you can see our leading cyclist there is out on the road, and he set off at a fairly cracking pace. Really, really spectacular images, it has to be said, of a tremendously beautiful part of the world. So you can't use the person in front of you and just ride in their slipstream. You can't allow them to protect you from the wind. This is individual cycling, it's not team cycling. This is a very, very punishing climb here at the start of the race. The first of 5 climbs as well. You have to start to wonder about the sanity of people taking. You have to be just a little bit crazy to take part in this, the ultimate triathlon on the face of the earth. It is the Norseman Xtreme Triathlon 2017. Good morning and welcome back to Gaustablikk in beautiful Norway, where we are bringing you live coverage of the Norseman Xtreme Triathlon for 2017. Most of the climbers have made it to the top of the first climb, and now what we are looking at here is the long, flat 20-30 kilometer stretch before the downhill and then the next climb. Around about an hour ago on this beautiful Saturday morning here in Norway, it started to rain just a little bit as the riders got to the top of the climb there. So they made a little bit of a change. The rain jackets went on. They took a little bit of sustenance, a little bit of nutrition, a little bit of hydration, and now they are out on the course. Every little margin is being sought here. Every second counts on this cycle here. They're trying to build up as much of a lead as possible. There we go, a little recap of the action that has taken place here not in Gaustablikk just yet. That action will be coming up a little bit later on. But here on the Norseman 2017, the Xtreme Triathlon to end all Xtreme Triathlons. And now I have another special guest, because the Norseman means an awful lot to tourism in this part of Norway. So I'm going to ask my special guest to present herself and tell us what she works with. I'll give you a hint, it's tourism.
Tourism is everything here in this municipality, Tinn. So I'm Ingrid. I'm working as a head of tourism here in Rjukan. And we have a lot of offer here. Rjukan is not only a place for Norsemen and extreme triathletes, but also a place for lots of activities, sport activities. We have a perfect history that will attract people here, as we are listed on the UNESCO World Heritage List. Yep. So there's lots to offer, and I'm very, very honored to be here, and I'm very honored to host this place, Norseman, here in Rjukan.
And thank you very much indeed for having us. What tends to happen with big events like this is that we come and we set up camp here for a week or 4 or 5 days, and then we go again. But the question I have for you, Ingrid, is what happens the other 51 weeks of the year? Like, I'm not going to pretend that nothing happens, because I know lots goes on here. What are the popular activities here?
You have Gausatoppen. You can see the summit right now, actually.
Can we see the summit? We can almost see the summit.
You see it, yeah.
Yeah, the clouds have gone away. Just as Ingrid arrives, the clouds go away. We'll be keeping her here. Dog, stay where you are.
Yeah, so the summit, Gausatoppen, is our main attraction here in Rjukan. It's 1,883 meters above sea level. Mm-hmm. And, of course, it attracts about 100,000 people every year to walk the summit. Wow. You can also actually take the cable car inside the mountain, which opened for tourists in 2000. A few years ago. Yep. It's been a secret military base inside the mountains. It's quite big attraction. Okay. So everyone can reach the summit. If you like.
It just depends on how.
It depends on how.
That's a bit like the race that we have here today. A little bit later on, the first 160 contenders in the race will finish at the summit that we've now refocused on up there, whereas the other 90 will come to us here at the hotel and finish the race up there. Tell us a little bit about the history. Why does everybody want to climb this mountain? Is it just because it's so high?
You can see 1/6 of the whole of southern Norway on a clear day. Obviously not today, but usually we have sunny days here in here in Rjukan. But the history, it's been attracting tourists here since the early 20th century, which also the Rjukanfossen, the waterfall, was actually the main attraction that was attracting tourists here. And then together with Gausatoppen and the Hardangervidda National Park, the largest national park in Norway, you have such huge national nature activities that attract people. Also, just during the past decades, it's been attracting about 25,000, increasing 25,000 people every single year. So it's a very popular place. Together with all the investment here in Gaustablikk and the area in Gausatoppen, you have cabin investments and hotels here. All during winter as well, you have beautiful cross-country possibilities. So it's lots of things to do. And
we were looking off here to my left. I can see the alpine lifts. Obviously, they're not in use at the moment. Is this a very popular skiing destination for alpine skiing as well?
Yes, it's one of the largest alpine ski destinations in the southern Norway, and they've been investing a lot lately. So the last years, so every year more people are coming here to do alpine skiing together with cross-country skiing. We have the ski lifts that take you across the whole area, where you can see here behind us Gaustablikk. And also Gaustablikk attracts lots of off-piste skiers.
Does it, yeah?
Yeah, it's an extremely popular place for off-piste skiers.
Okay, so would they take the lift up through the middle, through the mountain?
Or you walk.
Or you walk?
You do the walk on the skis.
I won't be doing that.
No, you can take the lift. I do the lift and then I ski down.
And then you ski down. Tell me, cross-country skiing is obviously a huge thing. Norway at the national level has tremendous cross-country skiers. Is alpine skiing still very popular here, or is cross-country skiing more popular as a pastime for people to do?
Pastime, it's been cross-country, and together with Hardangervidda, the national park, obviously cross-country skis are the main, the largest group of skis. Although telemark skiing in the top part of telemark, so telemark skiing is very popular here. We have the World Cup, hosting the World Cup for telemark skiing the last years, and alpine is increasing now during the last years.
What about freestyle skiing and snowboarding and these kind of newer pursuits?
What you call it? Yeah, snowboarding and the freestyle skis, obviously, and the younger people, they are more attracted to the
to these kinds of sports.
Exactly.
I think I remember. I can't remember the guy's name now, but one of the snowboarders I saw at the Olympics in Sochi, a great Norwegian snowboarder. There's a few of them out there anyway. There's always the problem, but who comes here? Is it Norwegians? Is it Europeans? Is it 50-50? Is it 70% Norwegians? What would you say?
No, the largest group is Norwegians. Together with the Danish people, Dutch people, Swedes, Germans, and we experience an increase in British people now.
Okay.
Also, we talk about Asian groups. We know that the Chinese group market is increasing in traveling, so we're expecting to have an increase in Asian groups. The Swedish market is also very interesting because they are starting now to travel more to Norway. But it's basically 70% Norwegians, and then the rest is Europeans, Northern Europeans.
Northern Europeans. What does the Norseman mean for this area? How much good branding or good marketing do you get out of this extreme triathlon?
It is a special, specific market for extreme athletics. And Norseman is very, very, it's a good production, and you do a very well-produced arrangement. I've talked to different people here, and they're very impressed by how professional you are in the whole arrangement. Of course, we know that all the athletes, they have families, they have helpers, they have the groups that will know about what they do. And during the training programs, and we know that people come up in advance to do the training, they bring their families, and we have activities for the whole family, the children and the mothers and the fathers and everyone. So it is large. I think it can be better. I think we can be better on profiling on Norseman as an arrangement. I think we can also do a better collaboration between how we help each other. this way.
That was so. The next question is: how do you reach out to tourists around the world? Because Norway has this usual Scandinavian problem. Oh, it's very expensive, and you can't drink a beer, or you need a mortgage, or this kind of thing. You know, so how do you market towards that kind of group?
Social media is a very large marketing channel right now. So, and it's been the largest channel we used during the past years. We have, of course, we have agreements with other destination in the southern Europe. So we go together and we work together with innovation. The group in Norway, Visit Norway, and we have large marketing campaigns towards Europe together. But it's all about money, you know. Yeah. So the more money we can use, the broader we can reach,
of course,
and the more people that can come here. Yeah. But we are active in social medias. We do traditional media such as newspapers, radio, commercial. But it's the arrangements and what you actually share and what you do and what you tell the people you know. It's the most effective way to get people here.
I think I don't work for the Norseman per se, but I think I can speak on behalf of the organisation when I say we've had a fantastic time here so far, and we hope you'll continue to host us in the very near future.
We will.
Could I ask you, what do you do in your spare time? Do you like to get on your cross-country skis and go out, or...?
Well, best of everything. I'm not very good at one thing, but I like to do a lot of things. I do the skiing down a couple of times down Gassetoppen, cross-country skiing. I like to do biking. Perfect mountain bike areas in Hardangervidda, also together with the road biking. Yeah. But hiking as well is very, very good time in my spare time.
That seems to be the thing here in this part of Norway, where people go out and they bring their packed lunch or their thermos of coffee and they go off. That's really...
Stay in a cabin, just relax. Yeah.
There you go. From the tourist chief herself, Ingrid, thank you very much for talking to us today.
Thank you.
We look forward to the rest of our time here. The rain is pouring down here at the moment. But, we're not going to give out of it. I come from Ireland where it rains all the time. Even when it's not raining, it's just about to. But thanks very much for visiting us today. I'm going to take that headset there. We'll just slide that off there. Thank you very much indeed for talking to us. That was Ingrid, who is looking after the tourism here in the region where we are based for the Norseman 2017. As I said, the rain is pouring down here. We might need to be moving our position very, very soon. But what I can tell you is that our top 4 male athletes are now on Zombie Hill, right? And so there's this sort of crisscross of a map here, and the top 4 athletes are on that hill now. It is Lars Christian Wold, it is Alan Hovda, it is Jordan Rapp, and it is Lars Petter Stolmo, who is on the zombie hill at the moment. So they are fighting it out there. The gap appears to be closing somewhat between Lars Christian Wold and the rest of the field. Alan Hovda in particular putting pressure on there now. 6 minutes and 53 seconds behind. We're going to have to make a slight adjustment here to our commentary position. We have plenty of electrical equipment here, and the rain is pouring down, so we don't really want to get all that wet. So we're just going to slide it forward a little bit. Do forgive us if we go out of focus in the meantime. We also want to keep the seat dry for Dog, who's on his way back into our studio here now. And we'll have that cable there. So this is the benefits of doing live TV in these wonderful environments where everything can change very, very quickly. There we go. We have all sorts of cables there and everything else like that. So we'll move everything forward just a little bit.
Into the light.
Yeah. We are back out on the field looking for a few. Actually, that is indeed. This is the first time, if you look at that, that is the target. That is Gaustatoppen. That's what you see. And this is the first time that the athletes will get to see it, is when they pass by this point here. Now, some have already passed by it. Some are already onto Zombie Hill. So it's in Milan there. So that's the first view that they will get of the area that they're headed for. And just as I speak, and we go to all the trouble of moving our desks and our tables and our computers here, the rain has just stopped. But it'll start again, I'm sure. Now that we're here, we won't need to move again, one would hope, unless the wind starts blowing immensely. I think we can come back to the studio, and joining us back in the studio is Dag Oliver, who took a short break there while we were interviewing the tourism chief in the area. Indeed, we spoke a little bit earlier on about the importance of tourism for the area. Dag, are there any other sort of industries around here that the local people might find jobs in, or is the area very dependent on tourism?
Industry, and there's also a lot of hydroelectric power going on, and so it's a busy busy little town.
It's a busy little town, but it's kind of in the middle of nowhere in one way, because you have Bergen 2 or 3 hours to the west, and then you have Oslo 2 or 3 hours to the east. Is that a fair assessment? It's not close to any really sort of big metropolis here.
Go back 100 years, and this was the center of industry in Norway.
That's very, very true, actually. Yeah. So this would have been the sort of hub. This is where all the electricity came from, and that kind of thing. There you go. There's plenty to be learned here, and if you need any more information, I'm sure the people at Visit Norway will be more than happy to provide it. We are looking at the gap now between Lars Christian Wold. They are at the Zombie Hill third turn, and it appears that the gap is opening up a little bit. It was down to under 7 minutes. Lars Christian Wold had a lead of under 7 minutes. Now it's back to 7 minutes and 15 seconds. So Alan Hovda has dropped back just a little bit, probably about 20-30 seconds. I'm not sure if that's indicative of what's going on the hill in general, if that's going to kind of to be expected. We're going to be coming to the end of that now. Certainly Lars Christian is going to be coming to the end of that stretch now in the very near future. And he will be sort of onto, I wouldn't say it's a slightly more straighter route anyway. It's not this sort of zigzag crisscross route that he's making on these very, very steep inclines.
Slightly straighter and slightly flatter when you hit 32 kilometers, but it's still going uphill until you then hit the mountain and the real climb starts.
Yeah, and that's where the real climb starts. About how far away would you say these athletes are at this point in time? It's going to take them another couple of hours to get here, is that correct?
Lars Christian is just out the road here and very shortly.
Very shortly.
So he's at the 32k mark, I would guess, in about 15-20 minutes.
In about 15-20 minutes. That would put him to be on course here very, very early indeed. That would put him easily here by 3 o'clock.
I think we may be looking at a new course record if he keeps this pace.
The general manager of the Norseman, Dag Oliver, tells us that we can maybe expect, if the weather keeps up and if he keeps up at this pace, that we will have a new course record here today. We have a tweet here from Cougar, Nico, telling us it's an amazing racing country. Now I wonder why I didn't go there. Next year's definitely. Kudos to all the athletes, to the support and to the organisation. As we look at the map where we have our front runners there, the 5 front runners in the men's race, we can see there, if we go up to the very top there, we can see Vold number 3 is marked almost permanently there now, and right behind him we have Hovda behind him, and after that Jordan Rapp. And then we have our 2 more, Lars Petter Stolmo, and we have Finstad there as well, Lasse Finstad. So it's still quite tight there. It seems that Lasse Finstad seems to be closing the gap a little bit as well since the running began. They've really come into their own there, Lars Petter Stolmo as well there. Indeed, to get back to what Cougar was tweeting at us there, it is an amazing race and it is an amazing country, and we really, really hope that you're here with us next year. If you're not taking part, you can stand right here beside us here and watch the climax of the race over on the mountain and join in the festivities afterwards. Join in the Friday morning social swim that we had yesterday, where everybody got to go in and test the water in Eidfjord. It really is a tremendous event, and it's well worth experiencing here in Norway. We have another tweet from Ronnie Hallian. Ronnie has been keeping an eye on the timepiece for us throughout the race today. And Ronnie says that LC Vold is increasing his lead in Zombie Hill, added almost a minute to his lead on Alan Hovda, over 7 minutes now. So it did look a little bit dodgy for Lars Christian Vold, but now he has increased his lead by another minute. It is going to be fascinating to talk to these athletes and to try to take us through what it is that's happening out there, because all of a sudden at one point you think Lars Christian is being reeled in and he seems to be able to put on a spurt. Would you reckon that Lars Christian's support is quite close to him at this point in time, that he knows what's going on around him or behind him in this race?
I would guess he's got somebody running alongside with him at this point.
At this point. I don't suppose it would be normal for an athlete to carry a smartphone and to check these things out themselves. Certainly not at the front of the field, maybe. No. Another question that's worth asking, that I'm sure many of the people who do this in their spare time, many of the amateur athletes who might be asking, is, do people listen to music or anything else like that just to motivate themselves, to keep them up?
During the race, you're not allowed to listen to music at any time during the bike.
Okay.
Neither are you allowed to listen to music or anything else with earphones on the run until you hit Zombie Hill.
Until you hit Zombie Hill.
And when you hit Zombie Hill, you can put on your own motivational music or, yeah.
And I'm just wondering, is that concession made just because it's Zombie Hill? Is that like a little bit of empathy from the organisers for the first time?
Yes.
There you go. He's a man with a heart of gold. Dag Oliver, the general manager here for the Norseman, and we are bringing you the climax of this race live, and we expect it to be sooner rather than later. Dag mentioned just a short time ago that we're looking at a possible new course record. The course record last year was set at 10 hours and 24 minutes. Was it 10:24, right?
23.
10:23, sorry. 10 hours and 23 minutes. What did you think when you saw that course record? Did you ever expect that the Norseman course record would ever go down that low?
We didn't realize it until Lars Petter made the final push, and he came out of the fog, and that's when we... Okay, this is big news.
Then you realise what was happening. And yet today, because we're sitting in front of the systems here and we see what's developing here before us, and that maybe that record is going to be broken, it could even be smashed here today. What does this mean for the race? Is it going to attract even faster racers? Is it going to become a big headline around the triathlon world if this record is broken here today?
I don't really think so. It's proof that Lars Christian is in really good shape, and also that they've had very good conditions today. With headwinds across the plateau or across Imingfjell, we could have seen different times.
It would have slowed them down considerably there, yeah? Of course, we can't forget that they did have the benefit of a favourable current this morning when they set out on the 3.8 kilometre swim. And then there was a little bit of rain, but it hasn't been a whole lot. I don't know if it's been affected people a whole lot. I don't even know if... I think they were pretty much prepared to be affected by the weather, that there was going to be rain and that. As I mentioned, the rain here, or the weather here changes very, very quickly. We moved a little bit more in under our tent here, but as you can see now, the weather's starting to clear. The top of the mountain, once again, is shrouded in mist and mystery, and it's standing up there waiting for the winners of the men's and women's races to make it up the top. At the moment, Lars Christian Wold is the man in the best position to win the men's race. He is leading by a time of 7 minutes and 15 seconds from Alan Hovda, and in the women's race, Meredith Hill still retains a bit of a lead over Norway's Christine Lee and Anne Nevin. So it's all happening there out on the course. All of these athletes, of course, have now made the transition from the bike to the running, and we're trying to get cameras on them as soon as possible so we can bring you some live action from out on the course. We see that there aren't too many on Zombie Hill just yet. We have 4 or 5 of the male competitors and a few more bringing up the rear, but as yet none of the women have made it that far. They're just taking the coast road around one of the lakes here at the moment. If we can have a quick look at the map here, we can see how the top 3 are doing. And there you can see that Meredith Hill is slightly ahead of Anne Nevin, and then Christine Lee just behind her again. About how much distance would you say? Just a rough estimate, a guesstimate of how much distance is between those athletes. It doesn't look like a whole lot on the map.
No, they're all within a couple of kilometres.
All within a couple of kilometres. So there is the chance that that they will be caught up there, that Meredith Hill is by no means safe, and of course with Zombie Hill to come, there seems to be a change in pace thereabouts. At what point, Dog, do you get into the sort of the trail running? At what point does the tarmac and the decent pathway stop?
When you hit 37 kilometres on the run, that's where you take off into the mountain.
Okay, so where you take off into the mountain there, maybe we might go back to the map and Doug can point it out here where we get into the last 5 kilometres. If we can bring that up on the screen, we'll just get a little point there, because we did mention that there may be another sort of mini transition. So if you could just point it out on the map there.
So Lars Christian is just about to hit 32 kilometres.
Okay.
And then we have 37 where they enter the mountain.
Okay, so when they enter the mountain there, and you reckon there may be a change of shoes depending on how conditions are underfoot?
On the leads, they'll most likely run straight through.
They'll just keep going. There's no point in risking a 20 or 30 second change there or anything like that, no? No. There we go. It's all getting very, very exciting here. As I say, we're trying to get the camera crews out there in front of the athletes so that we can bring you more of the excitement here, because they look very, very close together. We're just following the GPS here on the screen, and it would seem like Alan is catching up again on Lars Christian. So there's a real tug of war battle going at the front of the men's race there. We have the latest time there for Lars Christian on the Zombie Hill on the 5th turn. So that's one of the hairpin bends there. He's managed it in 8 hours, 22 minutes and 56 seconds. Alan was 7.5 minutes behind him, but we'll know very, very soon. It'll just pop up on the screen, the distance between the two of them. You'd have to, I mean, you'd love to know what was going on in Lars Christian's head at the moment, if he knows how far behind Alan is, and if he feels in any way threatened by him at this point in time. I think Jordan Rapp is certainly coming back in. He's cut another minute off the lead there, so he's back to within 17 and a half minutes now of Lars Christian, but you get the feeling that he's probably going to run out of time, that he's not going to have the time to catch up there. Dog doesn't really look like he agrees here in the studio.
No, I think it's going to be tough for Jordan to catch up with Lars Christian. Unless anything special happens, it'll be a fight between Alan and Lars Christian.
Yeah. The interesting thing here, of course, Dog, is that the two athletes in first and second place are Norwegians who are familiar with this course, I'm sure. I'm sure Alan has done this race before, has he?
Alan has done this multiple times, as has Lars Christian.
Yeah, and Jordan Rapp is the debutant, and he's like 17 and a half minutes behind. Do you think that familiarity with the course might be a factor there?
Most likely partly a factor.
It'll be interesting to hear the post-mortem then from Jordan Rapp and from his team. Of course, very experienced team. And we're back out on the course now at the moment. And we have the support team following. I'm not sure who that is, but this looks like we are on the mountain there. And that does look like Lars Christian. Is that Lars Christian we're looking at there?
This is Lasse Finstad.
Oh, Lasse Finstad. Okay, so he is on Zombie Hill there right enough. So we're
5th place currently.
Yeah, he's in 5th place currently. So if we can hit the gas there and see if we can catch up on the main runners. You can see one of the support crew running alongside him. If we can, you can see the traffic now. Most of the traffic at this point, of course, is going to be heading up towards us here at the hotel where the banquet will be held this evening. So it's going to be support cars. It's going to be less of the standard Saturday afternoon traffic here in Norway. We'll kind of finish with that for the time being. So getting all the encouragement he needs there. So what happens here is that once they get towards Zombie Hill there, that one member of the support staff can jump out and run with them and offer them a little bit of moral support and that kind of thing. They can't pull them or drag them or help them in any way other than just run alongside them. And you can see the rucksack there with the last few provisions that are going to be needed for the last 30-odd kilometres of the race. No, it's not. It couldn't even be that long. What's it? From Zombie Hill up to here is about...
Lars Christian now has about 10 kilometers left.
Lars Christian only has about 10 kilometers left. So that would put him, if we say he's not going to do that in an hour, right? It's going to take maybe an hour and 15, that kind of thing to do that. Okay, that would put him at 2:45, which means that the record is going to be...
He'll use an hour and a half in this terrain. But
he'll take his time. Okay, we can tell you now that the gap has increased by another few seconds. Lars Christian Vold made it in a time of 8 hours, 22 minutes and 56 seconds. Alan Hovda has just passed the Zombie Hill 5th turn, the timing point there, 8 hours, 30 minutes and 42 seconds. That gives Lars Christian Vold a lead of 7 minutes and 46 seconds. 7 minutes and 46 seconds is the lead now. So Lars Christian is mounting something of a fight back there. He lost a couple of minutes now, but now he's won back at least a minute off that. It was down to under 7 minutes at one point, and now Lars Christian has it back up to almost 8 minutes. So a fascinating battle going on there. And as we just pointed out, we do have our car on the mountain now at this point in time, and it is, let me see, it is 1:30 in the afternoon. I know that at 2 o'clock we were supposed to have one of our camera crews on their way up in the lift, so they will probably pass by the leaders at some point in the near future. So maybe we can keep an eye out for that and see what they see as they drive up. The Zombie Hill element of it, let me see, that's pretty much past now for Lars Christian Vold. He has come past the 32.5 kilometre cutoff in a time of 8:32.13. So we'll see now. He made that reasonably quickly, and it looks like Alan Hovda is falling behind a little bit again. So it's going to be interesting to see how much time he can cut off that particular lead, if indeed he can cut off anything at all. If indeed Jordan Rapp isn't gaining on him instead. So that could be a fascinating development now. If Alan was to slow down somewhat and Jordan Rapp was to sneak himself into second place there. So we have plenty of excitement here. We have our 4th place. Is that our 4th place? There we are. Yeah, Lars Petter Sormo, who won the race last year. Looking very, very calm there altogether. There's quite a severe gradient here, so you can tell there's no great pace to the running on this particular part of the course. It's very steep there, 29 kilometres in, so that'll be 13.2 to go. 22 22 minutes behind there, and we see there just to Lars' right shoulder you have one of his support crew there, so they're allowed to run alongside him and to give him the food and the drinks and the sustenance that he needs to make it to the very, very top here. It's great to have that support. It's after almost 180 kilometres of being on your own, or almost 200 kilometres of being on your own, and all of a sudden you have somebody to run with you and support you. At the same time, there are some people who probably prefer to be just on their own there with their thoughts and making their way up there. Again, the clouds behind us here in the commentary position are starting to clear there, so we're hoping for a clear day, a clear finish up at the top of Gaustablik. That is what all the athletes are looking forward to. It is the view at the top of the mountain that they're going to see. And as you see in the background there, it's just about lifted. It's just about lifted, but not quite. We can see with the naked eye here, we can see the very, very top of the mountain, but unfortunately it's not visible with the camera that we have. How often is it that you can't see anything from the top, that the top is shrouded in cloud?
I think we've had overcast the last 3 years.
Yep.
Basically, it's just low-hanging clouds that blocks the view on the very, very top.
Yep.
But it makes it very low visibility. So today, if we get a clear finish, that would be very, very good.
Yeah. Do the athletes get disappointed when they get all the way up there and they can't see, they can see maybe this distance away, or is it just...
At this point, you're just ecstatic that you've made the finish line.
Did you see the finish line at all? Yeah.
Sure.
Tell us a little bit about what's happening at the finish line now. I'm assuming that you have people from the race director's office up there and that kind of thing. How many people will be up there and what would they be doing?
Now, about 20 people would be up there. The safety team, guys organizing branding, guys organizing the finish, timing, etc.
Yeah. There we can see the mountain from the other side, or from certainly another perspective. This is the first view that the athletes would get of the mountain itself. So this is the first time that it comes into view. It's very daunting. It's very intimidating to know that you've travelled, almost maybe 200 kilometres and that you still have this to go. Has anybody ever mentioned that to you about coming to this point and thinking, Christ, I have to do that now as well?
Yes, and I think everybody does think that, because it is, you really see what you're up against to reach the finish line when you get at this point.
Yeah, it certainly is an incredible achievement. Again, Ronnie Hallien helping us out with the facts here. Lasse Alexander Finstad was the winner of the Keltman 2016. So that competition is held in Scotland, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah,
that's in Torridon in Scotland, or they have their start and finish there.
Okay, they have the start and finish there. So. And then he says that at the 32.5 kilometre cutoff, Lars Christian Wold is 30 minutes ahead of Stormo's course record from 2016. So a half an hour ahead there. That is some considerable distance. Even if he does ease off the gas, he should have it in sight. There is our third place competitor, the Californian Jordan Rapp. He's out there giving it all he can there. We have the support cars just behind and the support runner just off his shoulder there with the rucksack, with the water bottle in hand. The rain's starting to pour down again here at Gaustablik. Jordan has run 31 kilometres, so just over 11.2 kilometres left to go at this point. 8 hours, 36 minutes and 16 seconds was the last time registered for Jordan. We're going to see if he can close the gap somewhat on the second place, Alan Hovda, and indeed the leader, Lars Christian Wold. You get the feeling that it is a little bit late. It's going to be very hard to run in the 20-odd minutes or 17.5 minutes that he is behind at this point in time. Now we see a little bit of activity starting in terms of the branded cars and the banners, etc., that are up there. But I think we are coming close enough now to the elevator. There we are back down at the other end with the mountain there in the left of your picture in the background. There we have Heikko Sepp from Estonia. The support runner heading back to the car now after accompanying Heikko for part of the distance. 19 kilometres into the marathon part of the race there for Heikko. An hour and 18 minutes behind. Still a respectable time all the same though. I mean,
very much so.
Especially if you were to compare it to 15 years ago when this race began, you would imagine that these times have improved considerably. Some of these times would have won 15 years ago. So you can see the cars throwing up plenty of spray there as they pass by. Plenty of traffic there. This is before they get to Zombie Hill, of course. So How well known would the race be? Would the general public around here, would they know if they're going out in their car on a Saturday that, okay, the Norseman is taking place, it might take me a little bit longer to get to the supermarket today?
Yeah, most locals will be aware. We also advertise in local media to make sure that people are aware and limit their activities along the race course if possible. We also have signage up on the roads, etc., for weeks ahead of the race.
Do people get annoyed with the inconvenience of the race being out there, or do they welcome it because of the tourism it brings?
I've never heard any complaints, so then I hope they're happy with having us here.
I'm sure they probably, knowing the Norwegian people as I do, I'm sure they probably would have made themselves known to you if they were disappointed with the way things were going. This long tradition of endurance sports, of course, we spoke a little bit earlier on about Norway and cross-country skiing, and now, of course, you have this, the ultimate triathlon that happens here and that kind of thing. Is this something that's very close to the Norwegian heart? Do people really enjoy these sort of longer trips out into the countryside? Is that where that comes from?
I think Norway has, or I know they have, a long history of endurance sports. So a race like this is just a natural extension to that.
And in your work you've worked with the Norwegian Olympic Committee. As we go back and we have a look at Johof Nordskar, another Norwegian athlete out there. Got the hat on now. You can see the rain is pelting down. A little bit of Isklar vatten, or water there for Johof. Not too worried about that. Taking off there. Yeah, it is starting to get very, very wet indeed. The only Isklar water that he's having there is in the bottle, I can tell you. But in your work with the Norwegian Olympic Committee on behalf of triathlon and that kind of thing, where does triathlon come in terms of the hierarchy of Norwegian sports? Is it very much appreciated for what it brings to the country, or is it seen as a little brother kind of thing? How would you gauge the interest and the support it gets?
Triathlon is compared to other sports like football and cross-country skiing. It's a small sport in Norway.
Yep.
But it's growing, and it's one of the sports that have the highest growth rate year over the year. So it's being noticed, and it's definitely an integrated part of the Norwegian sports community.
And you mentioned earlier on there's a bit of a sort of conscious effort to attract younger athletes to the sport, but it must be kind of difficult because there's the financial aspect of it. You're talking about a bike that's very, very expensive, and then everything that goes with it and the travel and that kind of thing. Is there any sort of a system in place to help the younger athlete to take part in these things?
This is stuff that Triathlon Federation has put a lot of work into the last couple of years, and they're setting limitations on weight for bikes, for example. So if you're a kid, you can't have super light carbon bikes. You need to have a certain weight, the same way the Cycling Federation does it. So the consciousness about not making it too expensive.
Yeah, so it's designed to sort of keep the price down so that money is not a barrier to entry.
And also helping clubs finance gear that they can borrow out to people that want to try.
And how do you find the athletes? Do you go to sort of athletics clubs? Do you go looking for distance runners or cyclists and say, okay, maybe you should try tacking on a swim and a run here? Or do you just let them come to you?
If we'd gone 3, 4, 5 years back, that would have been the case. But now they come.
Now we are going back out to the field, I think. There we go. Some fairly spectacular pictures. Raphael Vorp from Switzerland there. Lovely picture showing just how difficult the conditions are out there at the moment. We've been saying all day how the weather can change in an instant, and it went from being a lovely dry day to torrential rain there. And you can see the raindrops bouncing off the pavement and creating a mist. And between them and the low-flying clouds, or the low-hanging clouds, the conditions wouldn't be ideal. I'm sure it'll help keep the body temperature down on the flatter parts, or indeed the more inclined parts of the race. But doesn't look like the most comfortable thing in the world, and you won't see anybody running with their umbrella out there today, dog. There we go. Some more runners out on the road, although it looks marginally drier where they are. That's Alan Hovda. That is our second placed athlete now, as you can see, coming up past Zombie Hill, I'd say at this point, and hot on the heels of the leader, Lars Christian Wold. This is our car that is headed up towards the top. This is the car that is going to film the victorious athlete who makes it to the top of Gaustablik first. You can see there he is running with the support athlete. We are back, I think, there to our Swiss athlete who just turned the corner there. And if you just look along the centre of the road there, you can see the puddle formed in the centre of the road and the raindrops bouncing off the tarmac column there. It's falling pretty much straight down, so it can't be that windy. So hopefully they won't have too much of a wind chill to deal with. But certainly, if that was me and I was out on a Sunday afternoon run, I might be tempted to turn home. We are starting to gather our camera teams now closer and closer to the finish line, because that is where the action is going to be. We can see on our GPS map here that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 athletes have made their way either onto or past Zombie Hill. So we have plenty of athletes who have made their way past there already. They will be onto the mountain now soon enough. Maybe we can go to the map there and we can see where everybody is. There is our leader, Lars Christian Wold, is still out in front, still maintaining the gap to Alan Hovda, who is doing his best to close it. And of course, Jordan Rapp, the Californian, doing tremendously well for a first-time athlete here in Gaustablik at the Norseman, doing tremendously well altogether to post this time. You wonder with guys like Jordan if he's going to say, okay, I've done this once, this is great preparation, even if he makes the podium. Would you imagine that he's going to be in your ear a little bit later on tonight looking for an invitation to come back next year?
It has been known to happen before. So.
I'd say it has. Somebody with a profile like Jordan Rapp, to get these athletes to come here, how does that work out? Do you invite certain athletes, certain elite athletes to come, or do they come to you and ask you for a spot in the race?
They come to us asking for a spot in the race.
Must be great to be in that position, that the triathlon is so well known and so well respected that people ask you to take part.
It's a good place to be. It's a good place to be.
And another question I'm sure that many people at home are going to be wondering about, and don't forget that you can take part in the discussion here around the triathlon. NXTRI 2017. NXTRI 2017 is the hashtag you need to be using. But how early does registration open? You're going to get this question tomorrow anyway, so I'm going to deal with it for you now. In November.
Stay tuned to our webpage and our Facebook page.
There you go. So go into the Norseman, go in and like the Facebook page, set all the alerts up, so make sure that you know that in November this is when it happens. This is a lottery, right? This is the biggest broadcast we've ever done. It was over 3,000 applications this year. You're going to see 5, 6, 10,000 applications next year, especially when everybody sees the action that's going to happen later on this mountain here behind us. So remember that, get the date in your diary and keep an eye on Dog's Facebook pages and on their website for when the applications open. We have Stuart McLeod, who is out there filming. He says that Lars is in the lead on top of Zombie Hill with the crazy Team Bob. Dog, can you explain for the listeners at home who Team Bob are?
I'm not quite sure, but they're a group of people. I think it's kind of a friend bike club. They appeared here 3 years ago, just making a good atmosphere, cheering athletes on. They almost adopted Mohamed Lana that we discussed earlier. They were here with flags and bells and whistles and really creating a good ambience for all the people finishing, especially on the white course.
We were amazed to see Team Bob yesterday as we drove up here to Gaustablik, to Gaustatoppen, and Team Bob were out there cycling. And there was, I think you mentioned the Team Bob has actually grown. They've added a few members over the years.
They look far bigger than they were the last time I saw the team.
So Team Bob, the cult heroes of Team Bob here, supporting our athletes, making their way up there. There we are looking at Andreas Mjoland somewhere is sprinting in behind that spray from all the cars there. We have a message here saying riveting coverage, thank you very much indeed, and thank you very much indeed for watching it, for taking the time to send us that message. We'll be keeping going here until about 7 o'clock Central European time. Andreas should be well with us before then. He has 19 kilometres run, which means that he has 23 left to go, and he's looking in very, very good form there. So Team Bob basically adding a bit of colour, adding a bit of character to the whole race, supporting the athletes as they go along. Here's a fine bunch of runners now together. It's looking like you have some support athletes there. And so is that 2 or it's 3 athletes and 3 support runners that we've got there. So
I think that's just random people on the course and Lars Christian Wold and his support.
There's Lars Christian Wold, and his support, plus a few random people on the course. And they're sneaking in there trying to take credit, They'll go around telling their pals in the pub this evening that they started off at 5 o'clock in the morning in Eidfjord, but very popular there. He looks very relaxed now all of a sudden. He looks... I don't think there's any fear of anybody catching him up at the moment. Of course, he has a lead of about 7 or 8 minutes there. I think at the last one, the 32-kilometre cut-off, it's over 8 minutes now. 8 minutes and 22 seconds. The very happy looking leader that we've got right there. It's fantastic pictures there. Yes, we've now seen the leader now. So our team car, first camera car, has passed our leader, Lars Christian. Plenty of support there. People running along beside him, giving him support, as well as one of his support team. There goes Andreas. There it is, Lars Christian there. Fantastic images there. Motorcyclists giving him a little bit of encouragement there as well. A lot of these people making their way to the top to witness the end of this fantastic race. We wouldn't be too far away from the finish there. Alan Hovda is a little bit further down.
This is Lars Christian.
Yeah, this is Lars Christian at the front of the race there. I love the way he's being joined there. And it actually looks dry where they are. I'm not sure if it's raining at all where they are, but it's raining on this side of the mountain anyway, but it's just about easing off. The clouds have once again swallowed up the top of Gaustablik. He has 7 kilometres left to go, so he's certainly keeping up the pace here. He certainly has that course record in his sights, and it looks like he's going to give it a right kicking when it comes down to it. What does this mean for Lars Christian as a triathlete? Does it, if you win the Norseman, is your inbox all of a sudden full of invitations to go to Ironman in Hawaii and this kind of thing, or is it not going to affect his career at all?
It'll probably affect his career, but I don't think it will affect his Ironman participations.
No.
There you need to qualify.
Yeah.
The same way you do for us. You need to have done something to qualify, but they qualify through their own competitions. We are open for others.
Yeah. So, and is it likely that he would take part in that kind of thing? Do people sort of...
I actually can't remember if he is qualified this year or not. I'm sorry.
Yeah. There we have Petter Sandelin from Sweden there. 19 kilometres into his run there. An hour and 30 minutes behind the leaders. But of course, there's a very, very small group of elite runners at the front there. And there are hundreds of runners and riders who are making up the numbers here and just as happy to get across the line to try to battle for that black t-shirt. The first 160 across the line are going to win their black t-shirt, and the remaining 90 will get the white t-shirt provided they finish. Of course, we dropped a couple along the way. It might be worthwhile trying actually, I know we probably won't know. Nobody else will have missed a cut-off, I don't think, because the next cut-off was after the cycling at 5 o'clock, right? So we have plenty of athletes still out on the course. Plenty of athletes who have yet to make the end of the cycling, so there's a good few of them still on their bikes. And there's a lot of traffic around Lars Christian Wold now as he makes it up towards the last 6 kilometres. And of course, you would think that it starts to get easier from here, but I'm afraid it doesn't. This is where the really difficult stuff starts. I'm sure the adrenaline has already kicked in for Lars Christian. He's within 6 kilometres now. He would have to drop over a minute per kilometre, which is very, very unlikely to happen. If he was to lose this race, he would have to drop over a minute, maybe a minute and a half per kilometre in order for Alan to go past him now. So Jordan Rapp is now 17 minutes behind, so he's won about another 30 seconds there. Jordan is closing in a little bit, and the spectacular surroundings there as he makes his way up the mountain. As I say, that side of the mountain seems to be bone dry, although I do see the windscreen wipers on the truck, or on the van that just passed by there, so still a very, very steep incline there. But we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people there supporting him. Anders, is it Kittelsen or Kittelsen? Kittelsen from Norway there. 1 hour, 32 minutes and 46 seconds behind the leaders, out on the course for, 8 hours and 52 minutes at this point in time. So it's been a pretty busy day, almost 9 hours out on the course already for our athletes. Incredible how they managed to keep going. I mean, the mental fortitude of these athletes, a lot is always made of the winners, and rightly so. If they make it here in good time, they deserve all the praise they get. But I think equally, and in some cases if not more so, because I've often felt sorry for, if you see a guy in a bicycle race, and if you see somebody who has superb technique and who manages to convert all their power into energy, into forward motion, that's great. But if you see somebody whose technique is not so good, it actually takes more effort for them and they get there slower.
Yeah.
There we have, is that somebody running with a GoPro or a gimbal there, filming the progress of Lars Christian? Plenty of supporters there. iPhones are out, the whole lot. This is indeed a big event here, and you can see the crowd starting to swell as they come up. Great points for the spectators, or vantage points for the spectators as they make their way up And just wondered if there are any friends and family out there who want to send us a message on Twitter. You can use the NXTRI2017 hashtag for that. There we go. That looks like an energy gel being handed over there. Lars Christian gives it a quick squeeze. Down it goes. And the support person is giving it a go himself. They'll need to keep their energy up as well. Don't forget, I wouldn't say they've had as hard a time but physically, but they've certainly been up early in the morning. Big smile there from the support person. He had a quick look at his wrist, with the watch on his wrist. He's going to know what the split times are. He's going to know where they need to be if they want to break records or if they want to achieve the goals that they have set for themselves today. Their support car is probably a little bit further along the road there, and as Dog was reminding us, there's no way for the support cars to drive up, so they'll just have to live with wherever they go. We're going to take a quick look at the three front runners on the map here in the women's competition. We don't have a camera on them at the moment, but Meredith Hill is still in front. Anne Nevin is just behind her, a few hundred metres behind her at most. And then slightly further back is the 2015 winner, Christine Lee. We can keep our eye on Lars Christian at the moment. These spectacular pictures of the mountain here at Gaustablik. You can see the clouds hanging right over the back here as the rain comes and goes. You have the moist air moving in up and over the mountains, turning into rain, which falls regularly here. Beautiful, lush, green areas that aren't covered by rock. And there is a lot of rock here as well. As we had the tourism boss, Ingrid was here a little bit earlier on, telling us about the tourism possibilities there and the possibilities for sport, especially winter sport here. So it's very much a year-round issue. But today we are concerned with the 2017 Norseman. And as you can see just over my head here in the background, we have the mountain behind us, shrouded in mystery and mist, and still waiting on what looks like it will be a victorious Lars Christian there. Can you tell us a bit about him and his history in the sport here? Did you come into contact with him as the boss of the Norwegian Triathlon Association?
No, I met him first time through Norseman.
Yep.
And he's been racing here since he was 22, I think.
Yep.
Almost every year. And just climbing up steadily up through the results. And
yep.
Looks like this year may be his year.
Yeah. You mentioned before that he's been a runner-up previously and he's come third previously. How difficult is that for an athlete to take when you've been so close on two occasions?
Well, now that he's done his studies in psychology, you might want to book him as your next psychologist.
Certainly, if he wins this race today, he'll become one of the more popular psychologists on the triathlon circuit. This is Fredrik Linge Jonsson, 1 hour and 38 behind at Midland. From here we have had the two camera angles, one checking the progress of the racers, the other looking forward to the mountain, to the direction they're headed. We have Paul Burton there from Great Britain as well. I think somebody was asking about the progress of Paul on Twitter, and now you can see for yourself where Paul is. An hour and 38 seconds, or an hour and 38 minutes and 1 second behind the leaders at the moment. Paul will have plenty of fans there in Great Britain. I hope they're following us on YouTube and on Facebook today. Renee Kiley is asking if we can get current footage of the female leaders. We're trying to sort that out at the moment, Renee. We have cameras out in the field. It's a case of finding where they are. The traffic's a little bit difficult because of the 250 support cars out there, but I can assure you that we are doing our best to bring you that footage. Michael Brunau in Canada is telling us that our friends and family are watching, are cheering on the racers, especially the Canadian competitors. And Michael has included a beautiful picture there of a very small person watching us on an Apple computer there. Michael, you're very, very welcome from Canada. We hope you're having a lovely morning over there. Our morning started very, very early, just before 5 o'clock when we started broadcasting to you here, as we look at Fredrik Linge taking a bit of a drink there from his race support person. What else do we have? We have something in what looks like Finnish to me, but I can't translate that. But I think he's talking about a sub 10 hour triathlon there. Tom Söderdahl, which is a Swedish name. Tom might be able to send that same tweet to us in Swedish, and we'll see if we can understand what it is. But it certainly says sub 10 in there, and a sub 10 hour triathlon would really be something.
That would be special.
That would be special. Does it happen very often? I'm sure it doesn't.
For Norseman or in general?
No, just in general.
They're down to sub 8 hours on the full distances. So,
yeah.
But a sub 10 hour for Norseman would be big news.
Yeah, I think you have to take into account the fact that the course looks the way it does with the inclines, both in terms of cycling and the 42.2 kilometre marathon at the finish. It's not all that flat. There we have a car coming to a very, very sudden stop to let our leader go past. He can't be too far away now. We can still see cars there, which means that he hasn't turned into the mountain just yet.
Nope.
So, but he will be very, very close at this point in time. We have an increasing number of competitors that are coming into view here who are on the running phase at this point in time. Little bit of distance between them all there. Great to see them out there. As the average Norwegian Saturday afternoon, there's people going out and about their business. I've seen them drive by, honking horns and greeting the athletes as they went on there. We shall have a quick look. Number 164. Fairly leisurely pace there. Erik Jordal from Norway there, number 164. An hour and 40 approximately behind the leaders, with his 22 kilometres of his race left to go. It has to be said, Dog, that it's not just the front runners who are travelling very quickly across this course. Even further down the field, the pace seems to be very, very high today.
Yeah.
Do you reckon it's the weather conditions maybe that have been a little bit favourable, or maybe the winds, the currents?
We have had favourable weather today, so I think that has helped. And at times we get a very strong field as well. So.
Yep, that's what happens. Looking again at Lars Christian, our leader at the moment. As race director, how do you look at that? Would you rather sort of, good weather and fast times, or would you rather it to be more challenging for the competitors? That is, of course, the brand of the Norseman, is that it's got to be a little bit tougher than everything else, right?
From an organisational point, good weather is always an advantage. It makes everything so much easier. Both for us and athletes. But of course, we do organize an extreme triathlon, so we ourselves and we also ask our athletes to be prepared. They need to prepare for the worst and just hope for the best. And I think today we're getting both.
We are indeed getting a little bit of both. I'm sure at any point in time, it looks like actually now that Lars Christian is getting hit by the rain shower, which is currently occupying us here at our commentary position high up in Gaustablik. We have Hegshen, who is talking to us here on Twitter, telling us that her grandmother was 80 the last time she went to Gaustatoppen. Gaustatoppen is where Lars Christian will finish this race in the very, very near future. At 80 years of age, making it to the top there. That's not bad going. A good arduous climb there.
Whoops.
Oh. Do we have... I think is that a little bit of illness there? We noticed that Lars Christian was taking on board a little bit of gel there a little bit earlier on. It doesn't appear to have agreed with them, but it has only been a temporary, maybe 20-second gap there. He's being offered a drink by his support crew.
Now they are just about to turn on to the mountain.
Yeah, they're just about to turn on there. There we go. He gave a little thumbs up there, so I'm sure that he knew that we had pictures of him as that little unfortunate bout there. But he gave us a little bit of a thumbs up, Lars Christian, there. I don't think there's any problem there whatsoever.
But scared for a little while, but I think that worked out okay.
Yeah, I think there is that thing of when you're trying to balance the nutrition and that kind of thing, occasionally you're going to take something and the body's just going to go, you know what? No. Lars Christian, you've got 5 kilometres to go. You're on your own here. Yeah. So he has quite a considerable lead built up there. It was around about 7.5, 8 minutes the last time we looked at it. The field, of course, still very spread out here. We can go back maybe to... if we go back to Dog's map here, and we can see where the women's leaders are at the moment. We don't have our eyes on them on the field, but we can see that we have our leader... Meredith Hill is there, number 24, and after that Anne Nevin, number 68, and slightly further back Christine Lee appears to be falling away just a little bit there. There's a bit of a gap opening up there, so Meredith Hill has reached Milan, so they are not on Zombie Hill just yet. She'll lead of 7 minutes and 14 seconds, and then about 24 seconds again down to Anne Nevin. But of course those two have now switched places, so Anne Nevin has passed out Christine Lee. So we'll need to update that now. As soon as they get to Zombie Hill, I'm sure they'll pass another timing point and we'll be able to work out where it is that they are in this race. So we have Lars Christian. We've seen him just about to get to the turn off now and head up the mountain.
Yep.
How far do you reckon he is from the summit at this point in time? How much time is it going to take him to get up there in this weather?
If he does it in under 55 minutes, it's going to be epic. But about an hour is the norm.
Yep.
So, but he may prove us wrong.
You just never know. At the moment, he has been racing for 9 hours and 3 minutes. The course record is 10 hours and 23 minutes. He has 1 hour and 20 minutes to break the record. So, you know, he could walk up the hill backwards at this point and probably still break the record. The question is how much he wants to break it by. The question is if one of his goals is to get the record down to below 10 hours. Does anybody go out there with that mad idea in their mind that they're going to do this race in under 10 hours? Or is this just a thing of circumstance?
I would guess part of this is a dream and part of it is circumstance. But he's obviously in very good shape, but also up the mountain now with this weather. Might be slippery. You want to play it safe.
Yeah.
So because it's still 5K of rough terrain to go.
Yep. Is there a danger on that 5K of rough terrain, Dog? Is there a situation where, you know, you could slip, you could twist an ankle and maybe not be able to go on? It's easily done up there.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so, you know, obviously the sensible thing for him to do would be to play it safe. Now, the second thing is, can he switch off the competitor in himself and say, okay, you know, I'd love to do this in sub 10 hours, but I'm going to go... You know, ultimately, if you want...
I don't think he'll play it so safe that anyone will catch up with him.
Yeah.
Then there would be other things happening.
Other factors at play there, yeah.
So, because... It is rough, but he knows the terrain and he knows what it takes. So, and he's strong. He's got the muscles to do it. So, running the final stretch for him, most definitely, that's what he'll do.
Yep. He has been up there several times before, so he's very well experienced. He knows how to find his way up there. He knows what it takes to get up there. These are some images from our camera car. I'm not sure what direction we're going in there. If we're going up or we're going down. He's going back down the hill. We're going to go back down and see if we can find our women's leaders there a good bit back down the hill there. But we'll see what we can see along the way. Let's say the camera rigged up in the back of one of the cars here, and we're just going to see pulling in here to see if we can find out. If we can find some of the athletes maybe going past and see, so you can see the beautiful scenery in the background and cars lined up along the road there. Is that would that be the parking for the support team cars? Is that where they're supposed to park, or is that just spectators?
No. We have our own parking for the support team cars at the 32K mark here. And
yes.
then we have shuttle buses for the support teams.
Okay.
Going up. And if they're not already running with their athletes from the 32K mark.
Yeah, so they'll bring them up that far.
That's day visitors to the top.
We're getting to the point where it's almost safe to say that the race against Alan Hovda is over for now. It's going to be very, very difficult for Alan to catch Lars Christian Wold. The race against the clock, the race against the course, and the race against himself is very much still on. Lars Christian Wold, we've never had anybody under 10 hours. The course record is 10 hours and 23.
Yep.
So he could break the record here today. He could win the race for the first time. He's competed several times before. He's come second. He's come third. But at the moment, he could get on the top step of the podium in a record time that's under 10 hours. That wouldn't be a bad day's work.
That should have fantastic.
It should have the sponsors knocking on his door if anything happens there. And a wonderful story to tell in the years to come to anybody else who takes part in the Norseman. In the 15th year of the Norseman, 15 years this event has been going on. How many people took part the first year?
21.
21 people.
19 finished.
Yep. And now we're up to 10 times, more than 10 times that.
Yeah.
It has grown considerably ever since. Were you involved in the first race?
No.
No, you came in a little bit later on.
I've been involved here I was support during Norseman for the first time 10 years ago.
Yeah. And you got involved, so you've seen it grow pretty much from almost from its infancy, coming in 3 or 4 or 5 years later. The question is, though, where can it grow from here? We've talked about the international expansion. Do you run any other races in Norway at all?
No.
Nothing at all?
Norseman is it.
Is that a deliberate thing that you don't want to water down the brand, or...?
Until now, this is... we're a small sports club. Most of us do this for fun.
Yeah.
So we want to keep it at a level where it's manageable, and that's where we're at.
That's where we're at the moment. Okay, if you were to win the lottery, right, if you were to have all the millions in the world, would you run more triathlons in Norway, or what would you do with it? Like in an ideal situation, if money was no object on it.
No.
That will give you some idea of the amount of work that goes into organising the Norseman here, this fantastic event. It's one of the best events in the world, it's one of the best known events in the world, and it takes an awful lot of work from the likes of Dog and his team. We have Renee Kiley out there. Great, thanks for the response. She says, go Meredith Hill. Meredith Hill is out there. She will soon be on Zombie Hill. When we see Meredith Hill on Zombie Hill, hopefully we will have pictures to show you, Renee. Keep it tuned right here. If not, we will be interviewing her a little bit later on when she does get to the top. We assume that she's going to get to the top. Whether she's in first place, second place or third place, that remains to be seen. I think we have some pictures coming from slightly further down the hill. So this will be before they get to Zombie Hill. So we're going back down to Milan, I think, where we have some of our racers coming up there. So very spread out field at the moment. We have one or two of the cyclists have sort of fallen away there. We've lost a couple of people along the way there. We're going to try to bring you the news of the numbers that will not make the cut, the athletes that have chosen to break off the race and to not make it through there. But there's a whole slew of arrows out there still on the course, probably from about the halfway point of the cycling and onwards, and they're still out there. I hope the weather's a little better than what it is here in our commentary position at the moment. The rain is falling down behind us here, as you can see. You can probably hear it in the microphones bouncing off the tent here. Quite light rain, but still I wouldn't be too enamoured about having to run in that rain. We're waiting, as I say, for pictures a little bit further down the field, and our cameras are going out trying to find our leaders on the women's side. I'm not sure if the rest of our male athletes has Lars Christian passed any of the timing points there now on the leaderboard. We have Lars Christian is at
Stavsrud, that's the mountain entrance.
Stavsrud is the mountain entrance.
9 hours.
In 9 hours, 9 minutes and 46 seconds. So he has.
Alan just entered the mountain. 8 minutes and 17 seconds behind.
8 minutes and 17 seconds behind. So basically the same time difference there. Alan hasn't lost any time. He hasn't gained any time. He's basically a little over 8 minutes behind there. And it's going to be very, very difficult. There's only 5 kilometres to go. Is that correct?
Yes.
That 5 kilometres, they're 5 very difficult kilometres. So barring some sort of catastrophic injury or something like that to Lars Christian, it's going to be very, very hard to make up 8 minutes in those 5 kilometres. So we spoke a little bit earlier on that we said that it was going to be difficult for Lars Christian, that the rest of them were going to try to reel him in on the run, but he has put in a powerful performance over the course of this marathon, and just 5 kilometres left to go now. We can tell you in the race there are plenty of people out there who are following number 24, Meredith Hill. She made it to Milan, the Milan timing station. That was at 8 hours, 58 minutes and 39 seconds. Her nearest competitor in second place is Anne Nevin, the Norwegian, and she is just 4 minutes and 8 seconds behind. Still plenty of running left in the women's race. Christine Lee, of course, is slightly further back, as is Tude Sormo and Becky Hoare. But at the moment, the race seems to be between Meredith Hill and Anne Nevin on the women's side. So we're just keeping our eye on the leaderboard for any changes in the timings as they go along. We'll see. We are in touch with our cameras out in the field. We're trying to find out where our cameras and our reporters are. We want to bring you a little bit of footage from the women's race there, because that's as fascinating as it is with the men. It's even closer. There's about half of the time distance between first and second. Keep your tweets coming in there. We have Pablo Burt. Pablo Burt is getting a shout out there from Ashley Howes, Blackline London. I'm not sure. Let me see what Blackline London is. I'm sure that's some sort of, it's either a business or a triathlon club. A collective of friends who run, ride and swim. So hi to everybody in the Blackline London club. You're up and about this early Saturday afternoon. Our first camera is at the summit. If you look behind me here, you will see the summit shrouded in cloud. This is what it looks like at the very top of the mountain. This is where Lars Christian is headed. This is where Alan is headed. This is where Meredith and Anne are headed. This is the finish line of the Norseman 2017. And they're making the preparations there for the winners, for the athletes, the first 160 who will finish their race up there. As you can see, the hoods are up. It's very, very damp. It's very, very misty. It's probably raining up there as well. The clock in the background tells us that it's 9 hours, 12 minutes and 34, 35, 36 seconds since the race started in Eidfjord at 5 o'clock this morning. So I'm sure there's great anticipation up there. The spectators up there will know, the people up there will know that Lars Christian is on his way and that he's not too far away now. He has turned onto the mountain. See people there holding hands in excitement and trepidation. We have plenty of people who've hiked their way up there, the 5 kilometres. Who was telling us? There was somebody there who was telling us that their grandmother made it up there at the age of 80 over the last 5 kilometres. I'd say Lars Christian probably feels like he's 80 going up the last 5 kilometres after the 220 odd that he has put in here on the course today. Jan Olav in the route has sent us a tweet. He says Lars Christian is on his way to a sub 10, usually 120 from the 32.5 cutoff. I guess somewhere near 9:52. And Jan Olav, if you're a betting man, you might certainly put it on a sub 10 hour triathlon at this point in time. He has 47 minutes if he wants to break the course record and get a sub 10 hours whilst winning. What an absolute fantastic triple victory that would be. The thing is that as soon as Lars Christian puts his name up at the top of that list there, somebody else will be trying hard to beat him again next year, dog. Oh, yeah. There you can see the steps. These are the steps that were built by the Sherpas, if I'm not mistaken, put in at the very, very top there so that people can get up there. Plenty of spectators there, young and old alike. I've seen a few four-legged spectators up there as well, vying for the best places to take the pictures, and of course the Norwegian flag flying high above the small little cabin that is up there. How many people did we say were up there? About 20 people working with the race safety officials.
In our team, yes.
Yeah, 20 people in the team up there, plus whatever spectators and friends and family are up there. We are waiting for the front runners in the women's race. We're trying to track them down. We've sent a car back down, and we hopefully will bring you footage of Meredith Hill and Anne Nevin fairly soon. But we got to keep our wits about us. We got to stay sharp here because it's not going to take too long. We're not going to take too long before Lars Christian is up here. It's just incredible how every few minutes when you saw him, or every half an hour when we got him past the various different timing stations there, and we thought, surely now. And it looked at one point when it was down to under 7 minutes of a lead ahead of Alan there that maybe he might have thrown away the chance, maybe you're starting to tire. But he seems to have responded by stepping on the gas as well. The lead has gone from under 7 minutes to over 8 minutes.
But the thing is, we shouldn't forget that even Alan would have set a new course record if he keeps the same pace now.
That is very true.
So there are some very good performances today.
Yeah, I'm sure in the dark of night, a little bit later on, he'll sit there nursing a beer maybe, or nursing a soft drink and thinking what might have been if he was to break the course record and yet still not win. We have Nikki on. Nikki is on Twitter and she's telling us that she's watching some live vomiting here on the Norseman Xtreme Triathlon. That you are. But you are also watching some tremendous live sport here, Nikki. We have been broadcasting to you now for over 9 hours, and we'll be here for several more hours to bring you the aftermath. She is watching Jonas Reinhammer, who is chasing the black shirt. Jonas and 240 odd others are chasing that black shirt. Not all of them will get it. Only the 160 who can make it up to the very top and collect their black shirt up there, or certainly the right to the black shirt, which will be handed out tomorrow morning. There we see it can't be too cold out there if they're running out there with short sleeves and big smiles on their faces. Sitan Maurstad, another Norwegian athlete there, looking in fine form. Tom Söderdahl has very kindly translated his tweet from the original Finnish into English for us, saying Lars is on his way to his first Norseman win. It will be a new course record and closest sub 10 hour time. Lars at the mountain checkpoint. Stuart McLeod, our man out in the field and filming, is telling us that, and he says that Alan is not too far behind. So Alan Hovda, he reckons about 5 minutes behind. According to our timings, it is 8 minutes and 17 seconds behind. So it's hard to keep track of those things there. I can tell you now, it's a torrential downpour that's happening at the moment. The mountain is in the background. I don't know if they're being spared from it. Judging by the clouds that are hanging over there, I would think not. The images that we've seen from the mountaintop would suggest that that it is shrouded in cloud there as we go back to these images from Milan. So I don't think Lars Christian would be too worried about the weather if he just manages to make it there. We have one of the female athletes there. We can't see a number there, but she's communicating with her support team.
Christian Lee.
Is that Christian Lee there? Yeah, there you go. There's Christian Lee, the 2015 winner. She's been having a chat with her support team there, giving them some instructions. That's her first view of the mountain. That will be the first time she will see Gaustablik today. She's down at Milan, and you can see even from the other side of the mountain that it is shrouded in cloud up there. The weather taking a distinct turn for the worst here, but that won't matter because at the top they are preparing for the winners. There's hot coffee up there. There's a little bit of food up there as well, I believe, isn't there? What will you be feeding our winners? What will you be feeding our finishers at the top?
The finisher will get our infamous tomato soup at the top.
The infamous tomato soup. And tell me, why tomato soup in particular? Is this a Norwegian thing, or is this
what they have?
That's
it
just
may
what
be
they have.
some other soup, but they always have a soup.
They always have soup. I think there's a very long cross-country skiing race that takes place in Sweden every year, and it's blueberry soup. And at one point I was going to compete in the race and I went, I'm not drinking blueberry soup for anybody. So we left it at that. So my short-lived Irish cross-country skiing career finished there pretty rapidly. There we go. We have another racer going by there. Looking a little bit tired now. I'm just amazed the fact that they're so far into this race and they can still manage to keep their technique. And this is the difference between triathletes and other athletes, that the tiredness doesn't seem to affect them. They manage to hold their form. They don't roll with the head. As you look at Ivar Strandenes, they don't roll with the head. They don't flap with the arms. They don't sort of roll with the shoulders. It's the economy of movement the whole time that keeps them going. We're going to have a quick drink there, but we'll skip that now that we're back on camera. Let me see, there can't be too long to go now. As I say, Stuart McLeod reckons that there's 5 minutes between first and second. I can't really see Alan having made that, but what we can say is that Jordan Rapp is 16 minutes. Is that 16 minutes and 13 seconds behind the leader as he goes past the Stavsrud checkpoint. So he's making up time. It's almost unfortunate for Jordan because it seems like he's going to run out of time. He's consistently eaten into the lead a minute at a time for each of the checkpoints as he went along. But unfortunately, whatever happened on the cycling part of the race is what's going to cost him in the very, very end here. So it'll be interesting to see what he thinks himself, where he lost the time. We're looking at a slightly closer gap. Maybe we might go to the map here. If we can go to the map on Dog's computer, we can have a look and we can see how tight it is between the top three. So Lars Christian still ahead, but it does look like Stuart McLeod might be talking a little bit of sense there when we can see that Alan is just slightly behind him, and then Jordan Rapp a further maybe 10 minutes back. So yeah, no, it does look like about 7 or 8 minutes of a gap between first and second there. We are back at the top of the mountain. You can see the mist, you can see the fog, you can see the hats on. I would imagine the dampness in the air is probably fairly considerable up there at the moment. The people up the top, where you can see where the Norwegian flag is there, they're going to be sitting around for a couple of hours waiting there to welcome the finishers up there. So it's important to be wrapped up warm, get your winter jacket on, get your hat and your gloves on. Will all the finishers make their way up these steps as well, Doug?
The finishers, the cabin you see in the picture now, they finished just outside of that.
Just
so
outside the cabin.
A little bit over the actual finish line.
Yeah, so we have our cameraman up there getting the best panoramic views that he can for you. And he's up there at the very, very top there. Those steps, as Dog was telling us, put in by Sherpas to assist people making their way to the very top. We're back out on the road again at Milan. This is just where the runners get their first glimpse of the Holy Grail of the mountain. Look at that image and tell me that it doesn't remind you of Sauron and Lord of the Rings and what is in the background there. It's amazing. It's almost theatrically shrouded in mist there, as if it's hiding its secrets there. But that is what the athletes are aiming for, and I'm sure just as they come by those houses there that there's going to be a little bit of a spurt of speed there when they see that. They get a little energy kick there. The thought of the black t-shirt, the thought of being among the first 160 competitors to make it to the top there is that's going to spur them on just a little bit. My question to you, Dog, is that you've taken part in this for a long time in the sport. You've been involved in it for a long time. Do you have any plans to do any sort of a triathlon again yourself, or are you planning on hanging up the bicycle and the running shoes?
I'm definitely a retired triathlete, though I still do swim, I still do bike, I still do run. I just don't do it in a row, and I don't do it in competitions.
Yep. Is that because you don't have time, or you just feel that I've done enough of these things?
You can't work with the sport.
Yeah.
You need to keep these things apart.
That's the thing. So that's separation between the job and when you have fun and that kind of thing, you know. But I have to say that it is very inspiring to see these athletes here today. And and to have a look at what they're doing and how they're enjoying themselves out there. It's amazing for all the talk of suffering. When we interviewed athletes there over the last couple of days, and many athletes talked about suffering, and to be honest, they don't really look like they're suffering to me. They look like they're very much enjoying themselves, most of them out there. But I suppose you come to a point, a plateau, where the suffering doesn't really matter anymore. It's just a consistent level of pain, so... what would be your advice to the athletes when they finish up here this evening? Is it go and have a very, very long hot shower, or get in a bath, or into a sauna?
Start getting liquids, start getting food.
Yep, that's it. Just start replenishing the depots of energy straight away. Yeah, as Dag was saying, the hotel here provides an excellent buffet, so I'm sure there'll be plenty of pastas and rice and everything else on hand this evening, and plenty of other delicacies. We're very much looking forward to ourselves after this marathon broadcast. We started at 4:45 in the morning here. I don't think these people were up at 4:45, but they've certainly come prepared. They have their sandwiches and they have their water up there. And just as I mentioned that, the water starts to pour down even heavier. The rain's getting even heavier here in Norway. I hope there'll be enough space for the athletes when I get up there, but I'd imagine that the stewards and that the marshals are controlling these things.
We have a team starting to shove people around very soon.
I like that. The team's starting to shove people around very, very soon, yeah. As Dag was mentioning earlier on, there's a limit of 160 athletes who can finish the race at the very top, because of the fact that we need to be able to evacuate them quickly should the weather take a turn for the worst, if we should get a storm of sleet or snow or anything else like that. We shall go back to the tweet machine where we have Jan Olav Enderud, and he is saying, betting my calf guards, Lars Christian ends close to 9:50. Even Alan has a good chance to a sub 10-hour triathlon. That would be a little bit of a plaster on the wound if he was to come second. If he was to manage to run under 10 hours, he's still breaking the course record, but that would certainly be something to write home about. He was 2:30 out of the water and is currently sitting at place 160. Who are we? That is Nicky. Okay, Nicky is talking about Jonas Reinhammer. Jonas Reinhammer was place number 230 coming out of the water and is currently sitting at place 160. So obviously Jonas not the best swimmer in the world, but making up for it on the bike, and he's up to place 160. And he's now, I'm not sure if he's into his running stage just yet, but he's certainly doing very, very well for himself. Maybe we could check on how Mohammed is doing, if we can find him there somewhere, if we can remember his shirt or his vest number there. There is Mohammed Lahna. He's down to place number 66. So he was 53. Is he off his bike at this point in time? We're going to see if he's off his bike and see if we can find him there.
Yeah.
He's off his bike, so he is on to his blade and running. So
he's got about 5 kilometers to Zombie Hill.
About 5 kilometers to Zombie Hill. So it's looking very, very good for Mohammed in terms of getting his black T-shirt this time around.
Very much so.
He would have to be passed by 94 other athletes if he were not to get the black T-shirt. So it's going to be interesting to see what all this means to him, if it indeed it has been worth all the effort. There we go. Some more promising athletes there running along the road, and the promising part of that is that it looks to be clearing up over where they are. So we hope that clear weather is going to manifest itself over the mountain here just in time for Lars Christian to make the finish. It is 26 minutes past 2 Central European time. As we look at Vegard Kristiansson from Norway, the last time we looked at Lars Christian, he had about 5 kilometres to go at that point. Now these aren't 5 regular kilometres. It's not just like running a road race, a half an hour kind of, you could probably do it in 20-25 minutes. So we're talking about a situation where he's going to be trail running over a very, very steep and very unsure trail. So stones and bits and pieces. There's a Vegard looking very comfortable there altogether. I'm sure there's plenty of pain in the muscles and the joints as Vegard trots along there at his own pace. Looks to be enjoying himself there. Yeah, we have, if you've been following the schedule as we've been speaking about it, we've taken a couple of breaks today. We took a little bit of a break for some breakfast earlier on, a little bit of a break for some lunch. We had planned to take another break right about now, but you can thank Lars Christian for this. We're not going to be able to do it, okay? We're going to wait. We're going to probably see the first 3, certainly, in the men's race across the line. We might take a little break after that, a little bathroom break, and then we will be back to you before the first 3 women cross the line, okay? So we're going to have to make a little bit of an adaptation there. We're more than happy to do so if anybody's going to run a couple of sub 10 hour triathlons for us. So I'm quite happy to sit here until such time as he does that. So he cannot be too far away now. If we have a quick look at the map, the GPS map, and see where he is. Yeah, probably the last timing point that we're going to get is the one where he runs across. Yeah, if we can just cut to the map there, we will see that very little in it between Meredith Hill and Anne Nevin in the women's race. And Christine Lee is just behind them there, just about to enter onto Zombie Hill. So please disregard the timings in the future. We are going to stay with you now until Lars Christian, or Alan for that matter, cross the finish line, which is coming up very, very soon. It's a fairly arduous process over the last 2-3 kilometres there. It's very, very unsure underfoot. The path is not really built for trail running, but I suppose that's probably why it was chosen. This is the last great challenge in a race of great challenges. As we look at Jakub Wyszynio from Poland, one of several Polish triathletes are taking part here today. Jakub is about 2 hours and 5 minutes behind the leaders, so he has plenty of distance left to go there. But of course, it is all about pacing yourself and taking things at your own pace. There's no point in trying to look at what Lars Christian is doing and then trying to catch up with him. You just got to take these things at your own pace, Doug.
Yeah.
If you had a young triathlete who's watching here today, who went into Facebook and they saw this broadcast happening here today, they've never done this before, a young person who wanted to start, what would you advise them to do? Where would they have to go to get started in this sport?
Depending on how young you are. We have a lower age limit of 20.
Okay.
Long distance triathlon tends to, if you look at how careers evolve in triathlon these days, usually you start in shorter distances, like sprint or Olympic distances. Average age for the Olympics around 26, 27.
Yep.
While as every 4 years after the Olympics, you see an increase in top athletes moving from Olympic triathlon to long distance triathlon.
Okay.
So any young athlete, I'd advise to start on short distances and then build their career from there.
Yeah. One of the things I wanted to ask you was the Olympic distance, obviously shorter. We're dealing with an extreme triathlon here. This is the ultimate triathlon on planet Earth. In terms of developing your career, is it a lucrative move to go from the Olympic distance to the extreme distance? Is it easier to get sponsorship, or are you better off to stay within the Olympic confines, so to speak? And of course, you can always go back, right?
It's hard going back.
Is it?
Yeah.
Everything seems like a sprint when you've done this.
I think in general there are more money in long distance triathlon if you look at the Ironman circuit and the challenge circuit. But if you're top rated or top ranked within the ITU World Triathlon Series, there is good prize money and you also have good sponsors.
Yep. Because it's quite an expensive sport when you take into account all the travel and that kind of thing. I'm just going to interrupt you there briefly, Dog. Again, the sun is doing its absolute damnedest to break through here in the background. So the rain is easing off just a little bit. So we're hoping that the slightly clearer weather is going to the slightly clearer weather is going to blow in over us here. We are seeing two of the female athletes there with their support staff. They have the visors on, keeping the rain out of their eyes at least. Through the Stormo, who was in, she was quite high up the field. I think she was in 4th position there at one point recently. Now slightly further back, she'll soon be getting her first view at Miland of where she's headed. She'll soon be able to see Gaustablik, the mountain, in the background of where she's headed. 2 hours 12 minutes behind the leader there. It's been a very, very good race for her. We have Happy Tremaine there. Go Meredith Hill, pulling away on the run. Keep it rolling. Woohoo! That's what we got there. We're getting some great support there for Meredith Hill, who has put in an absolutely tremendous race, it has to be said. So Meredith there with a lead of about 4 to 5 minutes over Anne Nevin. Hard to know exactly where they are on the course. We're just rolling at the moment with the GPS information that we're getting. So it looks like Meredith does have a sort of a slight lead there over Anne Nevin. Christine Lee is bringing up just behind them there, and Charlotte Knudsen has made a burst into the top 5 there. With Trude Stormo, who we just saw pictures of, she is now into the top 5 as well. She's in 5th position. After them is Becky Hoare, and then we have Carla Schubigger of Switzerland and Johanna Holland, another Norwegian athlete there. So quite a mix there. The field is starting to spread out in the women's competition, but still the top 3 are very tight together. And you'd wonder if Charlotte Knudsen, who has burst into the top 5 there, she is now, 28 minutes behind. It's going to be hard for her to make the podium, but she's certainly making an effort. There we go. That is Anne Nevin by the looks of things. I think I can see that. Number 68, that is our second placed Anne Nevin. She is in second place in the women's race. And what would be lovely now is if we could get just a little bit ahead of her and see if we can find out exactly where the leader, Meredith Hill, is. We're getting a lot of love for Meredith Hill here on social media. So if we can get ahead and see where Meredith is and bring some of her progress to the fans around the world who are watching this broadcast here today. As I'm sure you're aware, if you're watching, we're live on YouTube. We are live on nrk.no. You can see the pain in the face there of Anne Nevin. There's an enormous amount of effort after going into this race already. She still has a few kilometres to go. You can see the support team picking up the water bottle. Her car parked there on the side of the road. A bit of a grimace there from Anne Nevin. An awful lot of lactic acid builds up in the muscles. A lot of concentration has to go into to keeping the rhythm going. But the right elbow just sticking out there just a little bit. She looks just a little bit uncomfortable as she goes. So I'm wondering if she doesn't have some sort of cramp there. Maybe somewhere in the calf muscles or that kind of thing. If the lactic acid build-up is starting to burn a little bit. If it is, she's in for a little bit of a problem here because she still has to face Zombie Hill. But she's had a little bit of a drink there now. We'll see if that manages to relax the muscles somewhat there. But superb performance so far today from Anne Nevin. She has been out the top of she's been pretty much in or around the top of the leaderboard the whole way through. As you can see there, her very colourful running shoes there right on the side of the road. She doesn't want to deviate too much from the lines on the side of the road. You don't want to waste a single step when you're out there running a marathon after 180 kilometres on a bike and 3.8 kilometres in the water of Eidfjord, where we started just before 5 o'clock this morning. We have a message here from Jen Wicks, who is cheering on bib number 38, Perrine Fauge, from her friends in Canada and Qatar. So Perrine has fans all over the world here, Canada and Qatar, cheering her on there. Bon chance, Perrine, is all we'll say. That's as much as my French will do for you. We are going to go back to the top here. We are looking for Lars Christian and to see where he is. Lars Christian Vold, our winner. He cannot be too far away. We are following the GPS tracker up on the mountain. We're not 100% sure of the information that we're getting, but we can tell you that he's not too far away at the moment. So the end of the race is in sight. If he wants to run a sub 10-hour triathlon, he has about 24 minutes to do so. Either way, he's going to break the course record. At the moment, it looks like an absolute certainty, unless he falls off the other side of the mountain, which is deeply unlikely. But he has a support team with him now, so the conditions are absolutely perfect, both to win the race, to smash the course record, and to win and to run a sub 10-hour triathlon. An incredible feat. As Dog mentioned, you will get people running triathlons or completing triathlons in 7-8 hours and that kind of thing, but here it's a different kettle of fish. This is the daddy of them all. This is the ultimate triathlon on planet Earth, and if you can do this in under 10 hours, you're not just a Norseman, you're not just a Viking, you're a complete and utter hero, Dog. You're gonna have to go and add something else. You're gonna have to build a wall or something before the mountain next year.
It's gonna be a hurdle race next year.
That is also something that's growing a lot in Scandinavia. I don't know how big it is in the Nordic region here, but certainly in Sweden they have a lot of these obstacle races. Where people go and climb over things and go through these vats of water and electrical currents and that kind of thing. But here we will settle for what nature gave us 13,000 years ago. Mother Nature started to map out this course. Dog and his friends took over 15 years ago, and they realised that they had the perfect distance for a triathlon. That became the Norseman, and here we are watching the climax of the 15th race here in 2017. Get your shout outs onto social media now. The hashtag is NXTRI2017. Get your congratulations in there, get your kudos in there. If you've got anybody that you want us to give a shout out to, get it in there and we will get to it in due course. And Lars Christian Vold is going to get to the top of this hill in due course. I'm just wondering if we can't see him there. I'm looking at It can't be him already. It can't be him already. No. 23 minutes before the hour. There's no chance whatsoever. We are coming back to the studio there now. I'm just wondering what there we have Meredith Hill. Oh, now we have something happening in the women's race. If we just have a quick look at the leaderboard there, we have Meredith Hill and we have Anne Nevin, who has halved the gap to the leader. Anne Nevin has halved the gap to the leader. So forget the grimaces, forget taking the drinks there, forget looking deeply uncomfortable on that last stretch where we followed her there. She has halved the gap. She's now just 2 minutes and 19 seconds behind Meredith Hill. Meredith getting an awful lot of love there on social media, a lot of supporters out there. Hopefully that love is going to carry her through there, but Anne Nevin is very, very close behind her. Again, Anne was up there. She has battled for second place. She seems to have seen off the challenge of Christine Lee, the 2015 winner. She's taken over second place there. And there is, where are we? We are out in front. That is Meredith Hill, running at a very methodical pace. My first instinct is to say that she's going slowly compared to what Anne Nevin was when we looked at her a few minutes ago. Anne looked a little bit more decisive in her running.
She's going uphill.
Yeah, the difference is that Meredith, of course, is on Zombie Hill now. That explains that, doesn't it? And Anne Nevin has all that ahead of her. So what we may have seen there is that Anne Nevin was running on the flat, was Meredith had started on Zombie Hill. She gained a little bit of time back, but now, of course, Anne has to run what Meredith has just been through. So maybe the gap is going to increase again. She just got a little bit of a spurt there. Let me see, an hour and 48 minutes behind our leader on the male side, of course. But Meredith is out in front of the women's race here, looking very relaxed, very, very calm. She has her vest on there. She has her hydration packing. I think you can see a hose there running over her right shoulder that she can basically take a drink anytime she wants. She has the pockets in the vest there that will have her gels and any sustenance she might need. She is entitled to have a support runner with her at this point, right?
Yes, she is.
And she has chosen not to. So obviously she's getting in there. She has her shades on there, very much inside her own mind now, and picking them up and laying them down, as they say in the world of marathon running. We are back up at the top here, as you can see. The Xtreme Triathlon banners are there waiting on our friends who are at the front of the men's race, and indeed our friends who are all over this race. 160 of them will get to finish their race at the top of this. And look at that, you're a very bad man, Dog Oliver, if you're making people go up to the very top of this to finish the race.
Don't blame me. This is Jorge, start number 50. He's in the race. He's doing it himself.
We're gonna have to have a word with Hovig when he gets up here. This really is... when it comes to extreme ways to finish a triathlon, this has to be the worst one I've ever seen. I can't think of anything I've seen in this world. There's actually another endurance race that takes place in Sweden where there's a few steps, maybe 10 or 12 up towards the end, and a little bit of a hill. And I thought that was bad until I saw this, and this is a whole mountain. Could you remind us about the mountain behind us here? How high above sea level is the finish line?
Pretty much 1,800 meters.
1,800 meters. And how far above sea level would you say Zombie Hill is? Do they have to make all that 1,800 meters?
No, so it's about 1,700 meters of the climb. So the bottom of Zombie Hill is approximately 100 meters.
So give or take, that's just chump change really in terms of running up the hill. So you're basically going up 1,700 meters, up in the air 1.7 kilometers, but you're doing it in this brutal, cruel zigzag fashion. We are going back to the top of the mountain. No, we're not going back to the top of the mountain. We're going back to Meredith Hill. We'll go from the mountain to the hill, and Meredith is still out in front there, looking relaxed again. Some telltale signs to look for. Always the shoulders straight, the head steady, the legs going in rhythm, the arms going in rhythm. There's no great rocking or rolling or anything in her stride there. It's very, very stable. Again, as I said to Dog about a half an hour ago, I'm just so impressed at the consistency in their form as they get to this late stage in the race, and yet they can still maintain it. But of course, that's what puts them among the elite, is the ability to control themselves here. We have Nail Mary there. When is registration for 2018? When will that open? I think we said that was in November. Dog, wasn't it? Yeah, November. So you can get filing your application now. Massive props to the organisers, supporters, video coverage and athletes. Loved watching. Don't turn it off yet, Cackler on Twitter. Do not turn it off yet. The best is yet to come. That will be the winners crossing the line. Under 10 hours is just crazy. Yes, indeed it is, Mary. And we have some from Severin B. Hansen here, looks like Norwegian. What Lars Christian Wold is going to do here is not only history in the Norseman Xtreme Triathlon, it's sporting history. Incredible performance is what Severin B. Hansen is telling us. Lars is clearly in sight of the top. Come on, Lars, you can do this, says Stuart McLeod. Stuart is out there filming on the course for the Norseman, so he can clearly see that Lars is in sight of the top. So it's going to be very, very soon now. He has 18 minutes to get there, or we'll say 17 minutes to get there if he is going to run a sub 10-hour triathlon, and that indeed would be, as Severin points out, it's not just Norseman history. This is sporting history in Norway. It'd be most incredible. In terms of what sort of coverage, this is a huge achievement for the athlete. Will the mainstream media in Norway sort of pick this up and go, this is a great achievement here? Or will it sort of, Vadum's Gong, one of the big tabloid newspapers here, would you expect a few lines of that tomorrow about this achievement?
We will get some decent coverage from this, for sure.
You sound very sure of that. Is that already decided beforehand?
No, but NRK is running this on their web pages. Dagens Næringsliv, our main business paper, has been following us faithfully for years and years, and they will make good stories on this.
Yes.
So,
Dagens Industri, of course, would be the Norwegian equivalent of the Financial Times, kind of the pink pages, so to speak.
Yeah.
So that would be the financial newspaper, and of course the state broadcaster NRK.no. We are heartily grateful for them for hosting this broadcast on their webpage today, and we've been delighted to bring them such a thrilling, exciting day of sport in this wonderful environment. It's about to reach this. It's about to reach its climax as we get told that Cackler here has been inspired, and he's going to get back in training. So again, if you want to register for this race 2018, go in, like the Facebook page. You will see all the highlights, videos, and everything else, and you'll be able to watch this entire broadcast or the constituent parts of it afterwards, I'm sure, on YouTube and that kind of thing. So take the inspiration you need from great athletes like Lars Christian, like Meredith, like Mohammed out there, and enjoy the inspiration. Get out there and get back on the triathlon path. We might go over, I'm not sure if our cameraman there is shifting his position back over there on top of the mountain, but I'm getting in the mood to see Lars Christian there. I think we have one of our reporters is in place up there, so we're going to see if they can talk to somebody up there. It's all happening on the mountain now. We are just over there. I think Marit made her way up there in the lift, and she's going to talk to us from the finish line. Marit, it's over to you.
Skulle ni vara reda på det om jag säger 10 sekunder från och med nu?
Jag kör det. Finally we are in position here at the top of Gaustatoppen. It's very...
Stopp.
Okay, we lost communication a little bit there with our team up on the top there. Marit was about to go live, and then she was told not to go live. We are looking at some of our racers a little bit further down. I think these are our female racers still. The ladies are making their way. Is that still Meredith? Are we still with Meredith?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a pixelated picture there, but we are still with Meredith there. You can see running past some of the supporters' cars. We'll go back over to Meredith.
Really exciting now, because what we are pretty sure is the winner is a few or maybe 10 minutes further down the hill. And it looks like the new course record will be sub 10 hours. Or what do you think, Mari? You are expecting your husband. He's the leader of the pack. He has a lot of kids, I think, or he has several people running to get with him.
He has a lot of friends with him, as well as his support. So there are a lot. I think there are about 10 people running with him. Yeah. So they'll be.
We saw them cruising uphill in a really good pace.
Yeah, they're going fast. I think they'll be under 10 hours. That was a dream.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So that was his target too today.
He's been playing with the thought, but I don't know if he's never said it. But I think he wanted that really bad.
Yeah. But my guess is that this means as much to you as to him, right?
Definitely.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm at home waiting while he's training, so obviously I want this just as bad. Yeah.
You are nervous, excited.
Yeah. Everything.
Shaking?
Yeah. I am.
Okay. Let's take a deep breath, and we will be here. You will be here. welcoming your husband, and he asked you to marry him in 2013, right? Yes. How romantic was that?
It was not romantic at all. He passed out.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
So he rolled down the rocks a bit, and well, I had time to say yes. I think he picked up that, but after that he passed out.
But now we are happily married, and today will be a really big day for you.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. We will talk later. Okay. Let's wait.
We're getting some tweets here to tell us what's going on out there. We're getting from Lars, has written to me in Norwegian. He's saying 2 tough guys under 10 hours in the Norseman, completely crazy. And HC Tungesvik in a strong sixth place. Hey, I can't translate that at all, right? Cougar sent me a tweet saying somebody has got to put a ring at the top of that mountain, and sent me a little gif there from the Lord of the Rings movie. I can tell you, Cougar, I thought exactly the same thing yesterday. Susan Runyon Davis is following her brother Dan Runyon. He's pursuing that 160. He wants to be in the top 160 and get the black t-shirt, and we are looking forward to maybe seeing him do that a little bit later on. Home 222. We want to see how he's going. We'll check that out for you. We are watching sporting history being made here. We're just trying to follow the tweets here as well. Queensland, Australia, you're up late into the night. We can see Meredith Hill is walking now. That's not necessarily a bad thing, Dog, because that is a very steep part of the course, right? Or are we witnessing a bit of a collapse here?
Not necessarily a collapse, but in her position, I think I would have kept running.
Yeah, that's the thing.
And Nevin coming up from behind is supposedly very strong going uphill.
Yep.
I see she's shortened down another 20 seconds on Meredith's lead, so next turn we'll know how this is progressing.
Okay, so it's all getting very exciting at the front of the women's race now. You are looking at the prey. Right now, Meredith Hill is the prey. She is out in front. She has the position that Anne Nevin wants. Anne Nevin is the hunter, and she is getting closer and closer and closer to her prey. Lars Christian is getting closer and closer and closer to a sub-10-hour triathlon here. Sub-10-hour Norseman. Not just any triathlon in the world. An extreme triathlon. The extreme triathlon, the ultimate triathlon. He has, let me see, about 10 minutes to make it to the top if he's going to get to sub 10 hours. Now, it's almost unfair to him to blow up this possibility of the sub 10 hours, because it's going to seem like a failure if he didn't make it. Even if he makes it in 10 hours and 1 minute, he's still going to smash the old course record by 22 minutes. So let's not get too hung up on that as we watch Meredith there, still resolutely putting one foot in front of the other. I think Meredith's support team might need to tell her that she needs to take the brake off now, to drop the handbrake and hit the gas, because I don't think Anne Nevin is going to take any rest on the way up this hill. We've seen her, the determination in her face, a grimace of determination as she took a little drink there a little bit earlier on and started to make her way, started to eat into the lead that Meredith Hill had from a little bit earlier on. We're getting a little bit of word now. She's looking around, enjoying the surroundings. I'd prefer probably, if I were Meredith, to be doing that from the very, very top, even if they can't see a whole lot. Again, shrouded in mist. No rings at the top of this, but there are black t-shirts at the top of this, and there are podium positions. Now, let me see. We just had a quick look back down the hill there. Anne Nevin is not in sight, but the time difference now between the two is 1 minute and 59 seconds. So slowly but surely Anne Nevin is eating into that lead that Meredith had. I think that when they came out onto Zombie Hill, it was over 4 minutes. It might have been about 4 minutes and 20 seconds. It's now down to 1 minute and 59 seconds, and we've just been watching Meredith Hill there. So if you got Meredith's number, send her a text message, tell her to get moving again, because if not, Anne is going to be right behind her. Personally, I hope she has her phone on silent, because I want to see an exciting end to this race. But we got to point out to you as well that they're over 200 kilometres into this race. The race is 226 kilometres long. So that just goes to show the great athletes we have and how close they are to one another in terms of attitude, in terms of skill, in terms of really, really tough mentality there. And a really thrilling race. Anne Nevin is the queen of the hill. Just look at her go, says Stig Petter Olstrud. And there she is. She can't be too far behind if she is now passing by her... by our cameraman. I don't think our cameraman has moved himself a whole lot there since the last time we looked at Meredith, so she could be within maybe a minute of Meredith Hill right now. So it's all set up. There we have him. Lars Christian Wold is on his way to the top. We've got him inside of our cameras there. The last few steps, we can see the support team is with him. They're going side by side. Strong, resolute steps up towards the finish line. It is going to be under 10 hours. It is going to be well under 10 hours when he crosses the finish line. And there he goes across the line, the winner of the 2017 Norseman, the ultimate triathlon, in a time of around 9 hours, 52 minutes and 3 seconds. The record is not just broken, it is smashed, it is destroyed, it is gone for all time. Absolutely unbelievable as he collapses on the finish line. Emptied. Every single ounce of his energy is left out on that course as Lars Christian takes the win. Sporting history is made at the top of the mountain at the Norseman. The relief on the face of the support team who've managed to coach him through the last 5 or 6 kilometers there. Exhausted. And look at that smile. Look at that smile. Most incredible, most incredible. Well done, support team. Now comes the emotion. 226 kilometers.
Actually, son, do you have one word?
Yeah, finally. Oh, I'm just so happy. I'm exhausted.
How is life?
No, it's wonderful.
Eh, 9.52 hade jag.
Ja, det er egentlig det er til de andre. Ja, ok.
Vill ni ge tillbaka mitt ljud här då? Ta med. As we go along, but we are going back down the field again. There is more drama happening out on the field, out on Zombie Hill. The women's race is happening here now, and we are looking at Anne Nevin. There is Anne Nevin. She was in second place. We're trying to find out if she has passed Meredith Hill, or if she is. She hasn't gone past her just yet, but she certainly has her in her sights. And you'll remember the last time we checked in with Meredith Hill, she was walking and Anne was running. This determined grimace that she has and has had maybe for the last 5, 6, 7K or so. So both athletes can be seen by our camera car there. He's just moving slightly ahead there to see if we can get Meredith in shot so that we can give you some feel for exactly how close they are. So what has happened here is that Meredith Hill has had a long time, although she had a fairly decent time advantage coming into the running there. She had approximately 4 minutes, slightly more than 4 minutes there. And now, very, very soon, there is Meredith Hill. She's just come into shot there on the right-hand side, receiving a drink there. I'm sure she knows, she has to know. There can be no way she cannot know that Anne Nevin is right on her trail. Her support team is telling her, you've got to pick your feet up. She's having a drink there. I don't know if she has the energy. She's got to go now. She doesn't go now, the race is gone. She's still taking her time now. There she comes. There's Anne Nevin. She's right behind her now. Meredith appears to be completely unaware of it, but there is no way she can't know that Anne is right hot on her heels. And I can't see Anne slowing down at all. If Anne goes by her, she's going to hit the gas, and that may be the last she sees of her. Meredith breaking into a run yet, not breaking into a run yet. She disappeared there behind a car. It looked like she was going to make a bit of a spurt, but it appears that she's just going to let this, let her be overtaken here. Is she going to react at all? Is she going to react at all? She's not reacting at all. There's nothing there. There's nothing there. There's no energy left. Now she breaks. Now she breaks. Now the fight back is coming. Now the fight back is on. It might be just a little too late. Anne looks over her shoulder there. She knows she's on her shoulder. The battle is on now, and there's a long, long, long way to go for these two women. This is going to be some titanic struggle here. I can only imagine the words are being exchanged. You know, can you not let me go in the lead for a while? That's not going to happen. Nobody's going to be giving anybody anything towards the end of this race. This is incredible. After 210, 215 kilometers of racing, and the two are still neck and neck. The pain etched on the face of Anne Nevin says it all. Meredith Hill going to the well one last time to see if she has what it takes to take herself up this mountain. Incredible. 10 hours out from the start. Probably still an hour and a quarter more to go. This is a story that is not going to end anytime soon, and we're going to stay with it for the time being. We know that Lars Christian has won. We know that he has made it in under 10 hours. We'll keep an eye out on the scoreboard. We'll see if Alan Hubda can also manage it under 10 hours. Getting close to that now. He only has another minute or two if he wants to break that record. But right now we're watching the drama as Anne Nevin has taken the lead. I think it's for the first time today, Dog. It's the first time that Anne has gone into the lead. Yes. And Meredith, who led for so long, for so much of the cycling, and for the first maybe 2/3 of this marathon, she led, and now she finds herself, and the gap is very, very slowly increasing, but it's increasing all the same. Again, if you look at that gradient, you wouldn't even like to walk up it, and these two women are trying to run up it, trying to create the necessary distance to see if they can emerge on the top step of the podium in an hour and a quarter's time. This is tough. This is really, really tough. Dog, I don't know what to say. I don't think I've ever seen anybody pass at that late stage in that manner in a triathlon before. This is truly spectacular. I've been with Dog now for the last 3 or 4 days, and I haven't seen him speechless once until this moment. This is absolutely incredible. The support cars pulled in through the side of the road. That gap now is up to about 15, 20 metres. There was something about the look in Anne Nevin's face there just before she made it onto Zombie Hill. She just had this look in her eye, and she's had exactly the same facial expression ever since. I got some feedback there. Apparently, that's her look. That's what she looks like, yeah. That's her game face right there. Yeah. She seems to have made the decision that she was not going down without a fight, and what a fight she is putting up here. This is amazing, amazing altogether. Meredith Hill, you've got to ask yourself now if she has what it takes in her legs to mount one last challenge. It's not over yet. There's still plenty of distance on the course. There's a very, very difficult climb. It's 5 kilometres up when they turn onto the mountain. So that's not going to be easy either. So it's all still to play for now. But the question is, it's an enormous psychological blow to any athlete to be passed at this late stage in a race, especially when you've had it all your own way for so long. You've been communicating with your team. There's absolutely no doubt that she knew she had a lead of 4, 5, 6, 7 minutes at certain points, and then it's gone. Somebody getting checked. There you go, he's getting passed out there. I'm sure he would be more than happy to be passed out by the winner of the women's race. There's not a whole lot he can do about it. A half an hour, we can pretty much say that a half an hour was the course record broken by Lars Christian. Yeah, are we headed for the top one last time? We might switch our cameras now. We leave this battle royal for the time being. It's one that's going to be ongoing for quite some time.
crazy fun.
It really is incredible. We've got an awful lot of people up on top of the mountain, and of course they're using their smartphones. They're on Snapchat and they're on Instagram. If you're looking for us, you'll find us on Facebook. Go in there and search for the Norseman. Like the page, because that's where you're going to find out first where you can register for the 2018 competition. But they're starting to swipe a little bit of our broadband up there, and we want all the broadband we can get. I'm getting told here that all the comments on YouTube are about the microphone, so we might have to see if we can change that around. But the sound team are aware of it, and we're doing our very best to fix it there. So we might just swap that out there. But yeah, as I say, we're getting slightly pixelated pictures on occasion from our cameras up there. That's because of the fact that the 4G is being used by so many people who are up there. We have people up on the mountain again, and it looks like we're getting our second place athletes coming up there. We have exchanged our headsets now, so hopefully poor old dog is going to get my headset and I'm going to get his. We're just wrapped up in cables here, so if we do drop anything, please let us know from the studio. There we go. Here is our second place athlete coming up there. It is Alan and his support runner there. They're at a time of maybe, let me see. Alan Hovda coming up with the Norwegian flag, wrapped in the Norwegian flag. He has the time to wrap that around him. Just coming up the last 200 meters now. He looks pretty exhausted, but he's still managing to bounce up those steps, somehow finding the energy to bounce up the last few steps towards the finish line. That's the thing. He's not too excited about the time right now. He knows that he's going to make it in second place. Alan Hovda is across the line in the time of 10 hours and 4 minutes 53 seconds is what it looks like. Another man to smash last year's course record. Of course, the only problem for Alan is that Lars Christian has finished it so much quicker. He's been there in under 10 hours. We'll get back to them in due course, but we want to go back out onto the course now and see Meredith Hill is apparently hitting the gas for one last surge, or maybe one second last surge. Now we see it's Anne Nevin's turn to walk. Obviously, the effort there and the gradients there are taking their toll on both women here. Anne is taking a few careful looks over her shoulder there. We noticed Meredith, she tried to respond when Anne kicked. We go back to the top of the mountain where I think we have some interviews coming up.
A short sum up.
No, it was a very nice start. I swam, I had a much better swim than expected, and when I had a very good bike towards Gilo, I was quite certain I was going to win. But afterwards, I got quite tired, and I just didn't have the run legs I had in 2015 to finish it off, and hands off to Lars Christian. That was a really amazing performance.
Yes. But still, though, if he didn't finish today, you would still have the course record. Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, that was the goal.
Something. That's
something. Yeah, I hope to finish below 10 hours. That didn't work, but But
it's a long journey, though. So
yes, it is.
Everything can happen.
Yeah, it is, and it's such a hard race, and a lot of positive things about today, but I didn't have the body or the head to finish as strong as I know I can, and I'm very happy to perform the way I did, and incredibly happy for Lars Christian. This is I know he's dreamt of this day 7 times, I think. Yeah, I guess the first time he didn't dream of winning, but and maybe not the second either, but at least the last time he'd really go for the gold. And me and Lars Petter had done it hard for him the last years, and he had tried, and today was finally his day, and I'm very happy. When it wasn't me that won, he was. I hoped it was him.
Maybe you should go inside and salute him.
Yes, I definitely would.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Thank you. That was just...
There you go, Alan coming in second place. I have to say he was very gracious there, Dog, but it seemed to me that he was a little bit mixed emotions. He was delighted. He would have liked to have gotten under 10 hours. He knew he broke the course record, but it seemed in the middle of the interview there was a little bit of a dip. There was a little bit of disappointment there. How can you be disappointed with second place at Norseman?
Only if you've been a double winner before.
And that's, I would have thought he'd be satisfied with 2 wins before. We have our third place athlete is coming in. Who have we got coming in there?
Comes Jordan Rapp.
Oh, it's Jordan Rapp, our Californian friend. A little bit of a slip there for Jordan Rapp. Jordan, that is a tremendous performance by Jordan to close that gap.
So.
As I think I mentioned about 20 minutes or half an hour ago that Jordan was just going to run out of time. 10 hours, 9 minutes and 39 seconds. That is absolutely incredible by Jordan. He ate up the field there. He ate up a massive amount of time compared to Alan there. And I'd say probably if this race had gone on for another 5K on this terrain, that he may very well have done it. A superb performance there by Jordan Rapp. Lost a lot of ground. The swimming was pretty okay. He came out at pretty much the same time as the rest of them. Lost a lot in the cycling, so I wonder if there wasn't a problem there with the bike, because that cost him, like he was down to 17, 18, 19, 20 minutes at one point, and then made his way back up to the top there. So wrapped up in a blanket now. The emotions are all coming out now.
A man-to-man hug.
Supported by Mikael Krieger, who's the Team Denmark triathlon coach.
Okay. There we go. Very emotional scenes there at the top. Incredible amount of mixed feelings. I'd imagine Jordan is probably delighted in one way that he made it to the end and that he managed to do such a good time. Yet another man to break last year's course record. Last year's course record has been obliterated here, and yet there is disappointment and there is exhaustion and there is fatigue and there is joy and there's all these things etched in the faces of the 3 men first to cross the line here. So far what we've seen from the women's race, at the moment there's only fatigue and there's an absolute iron desire to win among the women further down there. There goes Jordan. He's going under the tape. I'm sure we'll have a chance to talk to him a little bit later on in the day. But for the moment, we're going to shift our focus back to the studio here. Yeah, as I said, a little bit about the mixed feelings, Dog. Everything happens up there. When Lars Christian crossed the line there, he was laughing, and then he was crying, and then he was laughing, and then he was crying. As time goes on, when he gets to Wednesday or Thursday this week, how do you think they'll look back on their performance here, depending on where they came? Is Alan going to be even more disappointed that he didn't win? Is Lars Christian going to be even more elated with his record and with his triumph here today?
Both of these guys are very, very good sportsmen.
Yeah.
And they been doing this so many times. What happens there the first 2 minutes after you finish, it's all emotion. It's all, you're totally drained. So, but 3-5 days down the road, they'll look for when to enroll next time.
Yeah. This is the thing. You find with a lot of these elite athletes that immediately when the emotions have calmed down and the adrenaline has sort of gone away, that they start to look at their own performance very, very quickly. Whilst it's fresh in the mind, they'll go back over, okay, with the support team, they'll sit down and go, okay, what did we do there? How was that transition? Did I eat right? Did I drink at the right time? Did I have the right equipment and that kind of thing? But I have to say, give great credit to Alan for his sportsmanship there. When he did get to the top, he was beaten today. Lars Christian was the better athlete on the day, put in a tremendous performance, and he was well able to give him credit for that, which is absolutely wonderful to see. I'm not sure where our camera crews are out on the field. I know that we have a few fantastic things to bring you. We are up. No, there we are. There is Anne Nevin again. Now, I can tell you that is Anne Nevin. I can tell you the last time we were here that she was leading the women's race. Meredith Hill was hot on her heels. I'm not sure we can see Meredith in the picture at this point in time.
Turned 3 on Zombie Hill and had a lead of 1:25 on Meredith.
Okay, so Anne Nevin, after passing Meredith Hill out at somewhere between turn 1 and turn 3, Anne Nevin passed her out. Meredith was walking. Meredith tried to respond there, couldn't really get it together, eventually managed to break into a jog. Anne opened up a lead of 1 minute and 25 seconds seconds. But the word we had in our earpiece from the course was that Meredith was on the way back. Now, I'm not sure what we can see in the distance there. If Meredith is so close, she probably can't be much further than that away. That's probably about a minute there, certainly at the pace they're going at the moment. But we'll see. It will be fascinating to see how far back Meredith is, if she has gone to the well one last time and found it within herself. We are getting ready. There is Mohammed. There is our very own Blade Runner taking part in the race there. He is running. You can see the blade there on the right leg. With the adjustable blade there that he's running with this year, which means that when it comes to the uphill parts, number 120 there, Mohammed, when he is wearing the adjustable blade there, he'll be able to adjust it when he comes to the uphill parts and to the climbs and that kind of thing. Now, remember, last time out, Mohammed didn't get to do the last 5K, right? He got to come here to the hotel, which is the same distance, but it's not as arduous a climb, okay? Yeah. So it's going to be a little bit risky. You can see he slowed down a little bit there. Taking a little bit of a walk there. So we're going to follow Mohammed's progress closely. He was around about place 53, slipped back to about 66 now, but he still has a lot of room there. He still has a lot of people can go by Mohammed, and he can still walk away from here with a black t-shirt. But the wild card is here. We don't know what's going to happen when he turns onto the mountain. Nope. We talked to him about the blade, about the blade that he has on his right leg there during the week. We asked him about the grip on it. Well, I mean, it was almost like an interrogation about what he was going to have on there. So there is something with rubber on it. There is something that is going to give him a little bit of a grip. So he is going to have a little bit of purchase there. But again, if you're sort of climbing and you don't have the feeling down there, that's going to be difficult for him. That said, the guy is a very experienced athlete. We're talking about a bronze medal winner from the Paralympics. If anybody can find a solution to that particular problem, it is Mohammed. Get your comments in there on NXTRI 2017. We are awaiting the winners. The first 3 places here in the men's race have crossed the line. That excitement, that race is not yet over. There are still hundreds of athletes out on the course, but the podium positions have been decided, and what a race it was. What an incredible race it was. All 3 smashing the course record from last year. I'm receiving word here about competitor number 68. That's Anne Nevin. We're not really sure what the status is with her in the moment. She's at the fourth turn on Zombie Hill there in a time of 10 hours, 15 minutes and 28 seconds. Very, very respectable time there. It looks to me like from the pictures that we have there, and they are a little unclear at the moment. Hopefully we'll have a little bit of a better connection soon. Where we are sitting, it's still raining, but I can see in the distance that the sun is coming out. The clouds are clearing. Who knows? They may even make it to the top of the mountain and be able to see what's happening. Now, because of the clear weather there behind Anne Nevin, we can see that there is no sign of her closest rival, Meredith Hill, whom she passed out maybe a half an hour ago. She left Meredith in a very, very dramatic fashion there. Meredith unable to find the answer, unfortunately. Meredith's plenty of fans around the world have been in touch with us on social media. You too can get in touch with us on social media. NXTRI 2017 is the hashtag you need to get on Twitter. That's what we're keeping an eye on here in the studio. Everything else on Facebook we'll deal with probably on Monday, Dog, because that'll be the first time we'll have time to do it. But we are watching the leader in the women's race. Anne Nevin has 11.2 kilometres left. She has 11.2 kilometres left. It's going to be tough, but at the moment she's unthreatened. And what we really have to look at now is she has a look over her shoulder to see where Meredith Hill is. I think Anne Nevin would probably like to know where Christine Lee is. She's breaking into a run again. She's had a little bit of a rest there. She's walked for the last few hundred metres. Now, I wonder, is she reacting to something that she saw when she looked over her shoulder? It's difficult to think. It's hard to think that Christine Lee could have closed the gap there. She's running through the hardest part of Zombie Hill at the moment. So it's unlikely that she's closed the gap in any considerable fashion. But Meredith Hill was never too far away there. So there she goes, breaking into the walk again. It is actually, if I recall correctly, when we drove on this yesterday, you said to me that a lot of athletes would wind up going sort of power walking on this rather than actually trying to run up here, because it just doesn't make any sense. She does have the game face on there. She is very, very serious about getting to the podium and getting up on that top step a little bit later on today. A very determined look on her face.
So on turn 4, Anne has a lead of 2:27 towards Meredith.
Okay, so 2 minutes and 27 seconds of a lead. over Meredith Hill now. So that has increased considerably from 125 at the previous point. So she's added on another minute. And you can see there is daylight. There is daylight behind Anne Nevin. There is nobody in sight. So all she needs to keep doing at this moment, when she passed by Meredith Hill and when she saw the situation that Meredith found herself in, she saw that Meredith went to the well and there was nothing coming. Meredith broke into a little bit of a trot. She had nothing to come with. And now you can see Anne has opened up that 2 minutes and 27 seconds of daylight. Again, we take nothing for granted here at Norseman. Anything can happen. The weather can happen. A spurt can happen. But it looks at this point in time that Anne is heading out in front. I'm just wondering if maybe it might be time to have a look back over a little bit of the action. Maybe we don't have any of the recent action edited just yet. There's been so much of it that it's been hard to keep up, even sitting here live. But if we can, maybe we'll show you a little bit of what happened this morning early as the race got underway. Yeah, we have some clips there that we've been edited as we go along. You'll also find them on YouTube and Facebook. And we might find one that we can show you now. Good morning and welcome to Gaustablikk here in Norway, where we are all set to bring you the 2017 Norseman Xtreme Triathlon, the ultimate triathlon here on the face of the earth. We're ready to bring you all the action and all the drama from what happens out there today. This is the start of the 2017 Norseman, the 15th year in a row that this race is being held. And there goes the horn and they're off. You can see everybody hitting the crawl straight away. Nobody's going to be hanging around here. There are no breaststrokers here, no backstrokers here. And they're going hell for leather to begin with, getting into a smooth stroke as quickly as they can. The athletes are going to have to be prepared for pretty much everything a triathlon course can throw at them in terms of gradient, in terms of weather, in terms of temperature. So it's a hugely challenging, yet I'm sure a hugely enjoyable course. We are bringing you the Norseman 2017 Xtreme Triathlon live from Norway. You are looking at our swimmers in Eidfjord at the moment. They've been in the water for 50 minutes at this point, according to the clock I have in front of me. And the first athletes are about to leave the water. They set out at 5 o'clock this morning. Just before 5 o'clock they hit the water. And this group of 4 have been out in front pretty much ever since. And of course there is an enormous amount of physical effort required to take them through the 3.8 kilometers of the swim. And you can see our leading cyclist there is out on the road and he set off at a fairly cracking pace. Really, really spectacular images, it has to be said, of a tremendously beautiful part of the world. So you can't use the person in front of you and just ride in their slipstream. You can't allow them to protect you from the wind. This is individual cycling, it's not team cycling. This is a very, very punishing climb here at the start of the race. The first of 5 climbs as well. You have to start to wonder about the sanity of people taking. You have to be just a little bit crazy to take part in this, the ultimate triathlon on the face of the earth. It is the Norseman Xtreme Triathlon 2017. Good morning and welcome back to Gaustablikk in beautiful Norway, where we are bringing you live coverage of the Norseman Xtreme Triathlon for 2017. Most of the climbers have made it to the top of the first climb, and now what we are looking at here is the long, flat 20-30 kilometer stretch before the downhill and then the next climb. Around about an hour ago on this beautiful Saturday morning here in Norway, it started to rain just a little bit as the riders got to the top of the climb there. So they made a little bit of a change. The rain jackets went on. They took a little bit of sustenance, a little bit of nutrition, a little bit of hydration, and now they are out on the course. Every little margin is being sought here. Every second counts on this cycle here. They're trying to build up as much of a lead as possible. There you go. That's just some of the action that we have been able to bring you from the Norseman 2017 here. It was an incredible morning in incredible surroundings. And just when you thought it couldn't get any better, well, that's when everything started to happen out in the field. We've seen our 3 male contenders, our 3 male podium places all decided within the last half an hour or so. We've seen the course record smashed by all 3. In fact, they'd have to be coming in now to come in on last year's course record. I think we almost have we don't have 4 now. We have 3. The top 3 all broke the course course record this year, Dog. So we'll be looking forward to the highlights clip a little bit later on. This could be the longest highlights film we've ever done for the Norseman by the looks of things. What are we looking at here? We have Meredith out in the field here, the second place woman in the race there. You can see there she is with in the vest there. That's her in the middle of the picture. So Meredith Hill, she was leading. She led for an awful lot of the race, much of the cycling and plenty of the running, but she was caught up by Anne Nevin. Anne has passed her out, and she's now power walking up the gradient. It's a very, very steep hill. You can just see the Norwegian traffic sign behind showing you that it's quite a sort of a bendy, twisty road. It's difficult to get up, it's difficult to get down, and the gradient makes it all the worse. There's no sense whatsoever in trying to run on this when you're so tired. There are a few people coming up behind her, but I think Meredith has burned the candle at both ends here. She's really tried to build up a lead. It wasn't enough, unfortunately, and Anne has been able to get ahead of her. And if we stay with this camera now for the time being, we'll be able to see what sort of a gap Anne Nevin has opened up. Remember, Anne was behind her, looked very resolute. She was walking at one point, then she started to run. And while there wasn't exactly a sprint, it went very, very quickly. And all of a sudden, she passed Meredith by. Meredith wasn't capable of answering, unfortunately. And now as we see the car slowing down, maybe we are in touch with Anne Nevin here up the front. So quite a considerable distance. It was 2 minutes and 27 seconds, as far as I recall, the last time we measured the timing. But it's going to take an awful lot here. Again, you can never say never. You just never know what's going to happen with the Norseman. But there is Anne Nevin right there. So it took our camera car quite a while to catch up with Anne. Anne is now walking again. She's taken it a little bit easy there. So we have her in shot now. We'll see if we can get just a little bit closer to her. Get a little bit of a close-up there just to see if she still has that very determined game face on. I can't imagine why she would let it go now. Yeah, she got it. She got it. And she has her support crew right there. She has everything she needs. And she breaks into a run again. It's like the camera cars, the challenge she needs. They've thrown down the gauntlet. She's picking it up. And she is going for the top of the mountain. This is incredible, having been so far behind. A matter of minutes behind, and now increasing the lead for every step she takes. The last time we looked at Meredith Hill, she was walking. Now we're looking at Anne Nevin, and she was running. And you have to say that we're probably looking at a lead that is going to be insurmountable here, Dag. It doesn't look like Meredith has anything left in the tank to do this.
No, it does look like the gap is just increasing, and back down to Christine Lee, it's quite a ways now. So
Christine Lee has fallen away there as well. Yeah, she hasn't made it to the fifth turn on Zombie Hill. This is where we take our timings, ladies and gentlemen. So we are going up to the top of the mountain again, where there are great celebrations taking place there. We have, I think it's Lars Petter Stormo, who's coming in, the 2016 champion, if I'm not mistaken. He's coming in a very respectable time, only 3 minutes shorter than the record he set last year, the record which was blown to smithereens by not one, not two, but by 3 athletes here today. And no doubt Lars Petter will be back in 2018. He'll be sitting there with his finger on Facebook in November, getting his application ready to come back and try to take back his record, hard and ever as that may be. There he goes. You can see the backpack on his back. He has to bring up a mobile phone and a couple of other bits and pieces according to the rules. And the Norwegian fans chanting, heya, 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 as he comes up the final few steps. 10 hours, under 10 hours and 26 minutes. So only 3 minutes slower than what he managed last year. Absolutely incredible. In 4th position there. I'm sure to a certain extent he's going to be slightly disappointed with that, but it's very, very hard when you see 226 kilometres of space behind you that you swam and you cycled and you've run. I'm sure you can take some enjoyment from the fact that you completed the race at all.
I'm sure he will do.
How does it work in the bar here later on? Do you have to buy everybody who completes the race a beer yet, no?
They probably wouldn't want one.
Beer wouldn't be the most popular thing. You have to buy them a bowl of pasta maybe when that's at the end. They are the 2016 champion, Lars Petter Stormo, making it to the top. The unofficial time there, 10:25:58. A marathon on top of a 180 kilometre cycle, on top of a 3.8 kilometre swim, on top of getting onto a ferry at about 3:30 in the morning, on top of getting out of your bed at 3 o'clock in the morning. This is one long day for Lars Petter Stormo. It is almost over, but for many of those out in the field, it is only about halfway through. As I look at the map, which you can't see here in front of me, I can see that the tail end of our triathlon, our Norseman, there are plenty of them still on their bikes out there. The cutoff that we spoke of earlier, we spoke a little bit earlier of the second cutoff, and it seemed miles away. It seemed forever. The second cutoff was the cycling cutoff, which happens at 5 o'clock in the evening. And when I spoke to Dog about that, we thought there couldn't be possibly anybody left out on their bike still at 5 o'clock. We're only 92 minutes away, I think, from 5 o'clock at this point in time. And there are still plenty of cyclists left out. If we cut the Dog's map, we can have a look and see just how many cyclists are going to miss that. I don't know if we can say with any great certainty that they're going to miss that, but there's certainly a few left out on the course there, Dog, on your map who don't have a whole lot of chance of making it. I'm certainly loath to name names here, but there are a few stuck out there a little bit.
This doesn't look too bad. As it looks now, the last one is just coming up to the top of Imingfjell, and he should, depending on speed, of course, should be able to make the cutoff.
Of course.
The rest are descending from Imingfjell, and that looks okay.
Yeah, when we look at this map, of course, we have to take into account the fact that there's a big downhill stretch across this as well, that maybe they can use the speed there to make the last cutoff. These are the last athletes. These are the ones that we will expect to see up here at the hotel at around about midnight or beyond, okay? We've asked the question about the second cutoff. The next cutoff, is that the one that happens at 32.5 kilometres, where we have the little medical check? Right. What time is that cutoff?
Either at 14 hours and 30 minutes of race time.
Okay.
Or after the first 160 athletes.
Brilliant. Okay, after the first 160 athletes, that's where the cutoff happens. And then they get diverted up the road as we look at Anne Nevin breaking into stride again. She is just not giving up. She's finding it in there somewhere. She's jogging. She's running whenever she can. She slows down a little bit. She takes a few steps. And I believe there's a lot of support out there on the roads. There are spectators out there cheering people on. As you can see, there aren't too many places to stop. And there's something painted on the road, a la the Tour de France. Team Bob have put some sort of a greeting out there for the athletes. It wouldn't surprise me if one or two or more of those was dedicated to Mohammed. I have to say fair play to them. They painted on the road in chalk. And there are plenty of Team Bob. I think it's all Team Bob that have been writing on the ground there. Writing on the pavement, or of course, or on the tarmac is a Tour de France tradition. And there they are. They are Team Bob, the unsung heroes of the Norseman, bringing joy and happiness and high fives to all the athletes as they pass by there. Now, it wouldn't surprise me at all if they're waiting for Mohammed, and if they're going to follow Mohammed, their hero from the 2014 race when he won his white T-shirt, if they're going to wait for him and then form a guard of honour around Mohammed as he makes his way up the final kilometres, hopefully towards his black T-shirt.
I don't know if they know what it would take to follow him if he goes to the top.
It'll be very, very hard to cycle to the top, of course. Team Bob, all of their backgrounds are in cycling. I don't know, they tend to have maybe one or two beers during the day while they're enjoying things here.
It has been known to have happened.
Indeed. Whisper it, but the weather is getting better here. I'm feeling a little bit of sun here just over the left ear, the one not covered by the headphone here that we're in contact with our studio with. It's coming out there. It's desperate to break through, as is our table. It's just desperate to break. But we'll pull it back up there. There's nothing that can't be saved here. Nothing has gone on the deck. We have Marie coming in here. I have no idea how that managed to happen there. But yeah, Team Bob could very, very well make an appearance up there if they haven't had too many beers. But of course, that is, of course, a safety and a health and safety consideration, whether we can let 12 crazy cyclists join Mohammed on his way up there. So, but yeah, we welcome the fine weather by trying to knock over the table that we have here. But sure, these things happen. We have to celebrate the arrival of the sun somehow, ladies and gentlemen. Keep sending us your comments. We haven't had a look at the tweet machine in a little while. We have, let me see, Bob Babbitt is in there. Classic interview with the only person to win Tim de Boom. Okay, that was from one of the other years there, so we'll deal with that a little bit later on. Now we have our table back up and running. Our schedule for broadcasting was thrown off just a little bit.
Babbitt
yeah,
tweeting.
Bob Babbitt is over here. We'll just bring up that tweet there.
He's an Ironman legend. He's the man of Ironman interviews and commentating.
There you go. We have a great... that's brilliant to hear, and I'm delighted to hear that he's tuning into our broadcast here today.
I love it.
Who knows? We might bring him up here sometime and get him to sit in as our expert commentator at some point.
Bob would be welcome here at any time. So.
Yes, Bob. So, Bob, if you're on the Twitter machine there, send us a little message and we'll see if we can organise to get you here at some point. Okay, we're going to take a short break here from the studio, partially because we have to rebuild it after the accident with the table there. We're going to take a small little coffee break. We will be back to you at 10 minutes to 4. Do not turn off your YouTube. Do not turn off your 4G. Do not turn off your tweet machine. We'll be right back with the rest of the action in about 18 minutes' time.
This broadcast is brought to you by Isklar, Windforce, Kongsberg, Bundegruppen, Intersport, Renault, and Aker Biomarine.
Good afternoon and welcome back to our comprehensive coverage of the Norseman Xtreme Triathlon here in Norway. It started at 5 o'clock this morning, 226 kilometres from here in Eidfjord in the water. But now, all the focus is on this mountain here behind me. For pretty much the first time today, it is now out of the clouds because this is where the finish line is and what drama we have seen at the finish line so far. The men's race, the podium positions have been decided. The top three have been decided in incredible times. All three of the top three smashed the course record by considerable margins. The women's race is still going on and very, very soon they will be climbing to the top of that mountain. We had amazing drama a little bit earlier on Zombie Hill. If you're aware of the sport of triathlon, if you've seen the Norseman before, you will know that that is one of the toughest parts of the entire race. And we had incredible drama as Anne Nevin passed out Meredith Hill there a little bit earlier on, and it looks like Anne has gone on to build a fairly considerable lead and that she is on her way to victory there. But like we say never. We've been a little bit ambitious here, myself and Dag Oliver, my expert commentator colleague here. We've taken off the rain jackets. It's like we're tempting the gods here, Dog, to make it start raining again. But for now, we believe that this is what is the right thing to do. We are looking at Christine Foskum there, number 150. That's competitor number 64, yeah? As she makes her way towards Miland there. Miland is not at the mountain just yet. That's where they get their first glimpse of the mountain. We are going to go looking for our two leaders there at the front of the women's race. They're on the mountain themselves. They've still got a considerable way to go. It's 42.2 kilometres, but the hardest part of this race, which is 226 kilometres in total, is the end of it. We've seen the guys basically flew up the mountain a little bit earlier on. When they turn onto the mountain, it's still 5 kilometres to go. They did that reasonably quickly this time, would you say, Dog? We said that, maybe they could take their time, take an hour and a half, but they pretty much blew through it, right?
The winners would always use less than an hour, but today it was crazy speeds. Three guys would have broken the last year's course record.
It was truly incredible.
It was amazing.
Yeah, and even the guy who came fourth was actually the guy who set, was it Lars Petter Storsmo, who set the record last year. And he was 3 minutes outside his own record. So you had four within an hour and 3 minutes of last year's incredible record time. Now, we're looking forward to, the women are about to make their turn on in about 10-15 minutes time. They turn onto the mountain. They're onto the last 5 kilometres. This is no ordinary marathon that we finish with right here. If you look at the pictures here, you can see this is basically a mountain trail, a mountain track. The last few steps up the top have been built by Sherpas brought here from Nepal. These are the guys who fixed up the last few steps. Apart from that, there's very little to help the two ladies at the front of the field, or anybody else for that matter, out. Doug, how long do you think it's going to take for them to do the last 5 kilometres? Just a rough guess there that you might be able to share with the viewers.
Now I guess they have 2-3 kilometers left before they turn into the mountain.
Yep.
And so about an hour from now.
Yeah, about an hour from now. And there you see your leader in the women's competition. That is Anne Nevin. Anne Nevin passed by Meredith Hill. Meredith Hill had led the women's race for so long today, pretty much from the time where she got on her bike, but Anne Nevin never let her out of her sights. Anne caught her on Zombie Hill a little bit early on the hill too, it has to be said. She passed her out. Meredith tried to respond, but she couldn't. And we are looking at our 6th place gentleman who's coming up there. I'm not sure that is, let me see, is that Hans Christian Tungesvik? A tremendous placement there for Hans Christian, coming in under 11 hours. It's 10 hours, 54 minutes since he started out this morning, and he's jogging up the last few steps like this is the first thing he's doing, like he's going up the stairs to brush his teeth. Still flying after all those 226 kilometres. If we talk again about the ladies, Meredith was passed out. She's getting a lot of support, a lot of love there on social media, but she was passed out towards the end as we hear the applause of the crowd. for Hans Christian Tungesvik. We'll just keep a looking at these images as Hans Christian lies down. We have out in the women's race that we've just been discussing as we watch Hans Christian take a bit of a break. The last we heard of Meredith Hill, she was 2 minutes and 27 seconds behind. Maybe we can check the timings. We have a question here from Elin Barriana. She's wondering, could Anne Nevin break the women's record, Dog? What's the women's record for the course? Do you have it in mind?
I think it's need double check. 11 something close to 30.
Yeah.
I'll double check in just one sec, but it's going to be tough.
So we are looking at around about 11 and a half hours for... we're looking at 11 and a half hours for the women's record. We're just going to check that statistic there now. And we'd like to go back to the social media for the time being. Unfortunately there, Nikki, we missed your tweet. Nikki has tweeted us on the NXTRI 2017 hashtag. And she said, well, Blake, can you please just have the live feed from the road? The thing is that we had to give a little break to the guys out on the road as well. So we needed to let them go to the bathroom with that. So, but we're back with you live now and you're not going to miss any more of the action. So hopefully you had a chance to put the coffee on or put the kettle on yourself. And you're now back with us to enjoy the climax of the women's race and the rounding off and the summing up of everything, all the wonderful action we have seen today. We will have the winners coming here. We will have one more special guest. So keep it right here on YouTube. Keep it right here on nrk.no if you're watching. We have Mike Boone as well, who's complimenting us on the broadcast for completing an endurance event ourselves, Dog. Very kind of you, Mike. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Very hard to take for us to take any credit, because if we weren't sitting here commentating for you, we'd be sitting in a bar somewhere talking about this race anyway. So,
exactly.
But thank you very much for your kind words. Whilst Dog is going to check that statistic, I think we might bring in... We have an interview coming, I'm being told, from out in the field. I'm imagining that is up at the top of the mountain, but you never know. Here we go. Here is Hans Christian.
Well, I hoped for...
Kan jag få namnet på den som ska...
Last year I was 11, so... And I felt a bit sick this last week and also this morning, so...
But normally that means good luck, right?
Yeah, obviously. It went great. Everything went perfect and I had an amazing day.
And I must say, you don't seem that tired.
Well, I am. I can assure you, I am really tired.
Okay, so how did you go? A short sum up.
The swim was good. The conditions were quite fast, I think. So, but I was 15 out of the water, I think. And then the bike was nice, good conditions, tailwind. I went a little bit too hard on the Hardangervidda plateau, so
tempting, right?
Yeah, really, it was fun and high speed. Yeah. But and then I felt it really hard on the Imingfjell climb, but it was good.
Okay, so now you have to go inside and get some warm soup, and
I will.
Yes,
I'll
congratulations. Bye.
Thank you.
There we go, a little bit of a word from Hans Christian, and we've made a little bit of a change here. Unusual in the sport of triathlon that we have substitutions here, but we've pushed a Dog out for the time being, and we have brought in Jonny Hysdal. Jonny, you're welcome to the studio here at Norseman.
Thank you very much.
I'm told that you are a physiologist at the Oslo University Hospital. But not only that, you've actually taken part in this race how many times yourself?
It's 11 times now.
11 times?
Yeah.
Are you disappointed to be not taking part today?
No, I did a crew race last Saturday and we had a great journey. So today I'm happy to be crew.
You're delighted to be here for the time being. That's great to hear. The reason we wanted to talk to you today, Jonny, is because you have been doing some research into the effects on the body of these extreme races like the Norseman, the ultimate triathlon.
Yeah, that's true.
What have you found about its effects on the body?
No, first of all, we want to do this research because we really don't know what happened when they do the long swim in this cold water in Eidfjord.
Yep.
So we want to make this arrangement safer for the athletes.
Yep.
And the only way to do it is to find out what happened during the race.
Yeah.
And this year we have actually recruited 50 of the subjects to include in our research project.
Okay.
And 22 of them have swallowed a small temperature sensor that they were last night, and that sensor will log the temperature in the body every second minute during the whole race. And when they reach the finish line, we will read it off, and then we can look at the temperature during the whole day.
Okay,
So
this is James Bond stuff that
this
we
is
have
James
here.
Bond stuff, so-
back up they swallowed the temperature gauge.
Yeah.
And that records data during the day. Is that correct?
Before they swallow it, we activate it.
Yeah.
And then we have a certain monitor that can communicate with the sensor.
Yeah.
They swallow it in the stomach.
Yeah.
And then we can, when we get close to the athlete, we can read the body core temperature.
This is amazing.
It is amazing.
Now, there's an obvious risk. I think everybody out there wants me to ask this question. Is there not a danger that the temperature gauge disappears? That it is in some way forced out of the body, shall we say?
Yeah, then we lose the data, of course. That's sad for us, but that's the only bad thing with it.
Yeah.
But hopefully, I think 80% of the subjects will still keep it when they reach the finish line.
That is incredible altogether.
And we have also done some measurements during the race.
Yep.
So we measured it on the ferry this morning, and we also visited them in the T1.
Yep.
We get close to them, and we recorded the temperature.
Yeah. What do you expect to find? Because obviously, you know, the water's at 14 degrees this morning. Now, when that was said to me yesterday, oh, it's going to be 14 degrees in the air and it's going to be 14 degrees in the water, and I went, that's too cold. Now, I'm coming at that from the perspective of somebody who likes to go and have a little swim on the beach on my holidays, right? But it's 14 degrees. What's the effect of that on the body?
Sure, 14 degrees is actually much colder than everyone believe if they don't try it. It's really cold. But since they have this wetsuit, we expect that this wetsuit will protect the athletes so they don't have that much falling core temperature.
Okay.
And we also know that there will probably be huge variation between those that's big and smaller and long and short.
And is that to do with sort of body fat and body mass? And
we know that body fat is a very good insulation. So people with body fat, they will do it very well in 14 degrees water, even without a wetsuit.
There you go. I will be having that dessert after dinner this evening. It's very good insulation. I have it from a medical man here.
The problem is that there's not many people with a lot of body fat in Norseman.
That is the big problem, of course. You see, this is the thing. Don't train, just turn up there. No. I'm not going to recommend that at all. What is the effect of sort of cold water on the body? I'm sorry, I'm just going to adjust your microphone here so that it's just rubbing off your green jacket there.
Sorry.
There we go. No problem. If you were to go into the water in 14 degrees, say, without a wetsuit, or if the water was 9 degrees, what happens to the body when it hits the water, and how long can you survive in there?
The first thing that happens is that all the blood vessels in the skin, they contract.
Yeah.
To try to store the heat that's in the body.
Yep.
So it will be in the body.
So it tries to cover
try
the
to
organs,
store
basically.
the core temperature.
Yep.
And so the shell outside will be very cold.
Yep.
Almost the same temperature as the water.
Okay.
But if you don't have a water suit, you will constantly lose heat to the water. And after a while, what happened actually in the beginning is that the core temperature rise when you jump into cold water.
Okay.
It rises maybe 0.2 degrees.
Okay.
But after 10-15 minutes, it starts to drop. Mm-hmm. And then it starts to drop at a steady state until you leave the water. Okay. So if you are a slow swimmer and you have a pretty big drop in core temperature, then you can reach really low levels before you are able to get out of water.
Okay, so the longer you're in the water, the more your temperature sort of goes down.
Yeah, and also as steeper the temperature
the drop,
the drop.
How long does it take to recover? Because this is the thing with triathlon, right? You come to the first transit, you know this. You've done it 11 times in this race, right? Yeah. You come out of the water and you got to get up on a bike.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to say, hey, have a cup of soup there, take your time, Johnny.
That's a problem with Norseman because the thing is that when you get on land, you still have a lot of cold blood in your skin.
Yep.
And that's blood will starts to circulate in the core.
Yeah.
And the core temperature will even drop after you start biking.
Okay.
And in Norseman, it's always it's very often also cold during the bike ride.
Yeah, yeah.
So we don't know if you're actually able to get the core temperature up that quick.
Yeah. One person who doesn't look like she's having a problem with her core temperature at the moment is Anne Nevin. I was just having a quick peek at the monitor there.
Yeah.
She looks to have found herself again after Zombie Hill there. We had one of the instances as we look at Anne there. Anne was walking a little bit on Zombie Hill, and I got to use both your sets of knowledge here, both the Norseman and you and the physiologist. She walked a little bit and she looked pretty done.
Yeah.
But now all of a sudden she's running again. She's a fairly powerful stride there for
really
a woman.
Impressive.
37 kilometers in. Is there any telltale signs when you see a runner like that, that they've no energy left?
No, it's a good sign that when she is running like she did seconds ago, then her body also starts to produce more heat since she uses more energy. And that's a good sign because then she can keep the core temperature up.
Okay.
But when you're really tired, then you're not able to run anymore. You can actually get a decrease in core temperature.
Okay.
And it's like a bad circle.
Yeah.
So you're getting weaker and weaker.
Yeah.
But I think it's a good sign that she was able to run there.
She was still running there, even at any level.
Yeah.
Is this why, sometimes you will, even if you're just tired in your everyday life, you're getting the bus home from Oslo University Hospital or whatever in the evening, when you feel tired, you feel cold. You want that sort of warm sense of, well-being there.
Yeah, when you feel cold in that situation, your body core temperature are probably not affected at all, because it's the sensation in the skin that you can feel cold long before the core temperature drops.
That's the difference between the core temperature dropping and just feeling sorry for yourself.
Yeah, it's a really big difference.
Tell me, at any time during the 11 Norseman events that you took part in, did you ever feel sorry for yourself? Did you ever just go, I don't want to be here anymore?
To be honest, I feel that I'm very lucky, because this is a really nice journey to participate.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm tired and exhausted, but it's goosebump when we see not because of cold, but because of the
joy.
Emotions.
And
It's
this is one of the things that people say to you about the race, that obviously only one person can win it, and one person can win on the women's side, and there's there's 250 athletes, but it is that thing of, do you get to take in the nature around you? Do you get to look up and go, man, this is cool?
I think so, and maybe when you're very tired, you cannot process it right in the moment, but afterwards you're able to take it in. And when you reach Zombie Hill and start walking, for most of us, then you're able to see around and
enjoy it.
Enjoy the nature,
Another question that I had for you, a lot of the racers, or certainly 6 on the men's side, have already crossed the finish line up on the mountain here behind us. Now we can see it in all its glory. It was clouded the whole day. When they come here to this hotel this evening, again, you've been in this position. We talked a little bit about fighters cutting weight earlier on, boxers and mixed martial artists. When they are trying to put the weight back on, they have to eat carefully, because they can't just eat whatever they want. No. What do you do when you arrive in here to this magnificent buffet that's served a little bit later on?
Your stomach gets full long before your eyes. So it's a good deal for the hotel to have buffet.
Is that right?
With a fixed price, I think. I think that's a good deal. But what you need when you come back here is to rest and eat maybe a little if you're able. You don't even need to eat. What you need is to go to bed, sleep,
That's
and
it.
Then the restitution starts.
Okay.
So when you wake up next morning, you can have a good breakfast.
But there's not this thing of straight afterwards, the way some people go, they go for pastas and they go for these various different products and that kind of thing. But your thing would be just go to bed, just have some...
in the evening after the race. If you're able to eat, you can eat. But if you're not able to eat, that's not a disaster.
It doesn't make any difference, no.
The problem is that when you are doing a competition like this, your nerve system are in a fight mode all the day, and when you reach the finish line, you suddenly turn it off. And what happened then is that your blood pressure will drop. And you can actually feel really uncomfortable.
None of this sounds good, Jonny.
No, but it's not dangerous either. So.
No. So it's just a temporary reaction to the stress you put your body under during the day.
And we have so much energy stored in our body. So we could go on for days without food. So that's not the problem.
That was another question that I had a little bit earlier this morning. When we looked at everybody getting on the boat, right? What time did you get up at for your Norseman experience? What time did you set the alarm for?
As late as possible.
But it can't be that late.
No.
The
boat you should be there at 3. So then I stand up at 2:45 because we live very near the ferry. So get in the clothes, get to the boat.
And do you eat on the boat then?
No, don't eat.
You don't eat at all, no?
No, I can eat a little bit after the swim, maybe. Yeah. Don't eat and maybe drink just a little bit before the swim.
Okay.
What happens when you enter the cold water? Your blood vessel will constrict. And the blood volume goes central in your body, and you will get a huge urine production. So if you drink too much, you just need to pee.
You're going to have to pee the whole time,
then you can drink when you finish the swim.
This is amazing, really, because it goes against some of the things that you're told. Everybody says, eat a big breakfast and porridge and, scrambled eggs and that kind of thing. But you're saying, no, don't eat, don't drink too much.
It's very individual. But it's not the eating before 3 o'clock that's the most important. No.
So, but the carb loading then that people talk about, would you do that the day or the week before, where you'd eat a little bit extra?
The carb loading is good for those elite athletes maybe, but for us in the back of the field, I don't think that's really necessary.
And you wouldn't use that as an excuse to eat cake?
If you want to do a carb loading, you need to do it very close to the race, the days before.
So you can just do it.
So what someone do is that they kind of empty the carbo stores in the body.
Yeah.
And then they fill it up.
Mm-hmm.
And then the research has shown that then you can get a little bit carbo loading, even above your resting levels.
Have a little bit of a bump there.
Yeah, a little bump. Yeah.
If you were to sort of give sort of general advice to people there's plenty of people sitting at home here. We're seeing it on social media. People are going, I want to do this triathlon thing, but I've been sitting on my couch for 6 years eating, crisps and cake.
Yeah.
What would you advise people to do? How do you get into being a triathlete? How do you treat your body when you do that?
I think that if you have been a coach for 6 years, then you should start with a good progress of your training, and you should not go directly to Norseman, in my view.
Yeah.
You could start with the shorter ones.
Yeah.
And start by starting training. And I think many people, they go all in when they start, and that very often end up with injuries.
Yeah.
Yeah. And an injury that really can set you out for months.
Mm-hmm.
So it's much better to use time to build yourself up, and when you're ready for this, then you can apply for it.
Yeah. Is there an age limit to doing triathlons, would you say? We talked, there's quite a high middle age, or certainly was quite a high middle age earlier on. Yeah. Now it's coming down, certainly in the Olympic distances and that kind of thing. But would you say, look, if you're over X,
no, I don't think so. But I think it's the difference between the Olympic distance and this extreme triathlon. And for the extreme triathlon, I think the age can be a little bit higher.
Yeah.
Because then you are... you have trained more years, and you're used to this long extreme activities. No, there is. I will not say any fixed upper limit.
Yeah.
There are people in the 50s here that perform very well.
Yeah.
Probably top 50, I guess.
Yeah.
And maybe in the early 60s as well.
It's pretty good going. You're giving me a goal here to aim for. I'm never going to do it, but you're giving me a goal here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Talk to me about the importance of salt, because we talk to people all day about nutrition, about what they're doing and that. Yeah. And one of the people said that you lose so much salt, especially after cycling for so long, and you sweat so much. Yeah. And how do you get that back into your body without just throwing it all up again?
That's a good question. So the best way to get it in is to eat food that includes salt, like salt sausages or potato chips. Or
even during the race?
Even during the race.
Wow.
Yeah, we do that. And you can also take salt tablets, but the best way to get the nutrition to your body is to do it like food you normally eat.
Yeah.
Yeah, in my opinion.
In that case, it'd be potato chips. Yeah.
And then it's also, you need salt because you have lost salt.
Yeah.
So if you are aware of trying to decrease the salt loss, so instead of sweating too much, remove some clothes.
Yeah.
And today it has not been any problem, I think, because it's raining and they're soaking wet, all the athletes. So, but if it's warm, remove clothes and try to avoid sweating. And but if you sweat, you need to add the salt loss and also the water loss.
You've got to replenish the whole lot as you go along. Yeah,
you do that. Yeah.
If we talk briefly about next year, registration opens in November. You're going to do a whole load of research. You're going to crunch the numbers. Are you going to be back here as a competitor next year or as a scientist?
I now found my place in this crew, and I love this crew. It's an amazing experience to be a part of the organization. So I will go for crew race next year. And I will continue the research.
Brilliant. Well, if I do manage to take your advice or anything like that, and if I do manage to start doing triathletes, I might see you for the crew race. Either way, I'll be standing at the finish line with a bag of potato chips for you next year.
Yeah.
Johnny, thanks very much indeed for talking to me. We are going to go back to the action out on the course there. I can take that headset off you, and we'll wait for Dog to come back out here. Thank you very much indeed. I'm sure you're going back to your official function, and the best of luck with the research. It'll be fascinating to see what you guys managed to come up with. There we go. That was Johnny telling us about nutrition, about the effect on the body of the temperature, etc., etc. We're going to go back to the action. We're going to go back to some of the comments on social media here. We have a few comments there. There's a few people wondering why we are staying with Anne Nevin the whole time. The reason we're staying with Anne Nevin the whole time at the moment is because Anne is leading the women's race, and we want to be there when she crosses the finish line. We want to see the drama of that. We want to see if Meredith Hill can come any way close to her. Indeed, we've had tweets from down in Australia. Simon Unger has contacted me from Australia to tell me that he is nearly midnight in Oz, and he can't go to bed until Meredith Hill wins. So we'll be hoping that Meredith also receives that message, that she's following the hashtag NXTRI2017, and that she sees that and gets a move on there towards the finish line. And there is the finish line. That's where we expect to see Anne Nevin a little bit later on. We have a few different camera teams out around the course at the moment. One is right here at the finish line. There is one that is following Anne's progress and the progress of the leaders in the women's race, and there's there's one slightly further down the line as well. So we don't know who else is going to be there. I'm just looking as well. We have Basia, let me see, Basia van der Veen. That looks like a Dutch name. Go 24. The number served me well last year, she says. Only at this race, there's a 45-year-old past the 34-year-old on Zombie Hill. There you go. There's a great competition to be had there on social media. Again, follow it on NXTRI 2017 if you want to drop a comment in there, if you want to drop a question in there. We've answered all the ones we can for the time being. Now, we are looking... Yeah, we have Meredith and Anne are on the mountain at the moment, is what we're being told. Let me see. The distance there is 4 minutes and 17 seconds. Anne Nevin has a lead of 4 minutes and 17 seconds coming in to the last 5 kilometres. It's really, really tough, that last 5 kilometres, Dog. But is there any chance whatsoever? Would it need an injury or a fall from Anne Nevin for Meredith to go by now? Or can Meredith somehow find in the depths of her reserves the energy to pass her out, would you say?
Now it's down to who's the best mountain runner.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if Meredith is an experienced mountain runner, maybe she's got a shot. But everyone saying that Anne Nevin, this is her.
She's
this
home.
Is her place.
She's home and hosed. Yeah. Okay. So that is the thing there. We would have thought that Meredith, after such a superb performance, and there's no taking away for it. Second in Norseman to Anne Nevin, the way Anne has performed today, there's absolutely no shame in that whatsoever. Anne led for so long. Where are we there? Yeah, we have a few people there. The sunglasses are on here in Norway in August. August, of course, is the middle of winter here. No, I'm only joking. It's been a lovely day here with lovely temperatures around about 14, 15, 16 degrees. The odd shower of rain and that kind of thing, which, as Yonli was saying a little bit earlier on there, the athletes probably would have been glad of because it reduced the sweating and reduced the need to replace salt that was lost through sweating and that kind of thing as well. There are our spectators down there wrapping themselves up in blankets, enjoying the sight from the top of the mountain as the athletes make their way up there. Let me see. We have Fredrik Schaffner is up there, the Frenchman who was at the top there a little bit earlier on. He was in the top 5 a little bit earlier on, fell away now, but he's still in the top 10 as far as I can see there. He's hanging in there, and another exceptional performance there today. In the women's race, of course, we have Anne and we have Meredith. Christine Lee has fallen away a little bit. She's about 15 minutes behind. And there we see the gathering up there at the finish line. The Norwegian flag and the flags of our sponsors fluttering in the breeze up there. Looks a little bit windy up there. Maybe if we can come back to the studio, we can see why everybody is sending us these Lord of the Rings memes. If you look back, you can see the clouds just up there. We can see the mast, which is where the finish line is up there, and the clouds just above them. So any second now, I think when the 246 or certainly the 160 are going to finish up there, cross the line up there. I don't know if Dogs managed to have a word with Gandalf or not, but we should have a bit of a lightning show before we move everything down here a little bit later on this evening. 160 athletes will make their way up there to the finish line up there. The rest will finish down here. We're going to do our best to bring you the drama of the ladies' finish there, even if we think now that it's Anne's to lose. It's going to take something fairly major for her to be caught up there. We're also waiting on the top 3 men. They're being ferried down to us as we speak. They're going to be brought down here, and we're going to talk to them here in the studio to get their experiences, their feelings on what has gone on today, and they'll tell us a little bit about the amazing race that we've just seen. If you're just joining us, if you didn't set your clock for 4:30 in the morning, if you weren't up with myself and Dog and the cockerel around about then, we were online here. We were live at 4:45. We brought you the start of the race at 5 o'clock, and maybe we can take a little bit of a look back now at what happened earlier on this morning. If we have the VT, we can roll it there, guys. Good morning and welcome to Gaustablikk here in Norway, where we are all set to bring you the 2017 Norseman Xtreme Triathlon, the ultimate triathlon here on the face of the earth. We're ready to bring you all the action and all the drama from what happens out there today. This is the start of the 2017 Norseman, the 15th year in a row that this race is being held. And there goes the horn, and they're off. You can see everybody hitting the crawl straight away. Nobody's going to be hanging around here. There are no breaststrokers here, no backstrokers here, and they're going hell for leather to begin with, getting into a smooth stroke as quickly as they can. the athletes are going to have to be prepared for pretty much everything a triathlon course can throw at them in terms of gradient, in terms of weather, in terms of temperature. So it's a hugely challenging, yet I'm sure hugely enjoyable course. We are bringing you the Norseman 2017 Xtreme Triathlon live from Norway. You are looking at our swimmers in Eidfjord at the moment. They've been in the water for 50 minutes at this point, according to the clock I have in front of me. And the first athletes are about to leave the water. They set out at 5 o'clock this morning. Just before 5 o'clock they hit the water. And this group of 4 have been out in front pretty much ever since. And of course there is an enormous amount of physical effort required to take them through the 3.8 kilometers of the swim. And you can see our leading cyclist there is out on the road, and he set off at a fairly cracking pace. Really, really spectacular images, it has to be said, of a tremendously beautiful part of the world. So you can't use the person in front of you and just ride in their slipstream. You can't allow them to protect you from the wind. This is individual cycling, it's not team cycling. This is a very, very punishing climb here at the start of the race. The first of 5 climbs as well. You have to start to wonder about the sanity of people taking. You have to be just a little bit crazy to take part in this, the ultimate triathlon on the face of the earth. It is the Norseman Xtreme Triathlon 2017. Good morning and welcome back to Gaustablikk in beautiful Norway, where we are bringing you live coverage of the Norseman Xtreme Triathlon for 2017. Most of the climbers have made it to the top of the first climb, and now what we are looking at here is the long, flat 20-30 kilometer stretch before the downhill and then the next climb. Around about an hour ago on this beautiful Saturday morning here in Norway, it started to rain just a little bit as the riders got to the top of the climb there. So they made a little bit of a change. The rain jackets went on. They took a little bit of sustenance, a little bit of nutrition, a little bit of hydration, and now they are out on the course. Every little margin is being sought here. Every second counts on this cycle here. They're trying to build up as much of a lead as possible. There you go. That was some of the highlights from the first half of the race. We are now back with the live action. We are down by one of the lakes here at the race. I'm sure there's a few runners destined to come by here very, very soon. This is one of our camera positions down there. It's not all about the people who are up the front of the race. Of course, we're going to follow the climax of the women's race, etc. But we're also going back down the field just to give you an idea of how it's going for some of the racers a little bit further down. We have a few people there, but not a whole lot happening there. So we'll see. The camera's panning around there. I don't think that's going to catch too many runners either. But it is catching the beautiful scenery, the beautiful fjords here in Norway, which indeed is a major, major part of the race. Look at this. This is beautiful altogether.
This is Lake Tinnsjøen, so it's an inland lake,
yep.
Not qualified to be a fjord.
Not qualified to be a fjord. I didn't realise there were qualification criteria for fjords.
Usually you're connected to the ocean, but not always.
If I had this, I'd call it a fjord. Yeah. If this is my back garden. But there you go. That's the difference between a lake and a fjord. That is still quite close by where we are here, right? Is that part of... There'd be runners going down there that direction, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's about 5 kilometers before you enter Zombie Hill.
Yeah. I think you told me a story about that area yesterday from the Second World War. Is that correct?
I don't know if you touched by this morning, talking about Gilo, but Gilo and this area is, of course, famous for heavy water production during the World War II.
Okay.
So there were some spectacular commando activities going here with British commandos. Made movies about it with the heroes of Telemark, etc.
That is fairly incredible. They sent British commandos in to bomb these places and blow up these places. What have we got? Is that... no, that's Marco Epifanio from the US there. Marco appears to be taking his time over it. He's quite comfortable there now by the looks of things. Legs look to be a little bit tired. A little bit of a discussion ongoing with the support team. A bit of a shake of the head there. I don't think Marco's too pleased with the plan that they have there, but he's taken off one way or the other, and there he's giving us the hand signal that everything's okay. Good man, Marco. Off you go there. Hang on to that water bottle. You're going to need it, brother. As we see the two in the background there are two ferry boats over there that are no longer in use, I believe. Dag was just telling us there about heavy water production in this area, which could have been used for nuclear weapons during the Second World War. So the British Armed Forces sent commandos up the fjord and basically got them to plant bombs all over the place. We have had some explosive action ourselves here today at the Norseman 2017, the 15th time that we've had this race. We had an incredible race among the men there. The top three all smashing the course record that was set last year. The record was 10:23. We've had one athlete go sub 10 hours for the very first time here at Norseman. We had two other athletes going very, very close. And indeed, the man who set the record last year, his time was 10 hours and 26 minutes, just 3 hours outside his own record from last year, Mr. Storsmo. We're still waiting on the climax. You can see up the mountain there where the clouds are coming in again. The weather really can change in a second here. At the same time as you're looking at those clouds going in there, we're getting the sun shining through just behind us here. So it really is incredible. From fjord to fjord, it seems, and from lake to lake, it seems that the weather can change in seconds. Absolutely beautiful surroundings here, Dog. How many people around the world have contacted you who knew nothing about Norway until they saw Norseman? Is this something that has put Norway on the map for extreme sports people? Or would it already have been there because of skiing and snowboarding?
I think it's been on the map for a lot of people in various sports, but definitely Norseman has put Norway on the map when it comes to the sport of triathlon. Having a Norseman finisher shirt at any triathlon anywhere in the world will give you some kind of attention from quite a few people. Yeah. So we've made our mark on the world of triathlon for sure. Yeah.
You certainly have a major mark on all the athletes who are competing here today. 246 of them started. 2 didn't make it in the 2 hour 15-minute time limit to the end of the swim, so they have to drop off. That's where the cutoff goes there. The next cutoff is in 34 minutes time. So if you're still on your bicycle now and you're listening to the broadcast on the mobile phone in your pocket, which you shouldn't be, it's against the rules. Exactly. But if you're doing that and you're the support team, tell them they gotta hurry up, because at 5 o'clock Central European time, that's the cutoff. You're going to be off your bike and on the road running by then. If you're not, you're done for the day. Most of the cyclists, the last time I had a look at the map, had already made it and begun their marathon here. So most of them are within a pretty good margin there. They're off the bikes and onto the road there. The joys that await them, the marathon that awaits them, is no ordinary marathon, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed 42.2 kilometers, but it's some of the toughest terrain you've ever seen. It's basically up a mountain. You have a very, very stiff gradient of 8, 9, 10 degrees at times. And then for the last 5k, it's over basically what is a loose trail. There's a few steps at the top, but the rest of it is just mountain running. Very, very difficult. Soon enough, we're going to be able to see Anne Nevin up on the side of the mountain there. She is leading the women's race. We're agreed here in the studio that it's hers to lose at the moment. Meredith Hill just behind her, and slightly behind them again is Kristen Lee. We have our 3 camera teams out on the course. Let's go over to one of them now and see what we can see, if any of them can see anything indeed. Even at the top of the mountain, there must be surely a few men coming up there, and there is indeed a few people coming up there. They look more like spectators than competitors to me, but it'll give you an idea of how historic it can be to be up at the top of the mountain on this particular day. There's a limited number of people get to go up there. There's a very limited number of athletes. Only 160 get to go up there. And as Dog said earlier on, the staff who are up and around the summit today, up and around the finish line, they'll start shuffling people around and pushing people out of the way and making way for the athletes who are making their way up there. Nobody here in a hurry. Nobody here trying to make sure that their time is under a certain time. Right now, it would be under, let me see, is it 11 hours? It's almost, 11 and a half hours since we started off. So nobody trying to make that. A few people out walking the dog. I can think of easier ways to walk the dog than to the top of a mountain, but there you go. That's just me. I don't even have a dog. It's wonderful weather out there now. It has dried up completely. The rain clouds have gone away. The clouds have left the mountain, and it's pretty fine up there. I'm wondering, this is usually covered in snow during the winter, right?
Yes.
Do people still go up the mountain during the winter, or is it sort of impossible? Or is that sort of some of the ice climbing that some of the tourism officials told us about earlier on?
For the mountain, it's skiing. So downhill skiing, either hike up, ski down, or you use a funicular inside the mountain to go up and then ski back down.
Yeah, and if you're going downhill skiing on this particular mountain, would that be sort of off-piste skiing? I'm assuming there'd be no piste up there. That'd be off-piste.
Yes, for sure.
Is that not a very dangerous pursuit, Dog? I sound like an old fuddy-duddy there now, but it seems to be quite dangerous.
Well, it's all about where you go and how prepared you are for the terrain you enter into.
Yeah.
So there are some ravines here that you can still see the snow there, and that is due to avalanches during winter.
Okay.
It's still stuck there.
There we go. One man not suffering from an avalanche now. A couple of downpours. That's Jean-Yves Le Sud from France. Number 233. It's 11 and a half hours since Jean-Yves set off with the rest of the athletes from behind the safety boats there. A horn sounded and the guys got underway. The guys and girls got underway from there. We were discussing a little bit earlier on there about the record for the women there, and I believe you have a little bit more information about that, Dog. We reckon it's around about 12 hours or so. Is that correct?
So the record for women was set in 2012.
2012, okay.
It was our 10th anniversary.
Okay.
German athlete, Annette Finger, finished in 12 hours and 17 minutes.
12 hours and 17, okay.
So there is still a possibility that we get a new female record today.
We get a new female record. We have a little comment there from Ronnie Hallian. He says that Anne Nevin should shatter the record, even last year's of 12:04 before penalty. So I assume somebody there had a 5 or 10 minute penalty there that might have pushed them out there a little bit. But it looks like either way, whichever record it is, it looks like it may be being broken here this year. An incredible race altogether. And what's absolutely brilliant is how many people are still awake down on the other side of the world in Australia, following the progress of Meredith Hill. I know Meredith is in second place at the moment, but she's no less a hero for the superb race that she's put in down there, and inspiring the people down in Australia to stay up with us a little bit late on their Saturday night and follow our progress all the way to the top of the mountain. Thank you for joining us, and we really hope that you've enjoyed this broadcast, this show that we're bringing to you here today. I'm getting told here that Anne Nevin is pronounced Anna. I'm also thinking it's probably pronounced Nevin as the second name as well. But there you go. We took the English pronunciation at the start of the race, so we may as well stick to it at this point in time. We're getting some congratulations here from Martin Caminada to Rapstar. That's Jordan Rapp's name on Twitter. Jordan came in third, of course. His first visit here to Norseman. No doubt he'll take what he learned, and he'll be in Dog's ear a little bit later on, looking for an introduction for next year's race as well. Looking for a little bit of an invitation there as well. Let me see. We have Julie O'Toole is sending her greetings to Quentin Broad. Quentin Broad, a 25-year-old, apparently, who is out there, a big Ironman fan. He's out there competing today. 12 minutes ago, he had 16 kilometres left to go. So Quentin's doing quite well. That's from Julie Toohey there, or Julie Toole. I can't see quite on the screen there. But Julie is sending her regards to you, Quentin, and following your progress as she goes along there. We are getting a few more messages as they come in. Dave Zimmer, number 109 from the Emerys. Go Dave Zimmer. Don't know where Dave is on the course at the moment. We might have a little bit of a look as we see somebody leisurely making their way up. A couple of sandwiches, maybe a flask of coffee. These two lads have had enough. They're heading down the mountain. Maybe they've seen who they came to see and they're done up there. It really is a tremendous situation up there. It's a really tremendous setting. We can see now that you can probably see a bit more from the summit than you could a little bit earlier on. How is it? Is it families that get to go up there? Who decides who gets to be up there today? Or is it first come, first served?
The mountain is open.
Yeah.
So anyone can go up there. We're actually struggling at times with too many day tourists, and this is why we use our own parking, and we have our own shuttle service now. Yeah, because it's such a popular place to go for a Saturday, Sunday hike.
Yeah, and I assume people would know, even the tourists would know that this race is going on today, right? This is the Norseman. This is 15 years in. They'd obviously go there to experience the end of the Norseman race. Would they be there early in the morning, or do they just come up a little bit later in the afternoon when everything's being done?
That would depend on the weather.
Yeah. I wouldn't say there was too many up there around about lunchtime today when the rain was pouring down here.
Unusually quiet.
Yeah, who have we got coming up there? I think that is just a gentleman who's up there to enjoy the sights from the top of the mountain. No, it's not. This is an athlete I think I met yesterday, actually. Our monitor's a little bit shady here. And his tail team just going for a little bit of slide. We can't see a number there anywhere, can we? I think he's put his jacket on.
It's Frederick Schaffner.
Oh, that's Frederick Schaffner from France, of course. Yeah, Frederick, who was in the top 5 there earlier on. He was nosing around the top 5 there for a little while. Slipped away a little bit on the cycle, but still put in a powerful running performance there to come in. I think that was in 7th place, if I'm not mistaken. Is that 7th, 8th, 9th?
9th place.
9th place there. So we've had Richard Rozok, who was up there in 2nd place at one point. Then made it up dropped as far down as 10th, and now made it up to 7th. And of course, Marius Elbadal is there as well. Marius had a few fans online there as well. Gemma Purandara there from Australia. Australia staying up through the night to bring our champ Meredith Hill home. We are so proud of you. We're very proud of Australia for joining us there as well, as Frederick gets the soup. I'm very disappointed the dog didn't make the soup. I thought you'd make the soup. But it's actually made up there, which is great. There we go. There we have one of our athletes again, down by the water side there. That's just before they come around onto Zombie Hill. The appropriately named Zombie Hill. I got tired just driving up it yesterday. As you see, I think that's Ulrike Weber there from Germany, who's making our way up there. We have had a tweet in Arabic. I'm assuming that might be a tweet for our Moroccan athlete Mohammed. I'm very much hoping that it is a tweet for our Moroccan athlete Mohammed, but unfortunately my Arabic is, indeed my written Arabic is very limited. Maybe one of our production crew who actually speaks Arabic, maybe she can go in and have a little look there on the NXTRI 2017 hashtag. Maybe she can go in there and translate that for us and tell us who's getting the good wishes there. We're getting told we're doing a great job of sharing it with us. It's our privilege to do it. It's an absolute delight to be here, and I very much hope that we'll be able to do it again in the future. You can see there just over our heads there, the low clouds hanging around there. The weather in this part of the world is most amazing. The Lord of the Rings comparisons have been drawn all day, and the reason for that is that they're very much true. We've had a few Game of Thrones references over the last couple of days as well, so very enjoyable environment to be in. The level of change and how quickly it goes is tremendous, not least in the sport that we've seen. We have Dog is looking intently here at some of the timings here. I think he's trying to find out where Mohammed is on the course there. Do we have any idea where our Paralympic bronze medalist is? He's down at place 101 at the moment.
He just passed turn 3 on Zombie Hill.
Okay,
so he's got a couple of turns left, and then he's by our 32k mark.
He's by the 32k mark. So once he gets by the 32k mark, that means that he'll be one of the 160 athletes who gets to finish at the top. Am I correct?
Yes.
There you go. In position number 101. If you followed us on Facebook earlier on this week, and this is why you should go into Facebook right now, leave the YouTube window or the nrk.no window open, go into Facebook right now, just type in Norseman and click like on the page. Because if you'd done that earlier on in the week, you would have seen the interviews that we did with some of the athletes, including the winners here today. Christine Lee, who's currently third in the women's race, and Mohammed. Mohammed told us about his Paralympic experience and about his ambitions and his dreams of getting up there and winning the black t-shirt, the black finishers t-shirt, the coveted black finishers t-shirt, which it very much looks like he's going to achieve today. Of course, Mohammed was born in Morocco with one leg shorter than the other. He told us in a private conversation about how he used to play football on crutches, and he became so good at football, despite the fact that he only had one fully functioning leg, that the other boys banned him from touching the ball with his crutches. An absolutely inspirational athlete who gave us a great interview during the week. You'll find it there on the Facebook page. And now we're looking forward to welcoming him as one of the 160 athletes who is going to make it to the summit here today. Late night in Australia. It's late afternoon, early evening almost here. It is 23 minutes to 5 Central European time. And it's all going down on the mountain. The men's race is already decided. The first, second and third place are on their way down to us now. But of most interest to us just now is Anna Nevin, or Anne Nevin as we've been calling her all day. She is in first place in the women's race. She is on the mountain and she is not too far from the summit. We might have a quick look maybe at Dog's map there and see if we can see exactly where she is. We might have marked her in some way. If we bring it up there. Let me see. There we go. If we go in there and we can see that the distance between her and Meredith Hill, good news for everybody in Australia. It looks like there's not too much of a distance between the two of them. It looks like Meredith has closed the gap a little bit, but it's very, very slow going over that tough mountain terrain up there, Dog.
Yep, it's a tough hike.
It's a tough hike, but this isn't running conditions here. This is just walk as fast as you can.
Parts you can run.
Yep.
Parts you'll need to walk and almost
climb over and scramble over things, that kind of thing. Yeah. Is there any effort made on that part of the course to clear a path or that kind of thing, or are they just?
There is kind of a path cleared for most of the course, but then again, other parts are rocks where you have to balance your way, and parts are steep, so you.
Yeah, and as we look at the map here, maybe if we go back to the map, I'm going to ask one of these questions that needs to be asked. If we go back there, we can see there's a sort of an elbow jutting out on the map. We'll bring it up there for you now in 1 second. There you go. If we look at this, are we looking at the right part? Yeah, there is. There's just an elbow there jutting out. There's no way that anybody could cut across there, right? There's no.
when you're there, it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make any sense. Okay, so we've chosen the path of least resistance for the last couple of kilometres up there. Hard and all as they may be, this is the easiest way to get your black t-shirt, to get to the top of the mountain, to become a Norseman finisher up there. Is there ever anybody who's tried to counterfeit those black t-shirts?
I'm sure there is.
I think I might be onto a business idea there.
But then again, the customer base is rather small.
It is, and I also think that somebody would know if you finish this and people pay attention to triathlons, if you're trying to impress these people and that kind of thing, as we have a look at a few people having a snack. They've already made it to the top of the mountain. Of course, they weren't taking part in the race here today, but they're entitled to have a bit of a snack up there, replenish the energy. We talked to Yoni a little bit earlier on about that. There's plenty of water up there. I'm sure many of the participants will be very, very glad of that when they get up there. And of course, the famous soup that's being served up there. There's a gentleman with a fairly fancy looking camera. I'm not sure if he works for this production team. I don't think he does. 11 hours and 40 minutes on the clock there as they wait for the next finisher to come up there. The Isklar Norseman sign on the ground there. That's the indication that they have crossed the finish line. And pretty much everybody we have seen cross that finish line has collapsed there onto the flagstones, utterly exhausted, utterly spent after the 226 kilometres and the hours upon hours upon hours spent out in the field. As the evening goes on here at the hotel in Gaustablik, we would expect more and more and more of them to be turning up here. There will be a fairly subdued atmosphere in the bar. I'm sure an awful lot of people will be very, very tired. They had a very early start this morning. But then, as we were saying earlier on, some of the athletes, they won't finish until maybe midnight or after. Where's the cut-off for that? At what point do you say, OK, we have to have the staff stand down and that kind of thing? You can't have volunteers out there all night, right?
We don't actually have a cut-off for the final finisher.
OK.
But we do demand that they keep moving.
Yeah. So they can't stop, they can't sit down, none of that, just keep going.
We need to see active forward progress. If not, you're not fit to continue, and then we'll have the serious talk about, do you really want to continue?
There you go. He's a tough man, but he's a very fair man. That's Doug Oliver. He has been our expert commentator here today, the Oracle, the man who knows all things about the Norseman. We have a little shout out in there to South African Carla. We're all shouting for you, coach. That's from Samantha Harper. It seems to me like Samantha maybe has something to do with the sport herself. A good friend of mine there, Donald Reynolds. Good man, Phil. I'll be in Gaustablik recruiting for Oslo GAA. We're a dream team of Freddies. Royal Nugent, watch out. Donald Reynolds is an Irishman living in Oslo. Very good friend of mine, going back several years, involved in the sport of Gaelic football down there. A tremendous competitor. There's a guy now who would eat this course for lunch and then come back and do it again for the afternoon. A fantastic guy. Wish he was up here and we could have a little drink here sitting in the bar and swap a few Gaelic game stories. Maybe next year, Donald. Get in training and off we go. I'm not sure if we have anything out on the course at the moment. We have a couple of clips that we'd like to show you. What we showed you a little bit earlier on in this segment of the broadcast was what happened this morning. So what we may very well have now is a little bit of a retrospective, a bit of a look back from transition 2 and where people switched from the bike to the running, and then a few things that happened after that, but there was plenty of drama, that I can promise you. Lars Christian will very, very soon be off